My name is Ye Xuan. When I woke up, I found myself traveling through time and space and arriving in a world parallel to the Earth. Although this world is somewhat similar, it lacks some of the software and games we are familiar with, and in some aspects it is far less advanced than Earth. But fortunately, I inherited a multi-billion-dollar group at the beginning. What's even more amazing is that I have a golden finger that allows me to see all people's attributes, weaknesses, life experiences, and even their inner thoughts. However, none of these satisfied me. A net worth of 100 billion yuan seemed far from enough for me. I decided to challenge myself and devote myself to the entrepreneurial journey of the technology and internet industry. Under my leadership, companies with market capitalizations of hundreds of billions or trillions of dollars have emerged. The world's #1 game, League of Legends. The first legitimate music website. The first streaming video site. News giant app. The #1 short video app, TikTok. Even the first courier company. With the breakthrough of technology, I entered the mobile phone industry and successfully defeated Samsung and Apple. Many years later, a reporter interviewed me and asked me why I could achieve such brilliant achievements and how I became the world's richest man. I smiled and replied, "It all started in a bar." At this moment, in the bar, I happened to chat with a 90-point beauty, and I was secretly proud of myself. I just came from Earth, and the system gave me a golden finger. I can't wait to try it out. My target is the stunningly beautiful lady in the bar. Her name is Chunyaru. She has a gentle and peaceful smile. She sits there like a still dancer, her goose yellow skirt drooping gently like soft moonlight. I was attracted at first sight and walked up to him to start conversation. Chunyaru, okay, tell me, what secret do you know about me? I smiled confidently. Your name is Chunyaru. You are 18 years old, and you are a freshman at Jiangdu University. Are you investigating me? She became alert instantly. No. I shook my head slightly and smiled. I can read minds. Mind reading? She shook her head in disbelief. If you really can read minds, then can you know what I'm thinking now? I smiled and said, You are thinking this guy must be an experienced driver. It will be interesting to talk to him next. Surprise flashed in her eyes. It's exactly what I thought. I smiled and continued. I can still read the secrets in your heart. You used to be a good girl, but today is your first time to come to a bar. In the evening, you were encouraged by your roommate to become curious about the bar. And at the same time, you felt that you were no longer the good girl you used to be. Chinyaru opened her eyes wide in astonishment. You actually know all this? I told you I can read minds. I said with a slight smirk in my eyes. Then what else can you read? She was a little curious and obviously interested in me. Well, you probably have 30% disdain for the bar, 30% curiosity, and the remaining 30% challenging yourself and wanting to break through your old, obedient image. Pa! Her drink was knocked over and splashed all over the table. Obviously, she was shocked. She had always been a good girl, and it was not until college that she decided to let go a little. Today, encouraged by her roommate, she finally took this step. She is very beautiful and was named the most beautiful girl in the department when she first entered the school. She is 172 centimeters tall and has a delicate face. As soon as she entered the bar, she became the target of many men. In just 10 minutes, she was approached by 15 boys. Those approaching people made her feel sick. She felt like they were hungry wolves trying to devour her. I was completely different from these men. My eyes were clear and my words were relaxed, like a conversation between ordinary friends, which made her feel no pressure. What surprised her even more was that I knew everything about her. She was shocked and flustered, but at the same time she felt curious, fresh, and excited. Is it true that there is the ability to read minds? Her eyes were full of exploration. Can you read other people's minds? She pointed at some people on the dance floor. Of course. I smiled and pointed at a boy dancing wildly. He is a senior in your school, named Zhou Yun. He tried to chat up the junior sister many times, but was rejected every time because he looked too vulgar. And the one in red, the taller one, I continued to point at the people on the dance floor, revealing their secrets one by one, making her listen with great interest. Do you know what I'm thinking now? Chinyaru suddenly asked. Ich glänzte her. A profile box appeared next to her, displaying her detailed information. Name, Chunyaru, attributes, height 172 centimeters, weight 48 kilograms, measurements, 89/61/94, status, freshman at Jiangdu University. Inner thoughts, I hope this magical handsome guy can take me to the long embankment to enjoy the breeze, say a romantic love word to her, and hug each other under the lights. I smiled and took her hand. Let's go to the long embankment to get some fresh air. She covered her mouth, full of surprise. You actually knew it. The next morning, 8:35. I woke up from bed and opened the system panel. Host, Ye Xuan, Life Encyclopedia Data System, Attributes, height 185 centimeters, weight 78 kilograms, skills, dance, low level, piano, low level. The system is still there. I breathed a sigh of relief and planned the next step. Make money. I come from an orphanage, have average grades, and have an average job after graduation. I live paycheck to paycheck, and it's hard to even provide for my basic living. The biggest fortune in one day. Ding! The system gave a recommended solution. Jiangdu's richest man, Ye Xuan, 85 years old, is looking for a destined person to inherit his 100 billion yuan group. The condition is that at 12 noon today at the number 1 intersection on the Bund, the first young man who helps an old man cross the road. Chinny group, I couldn't believe it. This was a chance to change my destiny. I was so happy. Ha ha ha. Chinny group, here I come. The intersection of the Bund number 1 is bustling with people and traffic. At this time, Ye Xuan, the richest man in Jiangdu, was sitting on a bench on the street, wearing an ordinary Zhongshan suit, and his appearance was no different from the old people around him. However, the 2 burly bodyguards beside him and the 7 or 8 plainclothes bodyguards hiding not far away had already provided him with comprehensive protection. The bodyguards were full of doubts as to why the master had to come here, but as professional bodyguards, their only mission was to protect him, and everything else was irrelevant. They could never have imagined that today's crossroads would determine the future successor of a trillion-dollar empire. And this successor would appear in a simple and shocking way. If these bodyguards knew about this, they would definitely be stunned, and even imagine that they would have the opportunity to take over such a huge fortune. Ye Xuan stared at the crossroads, his eyes full of vicissitudes and expectations. He was waiting for the destined person, the future heir of Ye's real estate. 40 years ago, Ye Xuan was advised by a fortune teller to make friends with a noble person. This noble man not only became his friend and brother, but also helped him to make a name for himself in the business world and eventually laid the foundation for today's Ye real estate empire. However, the fortune teller also warned him that although he would be rich all his life, he was destined to have no children or grandchildren and would die alone. All this is exactly like his current situation. He tried various methods to have a child, but all ended in failure. As a result, Ye Xuan believed more and more in fate. He knew that everything was already predetermined. At this moment, he felt that his life was coming to an end, and he needed to find the destined successor. At 8:35 this morning, Ye Xuan suddenly had a strange idea. The destined person must wear a white t-shirt, blue jeans, a red sun hat, and carry a backpack. He must be the first to appear at the Bund number 1 intersection after 12 noon to help the old man cross the road. Once this idea came into being, it could not be suppressed and took root in his heart. He immediately decided to come here, believing that it was fate that this destined person would come as promised. Just opposite him, in a secluded corner of a tea restaurant, I was wearing a white t-shirt, blue jeans, a red sun hat, carrying a backpack, secretly observing Ye Xuan across the street. My eyes accidentally caught sight of him, and I was immediately shocked, thinking, this is actually a golden figure. In my sight, Ye Xuan seemed to be shining with golden light. From yesterday until now, everyone I saw was ordinary white, and he was the only one who was unique in gold. Just like the level setting in the game, the higher the level, the brighter the color. Ye Xuan is undoubtedly a big shot. At this moment, Ye Xuan's information flashed on the screen of the mobile phone. Name, Ye Xuan, lifespan, 85/85, 14 hours, 30 minutes, 2 seconds remaining. Net worth, 100.8 billion. Skills, dignity expert, business operations expert, business struggle expert, socializing expert, calligraphy expert. 200 items omitted. His information is so dazzling and his skills cover all aspects. He is worthy of being the richest man in Jiangdu, and his life experience is also extraordinary. I quickly copied the data and saved it in my own attribute system. My attributes were also updated accordingly. Host, Ye Xuan, Life Encyclopedia Data System. Attributes, height 185 centimeters, weight 78 kilograms, skills, majestic momentum, expert, business operation, expert, business struggle, expert, social, expert, calligraphy, expert, dance, low level, piano, low level. 200 items omitted. Note, skill levels are divided into low, medium, high, expert, master, and god level. They can be upgraded by Krypton Gold. Upgrading to god level requires 100 million renminbi. At this moment, my phone suddenly vibrated and the alarm rang. It's 12 o'clock. At the same time, the cell phone of a bodyguard beside Ye Xuan rang, and the alarm reminded him, "Master, it is 12 noon now." Ye Xuan's eyes suddenly brightened. He saw me, the man in a white t-shirt, blue jeans, a red sun hat, and a backpack, quickly approaching an old man with a cane. "Let me help you cross the road." I ran over. "No need, young man, I'm still strong." The old man refused with a smile, but I persisted and gently helped him across the road. The young people around were indifferent, and no one was willing to lend a helping hand. When Ye Xiaorong saw this scene, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. The destined person actually appeared in front of him like this. He felt a certain weight and his heart lifted. After I safely sent the old man to the other side, I said goodbye with a smile and passed by Ye Xiaorong. Ye Xiaorong stared at my back and smiled. "He is the destined one. Arrange it immediately and get all his information," he ordered. Not far away, I felt Ye Xiaorong's gaze and couldn't help but smile. The information box on the phone opened again, showing Ye Xiaorong's inner thoughts. At this moment, I was thinking, this young man, me, is my destined one. In the remaining time, I will make a will so that he can smoothly inherit my chinny group. I was excited. A $1 trillion group was about to be in my hands. But I also knew that this road would not be smooth. Even if I inherited the estate according to the will, I would definitely encounter fierce resistance from within Ye's real estate. However, I'm not worried. I have enough cards to reveal everyone's secrets and control everything. I took a deep breath and prepared myself for the next challenge. Just as I was thinking, the phone rang again. When I answered the phone, my head was instantly filled with anxiety. "Hello, Aunt Jiang. Are you going to introduce me to a blind date?" I had a headache and felt that this day was not going to be good. "Yes, Xiaoye. You're not young anymore. You should find a partner, get married, and have children. Look at the one I found for you. She's pretty good, graduated from a prestigious university, is pretty, and has good conditions. There are many guys chasing her in the school. You must seize the opportunity." Aunt Jiang talked nonstop on the other end of the phone, enthusiastically acting as a matchmaker for me. "Auntie, I was about to speak, but I'd already backed down in my heart. Oh, don't be shy. It's settled. The meeting time is in an hour, and the location is the Starbucks coffee shop in Mini Mall. The other party's name is Wu Huanyue. I'll send you a photo later. Bye," Aunt Jiang said as she hung up the phone. Hey, I could only cover my face. Aunt Jiang was so enthusiastic that I just couldn't handle it. Forget it. Since she was so kind, I could only go along with it and go through the motions to avoid disappointing her. An hour later, I walked into the Starbucks coffee shop, and at a glance, I immediately found my blind date, Wu Huanyue. Wow, she looks pretty good, at least 85 points. I commented secretly in my mind. She has long and smooth black hair, which is braided in delicate braids. She has fair skin and big, bright, and moving eyes, giving people a very fresh feeling. The little hand holding the coffee looked elegant and charming. Although I couldn't tell what brand her clothes were, judging from the workmanship and design, they were undoubtedly high quality and should be expensive. I estimated that the clothes she was wearing cost at least 8,000 yuan each, and with the bag, hairpins, etc., it would cost at least 20,000 yuan. It seemed that this blind date was not as simple as I thought. I walked over and said with a smile, "Hello, are you Huanyue?" Aunt Jiang introduced me. She looked up at me and frowned slightly. What I am wearing now is the same outfit I wore when I met Ye Xiaorong this morning, a white t-shirt, blue jeans, and a red sun hat. The overall look is simple and economical. I estimate that the whole outfit cost less than 300 yuan. An economical man. Her eyes were clearly giving me a grade. "Yes, I'm the one Aunt Jiang mentioned. If you don't mind, let's sit down and talk." I tried to keep smiling. She didn't seem too enthusiastic and said calmly, "Please sit down and let me tell you my request first." I felt relieved. At least she was straightforward, which saved me from wasting too much time here. "I'll be frank. Aunt Jiang said you have good conditions, but my requirements are quite high, so I'd better make my conditions clear first to see if you can accept them. She continued with a somewhat cold tone. Okay, in that case, go ahead. I agreed reluctantly. I'm a materialistic person. Don't mind me. After all, this is how society is now. You can't get anywhere without money. She looked at me, as if waiting for my reaction. I nodded. I understand. Do you have a car? She asked. No. I answered with a smile. Do you have a house? She continued to ask. Neither. I answered. She lifted her hair and said calmly, It doesn't matter if I don't have a car or a house. After all, we are young and we just need to work hard. But I have high requirements for the quality of life. I like the petty bourgeoisie and my monthly expenses are not small. Let me calculate my monthly expenses for you first. I was a little stunned. Breakfast is 20 yuan per day. Lunch is 80 yuan. Dinner is 80 yuan. Transportation is 800 yuan. Cosmetics are 500 yuan. Clothes are 1,000 yuan. Rent is 2,200 yuan. Water, electricity, and gas are 50 yuan. Property management fee is 120 yuan. Snacks and fruits are 500 yuan, totaling about 10,500 yuan. She even said that this budget was for thrifty living, and that if she invited friends to dinner, the cost would be as high as 15,000 yuan. 15,000? I was really shocked. This is too expensive. With my current salary, I can't afford it. She then asked, How much is your salary? 5,300 yuan. I answered honestly. She said casually, 5,300 yuan? It's considered lower middle level in this city. You can't buy a house even if you save for a year. So, it's obvious that we are not suitable. She smiled, as if she had already come to a conclusion. I nodded. Yeah, it seems that we are indeed not suitable. She clapped her hands. Okay, we have reached a consensus, and today's blind date ends here. I breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, it is over. She asked thoughtfully, What about Aunt Jiang? I replied calmly. I will tell her that we are not suitable. That's it. She smiled and said, Okay, thank you then. I was just about to get up when suddenly there was a roar outside. 10 black Mercedes-Benz sedans stopped outside the square, and the black-clad bodyguard in the cars quickly got out, forming a neat queue. As the car door opened, a tall elite female secretary and a middle-aged man walked out. What's going on? People around were talking about it. Is this the car of Ye Real Estate? I heard that the richest man in Jiangdu is from their family. Oh my God, such a big scene. Who is coming? The discussion among the crowd became more and more heated. And I also noticed that their eyes were focused on me. The elite female secretary and lawyer Ma walked over from the crowd, glanced between Wu Huanyue and me, and soon they locked their eyes on me. Master Yi. The elite female secretary bowed, slightly politely. I'm the secretary of the chairman of Ye's Real Estate Group. Today, I am here to ask you to inherit the hundreds of billions of inheritance of Ye's Real Estate Group. Her voice was calm, but every word made people's hearts tremble. Wu Huanyue and the people around her were stunned. Inherit a legacy of hundreds of billions? Ye Real Estate. Everyone stared at me in surprise. My expression changed from shock and disbelief to excitement and finally to complete ecstasy. The excitement was almost uncontrollable and my heartbeat accelerated. How could anyone not be excited? How could an ordinary person not feel like a dream when he suddenly inherited a group worth hundreds of billions? I was so excited that I almost went crazy, but it was more of a relief than excitement. At this moment, I finally confirmed that this was not an empty dream. I could really inherit this 100 billion group instead of the guilty and unbelievable feeling before, afraid that everything would be changed by old man Ye Xuan. It's stable. Chinny Group can't escape anymore. I took a deep breath and tried to calm myself down. Then I stood up and said calmly, Let's go. Lawyer Ma and elite secretary were both stunned. Everyone knows where I come from. An ordinary person who came out of an orphanage, an ordinary school, ordinary grades, an ordinary job, and an ordinary life. Just like that. How could such an ordinary person be so calm and have such a stable mentality when inheriting a group worth hundreds of billions? But I understand that when facing big things, only calmness can help you cope with everything. At this moment, my heart became extremely firm, and the road ahead is destined to be extraordinary. Lawyer Ma and the elite secretary couldn't help but look at me with new eyes, and a trace of respect rose in their hearts. Master Yi, please. I took a deep breath and walked forward with firm steps, every step leading me towards my peak. When I left Starbucks, the whole cafe was suddenly bustling with activity. Oh my God, a billionaire is drinking coffee with us. The clothes he's wearing probably only cost a few $100s, right? Too low-key. Yes, the eldest son of the Chinny group is so simple and low-key that it is shocking. I thought it only appeared in novels before, but I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes today. It's such a surprise. By the way, what was he doing just now? He's on a blind date. What? Blind date? This rich second generation actually needs a blind date. Who is the blind date? I just heard it from the side. That woman despised young Master Yi for being too poor. She said that she spent 15,000 yuan a month, while young Master Yi only earned 5,300 yuan, and they were not worthy of being his girlfriend or boyfriend. This is hilarious. You don't want such a good boyfriend? Are you blind? Now you know the truth. She must have regretted it by then. Wu Huanyue was so regretful that she wanted to cry. She couldn't believe that she had just given up the opportunity to become the girlfriend of the young master of Chinny Group. Hundreds of billions. Just a little bit of this money would be enough for her to buy a building in this city. Ye Xuan, wait for me, dash. She rushed out frantically, banging on the car window, desperately. Ye Xuan, I think we can talk a little more. Watching this scene, I felt annoyed. I ignored her and turned to the elite female secretary. Let's go. The convoy started steadily and drove away from Mini Shopping Center. At the back of the convoy, Wu Huanyue had collapsed to the ground, holding her face and crying. She kept thinking about how this missed opportunity was a joke. After a long time, she returned home tired and met the matchmaker Aunt Jiang. Aunt Jiang asked with concern, Xiaoya, why did you come back so soon? How was the blind date? Where's Xiaoya? Wu Huanyue burst into tears. Aunt Jiang, why didn't you tell me that he is the eldest son of Ye's real estate group? Aunt Jiang was confused. Ye's real estate group? Young master? You don't have a fever, do you? Xiao Yi is just an orphan. Wu Huanyue couldn't believe it. Orphan? Impossible. There was no way that long line of luxury cars was just a show for her. That was the real Yi group, 10 Mercedes-Benz cars with consecutive serial numbers. It couldn't be fake. When she thought about how she had missed out on her boyfriend who was worth hundreds of billions, Wu Huanyue couldn't help but burst into tears again. In the car. Master Yi, what I'm going to say next may overturn your perception. Please don't be surprised, and don't think we are joking. The Yi Group is the result of decades of hard work by Mr. Ye Xuan. It is spread across first, second, and third-tier cities across the country. Although it is not listed, its valuation has reached hundreds of billions. Our boss, Mr. Ye Xuan, has no children in his life. Now his health is gradually failing, so he needs an heir, and this heir is you. As for why you were chosen, only Master Yi knows. We don't know. So, from today on, you will become the heir to the Yi Group's 100 billion assets. The elite female secretary looked at me, seeming a little surprised. I remained calm throughout the whole process, even showing only a slight excitement. She recognized me even more, and couldn't help but secretly praise me in her heart. It is indeed carefully selected by Master Yi. It is extraordinary. After driving for about half an hour, we entered a huge estate in the city center. The lawn here is as big as 10 football fields. The manor is shaded by green trees and has ponds, gardens, and rockery, which is very magnificent. Having such a manor in the city center is enough to prove how profound the Yi Group's foundation is. The elite female secretary's expression became serious. Master Yi, all shareholders of the Yi Group and senior executives above the office director level will be here to welcome you, the heir. I took a deep breath. The highlight is coming. This is my first tough battle after taking over the Yi Group, and it is destined to be extraordinary. The difficulties I had expected from shareholders and senior management did not occur. Instead, there was a calm and harmonious scene. Everyone greeted me enthusiastically, as if everything was as expected. However, when I looked at each person's information panel, the inner desires of these people were obvious. They were eagerly looking forward to Ye Xiaorong's death as soon as possible, so that after his death they would have thousands of ways to trample on me, an inexperienced business newbie, under their feet. They were so confident that they seemed to think I was destined to be devoured. I just smiled and thought to myself, let's see whose method is more sophisticated. Ye Xiaorong looked at my calm expression, and a smile of relief appeared in his eyes. You are an orphan with no relatives. I also have no children, and my last name happens to be Yi. He said slowly, we both have a last name Yi. He paused, his eyes gentle. From today on, you recognize me as your grandfather, and I recognize you as my grandson. How about it?" Looking at this kind, old man facing his final moments, I felt a warm current in my heart. His expectant eyes, though silent, were enough to move people. I bowed solemnly. "Grandson greets grandpa." "Ha ha ha. Good, good, good." Ye Xiaorong laughed happily. "I never thought that I, Ye Xiaorong, would have a grandson, ha ha." At this moment, after a lonely life, he finally had a relative before his death, and the wish of filial piety in his heart was finally fulfilled. Over the next few hours, the butler introduced me to the shareholders and senior executives of the Yi Group one by one. I saw from everyone's profile that they were full of hostility towards me, their sudden new owner, and had all kinds of hidden thoughts. However, on the surface, everyone was enthusiastic, as if they sincerely welcomed me as their new owner. I used my expert social skills to skillfully deal with everyone's enthusiasm, and they were secretly delighted, thinking that I had been completely fooled by their hypocritical words. However, I know clearly who the potential threat is. On that day, hundreds of reporters flocked to the event, and TV stations, print media, and online media gathered together. Ye Xiaorong announced in public that I will inherit his 100 billion assets and become the new helmsman of the Yi Group. This announcement instantly caused a sensation at the scene. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, I stepped to the front stage and faced fierce questioning from hundreds of reporters. I remained calm and spoke clearly. Ye Xiaorong sat in the audience, watching me handle the media with ease, and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Sure enough, he is the destined person, and he found the right successor. 8 hours later, Ye Xiaorong passed away peacefully with a smile on his face, and the entire group fell into deep grief. In the next few days, news about the Yi Group dominated the headlines of national news. And I, an ordinary young man, became the richest post-90s in the country overnight, with my wealth ranking close to the top 20 and 124th on the global rich list. My comeback story makes countless young people envious and jealous, and they wish they could take my place. At the same time, hungry corporate competitors began to stir, preparing to get a piece of the pie in the Yi Group. 4 days later, at the Yi Group headquarters building, rumble, with the roar of a supercar engine, my black and gold Pagani drove into the building. As soon as the car door opened, I stepped out. Today, I am wearing a well-cut blue suit, my hair is neat and tidy, and my custom-made brown handmade leather shoes are shining in the sun. My sharp eyes penetrate the crowd, as if declaring my determination and strength. I stood in front of the 40-story building, the heart of the Yi Group, took a deep breath, and prepared to take the first step to take control. As soon as I stepped into the building, I was greeted by hundreds of employees in neat business attire. Their originally nonchalant attitude changed instantly with my arrival. Everyone seemed to be shocked, with shock and awe in their eyes. "It's the chairman. The chairman is here." I walked to the front desk without hesitation, and every step was full of strength and confidence. My arrival seemed to arouse their awe of Ye Xiaorong, and many people began to bow their heads and greet him consciously. "Hello, chairman!" The whole audience shouted in unison, their voices loud and full of respect. I nodded slightly, without responding, and continued to walk steadily forward. I knew in my heart that as a leader, authority is far more likely to win the trust of employees than kindness. Ning Nanshi, the chairman's secretary, put away all her contempt and thoughts and followed closely, her attitude becoming respectful and serious. After entering the elevator, all the employees finally recovered from my aura. "Chairman, is he really an ordinary person?" His aura is not inferior to that of the old chairman. Too powerful. He doesn't even dare to breathe. He really can't be underestimated. I didn't need to hear their whispers to feel their respect for me. Arriving at the top floor, the chairman's office occupies most of the space. The environment is antique, but it did not attract much of my attention. I have only one goal: to immediately start leading the Yi Group and control everything. Arrange it immediately. All senior leaders should be present within half an hour to report to me. When a new official takes office, he will start 3 things. I will light the first one. In the number 1 conference room, I sat steadily in the main seat. In front of me was a neatly arranged conference table. Sitting around me were the company's top executives: the president, executive president, vice president, general manager, director, deputy general manager, heads of various departments. From the lowest to the highest, 32 people sat down in order. Everyone quickly began to report on their work. Some of them were respectful in their words, but most of them were perfunctory, as if they thought I didn't understand the details and that it would be fine to just muddle through. I didn't show any emotion and listened to their reports silently, tapping my fingers lightly on my notebook without any impatience. In fact, at this moment, my attention was not entirely on their reports, but I was quietly browsing the personal information of these 32 senior executives. Name: Zhou Tianming, President, Loyalty, 20. My inner thoughts. The new chairman is not as bad as the rumors say. He seems to have inherited the authority of his predecessor. He may be the successor personally trained by the former chairman. He should not be underestimated. I will wait and see for a while and ignore the invitations from the Small Shareholder Alliance for the time being. Name: Lu Minghua, Vice President, Loyalty, 1. My inner thoughts. The power of the Small Shareholder Alliance is already quite large, holding 43% of the shares and having deep internal foundations. While the chairman holds 44% of the shares, the situation is extremely unfavorable to him. At the shareholders' meeting 5 days later, I, together with the Small Shareholder Alliance, kicked the new chairman out of the management seat. Although my compensation is only 0.1% of the shares, it means more than 100 million, which is enough for me to live comfortably for the rest of my life. Name: Wang Quanjian, Director of Commerce Department. Loyalty, 0. My inner thoughts. This young chairman has no idea about business operations, so this is the time for me to show my skills. I plan to take action in this Dongcheng business negotiation and get 1% of the oil and water, which is more than 5 million. When my eyes passed Lu Minghua and then fell on Wang Quanjian, I couldn't help but narrow my eyes. Loyalty, 0. This was the only person in the entire conference room with a loyalty level of 0, and he instantly caught my attention. I opened Wang Xuanjian's personal profile and looked through his work experience, including his daily life in the office, business negotiations, collusion with subordinates, and a large amount of corruption. Even down to the details like the amount of embezzled money, its destination, bank account number, safe deposit box location, and password. Everything was recorded in detail. I quickly copied down some key information, edited a text message, and sent it to the Jiangdu Municipal Public Security Bureau. 2 hours later, Secretary Ning Nansher came up to me and reported in a low voice. Chairman, Director of the Commerce Department Wang Quanjian is ready to report on his work. Wang Quanjian stood up and said with a fake smile, Dear Chairman, I haven't had any major work recently, just some small things. I won't bother you. I will find time to report to Vice President Liu. I smiled and looked at Lu Minghua. Vice President Liu, did Wang Quanjian report all these small matters to you? Lu Minghua coughed, straightened up, and said slowly, Chairman, you have just arrived at the company and may not be familiar with the management of the company. The operation of the company is complicated and you don't have much management experience, so you may not fully understand it. I think the report can be simplified a little, which will be good for you. I smiled, my voice relaxed but with a hint of provocation. Vice President Liu, are you questioning my ability? Lu Minghua waved his hand and responded with a smile. This is just my suggestion. The chairman does not have much experience in corporate management. It is best not to give orders easily, so as not to get into trouble. I already had a plan in mind, so I asked, Wang Quanjian, do you report all your daily work to Vice President Liu? Lu Minghua answered without hesitation. Of course, as the person in charge, Wang Xuanjian's work will naturally fall under my responsibility. I nodded thoughtfully, remaining calm on the surface, but I already had a plan in mind. Lu Minghua was stunned for a moment, as if he vaguely sensed a hint of uneasiness, but he remained calm. Next, I flipped through Lu Minghua's information and quickly found his past. As Wang Xuanjian's boss, Lu Minghua also got a share of Wang Xuanjian's corruption. Every time Wang Quanjian embezzled money, he would get 2% to 4%. Similarly, I also had evidence of Lu Minghua's corruption in my hands, which listed in detail the destination of each sum of money, bank account number, location, and password of the safe. I recorded them one by one. At this moment, there was a gentle knock on the door. Secretary number 2 walked in and whispered, Chairman, the police are here and said it was you who called them. I nodded. I called them, let them in. In less than 30 seconds, 4 policemen walked into the meeting room. Everyone's face changed instantly, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Mr. Yi, we are from the Economic Investigation Section of the Municipal Bureau. My name is Zhang Weixin, and I'm the captain of this team. The leading policeman walked up to me and introduced himself briefly. While introducing himself, Zhang Weixin secretly glanced at me. This name has become a legend. An ordinary person took over a 100 billion yuan group overnight, quickly became one of the top rich people in the country, and became the focus of everyone's discussion. People talked about it, envied, jealous, and even resentful. I asked calmly, how was the evidence collection going? Zhang Weixin nodded and said, please rest assured, Mr. Yi. According to the clues, we have obtained the bank card, collected fingerprints, and checked the account transaction records. We have sufficient evidence and can make a final decision. I nodded slightly. Then I'll leave it to you guys from now on. Zhang Weixin said confidently, no problem. Our conversation was simple and direct, without avoiding any sensitive words. Bank card, fingerprint, transaction records, final case. Everyone understood that the situation was irreversible. Then, Zhang Weixin walked towards Wang Quanjian. Wang Quanjian's face turned pale instantly. Wang Quanjian, you are now suspected of embezzling and accepting bribes of 23 million yuan. Please come with us. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a clang, and Wang Quanjian collapsed to the ground like a deflated ball. Get up, Zhang Weixin ordered sternly with a cold look in his eyes. I didn't embezzle or accept bribes. Wang Quanjian defended himself in a panic and incoherently. Zhang Weixin sneered, feeling disdainful. 2 hours ago, the Economic Investigation Division had already collected enough evidence, so no matter how he argued, it would be useless. He waved to the 2 police officers. Help him up. Lu Yuehua's eyes flickered, and she felt a chill in her heart. She looked at me with fear in her eyes. They thought I knew nothing about running a business and could use business tricks to kick me out of the group's management position, divide up the group's assets, and dump tens of billions of debts on me. The plan seemed perfect. However, something unexpected happened. I did not follow common sense and directly invited the police to arrest people. Lu Yuehua was very nervous. His only worry was that Wang Quanjian would betray him. After all, he was the director of the Ministry of Commerce who had been promoted by him, and he had shown great respect to Wang Quanjian in the past. If Wang Quanjian spoke up, his position as vice president might be in jeopardy. However, when Zhang Weixin was about to leave with the police, he did not involve anyone else, and Lu Yuehua breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to me, his eyes darkening. Just wait. In a few days, you will be my puppet. At this moment, my eyes met his. Those eyes, half smiling, were full of meaning. Lu Yuehua's heart trembled suddenly. Wait, there's another person. I pointed at Lu Yuehua and handed Zhang Weixin a piece of paper with information and several accounts written on it. The handwriting was clear. This is the biggest corrupt official. Check these accounts. There's 50 million in embezzlement and bribery. Zhang Weixin took the note, glanced at it, and then turned to Lu Yuehua. Lu Yuehua, we suspect you of corruption and bribery. Please come with us to the police station. Bang! Lu Yuehua instantly collapsed on the chair, her face pale, and her whole body as if struck by lightning, unable to move. Zhang Weixin snorted disdainfully and dragged Lu Yuehua away. Wait! Lu Yuehua just woke up from her dream at this moment. She was terrified and struggled desperately to roll to my feet. Let me go, I'll resign, okay? He begged with tears in his eyes. I'll return all the embezzled money. And you'll let me go, please. Don't let me go to jail. Get out. I kicked him away. Lu Yuehua hurriedly crawled over, grabbed my feet, and begged with tears in her eyes. Chairman, I was wrong. I will confess everything. As long as you let me go, I am willing to say anything. I looked at him coldly. I don't need it. Just stay in prison for the rest of your life. The police dragged Lu Yuehua away, and his wailing voice echoed in the conference room. The entire conference room was in a dead silence, and the air was frozen. Everyone lowered their heads and dared not speak, nor look me in the eye, as if everyone had only the tabletop in front of them, and their hearts were filled with fear. I originally thought that this was just a demonstration by the group's top management against the new chairman. However, it turned out that I directly called the police and sent the 2 top executives who resisted most fiercely to the police station. Wang Quanjian, Lu Yuehua, the vice president, and the head of the commerce department were easily knocked out. Everyone began to look at me quietly, with a new awe in their eyes. They may think that I am killing a chicken to scare the monkeys. But in fact, what I killed this time was not a chicken, but a monkey. I directly killed the 3 manual knives of the group without mercy. The subsequent reports finally became rigorous and careful. No one dared to provoke me easily, for fear of ending up like Ye Xuan and Wang Quanjian. After a full day of meetings, I had a comprehensive understanding of the situation at Ye Group and understood the mentality of each senior executive. The news quickly spread throughout the headquarters building and to branches across the country. All employees were talking about my actions. It seemed that this new chairman was not as weak and gullible as the outside world thought. Chapter 8 Crisis Shareholder Alliance. Shareholder Alliance. After Ye Xuan received this high-level report, he saw this frequently appearing word in the information columns of those high-level officials. The death of the previous chairman, Ye Xuan, has made these small shareholders realize that this will be a feast. The Ye Group, a real estate group with a market value of hundreds of billions, covers major cities across the country. Even a small bite of it can make these small shareholders rich. Unfortunately, before Ye Xuan died, he found a young man to inherit the Ye Group, which shattered their idea of dividing the Ye Group. However, this could not stop their greed, so they planned to unite and kick Ye Xuan out of the group's management position on the grounds that Ye Xuan had no knowledge of business operations. In that way, they could divide up the huge assets of the Ye Group at will through various means. This plan is absolutely perfect. They're confident. In their opinion, Ye Xuan is just an ordinary person, a newbie, so how could he understand the intrigues and deceptions in the business battlefield? Late at night, Ye Xuan drove his new car, Pagani Huayra, to the opposite side of club. This Pagani Wind God, priced at $29 million, has a displacement of 6.0, an amazing 750 horsepower, and a peak torque of 709 Newton-meters. In addition, the carbon fiber high-performance intake system, the competition-specific multi-plate clutch, and the F1 racing exhaust system with ceramic heat dissipation coating are all top equipment, and the transmission system is a 6-speed sequential gearbox. Its perfect workmanship is enough to put Ferrari to shame. It has unique aerial charm, superb power performance, and a noble texture inherited from Pagani's handmade craftsmanship. And it is a limited edition with a total of 12 units worldwide, and each one is different. At this time, Ye Xuan had already spent $100 million to upgrade his driving skills to the god level, and he could control the car with ease. In the co-pilot seat, the female Secretary Ning Nanshur said, "Chairman Ye, according to the information I received, those shareholders are having a dinner here tonight. I suspect they want to unite and protest against you." Ye Xuan, there is no doubt that they are indeed demonstrating. Ning Nanshur, "Chairman Ye, the situation is not favorable to you now. You'd better be patient for now." Ye Xuan Chaklit, patience. There is no such word in my dictionary. You have to have faith in me. After saying that, Ye Xuan slapped Ning Nanshur's long legs and stockings, as if teaching her a lesson. Ning Nanshur was embarrassed, and her face turned red. She wanted to protest, but when she saw Ye Xuan holding the Pagani steering wheel with one hand, like a male god, full of infinite charm, the protest on her lips turned into a sigh of shame. This time, Ning Nanshur was still wearing a black professional OL outfit and a tight-fitting small suit, which gave her a capable style and also highlighted her slim waist and long legs. Her blushing face at this moment was surprisingly attractive. In Ye Xuan's eyes, her information is as follows. Name, Ning Nanshur. Age, 27. Appearance, 93. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Skills, Office Skills Advanced, Secretary Advanced. Loyalty, 80. Inner thoughts. I don't know why Chairman Ye came here. I hope he doesn't conflict with those shareholders, otherwise it is very likely that Chairman Ye will suffer in the end. After all, those shareholders are numerous and powerful, while Chairman Ye is weak and inexperienced, so he can easily be defeated by the other party. At the beginning, Ning Nanshur was just a small clerk in the president's general office, a little transparent. A few days ago, she was directly selected by the new chairman, Ye Xuan, and rose to become the chairman's first secretary, responsible for his life and work and managing 3 small secretaries. Therefore, Ning Nanshur's loyalty to Ye Xuan is much higher than that of other employees. After all, she was promoted by Ye Xuan himself, and her future life and death, honor and disgrace will naturally be closely related to Ye Xuan's status, so she follows Ye Xuan wholeheartedly. In fact, Ning Nanshur was quite curious about Ye Xuan, the new chairman. It was rumored that Chairman Ye was just an ordinary person, but he brought down the vice president on the first day after joining the group. This method really shocked her. At this time, Ye Xuan looked at the door of the club and saw a group of people walking out. They're coming out. The personal data column can only be opened when seeing the person. In order to understand the internal plans of the shareholder alliance, Ye Xuan needs to go out in person and meet in person. About 20 or 30 meters away, Ye Xuan saw the group of shareholders through the car window. There were 8 people in total. They were probably drunk with red faces, excited, and walked out talking and laughing. Ye Xuan opened their information columns one by one. Name, Chu Yuan Kai. Net worth, 8.9 billion. Ye's equity, 3.8%. Loyalty, 0. Inner thoughts, we have already discussed it. In the name of the shareholders' union, we will hold a shareholders' meeting in advance, and it will be scheduled for the day after tomorrow morning. We have already secured 51% of the shares, which is 8% more than Ye Xuan. Even if Ye Xuan gets the remaining 5% of shares from other shareholders, it will only be 49% of the shares, and he is doomed to lose miserably. Then we will kick that yellow-haired brat Ye Xuan out of the group's management seat at once, and the Ye group will be our meal from now on. Ye Xuan clicked on his personal experience and selected tonight as the time. Then Ye Xuan saw the specific plan for pressure at the shareholders' meeting, who would take the lead, who would follow up, and who would make the final decision. The plan was perfect. Ye Xuan looked at his secretary Ning Nanshi. If their combined equity exceeds 51%, am I doomed to fail? Ning Nanshi nodded. According to the group's shareholding system, yes. Chapter 9. Getting something for nothing? Naive? Ning Nanshi said. According to the shareholder rules established when the group was first established, as long as the joint shares exceed 51%, it is enough to complete any resolution. But don't worry, Chairman Yi, there are still many shareholders in the group who have received favors from the old chairman and will definitely support you. Their joint shares cannot exceed 50%. Looking at Ning Nanshi's confident face, Ye Xuan didn't know what to say. How can it be so easy to see through people's hearts? In fact, with the passing of Grandpa Ye Xiaorong, those favors have almost disappeared. In addition, the situation has changed drastically. So how could he support Ye Xuan, the newbie chairman? Ring, ring, ring. At this time, Ning Nanshi's cell phone rang. Who is this? I'm Su Bingyun. I want to discuss a business deal with your chairman Ye Xuan. A cold voice came from the other end of the phone, like an ice plum blossom that can be admired from afar, but not desecrated. Ms. Zhou from Bingyun Group? Ning Nanshi's face turned serious. Yes, it was me who told Chairman Yi that I have 4% of the shares and can support him at the shareholders' meeting. If he is interested, he can come to me to discuss. After saying that, the phone hung up. Ning Nanshi looked at Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan, Su Bingyun, one of the 3 most beautiful women in Jiangdu, the rumored iceberg female CEO. Ning Nanshi nodded. Yes, it's her. Rumor has it that this woman is very smart and likes to get something for nothing. With her incredible operations, her company has grown from 2 billion to 8 billion in just 3 years. Ye Xuan laughed. It seems that she still wants to get something for nothing this time. Let's go and meet her. Ye Xuan wanted to see whether this woman who got something for nothing was more powerful or himself. Moreover, it is said that Su Bingyun is very beautiful. Mingyan Bar. Ye Xuan drove his Fengshen and stopped outside a bar. This bar is quite remote, but it does good business. You can hear the hustle and bustle inside from outside. As Ye Xuan walked in, he felt a wave of heat hitting him, his eardrums were pounding, and hundreds of people were dancing wildly in the dance floor. Ye Xuan glanced around and quickly locked onto the figure lying on the sofa, drinking on the windowsill on the 2nd floor. Although it was a back view, the figure, the elegance of her gestures, and her long hair exuded an amazing charm that made Ye Xuan's eyes light up. Name, Su Bingyun. Attributes, age 28, appearance 96, height 175 centimeters, net worth 8 billion, unmarried, weakness, confident and conceited. Skills, getting something for nothing, advanced, iceberg-like cold charm, advanced. Ownership of Ye's shares, for percent. In my heart, how lonely it is to be invincible. In the business world, no one among the younger generation can rival me. Next, that rookie chairman Ye Xuan will also be manipulated by me. Ye Xuan. Seeing Su Bingyun's inner drama, I was speechless. How narcissistic, how lonely it is to be invincible. Still want to get something for nothing from me? Are you still playing with me in the palm of your hand? Ye Xuan walked forward, and Su Bingyun's bodyguards, who had already known Ye Xuan's information, immediately made way for him. At this moment, Ye Xuan saw Su Bingyun face to face for the first time. She has long, smooth black hair, fair cheeks, and beautiful eyes like an iceberg. Very amazing. She is indeed a beauty who is rated 96 points by the system. The two looked at each other. Su Bingyun, Ye Xuan. The time now is 1:23 in the morning. I'll give you 10 minutes to talk to me about your plan of getting something for nothing. Ye Xuan looked at the Frank Muller watch on his wrist and smiled evilly. Don't you really like to get something for nothing? I've said it so clearly. Let's see what you say next. Su Bingyun was obviously stunned for a moment, then smiled gently. Mr. Yi, there's no need to be so aggressive. We are not enemies. We can be allies. If Mr. Yi always has this attitude of keeping people at a distance, I will become your enemy. Ye Xuan shrugged. It doesn't matter. I would rather not have such an ally. Su Bingyun laughed, with a hint of sarcasm in her voice. Mr. Yi, it seems that the hundreds of billions of assets have blinded you and made you lose your rationality in looking at ordinary things. Do you really think you can own these hundreds of billions of assets so easily? You are too naive. Your ordinary background has limited your thinking and vision. You will never know how dangerous the intrigues in the business world are. Ye Xuan looked at the Famulin watch. 1 minute has passed. Do you know how precious 1 minute is? Su Bingyun took a deep breath. The Ye Xuan in front of her was completely different from any business negotiation elite she had met before. She felt powerless, like a scholar meeting a soldier. Su Bingyun's calm heart began to become restless. Okay, then I'll get straight to the point. I'm afraid you don't know that all the shareholders of the entire Yi Group have completely united to kick you out of the group's management seat. By then, this group will no longer have the right to speak for you, and the Yi family will no longer be called Yi. Ye Xuan drank a sip of the wine beautifully. Please continue your performance. Su Bingyun, do you suddenly feel like things are out of control? Starting to get a little irritable. Chapter 10. Let's drink wine today, and don't worry about the flood tomorrow. She looked at the guy sitting lazily on the sofa in front of her, as if he didn't care much about the crisis she mentioned. Su Bingyun took a deep breath. I am saving you. I am your ally. Do you understand? Ye Xuan continued to look at Famulin's wrist. 2 minutes have passed now. There are still 8 minutes. Su Bingyun became even more furious. She felt that her skilled methods of intimidation, inducement, and getting something for nothing were completely useless on Ye Xuan at this moment. Irritable. Can you still follow the routine? How many times have I, Su Bingyun, succeeded in getting something for nothing? And when have I ever failed? Patience. Patience. Su Bingyun took a deep breath. Okay, then I'll get straight to the point. Ye Xuan, this is the second time you've spoken directly to the point, and you haven't seen any point. Su Bingyun, I'm not angry. I'm not angry. I won't be angry. However, the icy expression on her face could no longer be maintained and became a little distorted, but still as beautiful as ever. Su Bingyun felt that after meeting Ye Xuan, all her calmness went to the wind, and she became irritable more often than in the previous month. Su Bingyun, okay, I won't waste my words. Now you hold 44.1% of the shares, and the shareholder alliance holds 51.5% of the shares, which is 7.4% more than you. The 4.2% of the shares I hold happen to be in their 51.5%. As long as I side with your camp, you will have 48.3% of the shares, and their alliance only has 47.3%. Your shares are larger than theirs, so they will do nothing at the shareholders' meeting and watch you continue to be the chairman. How about it, have I made it clear enough? As long as you agree to one condition of mine, I will support you at the shareholders' meeting the day after tomorrow. Ye Xuan remained calm. Tell me, what are the conditions? Su Bingyun, in Chuando, Ye's real estate has a half-developed plot of land called Yinshan Poetry. Sell it to me for 1 billion. Ye Xuan laughed. If I remember correctly, the cost of that plot of land is 1.8 billion. If the project is successful, at least 3 billion will be earned. Your 1 billion is too low, isn't it? Su Bingyun shook his head. No, Mr. Yi, that's not how it works. If you lose my support and your position as chairman, your 100 billion fortune will soon be divided up by others. And to reverse this situation, you only need 1 billion. You've made a profit by using 1 billion in exchange for 100 billion. Mr. Yi, every successful person will not care about temporary gains and losses. As long as you have the Green Mountains, you will never worry about lack of firewood. What does the Sichuan Capital Project count for? The entire group should be your goal. Su Bingyun's words were very sincere, and she seemed to be considering Ye Xuan. But at this moment, Su Bingyun was thinking, support this Xiao, by what a joke. Is the Yi group not good, or is the money too much even if Ye Xuan agrees to my conditions and signs the transfer contract of the Chuandu project? I will still support the alliance's decision the day after tomorrow, kick Ye Xuan out of the group's management seat, and then divide it up. A hint of pride flashed through Su Bingyun's heart. With this feast, she will surely see her assets skyrocket once again. Ye Xuan appeared calm on the surface, but in fact he had already known Su Bingyun's thoughts through the information column and sneered. At this time, Ye Xuan's gaze suddenly turned towards the door of the bar. I saw a 95-point beauty wearing a bright red dress walking into the bar. Ye Xuan could clearly feel that the eyes of the men in the bar were shining. Okay, that's enough for today. I need to date a girl. Ye Xuan took a sip of wine, stood up, calmly tidied his clothes, and walked to the first floor. Su Bingyun glanced at the beautiful woman in the red dress downstairs, and suddenly realized what was going on. She couldn't help but sneer. Humph, Mr. Yi is still in a mood to pick up girls now. Isn't he afraid of losing the Yi family? Ye Xuan stretched himself lazily. Let's drink wine today, and don't worry about the flood tomorrow. Of course, if Miss Su can accompany me, I can continue to talk to you. Su Bingyun's eyebrows were raised. Who do you think I am? Su Bingyun? Ye Xuan laughed. So, I'd better find someone else. Besides, I don't want to sleep with an ice cube. It's cold. The passionate beauty below is more suitable for me. Su Bingyun was furious. What I'm discussing with you now is a matter related to your 100 billion assets. And you actually gave up the 100 billion for a woman? Ye Xuan shook his head. I want 100 billion too, and I want that beauty too. After saying that, he went downstairs without even looking back and came to the bar hall on the first floor. At this time, the beautiful woman in the red dress was already sitting in a booth, sitting there quietly, as if waiting for someone. Manga Bar is a slow rock bar. Different from a lounge bar or a bar restaurant, it always has a passionate DJ that entertains the whole audience. Therefore, the emotions of all the people in the bar could not help but be aroused. Ye Xuan knew that this bar was Su Bingyun's bar, and he didn't know why she liked such a passionate atmosphere. Maybe she was cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. Okay, everyone, please welcome our JOC Pi. A red-haired resident singer dressed in a very strange and trendy way came onto the stage, and then a rapid DJ bass sounded, and the atmosphere in the bar suddenly became more explosive. When Ye Xuan arrived on the first floor, he did not rush to find the beautiful woman in the red dress, but sat on the other side and watched from afar. The beautiful lady in the red dress had rather unique red iris-colored curly hair, delicate cheeks, clear eyes, and a perfect figure, which was enough to attract any man's attention. At this time, the beauty in the red dress was facing men who approached her again and again, but she rejected them all coldly. Ye Xuan called up the data column. Name, Du Yimeng. Appearance, 95, 3 data, 82, 62, 89. Dream, to become a singer and let others hear my singing voice. Weakness, likes to sing and listen to songs, love songs. Inner thoughts, this bar is a bit noisy, I don't want to stay here, but I promised him a meet here, I'd better wait. These people who are trying to chat up are so annoying. Chapter 11, How to Chat in a Literary and Artistic Way. She's waiting for a man? Ye Xuan shook his head and laughed. He really admired such a bold man, letting such a beautiful woman wait for him in the bar. Wasn't this courting death? Now let me teach him a lesson. Ye Xuan stood up and walked towards the woman in the red dress. Just at this moment, a barman who failed in his attempt to strike up a conversation passed by Ye Xuan in disappointment. It's too hard to strike up a conversation. Of course, with her looks, she would definitely be approached by many people, so she must be very good at rejecting people. I wonder which bastard got the chance tonight. I hope everyone fails, huh? Ye Xuan listened to the faint discussions of the men around him and shook his head and laughed. Let me teach you what a master is. Under the gazes of many men, Ye Xuan came to the side of the beautiful woman in the red dress. Ye Xuan, beauty, do you mind if I sit here? The opening line was so corny that the beautiful lady in the red dress, Du Yimeng, couldn't help but roll her eyes. Du Yimeng said expressionlessly, I do mind. Ye Xuan, are you waiting for someone? Du Yimeng had a cold expression on her face, saying, Yes, I'm waiting for someone, so you don't have to waste your time. Ye Xuan was unmoved. Is he coming soon? Du Yimeng, he may arrive at any time. Ye Xuan shook his head. That is to say, he is late, which is a pity. Some people spend their entire lives in just 1 minute. Not to mention that with a beauty like you, every minute is precious. Du Yiming's aloof expression was slightly moved, and she couldn't help but look at Ye Xuan. It must be said that her heart skipped a beat at this moment. Ye Xuan smiled brilliantly. Do you mind if I wait with you? Look at this bar. 100% of the men want to come and chat with you. Do you mind if I sit here and help you block those men who want to chat with you? Du Yiming thought about it. She was really troubled by those men who kept coming to chat with her. Moreover, Ye Xuan's words just now made her feel good about him, so she nodded. Okay. Ye Xuan sat down, 30 centimeters away from Du Yiming, a safe distance. Ye Xuan could hear sighs from people in the bar, probably envying him. Unfortunately, your rank is not high enough. Ye Xuan, what's your name? Du Yiming thought for a moment. Du Yiming. Ye Xuan exclaimed. This name is nice, so beautiful that it feels like a dream. Du Yiming rolled her eyes, but there was a hint of smile on her face. Ye Xuan, my name is Ye Xuan. Do you like cats and dogs? These are the two most common pets, and Ye Xuan will not fail at all if he starts with this. But Du Yiming said, I don't like cats and dogs. Ye Xuan looked very distressed. It is said that 91% of the world's people like cats and dogs. Just made it up. I didn't expect you to be the remaining 9%. It seems that I didn't find a right excuse to chat up. Du Yiming covered her mouth and laughed. Hee hee. She seemed less repulsed by such a humorous man. Ye Xuan, do you like singing? Du Yiming, how do you know? Ye Xuan pointed at the stage. I just watched you for 10 minutes. During that time, you looked at the bar entrance 9 times and looked at the stage 21 times. Du Yiming looked at Ye Xuan in surprise. She didn't expect that the man in front of her was so attentive. Ye Xuan, I see that you don't seem to like this intense DJ. I think you like the kind of gentle songs that flow slowly through your heart. I don't know if I'm right. Du Yiming looked at Ye Xuan in surprise again. She really liked those soft and gentle songs. She was an emotional and sentimental person, and she found those love songs charming and moving. Ye Xuan, do you want to go up and sing a song? Go up and sing a song? Du Yiming panicked and shook her head quickly. No, I can't sing well. Ye Xuan laughed. It seems that you still need a little courage. Look at me. I will show you a paragraph first. Ye Xuan stood up and came to the red-haired singer. Click on the profile of the resident singer. Name, Li Jipai. Occupation, singer. Skills, stage style, elementary. Singing, elementary. Music theory, elementary. Ye Xuan directly copied the skills of stage style, basic, singing, basic, and music theory, basic, and then spent 300 million yuan to directly upgrade to the god level. If you have money, you could be willful. You spent 300 million at once, but the effect was great. Stage style, god level. When you stand on the stage, you are the god who controls the whole audience. You can easily control a super concert with hundreds of thousands or even millions of audiences. You can make the world speechless. Singing, god level. You can perfectly control your breathing, vocalization, vibrato, high notes, low notes. You are extraordinary in the field of music and singing. You are the god of song. Music theory, god level. You have perfectly mastered all music theories and have transcended the mundane world, reaching the god level. You will be able to perfectly perform all the songs you have ever heard. After acquiring the 3 skills, Ye Xuan felt that he suddenly became different. Chapter 12, I wrote a song for you, god of song. Ye Xuan looked at another musician and found that there was an item for piano in the information column, although it was only at the elementary level. Copy. Upgrade to god level. Another 100 million renminbi was spent. God of piano, god level. You have perfectly mastered all piano playing and have transcended the mundane world, reaching the god level. With the piano in your hand, you are God. Ye Xuan walked onto the stage and came in front of the red-haired young man. Hey man, we've been singing for more than 10 minutes. Do you want to take a break? I want to sing a song for my friend. There's an empty booth over there. I'll pay for your consumption tonight. Ye Xuan pointed to a booth in the bar that had just been vacated. The red-haired singer had seen a lot of such things, and as a resident singer, his salary was calculated based on the number of songs he sang, only per night. In addition, he had to pay for the consumption in the booth, so why not? So he smiled slightly, gave up his seat to Ye Xuan, then sat in the booth with his friend and ordered some things. Ahem. Ye Xuan coughed a few times and adjusted the microphone. The stage is the focus, so Ye Xuan is the focus at this moment, attracting the attention of the entire bar. Good evening, everyone. Well, actually, I'm not saying hello to you. I'm saying hello to that beautiful lady." Ye Xuan pointed at Du Yimeng, who was standing next to the bar. Du Yimeng was surprised by Ye Xian's behavior at this time. She felt a little shy and excited. She couldn't help but dodge, but she was still very excited and looked at Ye Xuan with her big eyes. Everyone in the bar couldn't help but look at Du Yimeng. "Beautiful girl, from the moment I saw you 10 minutes ago, I was deeply fascinated by you and felt something in my heart. So I composed a song named Blame You for Being Too Beautiful for You, and I wish you to be beautiful forever." Du Yimeng covered her mouth. "Salt, you wrote a song for me?" At this moment, her heart began to beat violently. "I wrote a song for her." After hearing Ye Xian's words, the whole audience was in an uproar, and everyone's interest was piqued. Many women are extremely envious. As a woman, the most romantic thing in the world is for a man to write poems and songs for you, and he is such a handsome man. Oh, many women have completely lost their temper. So romantic. The male guests couldn't help but shake their heads and laugh, feeling that Ye Xian's level was very high. No wonder he could get the most beautiful woman in the audience so easily. Just look at the beautiful woman's watery eyes, and you will know that she has definitely been attracted. Ye Xuan came to the piano on the stage. "Sit down. Open the piano lid. Stage style, God level, turn on. Singing, God level, start. Music theory, God level, open. Got a piano, God level, open." Ye Xuan snapped his fingers. Light. Ta-ta-ta. The lights in the entire bar suddenly dimmed. Only a ray of light remained, shining on Ye Xuan. At this moment, everyone seemed to see a god of music sitting next to the piano. His figure was ethereal and majestic, great and extraordinary. Mind-blowing. Ye Xian's 10 fingers pressed on the piano keys. Those were a pair of very beautiful and slender hands. Ding-dong-dong. A series of pleasant sounds like the sound of gurgling springs were heard by everyone. This sound is so catchy that one can't help but indulge in it. After a gentle prelude like flowing water, the song begins. Anyone can laugh at it. They all have the same mouth and face, but don't choose a good one and waste your energy in tug of war. I can hide in your embrace. The strength and temperature are similar, but your hands can break me, but I enjoy this torture. The god-level voice and skills were fully displayed at this moment. All the audience felt their souls tremble at this moment. Kneel down when you speak. Everyone was completely addicted to it. I blame you for being too beautiful. It's like a poisonous snake that tightly binds us together. It's like my endless addiction has finally exhausted all my thoughts, and my faith has withered. I blame myself for being too obsessed with you. This brought me all the after-effects of loving you. When I think of how delicate you were, everything else seems to have lost its value. Ye Xian's eyes, with the corners slightly tilted upwards, looked as if he was drunk but not drunk, burning with flickering flames as he looked at Du Yimeng. Du Yimeng was completely attracted by the song at this moment, especially since the song was written for herself. It moved her heartstrings even more and made it difficult for her to control the constantly beating heart in her chest. She wanted to control it, but she couldn't. A pair of big eyes that seemed to be oozing water. Su Bingyun on the second floor couldn't help but look back at Ye Xuan, her heart full of surprise. Is this person really an ordinary orphan? For the first time, she began to doubt the accuracy of the intelligence. Anyone can laugh at it. They all have the same mouth and face, but don't choose a good one and waste your energy in tug of war. The second round begins. Ye Xuan felt that he had entered a strange state. It seemed as if the whole place was completely under his control, and he could mobilize the emotions of all the audience at will. At this moment, he felt like a god. However, his focus is still on Du Yimeng. This song was sung by Leslie Chung, a famous singer on Earth in the previous life. It is a song full of love and a hit song that you can listen to over and over again without getting tired of it. And when he upgraded several song skills to God level together, the songs listened to on Earth began to revive in his mind one by one. Even the songs that were incomplete due to memory loss were supplemented by him through his God-level knowledge of music theory, and they were definitely better than the original ones. For minutes later, with the last line of blame myself for being overly obsessed, which resulted in all the after effects of having loved you. When I think of how delicate you were, everything else seems to have lost its dignity. The song ends completely. The whole audience fell silent. Everyone looked at the mysterious figure on the stage. Chapter 13: Jiaoxi's Self-Comfort. After the whole audience fell silent, they soon broke into enthusiastic cheers and whistles. Well sung. Sing it again. Encore. Encore. The cheers were so loud that they almost overturned the bar. Ye Xuan smiled slightly. Thank you all for liking this song, but this is the only song I know, so I won't sing it. But I'm very happy today, so I'll pay for all the drinks tonight. Everyone enjoy. Ye Xuan's words completely threw the bar into a frenzy. Dude, that's awesome. Glorious. Who is this guy? There are so many people in this bar. At least millions of dollars this night. He just threw it out like that. Maybe he's a super rich second generation. Amidst the discussions, Ye Xuan returned to Du Yiming's booth and sat next to her. Ye Xuan looked at Du Yiming, and his fiery eyes made Du Yiming's heart flutter. How is it? This song. Du Yiming tucked her hair behind her ears to hide her panic. It sounds good. Ye Xuan, do you still have the courage to sing a song on stage? Du Yiming shook her head. I dare not. I'm a little scared. Ye Xuan laughed. Then can you sing it for me alone? Du Yiming thought about it and thought the other party composed a song for him. So what was wrong with him singing for him alone? So she nodded. Ye Xuan suggested, it's too noisy here. How about we go out? In the car. Du Yiming was embarrassed. Let's not do it. I still have to wait for my friend. Although Ye Xuan was curious about whether this friend was a man or a woman, he did not ask. Instead, he looked at his watch. It has been more than 30 minutes since you came to the bar. His eyes were as deep as the starry sky as he looked at Du Yiming, and his gentle voice rang in Du Yiming's ears. Emile Zola said, life is only 2.5 minutes. 1 minute of smile, 1 minute of sigh, and half a minute of love. And your friend was 30 minutes late. He didn't value you at all. He actually made such a beautiful girl like you wait for him in this bar for 30 minutes. He missed 10 minutes of your smile and 10 lives. He didn't care about you at all. Du Yiming looked dazed. Ye Xuan took the opportunity to pull her hand and let her out of the bar. If he can let you wait for 30 minutes, then you can also let him wait for 30 minutes. In this half hour, you can sing a song for me. While Du Yiming was hesitating, Ye Xuan had already taken her away from the bar. The men in the bar looked at Ye Xuan and Du Yiming's backs as they left, feeling envy, jealousy, and hatred. Less than 5 minutes after Ye Xuan and Du Yiming left Mengyun Bar, the young man Sun Fan rushed towards Mengyun Bar with joy and nervousness, walking quickly and sweating profusely. Sun Fan was very excited because this time he finally got to ask out his secret crush, Du Yiming. As long as he worked harder, he would be able to successfully pursue the goddess Du Yiming. His eyes were suddenly attracted by a super cool supercar, and he couldn't help but stop. Women are important, but luxury cars are also very popular. This car, isn't it the Pagani Wind God? This is a super luxury car worth more than 20 million. Although he had no money to buy it, Sun Fan, who loved luxury cars, recognized the car at a glance. Sun Fan's eyes lit up. Don't say anything, just take a photo and upload it to Moments first. Sun Fan took out his mobile phone, found several camera positions, and perfectly captured the elegant and wild posture of Pagani Wind God. Edited Moments wrote, I saw Pagani Fengshan on the roadside. I didn't expect that Jiangdu City also has one. I don't know which rich man owns this car. I pay my respects to the big boss. Upload photos. Click publish. Soon, his circle of friends was filled with luxury car enthusiasts. Fuck Wind God. Where? A luxury car worth more than 20 million. This streamline is so cool. Sun Fan looked at the replies in his circle of friends and felt very happy, as if they were praising himself. At this time, Du Yiming in the car looked up and said, It seems someone was taking pictures just now. Ye Xuan comforted him. Don't worry, you can't see through the glass of this car. Although the sports car is small, it has a very spacious space because it is a two-seater. Sun Fan didn't notice anyone in the car. After taking a photo and posting it on his Moments, he rushed to Mengyun Bar. However, after looking around, he couldn't find any trace of Du Yiming. I sent several WeChat messages to ask where Du Yiming was, but after waiting for a while, I didn't receive any reply. Did I leave in anger because I was half an hour late? This is troublesome. I worked so hard to build up some goodwill, but now it's all gone. Sun Fan felt that his hope was very slim and couldn't help feeling a little distressed. After staying in the bar for more than an hour, he still couldn't hear Du Yiming's voice, so he had to return to the dormitory in shame. Fortunately, he took a picture of the Pagani sport car, which finally comforted him. Chapter 14, The Domineering President Falls in Love with Me? 2 days. Du Yiming woke up from his sleep and felt tired and weak all over. He frowned, looked around, and suddenly froze for a moment. The huge and spacious oversized room is decorated luxuriously without losing its connotation or being exaggerated. She was lying on a bed that was more than 2 meters long, with a comfortable quilt and a huge floor-to-ceiling window. The curtains were half open, so she could see the lush trees outside and the occasional chirping of birds. Where is this? She sat up and found that she was not wearing any clothes, so she quickly covered herself with the quilt. How did I get here? What happened last night? When she came to her senses, she remembered what happened last night. Du Yiming finally realized what had happened. She felt ashamed, panicked, and guilty. She felt that she had no self-respect. How could she be so easily fooled by a man? Just then, there was a knock on the door. Du Yiming hurriedly looked for clothes, but couldn't find any, so she could only hide under the quilt. Come. Then she saw a young, beautiful professional woman with a strong aura walk in, holding a stack of clothes in her hands. That aura is completely that of a strong woman, and she feels pale in comparison. All doubts turned into flowing water, and I dared not speak them out. Ning Nansher said with a professional smile, Ms. Du, this is the clothes that Chairman Yi ordered. It is new, washed and dried, and should be suitable for Miss Du to wear. Du Yiming nodded weakly. Ning Nansher, Ms. Du, toothbrushes, toothpaste, and other things are ready. They are placed in the bathroom of this room. You can take a shower, wash up, and get dressed before going downstairs. The restaurant on the first floor has prepared breakfast for you. Du Yiming looked confused, but she kept nodding her head and didn't dare to ask any questions. Ning Nansher put the clothes beside the bed and said, I'll go out first. If you need anything, you can ring the bell to call the maid. Du Yiming was flustered. Thank you. Ning Nansher stepped out and closed the door. Du Yiming then dared to crawl to the bedside, picked up the clothes, and put them on quickly. It fit her well. At this time, she touched the inconspicuous label, Prada, and was stunned. Is this Prada? Prada is one of the world's top luxury brands and is very expensive. The cheapest socks cost more than 1,000 yuan a pair. Yes, it is just a pair of socks. As for the clothes, they are basically priced at more than 9,000 yuan. Du Yiming didn't dare to wear it, but after looking around the room, she saw that these were the only clothes she had, so she had no choice but to wear them. Maybe it was a psychological effect. She felt that the clothes were very fitting and comfortable. Half an hour later, she took a shower, washed her hair, brushed her teeth, and washed her face. She also saw a row of facial cleansers and other things in a bathroom and a row of cosmetics on a dressing table, a complete set. There were dozens of lipsticks alone, all from YSL. Du Yiming was dizzy the whole time. After getting dressed and putting on makeup, she sneaked out the door, walked on tiptoe, and looked around the place. At this time, she heard the familiar voice. Uncle Fu, I know that these shareholders are going to unite to deprive me of my power as chairman and embezzle the assets of the Yi Group. I also know that their shareholder alliance has already obtained 51% of the shares and will strike a fatal blow to me tomorrow. Haha, they are too naive. I, Ye Xuan, am not the kind of person who will just sit there and wait for death. Don't worry, Uncle Fu. Everything is already within my plan. Those shareholders can't escape from my grasp. That voice was full of arrogance and frivolity, yet it also had a convincing charm. Du Yiming secretly stretched his head out and looked at the hall downstairs, only to see Xian sitting on the sofa, with an upright posture, extraordinary aura, and majesty in his voice, explaining something. On both sides of him stood an old man and the professional woman who had just delivered clothes to him. Is he a rich young man? Du Yiming still felt like she was in a dream at this moment. Ye Xuan handed over 2 pieces of paper to the housekeeper Fu Bo. There's a safe at this address, which contains a USB flash drive and an account book. I have written the password on the paper. Send a reliable person to steal these things. There is also a safe at this address. The combination is on it. There are some things stored in it. They were all stolen as well. Butler Fu Bo took the 2 pieces of paper and said solemnly, Don't worry, young master. Ye Xuan, that's it. Let's make the next plan after we bring the things back. Yes. Butler Fu Bo and Secretary Ning Nansher responded. At this time, Ye Xuan turned around and looked towards the second floor and happened to meet Du Yiming's eyes. Du Yiming was so scared that she ran back quickly. She was shy and panicked, not knowing how to face it. Why are you running? Come down quickly and have breakfast. Ye Xuan's voice was filled with unquestionable dominance. Du Yiming gritted her teeth, went downstairs, and then went to the restaurant under the guidance of the maid. The breakfast is very rich, with porridge, noodles, snacks, soy milk, whatever you want to eat. After finishing her breakfast trembling with fear, Du Yimeng came to Ye Xuan weakly, lowered her head to look at her feet, and did not dare to look at Ye Xuan. I'm leaving. Let's not meet again in the future. What are you thinking about? Are you kidding me? Ye Xuan said disdainfully. Chapter 15 Archery, Upgrading to the Archer God. As a result, Ye Xuan didn't respond at all. Instead, he picked up a document from the desk and handed it to Du Yimeng. Your dream is to be a singer, right? Huh? How do you know? Du Yimeng was shocked again. Ye Xuan didn't explain and said directly, this is a ticket for the blind audition of mentors for the second season of The Voice of China. You can skip the audition and enter the blind audition stage. Really? Du Yimeng's eyes lit up. She missed the audition some time ago and regretted it for a long time. She didn't expect that she could skip the auditions and enter the blind auditions with the mentors. However, I soon realized that this kind of admission ticket must have cost a lot of resources to get, and it was too expensive, so I couldn't take it. Du Yimeng said quickly, I don't want it anymore. You should return it. Ye Xuan laughed. How can I return this thing? Take it. If you like singing, don't miss this opportunity. I'm busy now. I'll ask someone to take you back. After saying that, without waiting for Du Yimeng to refuse, he called his secretary Ning Nansher to arrange a car to take Du Yimeng away. Du Yimeng felt dizzy all the way. She sat in the back seat of a Mercedes-Benz and looked out the window at the huge manor lawn, woods, and small lake. This time she finally saw how big the manor was and was secretly surprised. Soon, she returned to the community where she lived. The driver got out of the car and opened the door for her. After Du Yimeng got out of the car, he took out bags of clothes, bags, cosmetics, a lot of things from the trunk of the car. I don't want any of that. The chairman ordered me to do this, and I dare not disobey him. Miss Du, please accept it. The driver stuffed the thing into Du Yimeng's hand and drove away. Du Yimeng looked around. Fortunately, she had just moved to this neighborhood and not many people knew her. Otherwise, if someone saw her, there would be a lot of rumors. Back in the dormitory, she put her things away and lay on the bed, thinking about what happened last night and today. She always felt like she was dreaming, but the clothes she was wearing told her clearly that everything that happened was real and not a dream. DUI Yimeng, when did you become like this? He is so overbearing that I don't even have the chance to refuse. Woolwood, the first time is gone, just like that. I haven't reacted yet. Rolling around on the bed. By the way, where's Sun Fan, the man I made an appointment with? It's all his fault. He was half an hour late. Du Yimeng turned on her phone and saw 3 messages from Sun Fan. I'm here, where am I? I can't find you. I waited for an hour, and you didn't show up, so I left. Du Yimeng clicked on Sun Fan's circle of friends and saw that Sun Fan had posted several photos of luxury cars with a lot of likes. Isn't this Ye Xuan's car? This car costs more than 20 million. Du Yimeng was shocked again. Poverty limited her imagination. She thought the car was worth 1 or 2 million. But at this time, she thought of another problem. When Sun Fan took the photo, she and Ye Xuan were in the car. Oh my God. Du Yimeng covered her face. When I thought about what I was doing at that moment, I felt so embarrassed that I wanted to crawl under the bed. What Ye Xuan asked Uncle Fu to do soon produced results. 3 hours later, several USB flash drives, some recordings, and account books were all placed in front of Ye Xuan. Uncle Fu was shocked. He found that he could not see through Ye Xuan. Without using the power left by his master Ye Xuan, he directly found evidence that could deal a fatal blow to the antique. How'd he do that? Especially passwords. It's incredible that he even knows the password to the other party's safe. However, as a loyal butler, he knew that there were many things he could not ask, and there was no need to ask, so he pretended to know nothing. Moreover, he was very happy that the master could find a suitable successor so that the Yi group would not collapse. After Ye Xuan checked these evidences, he nodded in satisfaction. Uncle Fu, notify shareholder Zhang Honyuan and ask him to come here to see me this afternoon. Yes, master. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhang Honyuan, a shareholder of Yi Group, drove to Ye Xuan Manor. Ye Xuan went to Su Bingyun yesterday, but was turned away. Now he probably wants to ask me for help. This is a good opportunity. I can take this opportunity to propose conditions and take over the 3 billion project of Yunshanxi in Chuando City. But what conditions did Su Bingyun put forward? Why did Ye Xuan not even care about the danger and not agree to her conditions? With such doubts, Zhang Honyuan got out of the car. Mr. Zhang, the young master is waiting for you at the archery range. There's an archery range on this estate. When was it built? Replying to Mr. Zhang, a few days ago. Haha, This Ye Xuan is quite good at asking questions. He knows that I, Zhang Hong Yuan, like archery. Not bad, not bad. It seems that he has put some thought into it and won my heart. Zhang Hong Yuan was so proud and arrogant at this moment that even his speech was unbridled. The servant listened with his mouth twitching. However, they knew that Zhang Hong Yuan in front of them, although his smile was like Mithril Buddha on the surface, was actually a sand bully when he was young. He was extremely ferocious and had hundreds of brothers under him, all of whom were desperate criminals. Don't dare to provoke such a person. Led by the servants, Zhang Hong Yuan came to a piece of grass behind the manor, where a shooting range of 20 meters, 30 meters, and 50 meters was marked out. Zhang Hong saw from a distance that Ye Xuan was holding an American hunting bow and aiming it at the target 10 meters away. Whoosh! Chapter 16, Evid, Krazi, dominating Ye Xuan. Seeing Ye Xuan shooting arrows, Zhang Hong Yuan almost burst out laughing. He felt that Ye Xuan, a young boy who had unexpectedly become a wealthy man but knew nothing, was trying to pretend to be a rich man by playing with a bow and arrow. It was simply a joke. Let him see what a real rich man is. Zhang Hong Yuan straightened his face, laughed loudly, and pretended to be cheerful. Mr. Yi, this is not how you play with a bow and arrow. I happen to be good at hunting bows. How about I teach you? Ye Xuan looked back and saw Zhang Hong Yuan's domineering and complacent face. Name, Zhang Hong Yuan. Age, 48. Ownership of Ye's shares, 4.7%. Net worth, 7.05 billion. Weakness, 13 murders. Life experience summary. At the age of 23, taking advantage of the country's large-scale infrastructure development, he began to gather neighbors to become a local sand tyrant, and then gradually expanded, established a construction team, a transportation team, and intervened in the demolition and subcontracting tasks. Finally, he joined Ye Xiaorong and joined the Yi Group, exchanging capital for shares to obtain 4.7% of the shares of the Yi Group. Because of his overbearing, arrogant, and fierce style, he committed 13 murders in the early stage, of which 10 were taken by others and 3 were unknown. Ye Xuan clicked on the third-level drop-down page and could clearly find the specific details and evidence of these 13 murders. Murder Case 1. On April 24, 1999, while digging sand in Wutian Village, Shirley, Hedong, he had a conflict with villager Wu Shiyong and accidentally killed Wu Shiyong. He buried the body at XXX location. Accomplices: Zhang Jianfeng, pull down page. Zhang Weiqing, pull down page. Zhang Weiming, pull down page. Murder Case 2. On January 23, 2000, during a demolition mission, Zhang Hong Yuan led a group of people to kill Wang Yongqiang, a nail householder, and his family. Murder 3. This Zhang Hong Yuan is guilty of numerous crimes. Ye Xuan had already sentenced him to death in his heart. Zhang Hong Yuan was unaware that he was in a trap. He walked to Ye Xuan at a quick pace and picked up a bow from the bow rack. Zhang Hong Yuan picked up the bow, showed an admiring look, and said incessantly, Hoyt buffalo, a bald bow in the jargon, can be assembled. 50 pounds can use the Mediterranean 3.5-finger bow shooting method. P.S. The one with Hawkeye and Marvel. The majestic and wild bow gives it a pleasing temperament. Zhang Hong Yuan's series of impressive words instantly established him as an archery master. Then Zhang Hong Yuan picked up a feather arrow, opened his feet to the width of his shoulders, interlocked his 3 fingers under his chin, put his elbows and shoulders at the same level, pulled his arms outwards and released his fingers, followed the pulling force, and opened his arms horizontally. I have to say that this archery posture shows that he is not just talking big, but a real master with rich archery experience. Whoosh! An arrow was shot. Hit the center of the target 30 meters away. Ye Xuan clapped his hands. Pa pa pa, boss Yang's mean tricks are really powerful. Zhang Hong Yuan smiled complacently. Ha ha ha, it's nothing. Just practice more and it will be fine. Director, you should have never touched an arrow before, right? Every sentence was mocking Ye Xuan for being a peasant. Ye Xuan laughed. I always wanted to study before, but I wasn't as hard-working as Mr. Zhang. He started to make money in his teens and started to commit murder in his 20s. He has been doing it until now and has a net worth of more than 7 billion. Incredible, incredible. Murder for money? Zhang Hong Yuan's expression suddenly changed. What do you mean? Ye Xuan's smiling face also turned into a sneer. Mr. Zhang should understand what I mean. Zhang Hong Yuan thought about it and felt that his secret could not be known by others, and more than 10 years had passed, and many things had been erased by time. Thinking of this, Zhang Hongyuan regained his composure. His eyes gleamed fiercely, and he threatened. Mr. Yi, you can't say this carelessly, or something bad will happen. Ye Xuan shrugged. I didn't say anything nonsense. On April 24th, 1999, when digging sand in Wutian village, Shirley, Hedong, he had a conflict with villager Wu Shiyong and accidentally killed Wu Shiyong. Zhang Hongyuan's face changed drastically. His whole body trembled, and he looked at Ye Xuan in horror. You, how did you know? Zhang Hongyuan was already panicking, but he quickly realized that this had happened for so long, and only God, the earth, and he, as well as his brothers, knew about it, and there was no evidence left. Since there was no evidence, there was nothing to be afraid of. Zhang Hongyuan regained his composure. I don't know what you're talking about. Ye Xuan sneered. I knew you would be stubborn. Click a snap of fingers. Secretary Ning Nanshur took out a USB drive and a computer, opened them, and a recording appeared inside. Brother Yuan, we killed someone. Are we going to go to jail? What's there to be afraid of? Who would know that we killed someone? There are only 4 of us here. As long as we don't tell anyone and bury Wu Shiyong's body, no one will know. Brother Yuan is right. Just do as Brother Yuan says. Zhang Hongyuan's face turned pale instantly. He recognized the voice, even though it was much younger, but he knew it was his own voice, and it was the same voice from the first time he killed someone. But there were only 4 of us brothers at the time, so how could there be a live recording? Zhang Hongyuan stared at Ye Xuan. How did you get this thing? Ye Xuan laughed. You still remember the 4 brothers at that time, right? Among the 4 brothers, only you, Zhang Hongyuan, became rich with a fortune of 7 billion. Look at the other 3 brothers. They're just small multimillionaires now. It is not the lack of wealth that is worrying, but the inequality of wealth. That is why your 3 brothers have a lot of opinions about you. Ye Xuan deliberately diverted the trouble to others and let the brothers fight each other. None of them are good people, and dogs fighting each other is something they all like to see. Chapter 17, Kneel Down. Zhang Hongyuan's face turned from blue to red, and then from red to white. Is it Zhang Jianfeng? He is the most suspicious and cautious person. If he secretly left evidence, he is the most likely one. He cursed in his heart. This is murder, Zhang Jianfeng. How dare you give this information to others? Ye Xuan did not answer. With an evil smile on his lips, his hands fell on a scarlet arrow box, and his slender fingers slid across the cold metal arrows. This arrow is a light aluminum alloy arrow that was just imported from the United States. It is high in strength and lightweight. Zhang Hongyuan began to get angry. Is it Zhang Jianfeng? Ye Xuan picked up an arrow and said, I have had this arrow specially opened, but there is no blood groove. After it hits a person, there will not be massive bleeding, but the high-speed air will create a cavity effect in the body. The person will not die, but will be easily disabled. Zhang Hongyuan gritted his teeth. He knew that he was going to be in trouble this time, as someone had caught him with a fatal handle. He was very surprised. Ye Xuan was just an ordinary person. Why could he find his weakness so quickly? He soon let it go. It must have been something that the old man, Ye Xiaorong, left for Ye Xuan to use to check and balance them before he died. He cursed in his heart. No wonder he dared to support an ordinary person who knows nothing to inherit the Yi group. It turns out that he has a backup plan. But Ye Xiaorong, do you think that Ye Xuan can control the Yi group with just these? Too naive. How can a newbie like him defeat so many hungry wolves? Once all the trump cards are used up, the Yi group will fall apart, and the wolves will feast on it. Although he thought so, Zhang Hongyuan still couldn't laugh because his handle was too fatal. Now let's get through this crisis first. When I clear the evidence, I'll crush you to death. Zhang Hongyuan gritted his teeth as he thought about it. However, what he didn't know was that all his thoughts were seen by Ye Xuan, and even aroused Ye Xuan's murderous intent. Zhang Hongyuan adjusted his thoughts and tried hard to put a smile on his face. Mr. Yi, this is all a misunderstanding. In fact, I have always supported all of Mr. Ye's decisions, and I also agree with you taking over the Yi group. As for tomorrow's shareholders meeting, I will definitely support you and will never go along with those people. His chest was pounding loudly, and his tone was particularly solemn, as if he was struck by thunder. Ye Xuan stopped him and said, Don't be impatient, come on. I watched a movie recently. In order to train his archery skills, the male protagonist put an apple on his friend's head. Then he aimed at the apple and shot the arrow. Because he was afraid of hitting his friend, he had to be particularly focused when shooting. I think this archery training method is good. How about you become my friend and hold the apple on your head? After saying that, he took an apple and prepared to put it on Zhang Hongyuan's head. Zhang Hongyuan almost vomited blood. Do you think I haven't seen the movie Grey Society? What the hell is the male protagonist? He's a villain, okay? Also, is he the villain's friend? He is clearly the villain's chicken to scare the monkeys. Who would train archery at the cost of other people's lives? Zhang Hongyuan shook his head repeatedly. No, it's too dangerous. Ye Xuan's face suddenly fell. Why? Mr. Zhang doesn't want to be my friend. Zhang Hongyuan said quickly. No, I still want to be Mr. Ye's friend, but… Ye Xuan, then why don't you help me practice archery? Zhang Hongyuan begged for mercy again and again. Mr. Yi, your training method is too dangerous. Ye Xuan narrowed his eyes, revealing a dangerous light, full of evil. It seems that we can't be friends anymore. At this moment, Ye Xuan was a domineering, unreasonable, and evil dandy young man. A surge of anger rose in Zhang Hongyuan's heart, and he clenched his fingers tightly, wishing he could kill Ye Xuan on the spot. But he has lived a life of luxury for more than 10 years and is no longer the ferocious tyrant that everyone fears. With a fortune of 7 billion, he will certainly go to jail once the murder is uncovered, and his property will surely be divided up soon. A sigh. Okay, Mr. Yi, I'll be your friend. After saying that, he picked up the apple and placed it on his head. Ye Xuan was finally satisfied. Okay, stand on the 10-meter line. Zhang Hongyuan's teeth were about to break, and he roared in his heart. Ye Xuan, wait for me to find a chance. I will definitely kill you. He retreated to the 10-meter line. Ye Xuan was satisfied. Okay, kneel down. Zhang Hongyuan's eyes widened as he looked at Ye Xuan in disbelief. You asked me to kneel down? That's right, kneel down. You won't kneel? Okay. I'll call the police right away. By the way, I've already found where the body was buried, so you can just wait to go to jail. Okay, I'll kneel. Gulp. Zhang Hongyuan knelt down completely on his knees, but the hatred in his heart towards Ye Xuan reached its peak, like a volcano about to erupt. This also taught Ye Xuan a truth. People should not be caught by others, otherwise they will be slaughtered. Ye Xuan naturally knew the hatred in Zhang Hongyuan's heart and sneered with disdain. Draw the arrow, draw the bow. Kneel down and don't shake, or I'll miss the target. When Zhang Hongyuan saw Ye Xuan's archery posture, he felt a chill down his spine. His posture was too unstandard, and his techniques of drawing the bow and grabbing the arrow were not right. It was obvious at a glance that he was a novice. It would be strange if he could shoot the arrow accurately. He remembered what Ye Xuan said at the beginning. After being shot, a person will not bleed profusely, but the air driven at high speed will create a cavity effect in the body. The person will not die, but will easily become disabled. Wait, how about I teach you the archery posture first? Zhang Hongyuan shouted. Whoosh! Before he could finish, the arrow grazed his scalp near his ear, lifting a strand of hair. Zhang Hongyuan covered his ears as blood gushed out, staining his hands red. He was still in shock, and his face was pale. At this time, he saw Ye Xuan pull out another arrow. Draw the bow. Wait! Zhang Hongyuan felt a chill and screamed in fear. Chapter 18. Brutal and Fearful Ye Xuan. Whoosh! The arrow went straight through his ear, taking away a piece of ear flesh. Ah! Zhang Hongyuan covered his ears and screamed. Ye Xuan drew the arrow again. Draw the bow. Zhang Hongyuan was so scared that he stepped back quickly. Wait, don't. Whoosh! The arrow directly penetrated Zhang Hongyuan's right calf, and the arrowhead came out from the other side, with a trace of flesh. Ah! Zhang Hongyuan suddenly fell to the ground, covering his right calf, and screaming. Whoosh! 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 3 more arrows were shot out, but this time they landed near Zhang Hongyuan and missed. However, Zhang Hongyuan was completely frightened, and a smell of urine came out of his crotch. My legs off! He was screaming. All the viciousness and tyranny turned into fear at this moment. At this moment, Zhang Hongyuan was just a middle-aged man who enjoyed his wealth, no longer the Shah tyrant who was willing to risk everything to fight for his life. Ye Xuan covered his nose and said, Come here, take him to treat his wounds, and bring him to the hall after treatment. Also, pick up the bird I just shot and stew it into soup. 50 meters away, a bird the size of a palm was shot by an arrow and fell to the ground, its blood still warm. God of archery, your archery skills are extraordinary. Your arrows move as your heart desires and never miss their target. You possess incredible power. The bodyguard looked at Ye Xuan in awe and dragged Zhang Hongyuan away roughly. After Zhang Hongyuan's wounds were treated, he was dragged by Ye Xuan's bodyguards to the reception hall of the manor. At this moment, his ears were bandaged, his right calf was bandaged, and his face was full of anger, but he seemed a little timid. Pa! Ye Xuan threw a stack of contracts directly at Zhang Hongyuan's face. The sharp edge of the paper left 2 bloody marks on Zhang Hongyuan's face. This is the equity transfer contract. Please sign it. I will give you 100 million to buy the 4.7% of shares you hold. 100 million? Zhang Hongyuan raised his head suddenly and looked at Ye Xuan angrily. This 4.7% stake is worth more than 6 billion. You think you can buy it for 100 million? Ye Xuan, of course it's more than 100 million, and I can also destroy the evidence. Don't worry, as long as you sign this contract, you can take the recording away. Zhang Hongyuan didn't believe it. What's the point of me taking the recording away? Who knows if you will keep a copy? Ye Xuan laughed. After you go back, you will have enough time to move the body and destroy the evidence. As long as the body is gone, the police can't extract DNA and can't find out the identity of the deceased. Even if there is a recording, what can it do? They can't convict you at all. How about it? When Zhang Hongyuan heard this, he thought, that's right. If we can't even see the body, we naturally can't see the victim either. How can the recording alone be used as evidence? However, when he thought of the 4.7% stake, Zhang Hongyuan felt unwilling. That amount is worth more than 6 billion yuan, and most of his wealth is here. He felt really bad about giving it to Ye Xuan. Zhang Hongyuan gritted his teeth and said, "Give me 3 billion. I'll give it to you at half the price." The loss of 3 billion is enough to make him feel painful. 3 billion? Ye Xuan snorted coldly, stood up suddenly, looked extremely ferocious, and rushed straight to Zhang Hongyuan. Pa! A loud slap knocked Zhang Hongyuan to the ground, and his face swelled up instantly. Don't want to sell it? Do you want to go to jail and eat shit? I'm willing to pay you because I want to give you face. Otherwise, I won't pay you at all. Do you dare not sign? Huh. At this moment, Ye Xuan was flamboyant, wanton, and arrogant. The terrifying evil aura from him made Zhang Hongyuan's heart pause. The bodyguards and servants around were also very surprised, but they lowered their heads and listened quietly, suppressing the fear in their hearts. Ye Xuan, I'll give you 2 choices, either sign or go to jail and eat shit. Zhang Hongyuan's face turned red. He felt ashamed and angry, but he discovered to his grief that he had no choice at all. Good. He gritted his teeth, picked up the pen, quickly signed his name on the contract, and then pressed his fingerprint. As long as the mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Ye Xuan, just wait for me. It's signed. The lawyer took the contract, took a look at it, and nodded to Ye Xuan, indicating that there was no problem with signing it. Zhang Hongyuan's eyebrows jumped when he saw this scene. He was just thinking about whether to sign a different name and then argue about it later. Fortunately, he didn't do it. Otherwise, Ye Xuan would have come up with another trick to humiliate him. It's a pleasure to work with you. Ye Xuan threw the USB drive to Zhang Hongyuan. Friendly reminder, there are fingerprints on the USB drive. You can use the fingerprints to find out who recorded the audio. Goodbye. Zhang Hongyuan suppressed his anger and said goodbye. Limp away. Ye Xuan said at this time, you don't have to go to tomorrow's shareholders meeting. After all, you're no longer a shareholder of Ye Group. Zhang Hongyuan, okay. He felt more and more hatred in his heart, and thought that after he returned and dealt with the body, he would definitely teach Ye Xuan a lesson. Ye Xuan looked at Zhang Hongyuan's leaving back, his eyes turned cold, and he waved to the bodyguard Captain Lu Chong. Name, Lu Chong. Age, 38. Skills, combat expert, firearms expert. Loyalty, 83. Lu Chong is the captain of the bodyguards responsible for the security of the manor in Ye Xuan. When Ye Xuan first met him, his loyalty was 40. When Ye Xuan became the owner of the manor, his loyalty increased to 60. Then it increased a little every day. Today was the biggest increase, with his loyalty directly increasing by 15 points to 83 points. Lu Chong bent down. Master, what do you want? Ye Xuan. The burial site is 534 meters west of Qinchuan East Bridge. There's a banyan tree there. Send someone to install some cameras nearby to record the process of them digging up the body. Lu Chong was sweating in his heart and said quickly, Yes, master. I will do it right away. Ye Xuan waved his hand. Go ahead, there's not much time left. Lu Chong nodded and quickly called to arrange someone. Chapter 19 Shareholders Meeting is held. Ye Xuan called his secretary Ning Nansher again. You don't have to pay the 100 million you just mentioned to buy his shares. Try to delay it until he goes to jail. Ning Nansha replied, okay. Ye Xuan doesn't want to give a penny. 100 million. That's enough to strengthen a skill to God level. Isn't a God level skill good? Why give money to a piece of trash? People like Zhang Honyuan should just go to jail and eat shit. If Su Bingya knew about this, she would probably be ashamed to death. This is really like getting something for nothing. 0 yuan and 6 billion. Ye Xuan sat on the sofa and began to calculate the shares in his mind. He himself owns 44.1% of the shares, plus the 4.7% he just acquired, a total of 48.8%. According to the system established when the company was reformed into a joint stock company, 51% is required to have a veto power? Not safe yet. Ye Xuan thought about it and looked at another piece of evidence. This is the negative information about another shareholder, but it is slightly worse than that of Zhang Honyuan. But it's enough. Zhang Honyuan limped back to the company, his face gloomy and the viciousness in his eyes could not be concealed. All the employees felt a sense of pressure and kept silent and moved away. After Zhang Honyuan returned to the company, Zhang Jianfeng, Zhang Weiqing, and Zhang Weiming also came to the company soon. Brother Yuan, what's the matter that calls us here so urgently? Brother Yuan, I was just hugging Ninmo to sleep. I still haven't had enough of what we did last night. The three people complained, but soon noticed that Zhang Hongyuan's face looked strange and there was a wound on his ear. Zhang Honyuan glanced at them coldly, without saying anything. He directly opened the USB drive and started the recording. Brother Yuan, we killed someone. Are we going to go to jail? What's there to be afraid of? Who would know that we killed someone? The three people's faces changed. Among them, Zhang Weiming looked even more surprised and doubtful. Zhang Honyuan suppressed his rage like a volcano. Tell me, who recorded this? Stand up, and I will spare your life. His gaze was like a knife, cutting through the three people. Zhang Jianfeng, Zhang Weiqing, and Zhang Weiming looked at each other. Zhang Jianfeng, I didn't do it. Zhang Weiqing and Zhang Weiming, we didn't do it either. Zhang Honyuan sneered. You don't want to admit it, right? There are fingerprints on this USB drive. You can't deny it even if you want to. Gudong. Zhang Weiming knelt on the ground and said, Brother Yuan, I'm sorry. I recorded it. Zhang Weiqing and Zhang Jianfeng were stunned. Zhang Honyuan was also stunned. He thought it was done by the suspicious and cautious Zhang Jianfeng, but he didn't expect it was Zhang Weiming. Immediately, a burst of rage broke out. He picked up the ashtray and rushed over, smashing it on Zhang Weiming's head. Why don't you go eat shit? Why are you recording such a life-threatening matter? Do you think we're not dying fast enough? You idiot. Do you want to kill us? Do you know that I lost 6 billion yuan today because of this? Knock you. They smashed and kicked Zhang Weiming so hard that his head was covered in blood. Zhang Honyuan was really furious. What a stupid teammate. Stop smashing it. Stop smashing it. Someone's dead. Zhang Jianfeng and Zhang Weiqing had to use all their strength to stop Zhang Honyuan. Du. Zhang Honyuan breathed, spat at Zhang Weiming, loosened his tie, and returned to his seat. Weiqing, take him to get treatment. Jianfeng, do you remember where we buried the body? Move the body away quickly, otherwise we'll be in big trouble. Oh, and remember to be secretive so no one finds out. Zhang Jianfeng knew the seriousness of the matter. I'll do it right away. Zhang Weiqing carried Zhang Weiming, whose head was covered in blood, out of the office. After everyone left, the bell rang. Caller, Jiang Jinxiu. This is the initiator of the Ye Group Shareholders Alliance, and also the major shareholder of the Ye Group. Zhang Honyuan sorted out his feelings and answered the phone. Hello, Mr. Jiang. What can I do for you? Jiang Jinxiu's deep voice came. Boss Zhang, I heard that Ye Xuan called you over for a talk. How was it? What was the result? Zhang Honyuan laughed. Boss Jiang is so well informed. Jiang Jinxiu, there is no other way. Tomorrow is the shareholders' meeting. We should pay more attention to the needs of shareholders. Zhang Honyuan smiled and said, Okay, I won't hide it from you. Ye Xuan asked me to come over because he wanted to get my support. The conditions were good. He gave me the 2 billion project. Jiang Jinxiu's voice changed slightly. Are you going to betray the alliance? Zhang Honyuan laughed loudly. How is it possible you want to buy me off with 2 billion? How naive. The market value of the entire Ye Group is over 100 billion. I can easily scrape out 2 billion. Don't worry, I'm just trying to keep him stable for the time being. I'll wait for tomorrow's shareholders meeting, and when he's feeling complacent, I'll step on him. Jiang Jinxiu. Ha ha. Mr. Zhang is really too mean. I am ashamed of myself. Zhang Honyuan, thank you very much. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Hongyuan's smiling face suddenly turned gloomy. I lost so much, don't even think about taking advantage of me. Chapter 20 Shareholders who think they have a sure win. The convening of a new shareholders meeting has caused a lot of buzz in the headquarters of Ye's Group. Many employees know that this shareholders meeting will be the fuse for major changes in Ye's Group. Is the new chairman victorious? Or will the shareholders unite to kick the new chairman out of Ye Group? No matter what the result is, they can only accept it passively. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of a supercar's engine came from outside, and then a red sports car was seen driving into the group's parking lot like a flaming warhorse with the force of thunder. Then, with a beautiful drift, it drifted sideways into the parking space. The distance between the front and rear cars was accurate to millimeters. The wings opened. Ye Xuan appeared in front of everyone wearing a black suit, full of mystery, majesty, coolness, and handsomeness. Dazzling and unmatched. Handsome is unstoppable. Hello, Chairman. All the employees saluted subconsciously. Some female employees are already excited. Don't you think the chairman is handsome? Is there any need to feel that? He's so handsome. That drift just now was simply a charming man. Rich and handsome. Oh my God, he's the perfect man. I hope the chairman can continue to stay in office. I don't want to face those fat shareholders every day. It's over. It's already 11 o'clock and the shareholders meeting has been going on for an hour. The chairman has just arrived. At this time, on the top floor of the Ye Group, in conference room number 1, all the big and small shareholders of the Ye Group gathered together today. They were all dressed in suits and ties, like upper-class people in society, chatting and laughing to discuss an important matter. The atmosphere in the meeting room was cheerful. This is the beginning of a feast. All shareholders have no reason not to be excited. They can already foresee that in the next few months, their personal wealth will increase by leaps and bounds. Jiang Jinxiu was in a good mood because he was the initiator of this battle, so he could get the most benefits. He glanced at all the shareholders and finally landed on an empty seat, frowning slightly. Why hasn't Zhang Honyuan come yet? After thinking about it, Jiang Jinxiu picked up his phone and called Zhang Honyuan directly. The call was connected quickly. Jiang Jinxiu, why haven't you come yet? Zhang Honyuan, I'm sorry, I just hurt my leg and I'm applying medicine now. I won't go to the shareholders meeting. I've asked my secretary to send my share authorization letter over, and it will arrive in half an hour. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Jinxiu soon received several photos, which were photos of Zhang Hongyuan's injured legs and ears. Jiang Jinxiu had no suspicion of anything, but was a little dissatisfied with Zhang Hongyuan's failure at the critical moment. Time passes by. From 9 o'clock. Wait till 10 o'clock. The new chairman hasn't arrived yet. Those shareholders were getting a little impatient, even a little anxious. If the chairman of the board didn't come, according to the institutional procedures, the shareholders' meeting could not continue, and they would not be able to remove the chairman. Damn it! Do you have any sense of time? Modern enterprises value efficiency. Time is money, and time is profit. Such a chairman must be removed. Jiang Jinxiu stood up and spoke at this time. Everyone be quiet, be quiet. The chairman is not here, but we can start the meeting first, discuss a result first, and then give it to the chairman to sign, right? This statement was agreed upon by many shareholders. So the meeting began. Proposals were discussed and passed quickly. The content of these proposals is nothing but resolutions on asset restructuring and personnel appointments. In short, the high-quality assets are cut into pieces, and each shareholder sits in a row to eat the cake and inserts their own people into the team so that they could transfer these assets to their own names in the future. As for the low-quality assets and assets with particularly high debts, they're all thrown to Ye Xuan. Perfect. Shareholders secretly applauded their own intelligence. Vai till 11 o'clock. The meeting discussion is almost over, and the fruitful results achieved are very exciting to look at. The Ye Group is in your pocket. The atmosphere became even more heated. Just then, the conference door opened, and Ye Xuan walked in with his secretary Ning Nansher. The warm atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Ye Xuan glanced around with a faint smile on his face. Did you have a good chat? Tell me about it, so I can be happy too. Sure enough, a small shareholder jumped out. Ah, Chairman, you're here just in time. We didn't come just now, and we thought time was precious and we couldn't waste it. So we discussed in advance. Now that we have a preliminary discussion result, it's just right for you to review it. Wang Bo was very proud and came to Ye Xuan with a big belly, looking like a winner. Wang Bo is the nephew of a high-ranking official in Sichuan. The rise of the Yi group is naturally inseparable from the support of local officials, and the exchange of interests is naturally indispensable. Wang Bo is one of the small shareholders generated by the exchange of interests. Name, Wang Bo. Age, 40. Yip Group shares, 0.2%. Weaknesses, forcing women of good families into prostitution, masterminding murder, gathering people to skate, and hiding 300 grams of drugs in room 1601, Building 9, Jinyuan Community, Linha Street. Inner thoughts. Let me give him a warning first. I am most familiar with the tyranny of Playboy. Chapter 21, Let the Bullets Fly for a while. Ye Xuan had long known that Wang Bo held the smallest share among all shareholders, which meant he was a small fry, but he was also the vanguard of the plan to force the emperor to abdicate. He used the smallest shareholder to humiliate Ye Xuan and undermine his prestige. Please approve these resolutions, Chairman. Wang Bo stuffed a stack of papers into Ye Xuan's hands, not hiding the pride in his eyes. Ye Xuan took it and took a look. Happy. They have already divided the high-quality assets and low-quality assets for me. Their people are also clearly listed above. Isn't this what I need? As long as he has secured his position as chairman, he can sort out the assets according to the list and dismiss the people on the list. These people are really great assists. Keep it, this is a good thing. Ye Xuan put the information in Ning Nanshi's arms and mischievously outlined the raised curve with his hand, feeling very happy. Ning Nanshi blushed immediately and put the information away. Wang Bo was the vanguard, so he naturally played the role of charging in a battle. He pretended to be angry. What chairman? Don't you want to take a closer look? This is the result of the hard work of all our shareholders. If the chairman doesn't take a look, it means he is disrespectful to us shareholders. All the shareholders laughed and sat aside, waiting to see Ye Xuan being bullied and humiliated by a small shareholder. In their opinion, Ye Xuan was just an ordinary person who got lucky. His psychological quality must be very poor, and he would show the ugly side of a weak person if pushed a little. However, can Ye Xuan do as they wish? Impossible. Respect. Ye Xuan grinned, revealing a hint of smile. What kind of respect do you want? Wang Bo raised his lips and said arrogantly, Of course you will read it word by word. Otherwise it would be disrespectful to us. Pa! A loud slap was heard. Wang Bo covered his face and looked at Ye Xuan in disbelief. Everyone was shocked. The conference room suddenly became quiet. Looking at Ye Xuan in surprise, they never expected that Ye Xuan would dare to do this. Wang Bo's face flushed, and he trembled with anger. You? What do you mean? Bang! Another slap in the face. Ye Xuan sneered repeatedly, acting arrogantly and wantonly. How is it? Didn't you want to show me your power? Aren't you very good at pretending to be a dandy? Do you feel good after being slapped by me? Are you angry? Come on, resist. Show off your dandy attitude. Don't let me look down on you. Ye Xuan's series of arrogant and frivolous words made Wang Bo's eyes bloodshot, and he was furious. He had never been humiliated like this in the past 40 years. As the nephew of the provincial governor, who wouldn't give him some respect? I go to hell. Wang Bo pounced on Ye Xuan like an angry bull. Ye Xuan dodged casually, avoiding the clumsy movement, and kicked Wang Bo in the waist. Wang Bo felt a sharp pain in his waist. The waist is a relatively vulnerable part of a man, and it also contains important organs like the kidneys, so it is easy to be seriously injured. Fall to the ground. Ye Xuan stepped on Wang Bo's face. Come on, shout, keep shouting. Wang Bo felt that the foot stepping on his face was gradually gaining strength. During the friction, he felt that his face was broken, and even his bones seemed to make a faint crackling sound. I couldn't help but scream. I will kill you, kill you. Wang Bo shouted in hatred. Kill me? Do you have the ability to do that? Trash. Ye Xuan sneered disdainfully. Do you really think I don't have the ability? Just wait for me. I won't let you survive for a week. Wang Bo was overwhelmed by anger and shouted loudly. All shareholders in the audience covered their faces. Idiot. Can this be said? Ye Xuan laughed. Oh my, I'm so scared. I've recorded what I just said. I'm going to call the police to arrest you. Wang Bo shuddered and suddenly woke up. Ye Xuan let go of Wang Bo's face, stretched his body, and scanned the entire audience with a look of arrogance and disdain. Okay, I got your warning. Is there anything else? Come on, everyone is busy. The meeting room was silent. When Ye Xuan's eyes swept over them, the shareholders felt as if Ye Xuan were still alive, and that kind of majesty made them tremble with fear. Jiang Jinxiu, the initiator of a shareholder alliance, was a little frightened at this time. He felt that Ye Xuan had taken away the rhythm. This was not like an ordinary person from an ordinary background. You have to know that among the shareholders present, which one is not worth more than 100 million? How many storms and intrigues have they experienced? This Ye Xuan is very smart. He actually thought of using such a violent method to break our rhythm. He is not simple, but it's no use because the situation is on my side. No matter how many tricks you have, our strength is enough to crush everything you have. Although the first shot was unsuccessful, Jiang Jinxiu knew that he still had a sure win. Bang! Jiang Jinxiu slapped the table, and the loud noise immediately attracted the attention of all shareholders. Mr. Yi, your performance just now was wonderful, but this is a shareholders meeting, so please put away your rudeness. Ye Xuan, shareholders meeting? The largest shareholder, haven't arrived yet. What kind of meeting are you holding? Jiang Jinxiu, we were just discussing it first. Once the discussion comes to a conclusion, it will naturally be the chairman's turn to make the decision. Ye Xuan, what if I don't agree? Jiang Jinxiu said without a smile. Then it is not up to you, Chairman. Chapter 22, Laughing at the Wind and Cloud. Jiang Jinxiu said with a straight face. All of us shareholders have decided to remove you as the chairman and kick you out of the group's management position. We want you, a lucky guy, to get out of the Yi group and go back to your orphanage. That's right. Wang Bo jumped up and shouted, kick you out. We will be in charge of the Yi group in the future. You, who don't even know anything about corporate management, should not stay and cause trouble for the Yi group. That's right, get out of Yi group. From now on, Yez will be in charge of us. The other shareholders shouted passionately. Let the feast begin. Ye Xuan laughed. Kick me out of the group management bureau? Do you have the qualifications? Do you have enough shares? Jiang Jinxiu sneered. Whether it is enough or not, you will know soon. Ye Xuan sat in the chairman's seat leisurely. Since you are all ready, don't waste everyone's time. Start showing your cards. Jiang Jinxiu was inevitably surprised and doubtful when he saw that Ye Xuan was not worried at all. However, when he thought that he had already collected more than 51% of the shares, he couldn't help but regain his confidence. Everyone returned to their seats. Jiang Jinxiu took a deep breath, calmed himself, and looked at all the shareholder allies. Dear shareholders, as a member of the Yi Group, I, Jiang Jinxiu, do not want to see the Yi Group fall into the hands of a newbie who knows nothing and let the Yi Group go to decline. So today, I have called all shareholders together to discuss the removal of the current chairman and the election of a new chairman to continue to helm the Yi Group and lead the Yi Group to a more glorious future. Crash. Applause. Very warm. Ye Xuan sat in the chairman's seat and watched all this coldly. What a bunch of clowns. Jiang Jinxiu. According to the system, when Yez Group Company Limited was restructured into a joint stock company, more than 51% of the voting shares are needed to remove the chairman. Now, the voting officially begins. Shareholders who agree to remove the current chairman, raise your hands. Brush. Everyone raised their hands, as if they had rehearsed it. Jiang Jinxiu was so excited when he saw this scene. Okay, now I declare that the total number of shares voted by all is 55.9%, and the recall is successful. It's not easy. The chairman was finally kicked out. From now on, Yi Group will be everyone's cake. Ha! At this moment, Ye Xuan kept clapping the table and laughing, looking at Jiang Jinxiu as if he were an idiot. 55.9% of the shares? How did you calculate that? Did Heba figure out your math? Do you want to make me laugh to death and then inherit my estate? Jiang Jinxiu was furious. All shareholders present here, except you, have voted. You, Ye Xuan, only hold 44.1% of the shares, so the rest should hold 55.9%, right? Ye Xuan, please respect the shareholders' meeting. Ye Xuan laughed. Are you sure that everyone raised their hands? I don't see that one. Ye Xuan pointed to the shareholder in the corner. Lu Tongshan, 58 years old, with gray hair on his temples, is one of the earliest shareholders of Yi Group, holding a 3.5% stake. When everyone raised their hands just now, because there were so many hands, Jiang Jinxiu didn't notice that Lu Tongshan didn't raise his hand. Jiang Jinxiu was furious. Lu Tongshan, what do you want to do? Why don't you raise your hand? Lu Tongshan said expressionlessly. I think the Yi group should not change the chairman casually. Otherwise, what will people outside think? Jiang Jinqiu was so angry that he was shaking. Everything was agreed upon. We were going to divide up the Yi group together. Why are you betraying us now? Are you ruining our plans? As the saying goes, blocking someone's financial path is like killing their parents. Lu Tongshan is simply killing the parents of all small shareholders. At this moment, all shareholders looked at Lu Tongshan with hatred, their eyes full of anger. Traitor! Jiang Jinqiu didn't understand why Lu Tongshan would betray him for no reason, but he knew that he shouldn't dwell on the matter now and that the chairman's position had to be settled immediately. Jiang Jinqiu took a deep breath and looked at Ye Xuan. Although I don't know how you can win him over, it's useless. Because Lu Tongshan's shares are only 3.5%. Without him, we still have 52.4%, and our shares are still more than 51%. Ye Xuan couldn't help laughing again as he looked at Jiang Jinqiu, who had regained his confidence and looked complacent. Ye Xuan, 52.4%? How did you calculate that? Jiang Jinqiu. Of course, I got that number after subtracting the traitor Lu Tongshan. The combined shareholdings of you and Lu Tongshan is only 47.6%. The remaining shareholders are all on my side. Ye Xuan smiled. Are you sure? Didn't you miss anyone? Jiang Jinqiu hated Ye Xuan's look the most, as if he was looking at him as an idiot. Were you leaking? Everyone present, except Lu Tongshan, has raised their hands. Why don't you give up? For last-ditch effort. Jiang Jinqiu announced loudly once again. Now I officially announce that all of you voted in favor of removing the current director. The total shares held by the current director are 52.4%, which exceeds 51%. According to the group system, the removal is successful. From today on, Ye Xuan, you will no longer serve as the chairman and will be kicked out of the group management seat. When saying this, Jiang Jinqiu's blood boiled again. Yi Group, a 100 billion group, will fall in my hands. At this moment, Jiang Jinqiu wanted to laugh 3 times at a 45-degree angle to express his happiness. He didn't know how delicious it would be to eat a cake worth hundreds of billions. Just thinking about it made him feel happy. Happiness. Chapter 23 Shareholders Meeting. Ye Xuan won a great victory. Seeing Jiang Jinqiu dreaming, Ye Xuan couldn't bear to tell him the cruel truth. After counting twice, he forgot about Zhang Hongyuan's 4.7% stake, which was considered as a sign of acceptance. Puff. At this moment, Ning Nansher couldn't help laughing. Who's laughing? Jiang Jinqiu, whose dream of a billion-dollar cake was interrupted, was angry. He glanced around, and his eyes fixed on Ning Nansher. Jiang Jinqiu glared. What are you laughing at? Ning Nansher. Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry. I just remembered that there is still one shareholder who hasn't come yet, so the shares should not reach 51% yet. Jiang Jinqiu was stunned for a moment. Are there any shareholders who haven't come yet? Who? Ning Nansher covered her mouth and laughed. Zhang Honyuan is not here, so your combined shares are only 47.7%, not even enough for 51%. The whole place fell silent again. Looked at each other. Yes, Zhang Honyuan didn't come, but he holds 4.7% of the shares. Where are Zhang Honyuan and the others? This bastard. How could he fail at the critical moment? Shareholders were angry at the company for not fighting back. Everyone be quiet. Jiang Jinqiu said confidently. Please rest assured, Zhang Hongyuan's share authorization letter is on its way. I'll call him now and ask him to speed up. Jiang Jinqiu picked up the phone and called Zhang Hongyuan. After a few rings, the other party hung up. I called a few more times, but was hung up again. Jiang Jinqiu's confident smile began to change gradually, and he began to realize that something was wrong. Ye Xuan showed a lazy smile at this time. Don't call, it's useless, he won't answer your call. Jiang Jinqiu looked at Ye Xuan with gritted teeth. It's you who did this. Ye Xuan snapped his fingers and grinned. Bingo, it's me. Sure. Show them the share transfer letter. Ning Nansher took out the share transfer document and showed it to everyone. Jiang Jinqiu was so angry that his face turned pale. Zhang Honyuan, you are playing tricks on me. Ye Xuan stood up and looked at the whole audience with disdain. All right, now I declare that the shares I hold are higher than the total of all the people here. TSK, what rubbish. I thought you guys could bring me such a wonderful show, but I didn't expect that there's not even one capable fighter, let alone an elite. Ugh, Then he raised a stack of papers showing the shareholders' plan to divide up the Ye Group. I'm not familiar with the Ye Group. Thank you for providing me with so much valuable information. You've already sorted out the high-quality assets for me, and even clearly know who is who. It's like sending a pillow when you're sleepy. Thank you. If you've given me such a gift, I won't be soft-hearted. After hearing this, all the shareholders turned green in the face. I feel like I did something very stupid. Ye Xuan looked at everyone's faces and felt very happy. He stretched himself and called his secretary Ning Nansher. Let's go. When he reached the door, he stopped, turned back, and smiled. There's a long way to go. I hope you can bring me more fun. Don't be so weak like today, which makes me feel no sense of accomplishment. After saying that, he left with a handsome back. The meeting room was silent. After a long time, Jiang Jinxiu roared, picked up the cup in his hand, and threw it. Bang! He has never suffered such humiliation. He turned around angrily and glared at Lu Tongshan. Lu, tell me why you betrayed us? Lu Tongshan said expressionlessly. I've said before, I don't want the Ye Group to fall apart. Jiang Jinxiu, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Would I believe such a reason? Lu Tongshan picked up the things and turned to leave. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. After leaving the door, Lu Tongshan smiled bitterly. He also did not want to betray the shareholder alliance, as that would offend many enemies and put him in danger. However, Ye Xuan was too terrifying, and he didn't dare to betray Ye Xuan, because that would ruin his reputation, tear him apart from his family, and send him to jail. He can't afford such consequences. All the troubles originated from his hobby, fetishism. Watching Lu Tongshan's back as he left, Jiang Jinxiu clenched his fists with a sullen look on his face and shouted without caring about his image. Lu Tongshan and Zhang Honyuan, you actually dare to play dirty tricks on me. Let's wait and see. The other shareholders were all embarrassed, their eyes focused on Jiang Jinxiu, especially Wang Bo, whose cheeks were red and swollen. He asked in a low voice, Boss Jiang, what should we do next? After so many days of planning, all failed. They can't eat the cake anymore. What they're most concerned about now is how to deal with the aftermath. After this battle, Ye Xuan's power will definitely not be suppressed, and then it will be their turn to be in trouble. Jiang Jinxiu was filled with anger. He didn't bother to pay attention to Wang Bo and the others. He snorted coldly and left the office with a sullen face. The other shareholders looked at each other and stood up with worried looks on their faces. The shareholders' meeting ended successfully. Many company employees saw Ye Xuan leaving the Ye Group triumphantly, and they all guessed what happened. They gathered in groups of 3 or 4 to discuss in a low voice. Looking at the chairman's appearance, it seems that he has not suffered any loss. The new chairman is indeed not an ordinary person, as he can deal with those old foxes. It is said that a new official has 3 things to do when he takes office. The chairman's first move was to get rid of Wang Quanjian and Lu Yuehua. I don't know who will be unlucky next. It seems that the chairman is not an ordinary person as rumored. I don't believe that an ordinary person can be valued by the old chairman. The new chairman must be someone extraordinary. Chapter 24, Hiring a Killer? Too naive. At night, in a garden villa area in the northern suburbs of Jiangdu, Jiang Jinxiu was sitting in the living room and was furious. More than a dozen big men in black stood in front of him, with their heads lowered with nervous expressions, not daring to breathe. There were broken wine glasses and tea sets on the ground, and the atmosphere in the whole hall was extremely depressing. Little bastard, you want to take the 200 billion Ye Group for yourself? I'm the first one to disagree. Jiang Jinxiu kicked the coffee table in front of him fiercely, then walked to the floor-to-ceiling window with a livid face, his eyes flashing with crazy, murderous intent. Mr. Jiang, this is the information you requested. A stern-looking man in a suit walked quickly into the hall. Jiang Jinxiu took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and took the folder with a cold face. Ye Xuan doesn't bring bodyguard with him when he goes out? Jiang Jinxiu flipped through a few pages and frowned in surprise. Ye Xuan is now the chairman of Qini Group. Jiang Jinxiu feels that there must be someone protecting his safety in secret. I've investigated. Ye Xuan usually drives himself, without a driver or bodyguard. The cold man nodded. Jiang Jinxiu was silent for a moment, then waved his hand with a cold face, asking the dozen or so men in the hall to leave, and the stern man also closed the door casually. This is a good opportunity. Old Su, arrange a few reliable men and find a chance to kill Ye Xuan. Since the open way doesn't work, Let's try the secret way. The stern man was stunned for a moment and whispered, Boss, it's easy to get rid of Ye Xuan, and there are many ways to do it. There's no need to let our people do it themselves. Jiang Jinxiu is also an old fox. After thinking about it for a while, a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Yes, everyone knows that we shareholders have conflicts with Ye Xuan. If he dies, someone will soon suspect me. I'll ask Ye Xuan out the day after tomorrow, and you find someone to create an accident. Old Su, you have to handle this for me, and keep it a secret. Jiang Jinxiu touched his chin and instructed the stern man with a sneer. The stern man nodded. No problem. At noon the next day, the cold-blooded man, Lao Su, found someone. Wang Xiang, a truck driver at the bus station. The meeting place is a public place where there is not too much traffic. The middle-aged man looked to be in his 40s. He was wearing cheap clothes, his eyes were bloodshot, and his hair seemed to have not been washed for a long time. He looked extremely nervous, and he didn't know where to put his hands. Old Su said in a deep voice, Wang Xiang, I have told you everything. Here is a deposit of 1 million. After the matter is settled, I will give you the rest. Wang Xiang looked at the bank card handed to him, and his cloudy eyes suddenly brightened up. Thank you, boss. I will definitely get things done for you. Wang Xiang needed money very much, and his daughter, who was suffering from leukemia, needed money to save her life even more urgently. He knew that what he was about to do next would violate the law, but he had no other choice. After Wang Xiang left, Jiang Jinxiu, who was standing behind the French window on the second floor, put out the cigar in his hand, drank a sip of tea to moisten his throat, and then took out his cell phone to find the phone number of the chairman's office of Ye Group. Hello, is this Mr. Yi? Haha, I'm Lao Jiang. I'm really sorry about the last meeting. Tomorrow I'll host you at Shanyan Manor to play golf, and then we'll have a meal to apologize to you. Are you free? Great. I'll be waiting for Mr. Ye's visit tomorrow. Ye Group building, top floor, chairman's office. Ye Xuan stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the bustling city scenery. Chairman, Jiang Jinxiu suddenly asked you to go to Shanyan Manor to play golf. Is there any conspiracy behind this? After hanging up the phone, Ning Nancher frowned. The weasel is paying a New Year's visit to the chicken. It has no good intentions. Ye Xuan slowly turned around. A cold look flashed in his eyes. Jiang Jinxiu is an old fox with deep scheming. He failed to force Ye Xuan out of Ye Group at the shareholders' meeting, but now he seems to have become a different person and is actively showing goodwill. He is definitely harboring evil intentions. Then just now, why didn't you just reject him directly? Ning Nancher found that she was increasingly unable to see through Ye Xuan in front of her. Although the two were not much different in age, through the contact over the past few days, she felt that Ye Xuan was too cunning. He could handle everything calmly and always had a confident smile on his face. It was almost impossible to figure out his thoughts. Jiang Jinxiu is too much of a threat to me in the company. It's time to find a chance to get rid of him. Ye Xuan smiled lightly, as if he was talking about something extremely ordinary. Although Ye Xuan had the upper hand in the last shareholders' meeting, and after getting rid of Wang Quanjian and Chen Yuehua, he also managed to intimidate the senior management of the company. However, Jiang Jinxiu's influence in the Ye Group cannot be underestimated. The business world is like a battlefield. If Ye Xuan does not remove the stumbling blocks, he will not be able to sit firmly in the position of chairman. To use a famous saying on Earth, how can I allow others to sleep soundly beside my bed? After leaving the company, Ye Xuan drove his Pagani back to the manor. After a simple dinner, Ye Xuan came to the study on the second floor. Click on Jiang Jinxiu's profile column. Name, Jiang Jinxiu. Age, 45. Yes, shares, 5%. Net worth, 14.2 billion. Inwardly, Ye Xuan, you won't be able to reach Shanyan Manor alive tomorrow. I've asked old Su Jiang to find someone to hit you to death. You can't inherit the 100 billion Ye Group. I'm the one who should control the Ye Group. Whoever dares to stand in my way, I'll kill him. Jiang Jinxiu is not someone who will give up easily. The Ye Group, worth hundreds of billions, is in front of him. After Ye Xiaorong's death, everyone wants to take a big bite of this piece of fat meat. As a major shareholder in the Ye Group, he wanted more. You want to kill me? You don't have the ability to do that. A cold light flashed in Ye Xuan's eyes, and then he called up a secondary panel under Jiang Jinxiu's information bar. Name, Su Jiang. Age, 43. Identity, Jiang Jinxiu's right-hand man. Inwardly, after Wang Xiang kills Ye Xuan, the boss will take control of the Ye Group, and I can get a lot of money. Ye Xuan continued to click on the third-level page. Wang Xiang. Name, Wang Xiang. Age, 47. Information, truck driver, widowed at an early age. His only daughter is suffering from leukemia, and he urgently needs money to pay for hospitalization fees. In my heart, my daughter's medical expenses are finally settled, and another $1 million will be deposited into my card tomorrow. Even if I have to spend the rest of my life in prison, I'll accept it. You want to buy my life for $2 million? Jiang Jinxiu is really calculating. I'm going to make sure you don't get away with it this time. Ye Xuan need it. Chapter 25. Use the means of turning the tide to get back at the enemy. Early the next morning, Ye Xuan had a delicious breakfast and prepared to go to Shanyan Manor in the southern suburbs to keep an appointment. Lu Chang originally wanted to bring a few bodyguards to follow him, but Ye Xuan rejected his kindness. After giving him a few instructions with a sinister smile, Ye Xuan drove the cool Pagani alone and left the manor. On the way, Ye Xuan received a call from Jiang Jinxiu. Mr. Yi, are you here? Jiang Jinxiu's laughter was hearty, indicating that he was in a very good mood. Aha, good morning, Mr. Jiang. I have already set off and am now at Hundo Road. What a coincidence. I'm almost at Hundo Road, too. We had an awkward chat. Hang up the phone. Jiang Jinxiu put away the phone and sneered. Ye Xuan, let's see how you die this time. Ye Xuan looked at his phone and sneered, idiot. Ye Xuan stopped the car more than 30 meters away from Hundo intersection. Click on the data column. Name, Wang Xiang. Status, driving a truck, license plate number JD0734. Location, 1.4 kilometers in the middle section of Hundo Road, heading west. Name, Jiang Jinxiu. Status, driving a Bentley, license plate number JD0498. Location, 130 meters west of Hundo Road, heading east. Ye Xuan curled the corners of his mouth. Jiang Jinxiu. Jiang Jinxiu, you want to play dirty tricks on me? I'm going to teach you a good lesson today. He started calling Wang Xiang. At this time, Wang Xiang was sitting in a heavy truck in the middle section of Hundo Road with a bottle of wine in front of him. His eyes were red and he reeked of alcohol. It is said that alcohol makes cowards braver, but even after Wang Xiang drank half a bottle of white wine, his face was still extremely nervous. Besides, the sentence for drunk driving is always lighter than that for intentional murder. I try to keep my eyes open and stare at the passing vehicles, holding my cell phone tightly. After I finish this job, my daughter will be saved. $1 million is enough for her to live on for the rest of her life. As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, the cell phone rang suddenly. Wang Xiang trembled, took a deep breath, and quickly answered the call. Sitting in the Pagani, Ye Xuan dialed Wang Xiang's number, activated his singing skill, and changed his voice at Walter Lao Su's. Ye Xuan happened to remember this old Su when he was on the roadside that time. Wang Xiang, the target has changed his car today. He is driving a black Bentley with a license plate number JD0498. He is currently heading towards you, about 600 meters away. Get ready. Wang Xiang had heard Lao Su's voice before, so he subconsciously thought that it was Lao Su who gave him the order, and no one else knew about this, so Wang Xiang did not suspect anything. Okay, boss, I promise to get it done for you. After hanging up the phone, Wang Xiang took a few more sips of white wine and started the truck. At this time, Jiang Jinxiu was still kept in the dark. The Bentley he was riding and was driving slowly on Hundo Road. I hold the most shares, and I was the one who initiated the shareholder alliance. As long as that bastard Ye Xuan dies, I will be the chairman of the Yi Group. Jiang Jinxiu was still dreaming. Today's plan was flawless, and no one else knew about it. Jiang Jinxiu felt that he had already won. Great things are about to happen. Jiang Jinxiu couldn't help but sigh. Alas, being invincible is lonely. At this time, Lao Su pointed to the truck coming from the opposite direction and said, Boss, that's the truck. Wang Xiang is driving it. Jiang Jinxiu looked over and saw a heavy truck coming towards him. Okay, this car is so big. If we run it over, we will definitely die, haha. Jiang Jinxiu laughed heartily. He said to Lao Su, who was in the passenger seat, Lao Su, after Ye Xuan dies, you must get rid of that truck driver. Don't leave any evidence behind. Don't worry, boss. Old Su nodded in the passenger seat. See where Ye Xuan's car is. I want to see how he died. Jiang Jinxiu lit a cigar, leaned comfortably on the leatherback seat, and instructed the driver, with a grim smile flashing across his face. Lao Su looked around and soon saw the unique Pagani. Found it. It's behind us. Jiang Jinxiu was stunned for a moment. Behind. Then he laughed. That's great. We can watch him get crushed to death. Ye Xuan, who was driving the Pagani in the back, looked at the heavy truck coming in front of him and raised his lips. Boss, something doesn't seem right. Inside the Bentley, old Sue, who was sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly saw that the heavy truck in front had started and was roaring towards him, and a look of nervousness immediately appeared in his eyes. Jiang Jinxiu was stunned for a moment and saw through the windshield that the heavy truck was moving at an extremely fast speed and accelerating continuously, like a roaring locomotive heading in this direction. No, why does the direction of that truck seem? Jiang Jinxiu fell into a daze. Quick, he's going to crash into me. Quick! Inside the Bentley, everyone screamed in panic. But it was too late. The heavy truck was now moving very fast, like an angry locomotive. Jiang Jinxiu's pupils dilated again. The front of the truck was coming towards them. Boom! The heavy truck hit the front of the Bentley hard. Under the huge impact force, the Bentley worth millions rolled over and flew out. Moreover, the heavy truck still did not slow down, and it pushed the overturned Bentley car and knocked down the roadside guardrail that was dozens of meters long before it stalled. Chapter 26, Jiang Jinxiu's death caused uproar. Ye Xuan, who was sitting in the Pagani in the distance, called up Jiang Jinxiu's information bar in his mind and found that it was already blood red. You'll suffer the consequences if you do evil. Ye Xuan sneered and turned the steering wheel. Without staying here for long, he turned around and drove away from Hengda Road. Although Hengda Road is not the main road in Jiangdu, there are many vehicles coming and going. Seeing that a major car accident had occurred here, many curious people stopped their cars on the side of the road, got out, and started taking pictures with their mobile phones. A large truck hit someone, and it hit a luxury car worth millions. Everyone, please forward this. Look at this truck driver. He's staggering when he walks. He must be drunk. This kind of scene is rare. The Bentley worth millions of dollars was almost turned into scrap metal. I'm afraid there's no need to rescue the people inside. Call the police quickly. Anyone who can afford such a luxury car must be someone very important. There were constant discussions all around, but Wang Xiang was much more sober at this time. Looking at the shattered car in front of him, Wang Xiang breathed a sigh of relief. More than 10 minutes later, people from the Transportation Bureau, Fire Department, and Criminal Police team arrived. Wang Xiang kicked open the car door and jumped out. Criminal Police Captain Xiao Liang walked to the Bentley car with a gloomy face, bent down to look inside, and sighed heavily. Jiang Jinxiu, Lao Su, and the driver died on the spot, and there was no need for rescue. Wang Xiang had no intention of running away and was forced by 2 policemen to come in front of Xiao Liang. However, when he saw the body the doctor dragged out of the car, he suddenly fell into a daze. Isn't this the person who caused the car accident? Why is he sitting in this car? Doubts flashed through his mind, but Wang Xiang was not a fool. He would not tell the police about his premeditated murder. The boss who gave him the money was dead, and the other 1 million was nowhere to be found. Wang Xiang collapsed to the ground in despair. Xiao Yang turned his head and glanced at him with a cold face. He smelled the pungent smell of alcohol on Wang Xiang and ordered his men behind him in a deep voice. Take him back to record a statement, confirm the identity of the deceased as soon as possible, and seal off the scene. The traffic team quickly found out Jiang Jinxiu's information. In less than half an hour, the news that the shareholder of Ye Group died in a car accident spread throughout Jiangdu. However, in Jiang Jinxiu's villa, his wife Jiang Xiaoyan was exceptionally calm, and there was even a hint of excitement in her eyes. Jiang Jinxiu is dead, and the 5% of Ye Group shares are all mine. Although Jiang Jinxiu is worth tens of billions, he has no children in his life. His parents died of illness at an early age, and he only has a few brothers and relatives. After his death, Jiang Xiaoyan naturally became the first heir to his property, including shares worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Some were happy and some were sad. While Jiang Xiaoyan was planning how to transfer the shares to her own name, the dozen or so small shareholders of Ye Group were all in disarray. In the center of Jiangdu City, in a luxuriously decorated club, more than a dozen small shareholders of the Ye Group were gathered in a box on the top floor. It's just that these people all looked unhappy. They kept their heads down and said nothing, and the atmosphere in the box was particularly depressing. Don't just stand there. Tell me what to do next. A burly middle-aged man stood up from his sofa with a grim face. What else can we do? Jiang Jinxiu is dead. How can we fight that kid Ye Xuan? I think Jiang Jinxiu's death was not simple. Maybe Ye Xuan hired someone to do it. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say anything you want. You guys can chat. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. I have something to do at home, so I'm leaving first. I'm leaving too. These small shareholders are all fence-sitters. They didn't gain any advantage at the last shareholders meeting. Now Jiang Jinxiu has died in a car accident. Everyone is worried whether they will be Ye Xuan's next target. The burly man who had spoken just now glanced unhappily at the dozen or so people in the box, then left the box with a cold face. But after he walked out of the club and got into the car, he told the driver to rush to the villa where Jiang Jinxiu lived. What a bunch of brainless people. Jiang Jinxiu died in a car accident. Ye Xuan is definitely involved in this incident. But without evidence, who can do anything to Ye Xuan? The most important thing now is to get Jiang Jinxiu's 5% stake. Guan Changjie appears to be a rough man and has always been quite low-key in the shareholder alliance. However, he started from scratch and has been in the business world for decades, but he has nothing even if he pulls out a hair. He is very scheming and a typical ruthless character. After learning the news that Jiang Jinxiu had died in a car accident, Guan Changjie immediately thought of the 5% stake. He summoned more than a dozen shareholders to the club, mainly to see if anyone would compete with him for this piece of fat meat. More than half an hour later, Guan Changjie arrived at Jiang Jinxiu's villa. He had a good relationship with Jiang Jinxiu before and had been here several times, so he was quite familiar with Jiang Jinxiu's wife. Chapter 27. The Open and Covert Fight for Shares. At this time, Jiang Xiaoyan had just returned from the municipal bureau. When she heard from her subordinates that Guan Changjie had arrived, Jiang Xiaoyan's heart moved, and she immediately guessed the other party's purpose. "Mr. Guan, please come in. You all go out first." Jiang Xiaoyan pretended to be extremely sad and forced out a few tears. "Sister-in-law, I'm so sorry." Arriving at the villa's living room, Guan Changjie went forward to comfort Jiang Xiaoyan first. After a few simple greetings, Guan Changjie changed the subject and sighed pretentiously. "Sister-in-law, my brother Jiang is gone. You have to worry more about business matters in the future." Jiang Xiaoyan sneered in her heart and continued Guan Changjie's words. "Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Guan. I am a woman and I don't know how to do business. I will need your help in the future." Brother Jiang holds 5% of the shares of Ye Group. Sister-in-law, you also know that the group has just changed its chairman. Brother Jiang is still a member of the shareholder alliance. Now that he is gone, the newly appointed chairman will definitely take some action. Guan Changjie's words were very obscure, but Jiang Xiaoyan had already guessed his intention and secretly complained, "We are all 1,000-year-old vixens. Why are you playing Liao Zhai with me?" The two were silent for a moment. Jiang Xiaoyan wiped her eyes with sobs and pretended to be pitiful and asked, "Mr. Guan, then what do you say? What should I do?" Guan Changjie was delighted and advised earnestly, "Sister-in-law, the Ye Group is not peaceful now. This 5% equity is also a hot potato. Although you can get a lot of dividends every year, the new chairman is too young and doesn't know how to do business. If the company collapses, this equity will be worthless." Seeing Jiang Xiaoyan lowering her head and not speaking, Guan Changjie hurriedly said, "Sister-in-law, if you trust me, just sell the shares. Brother Jiang has been very kind to me before, and I will offer a price that will satisfy you." Finally getting to the point, Jiang Xiaoyan looked at him deeply and choked up. "Your brother Jiang has told me about the equity before. 5% of the Ye Group's equity is worth a lot of money. How about this, 12 billion? I'll sell it to you." Jiang Xiaoyan opened her mouth in a loud voice, and Guan Changjie shuddered violently, almost vomiting blood in anger. 5% of shares are indeed worth 12 billion, but Jiang Jinxiu is dead now. What use is there for you, a housewife, to have so much money? Sister-in-law, that's not how you calculate the account. The Ye Group has just changed its chairman, and the stock price is not stable. Seeing that Guan Changjie didn't want to talk to her sincerely, Jiang Xiaoyan lost her patience and shook her head, saying, "Mr. Guan, Jinxiu just left. Let's talk about business later." Guan Changjie vomited blood. However, he was also worried that other shareholders would try to take advantage of the 5% stake. He was secretly anxious, but he didn't dare to show it on his face. He took a deep breath and said, "How about this, sister-in-law? 10 billion is the only amount of resources I can use." Jiang Xiaoyan felt contempt in her heart. 10 billion? Are you sending away beggars? The Ye Group has many shareholders. If you're not willing to pay a high price, There are many people who want to buy it. Jiang Xiaoyan didn't say what was in her heart. She waved her hand and said, Mr. Guan, let's not talk about business. Jinqiu's body is still warm. Please give me some time to think about it. Guan Changjia. I have a lot of complaints in my heart, but I don't know how to express them. We are all 1,000-year-old fox spirits, so let's stop playing strange stories from a Chinese studio. At this time, Ye Xuan was leisurely drinking coffee in the office on the top floor of Ye Group. Jiang Jinqiu died in a car accident. His biggest threat was no longer there. The next step was to clean up those shareholders' confidence in the company. At this time, the Ye Group was in an uproar. Have you heard? Shareholder Jiang Jinqiu was in a car accident and died on the spot. I knew it long ago. I'm worth tens of billions. What's the point of making so much money? I can't take it with me when I die. Don't you think this is suspicious? Jiang Jinqiu had a conflict with the chairman at the shareholders' meeting a few days ago. Don't talk nonsense. The driver was driving under the influence of alcohol. Many employees were talking about it. Ning Nancher walked out of the elevator, and everyone shut their mouths consciously when they saw her. Ning Nancher is the chairman's personal secretary, and these employees don't dare to talk about Ye Xuan in front of her. Ning Nancher walked into the chairman's office on the top floor with the information, closed the door, put the information on the desk, stood beside Ye Xuan, and whispered, Chairman, the information of other shareholders is here. After Jiang Jinqiu's death, morale within the company has become unstable, and other shareholders will certainly make some small moves. Ye Xuan got the information of all the shareholders just to take the initiative to intimidate them. Guan Changjia owns 3.4% of the shares. What kind of person is this guy? More than 10 minutes later, Ye Xuan closed the folder, pulled his chin, and asked Ning Nancher with a smile. Ning Nancher has also been working at Ye Group for several years. Although she has never dealt with these shareholders, she knows them quite well. Before the shareholders' meeting, she had done her homework and investigated all the shareholders. Now that Ye Xuan suddenly asked, Ning Nancher was not at all flustered and replied calmly. Guan Changjia has a rough appearance and looks like a generous person, but this is all an illusion. Ning Nancher took a breath and continued. Guan Changjia is from another place. He came to Jiangdu to work when he was 17. He started as a construction worker. Later, he gathered some fellow villagers and became a contractor to earn his first pot of gold. He has a good eye for investment. More than a decade ago, Jiangdu's shipping business was developing rapidly. Guan Changjia established a freight company and also controlled the logistics of more than a dozen ports in Jiangdu. In just 3 years, he accumulated a net worth of more than 1 billion. His Shenyun company now controls 30% of the domestic logistics business. 5 years ago, he acquired 3.4% of the shares of Ye Group. Among the many shareholders, he is the only one who started from scratch. Chapter 28. I want your shares. Ye Xuan walked to the huge French window and asked with a half-smile, what do you think Guan Changjia will do after Jiang Jinqiu dies, given his personality? Buy Jiang Jinqiu's 5% stake at a high price. Ning Nancher answered without any hesitation. The Ye Group is one of the most promising companies in the country. Given Guan Changjia's character, he will never give up this piece of fat meat that is right at his fingertips. Holding shares in his hands, not only can he get huge dividends from the company every year, but he can also influence the company's decisions. This is what Guan Changjia wants most. Moreover, Guan Changjia is worth a lot of money, and a mere tens of billions of funds is still within an acceptable range for him. That's right, Guan Changjia is a very ambitious person, but I am determined to get Jiang Jinqiu's 5% stake. A fierce aura of a superior emanated from Ye Xuan, and his words were filled with dominance. Ning Nancher no longer doubted the new chairman's ability at this moment. In fact, she was also wondering whether Jiang Jinqiu was the one behind it. Get off work. Ye Xuan left the company and returned to the manor. Open Jiang Xiaoyan's information column, which is a secondary column extending from Jiang Jinqiu's information column. After looking through a lot of information, Ye Xuan smiled. This Jiang Xiaoyan is really a tough guy. Jiang Jinqiu died just a few days ago, and Jiang Xiaoyan transferred several companies to her own name. She was really quick, and Jiang Xiaoyan is a very resourceful woman. Jiang Jinqiu is worth tens of billions, but he has never had a lover outside in all these years. Instead, it is Jiang Xiaoyan who wears a grassland hat for Jiang Jinqiu outside. It's interesting. He wrote down some information and called bodyguard Lu Chang into the study. According to this information, go investigate Jiang Jinqiu's wife for me, and get something while you're at it. Yes, boss. Lu Chang looked at what was written on the paper and became even more in awe of Ye Xuan. I really don't know how the boss knows such confidential information. Go ahead, boss, I'll do it right away. Lu Chang left. Jiang Xiaoyan humphed. An evil sneer flashed across Ye Xuan's face. Lu Chang was very efficient. At noon the next day, he delivered all the information about Jiang Xiaoyan and the things Ye Xuan wanted to Ye Xuan. The seventh day after Jiang Jinqiu's death, friends and relatives gathered together, and more than a dozen shareholders of the Ye Group also came to the Jiang family villa, and Ye Xuan was naturally no exception. The gate of the Jiang family villa was filled with wreaths and funeral couplets, and the vermilion gate was covered with white cloth. Jiang Xiaoyan and Jiang Jinqiu's brothers knelt beside the portrait and cried inconsolably. Hello, I'm Ye Xuan, the chairman of Ye Group. Can we find a quiet place to talk? Ye Xuan did not burn incense for Jiang Jinqiu. Instead, he walked in the main hall of the villa and came straight to Jiang Xiaoyan. Before Jiang Xiaoyan could say anything, Jiang Jianbin and Jiang Jiangwen, who were kneeling on the ground, stood up angrily. What do you want to do? Did you kill my brother? Jiang Jinqiu died in a car accident. Although the driver has been arrested and he admitted that he was driving under the influence, everyone still has doubts. Especially Jiang Jinqiu's elder brother and younger brother. Knowing that Jiang Jinqiu and Ye Xuan had a conflict when the shareholders' meeting was held a few days ago, both of them suspected that the car accident was deliberately arranged by Ye Xuan. But just when they were about to attack Ye Xuan, Lu Chang and a few burly men in black quickly stepped forward and pushed the two angry men aside. Ye Xuan looked at them calmly. Jiang Xiaoyan, who was kneeling on the ground, stood up and pretended to feel guilty and said apologetically, Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry. Everyone is in a bad mood after Jinqiu left. I hope you can understand. Ye Xuan naturally wouldn't bother with two irrational people. He smiled and nodded at Jiang Xiaoyan and said, It's okay. I came here today to talk to you about the equity in Mr. Zhang's hands. Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes lit up, but there were still many people in the main hall of the villa, so the excitement in her eyes quickly disappeared, and she whispered, Mr. Yi, please go to the study upstairs and sit for a while. I'll be upstairs later. Although Ye Xuan's voice was not loud just now, the people in the main hall still heard clearly. Several small shareholders looked at each other and gathered together to discuss in a low voice. Young Master Yi has set his sights on the 5% equity. Is he going to buy it? I think it's possible, but unfortunately, I'm not strong enough to swallow it. If Jiang Jinqiu's 5% stake falls into Ye Xuan's hands, we will have even less say in the company. Not only were these small shareholders worried, but the elder brother and younger brother who were about to attack Ye Xuan also frowned. Although they are not Jiang Jinqiu's first heirs, this 5% stake is worth tens of billions. So naturally, they both want to take a big bite of this piece of fat meat. After more than 10 minutes, footsteps were heard outside the study. Jiang Xiaoyan walked in slowly in morning clothes. Ye Xuan raised his hand to Lu Chang and asked him to guard outside the door with the bodyguards. Mr. Yi, are you looking for me? To discuss something? Jiang Xiaoyan sat down on the sofa, her heart calm. In addition to Guan Changjia, two other shareholders had contacted her in the past few days, and they were all frightened by her high demands. But she was not in a hurry because she was waiting for Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan smiled lightly and said in a tone that could not be refused, I want your shares. Chapter 29 Threats. Really, getting something for nothing. I want your shares. Ye Xuan said in a tone that could not be refused. Has Mr. Yi always been so direct? Jiang Xiaoyan laughed. These days she had specially asked someone to investigate Ye Xuan. She had originally looked down on this young man in his early 20s, but after learning that he had taken over the company and had resolved one threat after another with thundering means, and that Jiang Jinqiu and more than a dozen shareholders had failed to force him out of the company, Jiang Xiaoyan no longer dared to underestimate him. Mr. Yi, I have no intention of selling the 5% stake in Jinqiu. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. Jiang Xiaoyan is a smart person. She is prepared to take the initiative in this negotiation by retreating. Name, Jiang Xiaoyan. Age, 42. Yes, shares, 5%. Net worth, 14.2 billion. Inner thoughts, I won't sell 5% of shares without 15 billion. Ye Xuan just took the position of chairman, and there are so many small shareholders eyeing him. He must be more anxious than me now. After getting this money, I can leave Jiangdu, no matter where in the world, I can live comfortably with Liang Mingyu for the rest of my life. Seeing this, Ye Xuan's mouth corners slightly curved. As far as I know, 3 shareholders have approached you in the past few days, right? The highest offer was no more than 12 billion, right? Ye Xuan put out the cigarette in his hand, raised his head, and stared at Jiang Xiaoyan with a smile. How do you know? Jiang Xiaoyan was shocked. After a moment of distraction, Jiang Xiaoyan quickly concealed her shock and asked with a frown, "How did you know?" "I know a lot more, especially about Miss Jiang's shameful secrets." Jiang Xiaoyan's forced calmness was exposed under Ye Xuan's piercing gaze, and beads of sweat broke out on her forehead. "Mr. Yi, I don't understand what you mean." Jiang Xiaoyan forced herself to calm down, her face full of coldness. "We are all smart people. Miss Jiang, there's no need for me to make my words too clear. I just want to acquire the 5% stake and don't want to care about other messy things. Miss Jiang should agree to my request." Ye Xuan was quite confident, but a fierce aura emerged from his body. God-level powerful skills activated. Jiang Xiaoyan suddenly felt as if she was facing Ye Xiaorong, the former chairman of the Yi Group. No, he was even more powerful than him. It pressed down on us like a mountain. My breathing stopped for a beat. Jiang Xiaoyan's forehead was covered with cold sweat. She gritted her teeth and said, 5% of the equity is worth more than 10 billion yuan, and there are many people who want to buy it. Why do you think I will sell it to you? Because these photos. Ye Xuan smiled lightly and placed several prepared photos in front of Jiang Xiaoyan. After Jiang Jianqiu's death, Jiang Xiaoyan still had time to date a pretty boy, and her lover was none other than Liang Mingyu, Jiang Jianqiu's confidant and assistant who helped him run his business. Although these photos were taken secretly, the appearance of the two people can still be clearly seen. As long as these photos are released, Jiang Jianqiu's brother and younger brother will not be easy to deal with. They will definitely sue Jiang Xiaoyan. When there are twists and turns, Jiang Xiaoyan will probably lose a lot of flesh and blood. Or if you want to be more ruthless and kill Jiang Xiaoyan directly, the property will belong to this brother. When Jiang Xiaoyan saw these photos, a hint of panic flashed across her eyes. But she was a woman who had seen a lot of things, so she quickly suppressed her shock and snorted, "Mr. Yi, do you think you can threaten me by just having someone make up a few photos? You really won't cry until you see the coffin." Ye Xuan had long expected Jiang Xiaoyan to deny it, so he shook his head slightly and took out another jade ring from his pocket. "You're familiar with this thing, right? It is a pair with the one you have in your hand, and there's a word, yin, on it." Ye Xuan played with the jade ring in his hand, a sinister smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. Jiang Xiaoyan is really good to her lover. This pair of jade rings is worth millions, and they are high-quality, old-mine jadeite. The moment she saw the ring, Jiang Xiaoyan suddenly became nervous and her face turned paler. These past few days, with the help of the pretty boy Liang Mingyu, you transferred several of Jiang Jianqiu's companies to your name, and you also wanted to take the 5% of the shares for yourself, right? If Jiang Jianqiu's brothers knew about this, do you think they would let you go? Can you still inherit Jiang Jianqiu's inheritance? You, why is this ring on your hand? What exactly do you want? Jiang Xiaoyan no longer had the calmness she had just now. She stood up and pointed at Ye Xuan and asked loudly, "I want that 5% of the shares. If you don't want to know these ugly things, Miss Jiang should agree to me, right?" Ye Xuan was confident of winning. Before coming, he had someone draft a transfer contract. Jiang Jianqiu's elder brother and younger brother also have a share of that 5% of the shares. I have no right to make the decision. Jiang Xiaoyan took a deep breath, still unwilling to give up. She wanted to delay, but Ye Xuan sneered, crossed his legs, and said slowly, "Ms. Jiang is the first heir, so the shares will naturally be controlled by you." Jiang Xiaoyan knew that Ye Xuan had her in his arms, and she had no reason to refuse, let alone the qualifications to bargain with Ye Xuan. "What price can you offer for 5% of the shares?" Jiang Xiaoyan slumped down on the sofa, as if she had lost her soul. "Your secret is my bargaining chip, but I'm always generous. I can give you another 1 billion. 1 billion. Hearing Ye Xuan's words, Jiang Xiaoyan shouted in disbelief. "You want to get something for nothing? You want me to transfer the 5% equity of 1 billion to you?" Chapter 30. Once again acquired 5% of the shares, absolute controlling stake. Jiang Xiaoyan was completely stunned. Before she walked into the study, she already knew that Ye Xuan was not an easy person to deal with. But now she saw clearly that the young man in his 20s in front of her, who always had a harmless smile on his face, was a ruthless character who would eat people without leaving any bones behind. More than 10 billion. And you want to get it with just 1 billion? Haha, Ms. Jiang, you are wrong. Jiang Jianqiu's other companies are worth 4 billion, which is more than enough for you to live comfortably for the rest of your life. Why should you be so greedy? Am I right? What if I don't agree? Jiang Xiaoyan asked back with gritted teeth, anger surging in her heart. I won't lose anything, but Miss Jiang, you will be ruined, and you won't get Jiang Jinqiu's inheritance. And I believe Jiang Jinqiu's brothers will never let it go after they find out that you secretly transferred the property. Do you remember what happened to Jiang Jinqiu? I think they won't lack the courage, right? Ye Xuan slowly stood up, put away the photos and rings, and prepared to leave. Jiang Xiaoyan knew that Ye Xuan was not trying to scare her. She had an affair with Liang Mingyu and secretly transferred her late husband's property. In addition, Jiang Jinqiu's car accident. Mr. Yi, we can discuss everything. Jiang Xiaoyan stood up hurriedly and grabbed Ye Xuan's arm. Ms. Jiang, have you considered it? I promise you, I will transfer 5% of the shares to you for 1 billion, but you can't tell anyone about the matter between me and Liang Mingyu, and the evidence must be destroyed. In addition, you have to help me transfer Jiang Jinqiu's property smoothly. It's a small matter. It's a pleasure to work with you. Ye Xuan laughed. The shares worth tens of billions were transferred to Ye Xuan for only 1 billion. Jiang Xiaoyan was extremely unwilling, but if she did not agree, she might not be able to get even half of the family property. Jiang Jinqiu's death in a car accident may seem like an accident, but if outsiders knew that Jiang Xiaoyan adopted a gigolo and secretly transferred their property, they might blame her for it. Jiang Jinqiu's 2 brothers don't look like good people at first glance. Ms. Jiang, you can rest assured. No third person will know what we talked about today. Ye Xuan had expected this result and assured Jiang Xiaoyan with a smile. The photo and the ring. Jiang Xiaoyan was worried that Ye Xuan would use this handle to continue to blackmail her. After the shares are transferred to my name, Miss Jiang leave Jiangdu, I will return the film and the ring to you. You want me to leave Jiangdu? Jiang Xiaoyan was shocked and asked loudly in disbelief. Of course. If you transfer the 5% equity to me for 1 billion, what will the other shareholders of Ye Group think? Will Jiang Jinqiu's brothers agree? I am doing this for your own good. Jiang Jinqiu has several companies under his name, with a market value of several hundred million, which is enough for Miss Jiang to enjoy a comfortable life. Jiang Xiaoyan is a very scheming woman. Although she agreed to transfer the equity to Ye Xuan for 1 billion, Ye Xuan always feels a little uneasy about letting her stay in Jiangdu. Jiang Xiaoyan was silent for a long time, then raised her head with a bitter face and said in despair, Master Yi, Jiang Jinqiu underestimated you, and I underestimated you too. Although Ye Xuan looked to be only in his early 20s, Jiang Xiaoyan only now understood why a business veteran like Jiang Jinqiu could lose his life. Ye Xuan planned everything perfectly and never gave his opponents any chance. On the 3rd day after Jiang Jinqiu's funeral, more than a dozen small shareholders of the Ye Group gathered at the manor where Ye Xuan lived, followed by dozens of senior company employees. Ye Xuan was not surprised by their arrival and ordered his butler Fu Bo to set up 2 long tables on the lawn in the front yard of the manor, with fine wine and delicious food. As evening approached, the manor was crowded with people. Ye Xuan had not yet come downstairs. Without his permission, these small shareholders did not dare to enter the villa casually. They gathered in 2s and 3s and whispered, You have all heard about it, right? Jiang Jinqiu's wife transferred the 5% of the shares to the chairman. Yes, and it's transferred for 1 billion. That's equity worth tens of billions. I have met Jiang Jinqiu's wife before. She is such a smart woman, but she is willing to transfer her shares to Master Yi at such a low price. Could it be that they knew each other before? Stop talking nonsense. Mr. Yi now owns 53.8% of the company's shares. Let's think more about ourselves. That's right. Jiang Jinqiu died in an unclear manner. I wonder what Master Yi has planned next. Ye Xuan had taken over the company less than 20 days ago, and he had used drastic measures to consolidate his position as heir. Seeing what happened to Jiang Jinqiu, these shareholders became panic-stricken, fearing that they would become Ye Xuan's next target. We all gathered in this manner today just to get some information from Ye Xuan and see what big moves he will make next. The dozens of senior employees of the Ye Group were also feeling uneasy as many of them had close ties with the small shareholders. Chairman, the shareholders have brought so many company executives here. What do you want? In the study, Ning Nansher stood respectfully in front of the desk, her beautiful eyes fixed on Ye Xuan opposite her. It seemed as if he wanted to guess what Ye Xuan was thinking at the moment from the expression on his face. Let's have a quick meal later. Ye Xuan leaned back in a large boss chair, drinking coffee without even raising his head. The shareholders outside had informed Ning Nansher before coming, and only came after getting Ye Xuan's permission, but this time they were not here to force the palace. After Jiang Jinxiu was buried, Jiang Xian transferred the shares to Ye Xuan's name, and of course these small shareholders also received the news. Ye Xuan stood up with a smile, holding his coffee, walked to the French window and glanced outside, then said with a smile, "These guys should be here to show their loyalty to me." Chapter 31. Take control of the group and start the Ye Xuan era. After obtaining the equity of Zhang Hongyuan and Jiang Jinxiu, Ye Xuan's equity soared to 53.8%. The shareholder alliance no longer posed any threat to him. On the contrary, Ye Xuan still held the list of confidants of the shareholder alliance who opposed him. Ye Xuan started 2 fires in succession, severely hitting the shareholder alliance. Everyone was speculating that the 3rd fire would be aimed at the company's shareholders' cronies. Mr. Yi, this is the previous list and also the financial reports of the company you requested for the past 3 years. Ning Nansher came to Ye Xuan and handed him the folder in her hand. Ye Xuan slowly turned around, put down the coffee cup in his hand, picked up the list, put it aside without even glancing at it, and lowered his head to read the company's financial report in the folder. At around 6 o'clock, Ye Xuan, dressed in a neat suit, walked out of the villa with Ning Nansher. The dozens of people gathered in the front yard suddenly quieted down, and all their eyes were focused on Ye Xuan. When Ye Xuan first took the position of heir, these people were quite disdainful of him, thinking that the yellow-toothed boy only got the position of chairman by luck. But it was less than 20 days, and no one dared to underestimate this young man in his early 20s anymore. Instead, they were all feeling uneasy and in awe of him. Ye Xuan stood on the steps. Although he had a faint smile on his face, he had an aura of majesty that could not be offended. That sharp gaze swept across the faces of dozens of people, and the whole place fell silent, especially the dozen or so small shareholders, who were completely different people compared to their previous arrogant looks. Everyone, don't be so restrained. Uncle Fu, tell the people below to serve the food. Ye Xuan walked down the stairs slowly, took the red wine handed to him by a servant next to him, and said to Uncle Fu next to him with a smile, "Chairman, we are sorry to bother you so much. I hope you don't mind." Guan Changjia, who was closest to Ye Xuan, suppressed the nervousness in his heart, walked up to him with a dry laugh and greeted him. "Haha, this is not a company, so please don't call me chairman." Ye Xuan waved his hand, picked up the wine glass, and raised his arm casually. "Today, we are shamelessly here to apologize to you, Master Yi. We were deceived by Jiang Jinxiu and told you at the shareholders' meeting." The atmosphere became much more relaxed, and another pot-bellied shareholder came to Ye Xuan's side. This shareholder looks like Mithriya Buddha, with a face full of fat and an almost invisible neck. He is about 1.7 meters tall, but weighs at least 200 kilograms. He almost wore that handmade Armani suit like Anima. This man's name is Zheng Jun. Although he doesn't hold many shares, he has a very good relationship with Jiang Jinxiu. When Jiang Jinxiu was preparing to gather shareholders to force Ye Xuan out of the company, he was also the first to support it. But now that Jiang Jinxiu is dead, Zheng Jun, the fence-sitter, immediately changed his attitude and prepared to cling to Ye Xuan's thigh. Several other shareholders who wanted to come over talked to him, seeing Zheng Jun's shameless look, curled their lips silently and cursed inwardly. "This fatty Zheng is such a villain. We have to stay away from him in the future. How can a person be so shameless? I've really learned something new today." If Jiang Jinxiu in the underworld saw Zheng Jun's current expression, he would be so angry that he would kick the coffin lid open. Ye Xuan looked at Zheng Jun with a smile on his face and called up his message bar in his mind. Name, Xing Yun. Age, 42. Ownership of Ye's shares, 2.5%. Net worth, 7.1 billion. He is a man who loves money and lust, a typical fence-sitter and a famous second-generation rich man in Jiangdu. Since he took over the family company, the family business has shrunk by more than 70%. With the help of Jiang Jinxiu, He acquired the shares of Ye Group 5 years ago. Inwardly, Jiang Jinxiu, you short-lived ghost, I'm still waiting for you to help me after you become the chairman of Ye Group. Now Ye Xuan holds 53.8% of the shares. I don't want to follow in your footsteps. I have to quickly curry favor with Ye Xuan, a big backer. According to this information column, Zheng Jun is just a little clever. He will never amount to anything big and will not pose any threat to Ye Xuan. The matter has passed. There's no need to mention it anymore. You are all shareholders of the company, and I will still need your support for my future decisions in the company. These shareholders receive huge dividends every year and often interfere in the affairs of the group. This is what makes Ye Xuan most dissatisfied. Although Ye Xuan had a smile on his face, several smart shareholders had already understood what he meant. Ye Xuan wanted to take back power. Zheng Jun smiled and nodded repeatedly, assuring, "Don't worry, Master Yi. I will fully support all your decisions in the company from now on." Ye Xuan patted Zheng Jun on the shoulder and stopped talking to him. An elderly man not far away stood up, looked at Ye Xuan deeply, and said with a wry smile, "Master Yi, I, Chow, am old, and I am afraid I can't help you in the future. You can make the decisions on the company's affairs. The dividends I get every year are enough for me to enjoy my old age." Chow Tianda is the company's oldest shareholder. With him taking the lead, several other smart shareholders also expressed their willingness to never interfere in the company's decision-making again. Even Guan Changjia, who was very ambitious, smiled bitterly and nodded when Ye Xuan's gaze fell on him, showing his attitude. These shareholders are not fools. As the saying goes, a new emperor appoints new ministers. Ye Xuan has secured the position of chairman in such a short time and disintegrated the shareholder alliance. It is hard to say whether anyone who dares to go against him at this time will end up like Jiang Jinxiu, but those close confidants in the company will all be kicked out. From this moment on, the power of the Ye Group was in hand, and the company also entered the Ye Xuan era. Chapter 32: Big Plans for the Future. Cool and handsome, unstoppable. Ye Xuan was in a good mood, but on the surface he was still polite to the dozen or so shareholders. The meal lasted more than 2 hours, and everyone left the manor when the moon rose in the west. Ning Nansher originally wanted to leave with those shareholders. She was Ye Xuan's secretary, but she didn't need 24-hour personal service. But Ye Xuan called her to the study upstairs, took the company's financial reports for the past 3 years, and pulled Ning Nansher to sit on the large leather sofa. Ye Xuan had drunk a lot of wine just now, and his cheeks were a little red, but his eyes were exceptionally bright, and he didn't look drunk at all. Ning Nansher, who was sitting nearby, looked at the young man in his early 20s next to her and felt a little shy for a moment. It was not until Ye Xuan placed the folder in front of her that Ning Nansher came to her senses and slowly sat up straight. "What are you thinking about? Are you attracted to me?" Ye Xuan smirked jokingly. At this moment, the majestic aura of a superior disappeared, replaced by the gentleness of a boy next door. "Mr. Yu, stop making fun of me." Ning Nansher hurriedly shook her head, a blush on her face. Ning Nansher is very beautiful. Her devilish figure is clearly revealed in her well-fitting professional attire. Her skin is as white as snow, her eyebrows are as black as indigo, her face is delicate, and her temperament is gentle. She is not inferior to those female stars on TV. In the Ye Group, the number of boys pursuing her almost formed a reinforced platoon. If Ye Xuan had not promoted her to the position of secretary to the chairman, there would be male employees courting her every day. But Ye Xuan was not in the mood for romance now, so he stopped joking with Ning Nansher and pointed to a string of numbers on the folder and whispered, "I have carefully read the company's financial reports for the past 3 years. The growth rate of the real estate business has obviously declined, and the new investment projects have also progressed slowly. Has the Ye Group always been the top real estate company in the country? Why did this happen?" Although the Ye Group's headquarters is in Jiangdu, it has many investments in first and second-tier cities across the country. In the past, the profit of the real estate business was about 8%, with a significant growth rate. However, in the past 3 years, the real estate industry seems to have entered a cold winter, and even giants like the Ye Group have seen a decline in performance. Speaking of business, Ning Nansher took a deep breath and returned to her expression as a strong career woman. "Chairman, in recent years, the country has vigorously regulated the real estate industry and introduced many control policies. Our Ye Group has been operating in first-tier cities for many years, and its performance is relatively stable. However, most of the projects invested in second-tier cities have stagnated due to the impact of policies. Seeing Ye Xuan signaling her to continue, Ning Nansher took a breath and continued to explain. According to our company's investigation, the real estate industry in the country has reached saturation. When Mr. Yi was here, he had already planned to gradually transform the group and reduce investment in the real estate industry by 20% every year. This sunset industry may become a burden to the Yi Group in a few years. Ye Xuan nodded. Real estate has reached a bottleneck. The situation here is similar to that on Earth before. The country will not allow the real estate industry to absorb too much capital, but in order to stabilize the economy, it will not allow housing prices to fall sharply. But Ye Xuan has already considered how to transform. The current timeline of space and time is roughly equivalent to the timeline of the Earth in 2010. Many unicorns and super companies have not really appeared or risen yet. Ye Xuan listed all the large companies on Earth that had only developed in 2010. Didi, Tushio, Xiaomi, Meituan, Pinduoduo, Maoyan, League of Legends, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, live streaming platforms, Kuaishou, Douyin, DJI, SF Express, streaming video, Tingxuanaiqi, music platforms. It's a bit messy, but this is also the direction that Ye Xuan wants to develop in the future. Well, go on. Tell me about the other investment projects of the Yi Group. Ye Xuan stood up, poured 2 glasses of water, and sat down next to Ning Nansher. 2 years ago, Mr. Yi had already started investing in the pharmaceutical industry, as well as cultural media groups and logistics and transportation companies, and there are also many in new energy. The Yi Group is so huge that it has invested in at least dozens of projects. It is impossible for Ning Nansher to tell Ye Xuan about them all. Speaking of cultural media, Ye Xuan's heart moved and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, just in line with the streaming video platform. At the same time, he also thought of Douyin and associated it with music. Well, it's getting late. You should go back and rest. Give me a report on the Yi Group's national market survey in 3 days, and also compile a file of all the projects that Mr. Yi has invested in before. Looking at this methodical and powerful young man beside him, Ning Nansher had a premonition that under his leadership, the Yi Group would definitely be more glorious than before. After arranging for someone to send Ning Nansher back, Ye Xuan changed into casual clothes and drove out of the manor with his Pagani function worth more than 20 million yuan. I wonder how this little girl Du Yimeng is doing now. Open Du Yimeng's profile. Nama, Du Yimeng. Current status. Passed the blind audition of The Voice of China and is determined to become a musician. Current location. In the dormitory of Jiangdu University. This girl actually passed the blind audition of The Voice of China. It seems that she has a talent for singing. More than 20 minutes later, Ye Xuan's sports car stopped steadily at the gate of Jiangdu University. This sports car is so cool. What brand is it? I haven't seen it either. Is it made in China? What a bunch of ignorant fools. This is an imported Pagani. The cheapest one costs more than 20 million, and this is a limited edition. A sports car worth more than 20 million. This guy should be a second-generation rich man from a wealthy family. He looks pretty good too. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Many students gathered around the luxury sports car, pointing and talking. Under the excited gazes of many students around, the car door opened like butterfly wings. Ye Xuan walked out from inside. Dazzling and unmatched. Cool and handsome is unstoppable. All the students paused for breath at this moment. Chapter 33, Campus Life. Ye Xuan took out his cell phone and dialed Du Yimeng's number. After the ring sounded a few times, Du Yimeng answered the call. Hello, I'm Du Yimeng. Who are you looking for? In the girls' dormitory of Jiangdu University, Du Yimeng was putting on makeup. She saw an unfamiliar number on her cell phone and asked in a low voice after answering the call. I haven't seen you for several days. I'm at the gate of your school. Come out. An evil smile appeared on Ye Xuan's lips, and his words were full of dominance and irresistibility. After saying this, Ye Xuan hung up the phone, but Du Yimeng, who was putting on makeup, was stunned. Hearing that familiar voice again, that night unconsciously emerged in her mind. Du Yimeng suddenly panicked, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. Xiaomeng, what's wrong with you? Come take a look at my clothes. Just when Du Yimeng was distracted, someone suddenly patted her shoulder. Today is Yuan's birthday, and many handsome guys in our class will be there. Isn't this dress too ladylike? A girl with long wavy hair walked around Du Yimeng holding a green dress. but her eyes fell on the LV chiffon shirt on Du Yiming's bed. Xiaoan, you're already beautiful enough and have so many suitors. We are about to graduate, and I have never had a boyfriend. Another short-haired girl in the dormitory also came over and complained with a dissatisfied look on her face. Am I considered beautiful? Xiaoming is our school belle. Look at her clothes. They're all international brands. Shen Jiaowen came to Du Yiming's bed, picked up the chiffon shirt, and compared it to herself, her eyes full of envy. Xiaoming, you haven't told us yet. Who gave you these clothes? You were in a house outside some time ago. Did you meet some rich bachelor outside? The short-haired girl pulled a chair and sat down next to Du Yiming, asking with a gossipy look on her face. Du Yiming bit her lip and said nothing, but this aroused the curiosity of the two girls around her. I have something else to do today, so I may not be able to attend Yuan's birthday party. This is the gift I bought for you. Please deliver it to her on my behalf. Du Yiming opened the drawer of her desk and took out a small box that she had prepared in advance. Hey, we've lived together for 4 years, and you didn't even go to Yuan's birthday party. You usually live outside, too. We're about to graduate, and we won't have many chances to get together. The girl with short hair frowned in dissatisfaction. Shen Jiaowen, who was sitting on the bed, was moved. Looking at the blush on Du Yiming's cheeks that had not yet faded, she jokingly said, When Yuan left just now, you promised that you would definitely come. How come you became a different person after answering the phone? Tell us the truth. Was the person who called you just now your boyfriend? Oh, don't ask anymore. Du Yiming didn't want her affairs to be known by the people in the dormitory. After putting away the cosmetics, she said apologetically, Tell Yuan that I will treat you to a meal another day. Please help me bring the gifts. After saying that, Du Yiming took her bag and walked out of the dormitory quickly. Shen Jiaowen and the short-haired girl looked at each other, smiled wickedly, changed clothes hurriedly, and went downstairs to catch up with Du Yiming. Ye Xuan at the school gate had just finished smoking a cigarette. His smoking posture and every move were so handsome that they made many female students' hearts beat faster. Soon, he saw Yiming appear at the school gate, looking around. Du Yiming had originally planned to celebrate her roommate's birthday today, so she put on her makeup in advance. Plus, she was the campus belle of the music department, so she stood out at the busy school gate. When Du Yiming saw Ye Xuan leaning on the sports car more than 20 meters away, he immediately lowered his head in panic and helplessness and walked towards him quickly. Dozens of students were watching Ye Xuan's Pagani supercar. When they saw the beautiful Du Yiming suddenly approaching, everyone's eyes immediately fell on her. Isn't this the campus beauty from our school's music department, this rich second-generation guy driving a sports car? Seems to be waiting for her. A boy said enviously, Humph, you act like a pure and innocent girl at school all day long. But it turns out you were just pretending. Several girls pouted their lips in jealousy. These second-generation rich are really lucky. Just because they have money, they can pick up goddesses. Amidst a burst of discussions, Du Yiming came to Ye Xuan with her head down, but before she could say anything, footsteps were heard from behind, and 2 girls from the same dormitory walked over quickly. Wow, Xiaoming, you are really in love with a rich bachelor. A sports car like this? It must cost several million, right? Shen Jiaowen was very excited. She didn't look at Ye Xuan, but instead set her eyes on the sports car worth more than 20 million. Xiaoming, this is your boyfriend. He's very handsome. Hello, my name is Fong Qingqing, and I'm Xiaoming's roommate. The short-haired girl first looked at Ye Xuan, then extended her slender little hand gracefully. Hello. Ye Xuan nodded slightly and raised his hand to touch Fong Qingqing. You too. Why did you follow me here? Yuan is still waiting for you in the hotel. Du Yiming didn't expect that her 2 best friends would follow her out, and she pouted and muttered softly. Humph, you're a guy who forgets his loyalty for the sake of beauty. If we don't follow him out, how will we have the chance to meet this handsome guy? Shen Jiaowen touched her long hair, with a charming smile on her face, and took the initiative to stand beside Ye Xuan. Handsome guy, your car is so beautiful. Can you take me for a ride later? Shen Jiaowen looked at him with a seductive look and even straightened her back deliberately. Shen Jiaowen is very beautiful, not much different from the school belle Du Yiming, but Ye Xuan has no interest in such a woman who comes to him on her own initiative and treats her coldly. What's the point of going for a ride? Yuan is still waiting for us at the hotel. Today is her birthday. If the 3 of us don't go, how are we going to explain it to her later? Is it your friend's birthday today? Ye Xuan frowned slightly and asked softly. Chapter 34, Support the Girl. Yeah, handsome boy, why don't you come with us? Xiao Meng is so pretty and has many suitors. You're worried, right? Shun Jiawen is not a simple woman. On the surface, she is praising Du Yiming for her beauty, but her real purpose is to remind Ye Xuan that there are often boys around Du Yiming. TSK Tisk, that's incredible. A slight smile flashed across Ye Xuan's lips, and he made a preliminary judgment on Shun Jiawen, a green tea girl. You are all wrong. I have nothing to do with him. Du Yiming explained in a panic. At this time, Ye Xuan put his arm around Du Yiming's shoulders and said, Okay, it's just meeting a classmate, I agree. After saying that, Ye Xuan got into the car. Du Yiming, so domineering. She didn't know how to refuse. Ye Xuan, silly girl, what are you still standing there for? Get in the car. Oh, Du Yiming walked to the other side of the sports car and got in. She said shyly to Ching Ching and the others, Then let's go to the hotel first. See you later. The car door is closed. The sports car roared away. Fong Ching Ching smiled with some envy and said, Xiao Meng has a really good eye. Although that boy is not as handsome as a celebrity, he has a kind of indescribable temperament. I am fascinated by him. What's the big deal? He just drives a sports car. There are many rich young men from wealthy families in our school. Shun Jiawen was sour grapes because she couldn't eat them. There was a flash of jealousy and resentment in her eyes. Ye Xuan didn't say a word to her just now. Shun Jiawen thought she was pretty and had a lot of suitors in school, but Ye Xuan's attitude just now made her feel frustrated. The students who were watching all around also dispersed. Shun Jiawen and Fong Qingqing stopped the taxi and rushed towards the Hao Tai Hotel in the city center. Do you need to buy some gift for your friends? Ye Xuan, who was driving a sports car, suddenly grabbed Du Yiming's little hand. No need. I've already bought her a gift. Du Yiming was so flustered that she didn't dare to look at Ye Xuan. Her hands were already sweating, just like a little white rabbit. Also, Mr. Yiwi, Ye Xuan smiled evilly. You can't escape from my grasp anyway. Why don't you obey me? Du Yiming. But when he arrived at the gate of the China World Trade Center in the city center, Ye Xuan still stopped the car. Under Du Yiming's puzzled gaze, Ye Xuan took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to her. Go up and choose a gift. Looking at the bank card in her hand, Du Yiming bit her lip and wanted to refuse, but Ye Xuan gently pinched her cheek and said in an unquestionable tone, You are my woman. A cheap gift is too embarrassing. People will laugh at you. Then why don't you go shopping with me? Du Yiming felt that she didn't have the courage to refuse Ye Xuan. She raised her head and blinked her charming big eyes, her face full of curiosity. I don't know much about what women like. Du Yiming, who was a little dazed, got out of the car with her bank card. Following Ye Xuan's instructions, she took the elevator directly to the brand store upstairs. China World Trade Center is the most famous shopping place in Jiangdu. As long as you have money, you can buy any international brand here. Du Yiming walked into a Prada store nervously and chose a bracelet. More than 30,000 yuan. It was a very expensive luxury item, which made Du Yiming feel distressed. When she swiped the card, the salesperson behind the counter took a look at the bank card, was a little shocked, and asked politely in a low voice. This bank card is silver, and there's a lifelike dragon pattern on the front. With this bank card, one can overdraw a huge sum of 100 million yuan in any bank in China. People who usually use this kind of bank card are either rich or noble, and their net worth is at least hundreds of billions. After the checkout, the salesperson carefully packed the bracelet and respectfully escorted Du Yiming out of the store. The Hao Tai Hotel is not far from the China World Trade Center, and Ye Xuan soon parked the car in front of the hotel gate. Two waiters in front of the hotel came up hurriedly. Ye Xuan took out $200 bills and handed them the car keys. More than a dozen young people sitting in the hotel lobby stood up in unison when they saw Du Yiming walk in with her arm around a young man. These people are Du Yiming's classmates. There are 4 boys and the rest are all beautiful girls dressed up gorgeously. Du Yiming came to them with Ye Xuan shyly. Several girls immediately gathered around curiously. One of them, a beautiful lady in a purple dress, looked Ye Xuan up and down curiously and pulled Du Yiming to her side and whispered, Xiao Meng, who is this? He looks quite handsome. I haven't heard that you have had a boyfriend in school. The beautiful lady who was speaking was today's protagonist, Ye Xuan, who was also Du Yiming's roommate for 4 years. Hello, I'm Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan said indifferently. Du Yiming handed over the gift. This is your gift. I hope you like it. Looking at the Prada logo on the box, the other girl's eyes lit up. Most girls have no resistance to this kind of luxury goods. Thank you, Xiaoming. Ye Xuan knew the value of Prada and was a little surprised. I'm sorry for the expense. By the way, when did you meet him? I've never heard you mention it before. He wanted to explain that it was okay, but Ye Xian's domineering attitude made her statement pale and powerless. Chapter 35 My Business Empire starts with music copyright. On the 18th floor of the hotel, there is a luxurious box. This box is more than 200 square meters in size, and the decoration inside is extremely exquisite. There is a handmade cashmere carpet under your feet and a set of imported leather sofas next to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. The light gold wallpaper looks even more luxurious under the illumination of the huge crystal chandelier. There are crystal wine cabinets on both sides of the wall, and in the center of the box is a marble dining table that can accommodate 20 people. Haotai Hotel is quite famous in Jiangdu. A meal here costs 30,000 to 40,000 yuan. However, Ye Xuan didn't seem to care much about it. She didn't even look at the menu. She just told the waiter beside her, "Serve all the special dishes, and then go downstairs to the wine cellar and get a few bottles of my dad's treasured red wine." It is obvious that Ye Xuan is a girl from a wealthy family. Everyone sat down. Ye Xuan and Du Yimeng had a good relationship, so they sat next to each other. Ye Xian was asked to sit next to Du Yimeng. However, what made Ye Xian a little unhappy was that Shun Jiawen sat down on his right. "Everyone, you're welcome. Today is my birthday. Thank you for coming. After we finish our meal, we can go somewhere else and continue having fun." After the food was served, Ye Xuan was the first to raise a glass, and everyone followed suit. However, Ye Xian noticed that Shun Jiawen on his right was looking at him seductively, with her toes rubbing his calves intentionally or unintentionally. Ye Xian frowned slightly and put some distance between himself and Shun Jiawen. "Ye Xian, you look very familiar to me, and I seem to have heard of your name somewhere." After finishing a glass of wine, everyone became familiar with each other. Ye Xuan said as she poured the wine, "I also felt that this name was very familiar. I seem to have heard my dad mention it." A boy opposite also looked Ye Xian up and down and said with a puzzled look on his face, "Your dad? Doesn't your dad work for Ye's group? I remember now." Ye Xuan was startled and couldn't help but exclaimed when she looked at Ye Xian, "You are the chairman of Ye's group?" His attitude suddenly became respectful and reserved. "Yes, the new chairman of Ye Group is called Ye Xian." The boy opposite also shuddered and looked at Ye Xian in disbelief. He remembered that he had seen the internal newspaper of Ye Group in his father's office, and there was a photo of Ye Xian on it. Exactly the same as the handsome guy in front of me. "Mr. Yi, my name is He Ming, and He Yifeng is my father." The boy came to Ye Xian stiffly and saluted respectfully. "He Yifeng." Ye Xian thought for a moment and nodded slightly. "I remember him, the deputy director of the group's operations department." The entire box fell silent in an instant. Everyone was staring at Ye Xian, whose expression was calm and shock. Shun Jiawen and several other girls' eyes began to light up. Everyone in Jiangdu has heard of the name of the Ye Group. It is a tycoon in the domestic business community and a leading real estate company with assets worth hundreds of billions. Although Du Yimeng also thought that Ye Xian's identity was unusual, she had never taken the initiative to inquire about it. When she heard Yuan and others say that Ye Xian was the chairman of Ye Group, Du Yimeng was stunned for a moment. "Don't be so reserved. Here, I'm just Xiaoming's friend," Ye Xian said with a smile. You are a little too low-key. Aren't you as the chairman of the Ye Group? Your net worth must be hundreds of billions." Ye Yuan was still in shock. How many people in the country are there who are in their early 20s and have a net worth of over 100 billion? Saying that Ye Xian is a diamond bachelor is an underestimation of his status. He is a standard diamond bachelor. After learning Ye Xian's true identity, everyone became much more nervous and restrained. Even speaking became cautious. Ye Xian also knew his identity, which put a lot of pressure on everyone, so after eating a few mouthfuls of food, he clapped his hands. "Okay, Xiaoming and I have something to do, so we'll leave first. Enjoy your meal, everyone." Everyone said repeatedly, "Mr. Yi, take care." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief only after Ye Xian took Du Yimeng out of the box. "Oh my god, this is so stressful." "Yes, hundreds of billions, my little heart." It's a bit unbearable to sit in front of me. Everyone is still feeling scared. The car sped along. Ye Xuan glanced at Du Yimeng, who was a little nervous, and stopped the car on the side of the road. Does my identity make you uneasy? Ye Xuan stared at Du Yimeng and asked with interest. No, no. Du Yimeng didn't dare to look directly into Ye Xuan's eyes and wanted to turn her head and look out the car window. Ye want chocolate. By the way, I heard that you have passed the blind audition of The Voice of China, right? Are you confident about the next competition? The competition is fierce. Being a musician is hard. Piracy is rampant now, and songs are all free online. If I can't sell my albums, I can't make any money. I've considered giving up before. Ye Xuan laughed. I have an idea to take over the copyrights of all musicians. What do you think? Du Yimeng was stunned for a moment and asked curiously, isn't the Yi group mainly engaged in real estate business? Are you going to transform and enter the entertainment industry? Ye Xuan nodded. Transformation is inevitable. I am now considering which direction to develop in, but you just reminded me that copyright. Ye Xuan thought of the Chinese side of the earth. The music copyrights and film and television copyrights were all pirated in the beginning, but later gradually became legitimate. This is a major trend. In that case, let's make music first. Chapter 36, starting with the hoarding of copyrights. Ye Xuan slowed down the car, glanced outside, gently turned the steering wheel, and drove the car into the community. This community is obviously quite old. There is not even a street light inside, and the cement road is not very flat. But because it is close to Jiangdu University, there are often students in love who come here to rent houses. There are many hotel light boxes hanging above each building, and there are also many middle-aged women constantly soliciting business in the community. As graduation was approaching, Du Yimeng moved out of the school dormitory half a month ago in order to have a quiet place to write her thesis. After participating in The Voice of China, she rarely went back. The Annies at the gate of the community saw a sports car slowly driving in and immediately gathered together to discuss. What kind of car is this? Have you seen it? It's a sports car, right? My grandson said this kind of car costs millions. People who drive this kind of car must be very rich, so why do they live in our neighborhood? Who knows? Maybe he has a mistress. Let's not say anything, or someone might overhear us. Ye Xuan didn't take the comments of the Annies to heart. After turning off the car engine, he pushed open the door. I live in the building in front. Du Yimeng held her bag, looked at Ye Xuan shyly, and lowered her head hurriedly. She originally thought that Ye Xuan would drop her off at the roadside and then leave, but he drove the car into the residential area and got out of the car with her. Du Yimeng's face was filled with shyness, as she had already guessed what would happen next. I want to go up and sit down. Ye Xuan came to Du Yimeng and put his arms around her waist. Du Yimeng, how can you be so domineering? She had unknowingly gotten used to Ye Xuan's domineering attitude. She blushed and nodded slightly, and the two of them walked into the stairwell. Du Yimeng went up to the third floor in the dark, took out the key, and opened the door of a room at the end of the corridor. After turning on the light, she did not dare to look at Ye Xuan, but bent down to help him take out his slippers. The next day, at around 8 o'clock in the morning, Du Yimeng was awakened by the ringing of the phone. She opened her sleepy eyes and turned around to see Xuan leaning against the head of the bed, yawning lazily. I'll go to the company later today, Ye Xuan whispered after answering the phone. He threw the phone casually on the table and gently pinched Du Yimeng's face with his right hand. You have passed the blind audition of The Voice of China. You should be familiar with the instructor now, right? Well, our mentor is Ye Xuan, a well-known Chinese musician. He is also a visiting professor at the Yanjing Conservatory of Music. He has a top status in the singer world. Leaning in Ye Xuan's arms, Du Yimeng blinked her charming big eyes and nodded slightly. But she didn't know why Ye Xuan, such a busy man, suddenly asked about his mentor. Invite him out for dinner. You're not trying to bribe my mentor, are you? I want to prove myself through my own strength. Du Yimeng misunderstood Ye Xuan's meaning, bit her lip, and a hint of stubbornness flashed in her eyes. It's just a simple meal, and by the way, talk about cooperation with your mentor. Don't think too much, little girl. Ye Xuan shook his head and smiled bitterly, pinched Du Yimeng's nose, and said unhappily, Cooperation? You want to sponsor The Voice of China? Then you should contact the organizer. Du Yimeng didn't understand what Ye Xuan was planning and frowned slightly. You'll know tonight. Ye Xuan didn't tell anyone his plan. He let go of Du Yimeng, who was like a little bird in his arms, and took the clothes next to him and put them on. After a simple breakfast, Ye Xuan drove out of the community. After returning to the company, Ye Xuan called Ning Nansher into his office. "Chairman, are you looking for me?" Ning Nansher, who was dressed in an office lady outfit, closed the door casually and walked to Ye Xuan with her long legs. "I want to know if our company has made any investments in music, film, and television copyrights." Having just inherited such a large group, Ye Xuan had been scheming with those shareholders for some time and was not very familiar with the company's business. Fortunately, Ning Nansher was prepared and knew the projects that Ye's group had invested in recent years in detail. After Ye Xuan finished speaking, Ning Nansher thought for a moment and replied softly, "Our group has dabbled in film and television copyrights. As for the rest, the market piracy is too serious, and the group has not invested too much energy and money to expand this business." Ye Xuan was delighted, and the corners of his mouth slowly rose. The real estate industry is going downhill, and the Ye Group will have to transform sooner or later. Copyright is a good choice. Pull out 300 million yuan of funds to start a new company and acquire the copyrights of movies, TV shows, and music on the market. The more the better. If the funds are not enough, I will gradually add more, and there is no upper limit. In recent years, the Ye Group has invested in many commercial plazas across the country and built many large cinemas. It is one of the major cinema chains in the country. It is reasonable for it to acquire film and television copyrights, but what Ning Nansher cannot understand is why Ye Xuan has set his sights on the useless market of music copyrights. In this age of advanced internet, piracy is rampant in the market and there is no such thing as paid music. What is copyright for? And even if you acquire the music copyright, if you find that it has been reprinted and pirated without permission, do you still have to sue each and every one of them? There are many mature music platforms on the market. Ye Xuan wants to make money from copyright, but Ning Nansher thinks it is almost impossible. Chapter 37. It may not be a good thing that you know my identity. Chairman, the copyright market is a very complicated place. Do you want to reconsider it? 300 million yuan is nothing to the Ye Group, but the subsequent additional funds for the massive acquisition of music copyrights are an astronomical figure, and it is not certain whether they can make money. Just go and do it. Ye Xuan slowly raised his head, his eyes deep, and an aura of a superior emanating from his body. Ning Nansher was shocked and lowered her head quickly. After get off work in the evening, Ye Xuan drove to the Jiangdu TV station building where the Voice of China was held. After arriving, I called Du Yiming first, but after the phone rang a few times, it was hung up directly. At this time, in the corridor in front of the China Voice studio on the 12th floor of the TV station, Du Yiming was lowering her head with tears in her eyes, and her cell phone had been smashed. In front of Du Yiming was a bald, middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. He was dressed in designer clothes from head to toe and had a gold chain around his neck. Standing behind Du Yiming were two expressionless men in suits. "Ms. Du, I'm inviting you to dinner because I think highly of you. Don't be ungrateful." The middle-aged man touched his chin with his fat right hand, looking like a sex-hungry ghost. "Mr. Lin, please respect yourself. I have something else to do." Du Yiming was disgusted by Lin Wei's eyes and turned away. But the two men in suits behind her were blocking the way and had no intention of letting her go. "I'm a sponsor of this year's The Voice of China. Miss Du, you should know what will happen if you offend me." Lin Wei threatened with a sneer. Du Yiming was very clear about Lin Wei's identity. Many female students who participated in The Voice of China had been harassed by him. Ever since Du Yiming passed the blind audition, Lin Wei has focused his attention on her. This is already the third time he has invited her to dinner. "Boss Lin, what are you guys doing?" Just when Du Yiming didn't know what to do, a door next to her was pushed open, and a man wearing glasses and long hair walked out. This person is one of the mentors of The Voice of China, Lu Huan. "Mr. Lu, I'd like to invite Miss Du to dinner. Have you finished recording the show? Do you want me to find someone to arrange a hotel for you?" Lu Huan has a very high status in China's entertainment circle. Although Lin Wei has a special status, he is still polite when speaking to Lu Huan. "Dinner? Xiao Meng, didn't you say you would take me to see?" Lu Huan frowned in surprise, but before he could finish his words, the elevator door not far away opened and Ye Xuan walked out slowly. After seeing Ye Xuan, Du Yiming immediately breathed a sigh of relief and quickly walked to Ye Xuan's side. After seeing this scene, Lin Wei's face suddenly turned gloomy. Lu Huan was also a little embarrassed and turned around and went back into the lounge. Ye Xuan glanced at Lin Wei in front of him, patted Du Yimeng in his arms, and asked softly, "What's wrong? Why didn't you answer my call?" "Boy, who are you?" Before Du Yimeng could say anything, Lin Weixian came up to Ye Xuan and the others with two of his men. Name, Lin Wei. Age, 37. Net worth, $730 million. Chairman of Conway Group, sponsor of the Voice of China, is a lustful person who bullies the weak and fears the strong. In my heart, where did this brat come from? I've never heard that Du Yiming has a boyfriend. Humph, I'm going to teach him a lesson later. Ye Xuan had never heard of the Conway Group, and he usually didn't take a small character like Lin Wei seriously, but the other party's identity as a sponsor of the Voice of China caught Ye Xuan's attention. No wonder this guy dared to take advantage of Du Yiming. He thought that by sponsoring some money for advertising, he could also pick up girls at the same time. It's really killing two birds with one stone. Ye Xuan's eyes gradually turned cold. I was asking you a question. Didn't you hear me? Seeing Ye Xuan holding Du Yimeng with one hand and seemingly ignoring his words, Lin Wei became furious and winked at his two men next to him. Two burly men in suits stepped forward and surrounded Ye Xuan and the others. It may not be a good thing that you know my identity. Ye Xuan ignored the two big men and responded slowly. Haha, you're really crazy. If you know what's good for you, get out of here right now. Otherwise, later. Lin Wei laughed wildly. After all, he had billions of dollars in assets, so there was no need for him to reveal his name when dealing with a young boy. But Ye Xuan shook his head gently and said, I will also give you a piece of advice. Take your two men out of my sight immediately. Otherwise, even if you kneel on the ground and beg for mercy, I will definitely make you regret it for the rest of your life. Ye Xuan was not joking. To deal with such a blind guy, he didn't even need to do anything. He could bankrupt Lin Wei by just making a phone call. After hearing Ye Xuan's words, Lin Wei curled his lips in disdain. Just as he was about to ask his two bodyguards to take action, the elevator door next to him slowly opened and 4 or 5 people walked out. Ye, young Master Yi, why are you here? A dignified man wearing gold-rimmed glasses couldn't help but tremble when he saw Ye Xuan. He hurriedly stepped forward and asked in surprise. This man was the vice president of the business department of Yi Group. Ye Xuan had met him several times when he was at work. Mr. Jean? He said he is. Mr. Yi. Several men who had walked out of the elevator also hurried over. Really? It's really Mr. Yi. I'll go find a station director right now. Mr. Yi, please go inside and sit down first. Boss Jean, why didn't you inform us first when Master Yi was coming? Ye Xuan just glanced at them indifferently without saying anything, and his playful gaze moved back to Lin Wei in front of him. Chapter 38, I'll give you 3 days. I want his company to collapse. At this time, Lin Wei was already stunned, his whole body shaking like a sieve. His two bodyguards also lowered their heads unconsciously under Ye Xuan's fierce momentum. Mr. Yi, Chairman, our company has some cooperation with the TV station, but the contract has not been signed yet. Please take a look first. Seeing that Ye Xuan had not spoken, President Jean quickly changed his words and respectfully called him chairman. Then he took a folder from the secretary beside him and handed it to Ye Xuan. But Ye Xuan still ignored his meaning and slowly walked to Lin Wei, raised his hand and patted his fat cheek and asked with a smile, Just now you said what would happen to me if I didn't leave. Thump. Lin Wei knelt on the ground with weak legs and replied tremblingly, Master Yi, I didn't recognize the real man, and I was blinded by greed just now. You must not bear grudge against me. He just heard it. Master Yi, Chairman, isn't it the chairman of a huge Yi Group? This person is definitely someone who can call the wind and rain in Jiangdu. If he sneezes, an earthquake will occur in the whole Jiangdu. In other people's eyes, Lin Wei's assets of a few hundred million are just a few coins. Not to mention destroying his company. With just one word from Ye Xuan, Lin Wei would go from being a billionaire to a beggar on the street in just a few days. The other people in the corridor were also stunned at this time, staring at Lin Wei, who was kneeling in front of them in amazement, too scared to breathe. Weren't you very proud just now? Ye Xuan lowered his head and looked down at the trembling Lin Wei. His eyes gradually turned cold, and a powerful aura of a superior spread from his body. I don't know your identity. Master Yi, please forgive me. I won't dare to do it again. Lin Wei regretted it so much that he knelt on the ground and kowtowed to apologize. However, Ye Xuan will not let him go easily. Chairman, what do you want me to do? Seeing Ye Xuan turning his head and glancing at him, President Jean hurriedly stepped forward, bent down, and asked respectfully, "I'll give you 3 days. I want his company to collapse." Ye Xuan's voice sounded without a trace of emotion, and the people standing in the corridor were suddenly shocked, including Mr. Jean, who was stunned unconsciously. "Don't worry, Chairman. 3 days is enough." After coming to his senses, President Jean promised solemnly, with the strength of the Yi Group, it would be too easy to bring down a company. Without violating the law, they could contact the bank to collect the loan or contact Conway's partners to give them a few reminders. Kanghui Group's stock price would plummet, and it would immediately fall into a passive position. "Young Master Yi, I know I was wrong. Please let me go. I kowtow to you." Lin Wei's face was pale. Sweat was pouring down. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed heavily. Compared to his arrogant look just now, he was completely a different person. "Get out." Ye Xuan smiled coldly and took Du Yimeng into Lu Huan's lounge. Lu Huan in the lounge also heard the noise in the corridor. Seeing Ye Xuan and Du Yimeng coming in, Lu Huan stood up hurriedly, and his 2 assistants also stepped aside. "Mr. Lu, I have heard of your name for a long time. Yimeng passed the audition and became your apprentice. I will trouble you to take care of her in the future." Ye Xuan was still very friendly towards talented people. He took the initiative to extend his hand and shook hands with the flattered Lu Huan. "Well, Mr. Yi, you're too polite. Miss Du has a good foundation and definitely has the potential to be a singer." Lu Huan sat down on the sofa with Ye Xuan again, and the assistant next to him hurriedly brought a few cups of coffee. "Mr. Lu, I came here mainly to talk to you about cooperation and to treat you to a simple meal. I wonder, do you have time?" "Cooperation? Mr. Yi, you must have misunderstood. I'm not a businessman. I've been employed by the Yenjing Conservatory of Music for many years, and I rarely accept endorsements." In the afternoon, Du Yiming talked to Lu Huan and said that Ye Xuan wanted to discuss some cooperation matters with him. Lu Huan was busy recording the program at that time and did not think too much about it. When meeting Ye Xuan, Lu Huan was ready to reject him politely, but Ye Xuan smiled slightly, waved his hand, and said, "Mr. Lu, don't rush to answer. How about we eat and talk at the same time?" Lu Huan nodded in agreement and walked out of the lounge with Ye Xuan and Du Yiming. In the corridor outside, Lin Wei was still kneeling on the ground. When he saw Ye Xuan coming out, he hurriedly prepared to stand up and wanted to say a few more nice words in the hope of saving his company. But because he knelt for too long, his legs became numb, his body swayed, and he fell to the ground with a plop. Ye Xuan was too lazy to pay attention to him and took Du Yimeng, Lu Huan, and others to the elevator. Lin Wei, who was standing behind him, cried out with tears and snot, "Master Yi, I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. There must be something hateful about pitiful people. People like Lin Wei bully the weak and fear the strong. He wants to act arrogantly just because he has some money. He does not deserve sympathy at all." Lu Huan and Du Yimeng had no intention of asking for mercy for him. They followed Ye Xuan to the parking lot downstairs and drove towards the Gamin Hotel in the city center. The Gamin Hotel is located in the most prosperous commercial district in the center of Jiangdu City. The 57-story building is a landmark building in Jiangdu. It covers an area of more than 200 acres and is adjacent to 2 central gardens. The environment is very good and the transportation is extremely convenient. To build such a hotel in the city center where every inch of land is valuable, the Yi Group spent more than 2 billion yuan, and this does not include the decoration inside the hotel. Those who can come here to consume are all well-known bigwigs in Jiangdu. The cheapest meal costs 5,000 yuan. To stay here for 1 night, an ordinary suite starts at tens of thousands of yuan. Lu Huan sat in the business car at the back and watched Ye Xuan's sports car drive into the parking lot of the Gamin Hotel. He couldn't help but sighed secretly. "I'm afraid I won't be too at ease when eating this meal." Chapter 39, Rampant Piracy. An assistant on the co-pilot seat looked at the towering hotel building in front of him and exclaimed, "Teacher Lu, it seems that Du Yiming has a special relationship with Mr. Yi. He invited us here for dinner today to help Du Yiming advance smoothly in the China voice competition, right? In this society, it is not uncommon for rich people to support a few celebrities. Ye Xuan is worth a lot of money, and Du Yimeng is good-looking. In order to make Du Yimeng famous, it is normal to spend tens of millions to bribe the tutor." The assistant driving the car smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, "I don't think it's that simple. Didn't young Master Yi say he wanted to discuss cooperation?" You should be asking Teacher Lu to be his image spokesperson. Don't make wild guesses. Now that we are here, we should make the best of it. Let's see what young Master Yi has planned. After the car stopped, Ye Xuan took out his cell phone and sent a text message to his secretary Ning Nansher, asking her to arrange a VIP box on the top floor of the German hotel. After Lu Huan and his two assistants got out of the car, Ye Xuan opened the door. After entering the hotel, Ye Xuan led a group of people straight to the elevator entrance. After reaching the top floor, the elevator door slowly opened, and a middle-aged man in a suit who looked very gentlemanly hurried up to greet them. Chairman, the box is ready for you. The top floor of the hotel is a viewing restaurant. Although it is quite large, it only has 10 private rooms in total. And if you want to dine here, you must make a reservation 3 days in advance, and the box fee alone starts at 100,000. In the huge restaurant, in addition to the middle-aged man at the elevator entrance, there were 5 chefs wearing tall hats standing by the dining cart not far away. Ye Xuan looked around, nodded slightly, and followed the middle-aged man to the best private room. Pushing open the door of the box, Lu Huan and his two assistants couldn't help but be stunned. Du Yiming opened his mouth in surprise. Only Ye Xuan remained calm, with a satisfied smile on his face. Although there is not much decoration in this box, the 3 walls have been replaced with tempered glass, and the top and feet are also transparent. Eating here is like sitting on the clouds, and the whole view of the city center of Jiangdu is unobstructed. After everyone sat down, the middle-aged man politely handed everyone a menu and spent 2 or 3 minutes ordering dishes. Then Ye Xuan instructed, "You can leave after the dishes are ready. The restaurant on the top floor is not open to the public today, and no one is allowed to come up." The middle-aged man was startled and nodded in agreement hurriedly. The wine is good, a 20-year-old fine vintage, and the food is also good, at the 3-star Michelin standard. After the door of the box was closed, Lu Huan, who was sitting opposite Ye Xuan, seemed a little nervous. He laughed dryly and said, "Mr. Yi, what kind of cooperation do you want to discuss? Let's get straight to the point. Otherwise, I won't be able to eat this meal in peace." Ye Xuan smiled, but did not answer. He just glanced at the assistants sitting on both sides of Lu Huan. Lu Huan was also a smart man. He immediately understood what Ye Xuan meant and assured him solemnly, "Don't worry, Mr. Yi. They have been with me for more than 10 years. I can definitely trust them." Well, what I want to talk to Mr. Lu about is the copyright issue of original songs. Ye Xuan took a sip of red wine and said very directly. Lu Huan was stunned for a moment, not understanding what Ye Xuan meant. He frowned and replied, "Which song's copyright are you talking about, Mr. Yi?" "Copyright to all songs." Lu Huan took a deep breath, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. Nowadays, the musicians who really create music can't compare to those big stars who often appear on TV. Piracy is rampant in the market. The songs that musicians have worked hard for months to create are pirated and downloaded. All music platforms have never thought of buying copyrights from us. They are all pirated. It's very rampant. Lu Huan started composing music when he was young, and he knew well the hard work of musicians. He sighed, raised his head, and drank the wine in the glass, with helplessness on his face. A musician's album contains more than 10 songs, which may have taken a year or 2 to create, and it only sells for more than 30 or 50 yuan. But there are too many pirated copies on the market, and all the online music platforms are pirated, which indirectly encourages the arrogance of pirates. The original musicians suffer. The money they earn from an album is not even as much as the pay of those big stars for an episode of TV. Ye Xuan, so I asked Mr. Lu to come here just to use your influence to contact those original musicians, acquire their song copyrights, and even help them protect their rights. Hearing Ye Xuan's words, Lu Huan's right hand, which was about to raise the glass, trembled unconsciously. There was a look of disbelief in his eyes. For a moment, the whole box became quiet. There are too many pirated products on the market. Mr. Yi, aren't you afraid of losing money by doing business like this? After a long while, Lu Huan came back to his senses, stared at Ye Xuan with a serious face, and asked, "How many songs are there in the market? How much does a song cost?" As the saying goes, there is no business without fraud. What exactly does Ye Xuan want to do by purchasing so many copyrights? These are the questions that Lu Huan was wondering about. But Ye Xuan's words just now, "Help original singers defend their rights," really touched Lu Huan's heart. Chapter 40. Music copyright is just a basic small project. Lu Huan has a great influence in the Chinese music circle. After being hired by the Yanjing Conservatory of Music, he has also trained many singers. If Ye Xuan can really help them solve the copyright problem, Lu Huan doesn't mind being a middleman. Compensation? I haven't thought about it. Besides, this business is a sure win. Not only do I want to make money, but I also want those original singers to make money. Ye Xuan really confused Lu Huan. Although he didn't know how to do business, the initial investment in acquiring copyrights would be an astronomical figure. Even if Ye Xuan has huge financial support, Lu Huan doesn't think he has the ability to eat this fat meat. Mr. Lu, can you tell me about your plan first? Lu Huan asked softly after thinking for a long time. The current market is flooded with piracy, and a large part of the reason is that those music platforms are not doing anything. They're even taking profits from the original singers. Mr. Lu, you can't deny this, right? Seeing Lu Huan nodded, Ye Xuan smiled and continued. What I want to do is actually very simple. I will integrate the music market and develop a new music platform, and it will be paid listening. No private downloading is allowed. Of course, we have to do it step by step. It can't be done overnight. I can also help you set up a rights protection organization to help you fight lawsuits to protect your rights. As long as these can be done well, the interests of the original singers will be guaranteed. Lu Huan's eyes lit up, and his two assistants and Du Yimeng were also staring at Ye Xuan in shock. The box fell into silence again. It actually took a wave of piracy to reverse the trend in the music market. Great spirit. Great. Although Mr. Yi is young, he is so ambitious and courageous. Lu Huan, am impressed. At this moment, Lu Huan couldn't help but be impressed by Ye Xuan's courage. Ye Xuan's real goal is to control the entire music market. Copyright is just a sword in his hand to combat piracy and eliminate competitors. In the future, Ye Xuan will successively develop live broadcast platforms, Kuaishou and Douyin short video platforms, and music copyright will become extremely important at that time. So, Mr. Lu agreed to me? Ye Xuan raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Well, I, Lu Huan, have some influence in the music industry. Mr. Yi is willing to protect the rights of our original singers, so I must help him. Protecting the interests of original singers, cracking down on piracy, and regulating the music market are exactly what Lu Huan has been thinking about. Even if Ye Xuan doesn't give him any benefits, Lu Huan will agree to his request for cooperation. The meal was very pleasant. When leaving the box, Lu Huan was already a little drunk. While in the elevator, Ye Xuan stuffed a check into his pocket. After going downstairs, he asked the waiter to prepare a room for the three of them in the hotel. Early the next morning, Ye Xuan woke up from his sleep and glanced at Du Yimeng, who was still snoring beside him. Ye Xuan did not wake her up. He put on his pajamas and opened the bedroom door. Young master, Miss Ning arrived early in the morning and is waiting in the study. Uncle Fu stood at the door and handed Ye Xuan a soaked towel. Ye Xuan nodded and went into the study. Ning Nansher, who was reading some documents on the sofa, stood up hurriedly. How's the matter going? Ye Xuan sat down on the large boss chair, holding his chin, and asked with a smile. It's all done. Here's the investment project information of the group in recent years that you requested. The new company can be listed at any time. As for the name, Ye Xuan casually flipped through the information on the table and said nonchalantly, let's call it YY Entertainment. This name is the capital letter of the word Yi. Having inherited Ye Xiaorong's group, Ye Xuan is ready to create greater glory, and the entertainment industry is his first step. Yesterday, Lu Huan and I discussed the acquisition of copyrights. He is staying at the German hotel. You go and talk to him this morning. This project must be kept confidential. In addition, you help me recruit some elite network technology developers and support them with high salaries first. Ning Nansher didn't know what Ye Xuan's plan was, but she didn't dare to ask more. She nodded and took his words deeply into her heart. After a simple breakfast, Ye Xuan spent the whole morning writing a plan and handed it to Ning Nansher. The plan was so detailed that Ning Nansher was shocked and horrified. Ye Xuan stared at the dazed Ning Nansher with a smile on his face and asked, "What's wrong? Tell me what you think." Ning Nansher came back to her senses, shook her head, and said, I didn't expect that you, the chairman, had such a long-term plan, and I didn't expect that you had. You didn't expect that I had such big ambitions, right? Ye Xuan came to the window and looked at the clouds rolling outside. In this plan, Ye Xuan completely copied the original business model on Earth. He used music copyright as a breakthrough, first creating a music platform, then live interactive software, and then launched a TikTok-type short video platform that was very popular on Earth. Each of these projects is a super project with a market value of tens of billions. Music copyright is just a small project. Ye's real estate is already old and declining. It may seem prosperous, but it is actually in danger. Ye Xuan wants to build a larger business empire. The glory that belongs to him has long been his own. Moreover, this is just his initial plan. Ning Nansher looked at Ye Xuan, who was full of majesty and leadership charm, and suddenly an idea arose in her mind. I'm afraid the chairman will soon be the richest man in the country. Chapter 41. 10 million songs, copyright obtained. 10 days later, Ning Nansher finally brought back good news. Nearly 40% of China's original singers signed contracts with YY Entertainment. In order to prevent their works from being pirated and to ensure their future interests, these singers took the initiative to lower their copyright fees, helping Ye Xuan save a lot of money. Afterwards, YY Entertainment Company waived huge sums of money and spent a full $2.5 billion to acquire digital music and other copyrights of nearly 10 million original songs across the country, which accounted for more than 30% of the market. If some time passes, the copyrights of these songs will definitely appreciate to tens of billions. The name of YY Entertainment has spread throughout the music industry. Many people are trying to figure out the background of the company's boss. Although some music platform bosses have also received the news, they are still waiting and watching. Next, Ye Xuan made another big move. YY Entertainment announced the establishment of a rights protection department, hired hundreds of elite lawyers at high salaries, and sent lawyers' letters to those music platforms that are still reprinting and playing songs whose copyrights have been acquired. For a moment, the entire music industry seemed to have experienced an earthquake, and many news media began to report on this major news that was enough to change the rules of the music industry. For a time, a wave of discussion about genuine and pirated products swept the internet. In the southern suburbs of Shanghai, in a well-known club called Zhanglanhai, more than a dozen bosses in suits and ties were chatting together. These people are all giants in the music industry, and several of them are chairmen of well-known Chinese music platforms. But everyone looked unhappy, smoking cigars silently, and the atmosphere in the box seemed a bit depressing. Old Lou, how's the situation over there? A middle-aged man raised his head, glanced at the person sitting on the sofa opposite, and asked in a deep voice, I've received more than 10 lawyers' letters in the past 2 days. The negative reputation of the platform for pirating music has spread, and the traffic has plummeted. If things continue like this, the advertising fees for the next quarter will have to be reduced by at least half. Both of them are in the business of running music platforms, earning at least 1 billion yuan a year from advertising fees. Now that the copyrights of their original songs have been acquired by YY Entertainment, the number of plays has dropped by nearly 30%, and the former rivals have become brothers in distress. You guys are still lucky. My Ye Xuan music platform is going to close down soon. Damn YY Entertainment, they actually played this trick on us. Who knows the background of their boss? Alas, you guys who run music platforms still have your backers, but 2 of my pirated factories to the south have already closed down. The CEO of YY Entertainment is really ruthless. Someone brought the police directly to my factory. The man who was speaking was the boss of a pirated disc business. Before the copyright market was not regulated, he could earn at least tens of millions every year. But now YY Entertainment Company was buying up copyrights on a large scale, which directly pushed him into a dead end. Blocking someone's financial path is like killing their parents. YY Entertainment's series of actions were so swift that these people didn't even have time to react. Many bosses are also considering whether to copy the business model of acquiring copyrights, but they are unwilling to spend so much money to acquire copyrights. They are extremely depressed and indecisive. Moreover, the price of music copyright has increased significantly recently due to the actions of YY Entertainment. Stop arguing. YY Entertainment wants to break the industry rules and control the entire music market. Does it have so much money? Each of you is worth more than 1 billion yuan. Are you so upset just because you lost such a small amount of money? An old man in his 50s stood up, picked up his walking stick, and knocked hard on the marble coffee table a few times. Everyone turned their eyes to him. The old man cleared his throat and continued, We are all businessmen. There are so many copyrights on the market. No matter how big YY Entertainment's appetite is, it is impossible for it to swallow up the whole cake. Mr. Xiao, do you mean drag it on? Yes, let's just hold him back and wait until YY Entertainment runs out of funds. Then we'll see what he does. With so many of us, we can afford to delay him. The old man who spoke was very prestigious, and everyone was willing to listen to his advice. But what these people did not expect was that a month later, the first ones to be dragged to death were themselves. 1 month later, Hotelgaman, a meeting of senior management of Ye Group, was held. The conference hall on the middle floor of the hotel, which could accommodate more than 300 people, was packed. Everyone present here holds the position of director, general assistant, or above. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Ye Xuan, dressed in a neat suit, walked into the conference room with Ning Nansher. More than 300 senior employees fell silent. Ye Xuan walked up to the front platform and casually placed a prepared folder on the table in front of him. Please sit down. Most of you here probably haven't actually seen me, right? Ye Xuan's eyes roughly swept across the conference hall. The whole person exuded the majestic aura of a superior. Many senior executives were shocked. One amazing power, even stronger than the old chairman. Think about it again. The new chairman had just taken office and had used a series of powerful tactics to directly fire several senior executives. And then he had the upper hand in front of the shareholder alliance, making all the shareholders embarrassed, and it was rumored that the major shareholder Jiang Jinxiu was killed by the new chairman. Taking all these into consideration, this new chairman is definitely not a good person. Thinking of this, all the senior executives sat up straight, and their expressions became much more serious. Chapter 42. Group high-level meeting sets the tone. Ye Xuan was very satisfied with the respect shown to him by many senior executives. When it comes to acquiring copyrights, most people do not yet understand how to use copyrights to make profits. It's too troublesome to explain. There is even the possibility of a leak. It is better to give direct orders yourself and let your employees do the work, which is easier to execute. In the dull atmosphere, he slowly opened his mouth to introduce, I believe everyone has heard about the new YY cultural communication company of our group spending $1 billion to acquire music copyrights. It consumed 1 billion funds and acquired the copyrights of 15 million music works, which is close to 50% of the market share of music copyrights on the market. The acquisition of so many music copyrights is not to keep them at home. Halfway through his speech, he was interrupted by a low humming sound from the top, forcing him to stop explaining. No way. Piracy is rampant these days. There is absolutely no profit in holding music copyrights, and they're cheaper than cabbages on the street. Without listening carefully, Ye Xuan knew what the top management was surprised about. They will definitely make comments like prodigal son or uninformed. Quiet. He didn't have time to explain to the top management how to use music copyrights to create profit points. He knocked on the table to keep everyone quiet. Then he continued to assign tasks. The most urgent task is to recruit talents for website construction and music platform management. This matter will be handed over to the Human Resources Department. Talent is always the primary productive force. Hearing the chairman's call, the HR director stood up and said, Chairman, the average annual salary for talents in website construction and music platform management is around 80,000 yuan. How much annual salary should we offer? Your grandma's legs. The Human Resources Director doesn't even know how much to pay to poach people. Ye Xuan didn't know whether this trend was left by the old man, so he didn't want to get angry on the spot. After a brief thought, he gave the order, leading talents with a good reputation in the industry will be offered an annual salary of 1 million directly. The general annual salary is set at 100,000. For music producers and music platform management talents, the salary will be around 150,000 and will gradually increase as the years of service increase. Of course, if the money is high, then the elimination mechanism will definitely be stricter. I definitely won't pay a high salary to keep useless people. Ye Xuan intended to monopolize the copyright business, so he was willing to pay money to monopolize the talents. Get the top talents to your own team, and others can only watch helplessly. As he set the price for poaching people, the atmosphere in the conference hall suddenly became tense. The quail suddenly turned into a groundhog. Everyone stood straight and wore a necktie, showing their spirit. They all expressed the same thought. The new chairman is very generous, so isn't it time to give us a raise? He raised his hand to signal for everyone to be quiet, and then continued to assign tasks. Our recruitment campaign this time is a big one. If we rely solely on the Human Resources Department, the efficiency will be too low. Therefore, I have decided that all senior executives of the group can participate in the recruitment campaign. If we recruit music professionals, I will ask the Human Resources Department to formulate a reward plan to ensure the smooth progress of the recruitment. Money makes the world go round. Under the temptation of huge rewards, the enthusiasm of senior management was fully mobilized. One task after another was announced, and corresponding reward plans were formulated, which gave a strong boost to the top management of the newly established Ye Group. As soon as the meeting was over, I couldn't wait to run out and contact familiar relevant talents. Chickens look for ducks, and fish look for shrimps. Human beings are very realistic animals. No matter what type of person you are, you will always deal with people of the same level. The senior executives of Ye's company usually interact with high-end management talents in their social activities. After asking around, they soon contacted senior executives from major music platforms. Even experienced music producers cannot escape its clutches. Given the evil tactics Ye Xuan had previously displayed in the shareholder confrontation, when the company was planning its large-scale online music business, the group's senior executives and small shareholders kept criticizing it in private, but no one dared to refute it in person. I just like to see you guys hate me, but can't get rid of me. After taking a look at the ugly faces of several shareholder directors, Ye Xuan dissolved the group executive meeting and rushed to a small meeting at Ye Culture Communication Company. If you have money, you can recruit top talent. How to make full use of these talents and create fixed profit points is a test of business acumen. Ye Xuan's method is to learn from the successful experience on Earth. Membership fees, concert promotions, fan interactions, chart competitions, and other methods launched by major music platforms around the world are all within his arrangement sequence. What impressed Ye Xuan the most were the fan comments on NetEase Cloud Music. Although the number of copyrights on this platform was less than half of that on Tencent's platform, the comments were stronger than those on Tencent's platform. This has become one of its selling points. One idea after another was listed, except for the major future projects such as live streaming and short videos, which left the new employees of Ye Cultural Communication Company dumbfounded. There were little stars in her eyes when she looked at the boss, full of enthusiasm. Chapter 43. Leading the call for strengthening intellectual property protection in China. If we want to make money from our copyright, our legal team must do something amazing and sweep those pirated websites and pirated disc manufacturers into the garbage of history. Don't pity those shameful pirates. Not only will we knock them to the ground, we will also step on their rotten corpses. Ye Xuan waved his hands to cheer up the legal team. Ever since they busted up some pirated music websites and pirated CD manufacturers, these guys have become a little too complacent. It's not enough. If we want music copyright to create real value, we must eradicate piracy. Only by raising the cost of breaking the law to a terrifying level can the value of the copyrights bought out by Ye Culture Communication Company be infinitely increased. The head of the legal department pushed up his glasses, stood up excitedly, and promised. Reporting to the chairman, we must continue to work hard to eliminate those cockroaches and rats, both physically and mentally. That's right. Ye Xuan smiled and raised his hand to motion him to sit down. But he said to the acquisition team, "We have currently acquired the copyrights of 15 million songs. Do you think that is enough? Do you think it's great that we have 50% of the total copyrights?" The head of the team, in charge of acquisitions, swallowed hard. He didn't know how to answer. Frankly speaking, acquiring the copyrights of 15 million songs for only 1 billion is indeed an amazing achievement. If intellectual property protection were stronger, Ye Culture Communication Company can live off its success for the rest of its life with just 50% of the music copyrights. However, the head of the acquisition team saw anger in the boss's eyes. Be good. Does the boss really want to monopolize the intellectual property rights of most of the music? After an impossible thought came to his mind, he became more and more certain of his boss's ambition. He quickly stood up and apologized for the complacency that had just emerged in the team. No, we want to get more intellectual property rights. Listening to the roar of the acquisition team, Ye Xuan nodded with satisfaction. It's good that you are not satisfied. Then I will give you a task. Next, start acquiring the copyright of music works. We don't just want to acquire the copyright of film and television works. Of course, there are deeper ideas, but Ye Xuan doesn't need to explain them one by one to the management. They just need to carry out their plans well. The newly formed Ye Culture Company does not have as many small factions as the Ye Group, and the working atmosphere is very good. Every task arranged by Ye Xuan was carried out extremely effectively. He was like a painter facing a blank canvas, freely painting and splashing ink to outline the prototype of his entertainment empire. There's a bit too much chicken blood. As the meeting progressed, the tip of the iceberg of one huge plan after another was revealed. The management attending the meeting turned into hungry wolves. I can't wait to end the meeting and rush out of the conference room to complete my respective tasks. Personally participate in the process of creating an entertainment empire. None of the elites who can make it to the management level are fools. They all understood that if the boss's ambitions were realized one by one, any branch would become a hotkey link in the entertainment industry. And now is the last time to catch the train to the future entertainment empire. If you don't work hard now, when will you? The meeting achieved its desired purpose, and Ye Xuan announced the adjournment amid the employees' thunderous applause and admiring eyes. After returning to the office, he instructed Ning Nansher, "Help me contact a heavyweight interview, then find more internet trolls and media, and start promoting the importance of intellectual property protection in all aspects." Think about some of the biggest internet names on Earth. For example, Jack Ma, Lei Jun. The vast majority of them use their celebrity status to build an image for their business, gather fans, and lead consumption. In fact, the means are very simple. It is nothing more than using personal image and brand image to bundle them together. But it is useful and effective. After the meeting, YY Entertainment launched a new round of offensive with punches and kicks. First of all, in terms of film and television copyrights, we have begun to spend a lot of money on acquisitions, with considerable results. He spent more than $1 billion to buy nearly 20% of the film and television drama copyrights on the market, and all of them were of relatively high quality. Then the legal team did not stop there, bringing one copyright-infringing pirate after another to the dock and demanding staggering amounts of compensation. The most miserable situation is that of a pirated disc producer in a small coastal village. The person has been sent to prison and is facing compensation for economic losses worth 300 million yuan. Online media, traditional media, and online forums were awakened by the sudden emergence of numerous intellectual property compensation cases. They have begun to discuss the importance of protecting intellectual property rights. Some senior music producers and singers also spoke out to support the copyright protection war launched by YY Culture Communication Company. He also expressed his admiration for Chairman Ye from afar. We hope that Chairman Ye and YY Culture will continue to work hard for the cause of intellectual property protection, and they will cheer for it. Some heavyweight national publications have also gradually expressed their views, calling for stronger support for the protection of intellectual property rights. The smarter guys have foreseen the end of pirates and are beginning to hesitate whether to bet on the copyright of the music. Chapter 44. One step slower, the whole game is lost. A golf course in Shanghai. A middle-aged man with a slight beard belly swung and hit the ball. He is Peng Yuan, the boss of Tycoon Music. Tycoon Music occupies more than 20% of the market in the digital music playback market and is also considered one of the old music platforms. He looked at the ball going away and said with a smile, "Boss Ma, I think it's time to plan for music copyrights. Mr. Yi from YY Culture has made a good start for us." Mr. Ma is an elegant middle-aged man. He is the chairman of Ye Xuan Music, which occupies 32% of the national digital music market. President Ma looked at the ball flying away and said with a curled lip, "What's the point of acquiring so many copyrights? As long as our online streaming platform remains stable, all his efforts will be turned into ashes. How dare he sue my online music platform in court and demand 1 billion yuan in compensation? It's really outrageous. I have the money to drag out the lawsuit with him. Let's see who can afford it." Peng Yuan, who had a beer belly, waved his hand to dismiss the caddy behind him and said with a smile, "Mr. Yi is right to do this. Now the media overwhelmingly supports intellectual property protection, and we have no room for resistance. Instead of making a meaningless resistance, it is better to turn around and board the ship of intellectual property protection. We can also become protectors of intellectual property rights. Anyway, there are only 3 of us who dominate the online streaming platform in the country. After we implement the charging system, we will not have to worry about no one paying for it. The top 3 music platforms, Qianqianting, Ye Xuan, and Tycoon, occupy 80% of the digital music market." "No." Mr. Ma waved his golf club in frustration and said, "You want me to pay 1 billion just for the copyright of some music? My online music streaming platform has not yet made $1 billion in advertising revenue. Unless Mr. Yi withdraws the compensation conditions, I will continue to pirate products and see what he can do to me. Isn't it just a lawsuit? I will stick with you till the end." Although Mr. Ma spoke sternly, His heart was beating fast. The court wouldn't really order $1 billion in compensation, would it? That's a big loss to Grandma's family. Beer Belly patiently advised. Boss Ma, don't get angry. This matter still requires our two families to jointly exert pressure. The man surnamed Ye only has the copyright, but no online streaming platform. Together with Mr. Xiao, we occupy most of the digital music platform. If we work together to put pressure on him, we may be able to force him to withdraw his claim and allow us to play the legitimate music. Peng Yuan, who has a beer belly, spotted Ye Xuan's weakness of not having an online streaming platform and wanted to join forces with President Ma to put pressure on him. Not only does he want the legal team to withdraw the lawsuit for compensation, he also wants to enjoy the copyright of the music for free. The monopoly advantage of the broadcasting platform has been utilized to the extreme. As far as he knows, as long as there are 3 monopolistic equalizers, musicians and music copyright owners will basically have no say. No matter how great a piece of music is, without a platform to showcase it, it is just a pile of waste. Even the best wine needs to be hidden in a crowded alley. The principles that have been passed down from ancient times to the present are still quite useful. Okay, then let's ask Mr. Xiao and the others to come out and discuss the issue of applying pressure. In the evening, still at the Xianglanhai Club, the luxurious box was silent, and everyone's eyes were focused on Mr. Xiao, who was sitting in the main seat. Mr. Xiao, the founder of Qianqian Listening to Music Software. His Qianqian Listening to Music Software should be regarded as the earliest music platform developed in China. It has controlled more than 30% of the market share over the years. Mr. Xiao, please say something. We can't afford to delay any longer. Mr. Ma looked anxious with his brows tightly furrowed. Everyone present looked at him sideways. Even during the financial crisis a few years ago, they had never seen Mr. Ma so anxious. Everyone originally wanted to use the money earned in the past few years to bring down YY Entertainment, but now it seems that Ye Xuan has no intention of stopping acquiring copyrights. And they have also extended their hands into the film and television industry. What made them even more nervous was that Ye Xuan's YY Entertainment Company was actually already planning to build a music platform. They are waiving large sums of money to recruit technical talents from major internet companies. But the market is so small that they will certainly not agree if Ye Xuan interferes and wants to share the cake. Mr. Xiao, the people at YY Entertainment have been acting like mad dogs these days. I've already received several lawyers' letters. The original singers also said they want to appeal. Mr. Xiao, you have to come up with a solution as soon as possible. You're still lucky. Lao Xiao has been arrested. I'm also preparing to immigrate these days. Ye Xuan came prepared. We can't afford to delay. Besides, the copyright issue has been widely reported on the internet and has attracted the attention of relevant parties. Mr. Xiao, Ye Xuan wants to monopolize this cake. We can't just sit there and wait for death. I have also ordered my subordinates to start purchasing the copyright. Everyone was talking, and the noisy voices spread out in an instant. But old man Xiao, who was sitting in the main seat, said nothing with a worried look on his face. He did not expect Ye Xuan to act so quickly. Now YY Entertainment has acquired more than 50% of the copyrights on the market. We are already a big step behind them. General Xiao put down the teacup in his hand, his words filled with helplessness and unwillingness. Everyone present here is a big shot in the music industry, controlling 70% of the music streaming platforms on the internet. After so many years of ups and downs in the business world, who among them is not a shrewd old fox? If you're a step slower, you will lose everything. They all underestimated Ye Xuan's YY Entertainment Company at the beginning, and were so passive due to their carelessness. By the time they reacted, Ye Xuan had already occupied most of the copyright market. Chapter 45 Seniors? Sorry, you are not worthy, Peng Yuan said at this time. In fact, we still have a chance. YY Entertainment is planning to build a music platform. Old Xiao raised his eyebrows and understood what Peng Yuan meant. Ye Xuan, a rising star, is determined to use the copyright in his hands to get a piece of the pie. Since he cannot keep this piece of cake, the best option is to compromise. Share this market with YY Entertainment through cooperation. Boss Peng, are you saying that we should go discuss cooperation with Ye Xuan? That's right. If we don't want to give up this market, cooperation is our best choice. Ye Xuan has just started to build a music platform, so we still have a chance. I think we all need to go to Jiangdu. As long as we are willing to lower our attitude, Ye Xuan should not refuse. Okay, I agree. Mr. Xiao felt a little unwilling, but he had no choice now. The number of downloads of his Chantian music app has continued to decline in the past few days. No one wants to see the cake in his hand being snatched away by outsiders. Old Xiao continued, one more thing. Privately, we also have to speed up the pace of acquiring copyrights. Not only music copyrights, but also film and television copyrights. We must not let Ye Xuan get ahead of us again. 3 days later, Ye Xuan was in the office looking at the manuscript that Ning Nansher had prepared in advance for the interview program, when the phone on the desk suddenly rang. Chairman, some big names in music industry have come to Jiangdu and said they want to meet you and have a quick meal. Big shot. Who is it? Ye Xuan leaned back in his chair, a slight smile on his face. Xiao, the founder of Chantian Music App. Ma, the chairman of Ye Xuan Group. Peng, the chairman of Kuji Music Platform. Ning Nansher read out a long list of names, but the smile on Ye Xuan's face became more and more. Well, it would be nice to meet. Let's set the location at the German hotel. I'll go there after get off work. Ye Xuan gave a casual instruction, hung up the phone, stood up, and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. So many big shots came to Jiangdu just to have a simple meal with me. No one comes to visit you for no reason. Humph, you old foxes, I want to see what tricks you can play. When it was almost time to get off work in the evening, Ye Xuan received a call from Ning Nansher, saying that everyone had arrived at the German hotel and wanted to ask when Ye Xuan would come over. Ye Xuan smiled and said, "Don't worry, leave them alone for a while. In negotiations, one must take the initiative." Ye Xuan plans to give them a head start. 2 hours later, Ye Xuan's car just arrived downstairs at the German hotel. He took the elevator to the top floor. Before Ye Xuan went in, he heard bursts of verbal abuse coming from the box. This Ye Xuan is really a bit of a jerk. We've been here for 2 hours, and he still hasn't shown up. Are we really giving him face? Mr. Xiao, I don't think Ye Xuan is sincere at all. Let's stop trying to please him. I think we shouldn't have come to Jiangdu. Ning Nansher, who was standing outside the box, had a bitter look on her face. She looked at Ye Xuan, who had a calm expression beside her, and lowered her voice and said, "Chairman, do you think we should wait until they calm down before going in?" "No, let the chef go first. They're not here to eat with me. Just send a few bottles of red wine." Ye Xuan gave a casual order and raised his hand to push open the door of the box. The dozen or so people in the box who were cursing loudly and impatiently shut their mouths when they saw Ye Xuan coming in. Old Xiao also stood up and came to Ye Xuan, tremblingly leaning on a cane. "Mr. Yi, I have long heard of your name. My humble name is Xiao Etienne." But Ye Xuan just smiled and nodded at him, with no intention of shaking hands. A hint of anger flashed across Xiao Etienne's face. He withdrew his arm and stood aside, while Ye Xuan walked straight to the main seat in the box. Name, Xiao Etienne. Age, 75. Net worth, 23.7 billion. Chairman of Juku Group, started his business at the age of 35, starting from selling household appliances. After earning his first pot of gold, he invested in Shangtian Culture Media Group in Hong Kong Island and founded Yunhui Records. He signed famous singers from Hong Kong and Taiwan and founded Yunhui Records. He dissolved the company 13 years ago and cashed out 15.3 billion. He then hired foreign network technology developers at a high price and founded Chantian Listening to Song Software. Xiao Etienne's information appeared in Ye Xuan's mind. While admiring his rich experience, Ye Xuan secretly complained, "This old guy is really a shrewd investor." More than 10 years ago, his net worth exceeded 10 billion. Unfortunately, his assets are only more than 20 billion now, and he has not made much progress. Ye Xuan didn't say anything. The box was silent, and Xiao Etienne sat back in his chair. Juku Pengyuan was the most tactful among these people. He gave a dry laugh and took the initiative to step forward to pour a cup of tea for Ye Xuan, and then briefly introduce the others. Ye Xuan's smiling eyes swept across the faces of these people one by one, squinting his eyes and slowly said, "Didn't everyone enjoy cursing just now? Keep going." Everyone looked at each other, with embarrassment showing on their faces. Peng Yuan laughed dryly and explained hurriedly, "Mr. Yi, we didn't come to Jiangdu to chat. Oh, you all should have received the lawyer's letter from our YY company. Did you come here to discuss compensation with me?" Mr. Xiao and the others looked more embarrassed than each other. Mr. Ma, who was sitting opposite Ye Xuan, stood up immediately. "Mr. Yi, we have worked in the business world for so many years, and I should at least be considered your predecessors. Senior? Mr. Ma, are you kidding me? Everyone here is a business elite worth tens of billions. But when it comes to the word senior, I'm sorry, you are not worthy of it. Ye Xuan raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and a hint of sarcasm flashed in his eyes. Chapter 46. Interviewed by national television's Celebrity Dialogue. What do you mean by that? Another middle-aged man also asked loudly with a gloomy face, slamming the table. The entire box was plunged into a depressing atmosphere again, and even the calm Mr. Xiao had a hint of anger in his eyes. Ahem. Mr. Yi, this society emphasizes win-win cooperation. You have the copyright, we have the market and the music platform, and we can all make money together. Peng Yuan forced a smile on his face, and he was quite humble in front of Ye Xuan. Yes, Mr. Yi, the music platform we own accounts for 70% of the national market, as long as we cooperate. Xiao Yitian also extended an olive branch to Ye Xuan. When you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Now most of the original singers in China have signed contracts with YY Entertainment Company. Cooperating with Ye Xuan is the best choice at the moment. But before he could finish his words, Ye Xuan sneered and waved his hand, saying, "You guys are really good at taking advantage. The copyright is in my hands. I can completely develop a new music platform. Why should I cooperate with you?" Ye Xuan had no intention of cooperating with these big names in the music industry from the beginning. After saying a few words, he stood up and seemed ready to leave. Wait, seeing this, Peng Yuan and Xiao Lao also stood up hurriedly. Mr. Yi, let's discuss something. We know that you have invested a lot of money in the copyright, and we are willing to pay you some compensation. Xiao Yitian was the first to make concessions. Peng Yuan nodded repeatedly and said, Mr. Yi, your YY Entertainment Company has already signed contracts with those original singers. As long as you allow the songs to be played on our platform, you can see the income in a short time, and you don't have to develop a new music platform. Isn't this killing two birds with one stone? Ye Xuan steadied himself and swept his mocking gaze across the faces of everyone in the box, curling his lips and saying, I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. I, Ye Xuan, am not short of money, and I have plenty of time to recruit talents to develop a new music platform. The copyright is now in my hands, just like a cake. I can eat it all myself, so why should I share it with others? After saying that, Ye Xuan didn't stay any longer and left the box directly. Old Xiao and Peng Yuan looked at each other, and the box fell silent for a moment. After a few seconds, Mr. Ma, who was a little angry, kicked the chair next to him away. He cursed without caring about his image. This Ye Xuan is a bit too arrogant. We are here to discuss cooperation with him, not to listen to his lecture. This kid doesn't know how to appreciate a favor. I think we should go back to Shanghai. I don't believe he can develop a music platform that can compete with ours in such a short time. Yes, we will also acquire the copyright. We can't let him take all the benefits. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation, except for Mr. Ma and Mr. Xiao, who shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Ye Xuan's early mover advantage in the copyright market has attracted the attention of relevant departments. Developing a music platform may take some time, but with sufficient funding, this is not a problem at all. But now they don't have the copyright, and their traffic has dropped sharply. Forget about getting a share of the meat. If they delay for a while longer, they won't even get the soup. Mr. Xiao, let's go. We shouldn't have come here. Mr. Ma sighed, holding Xiao Yitian's arm and shaking his head. It's too late to acquire the copyright now. I, Xiao, have been struggling in the business world for so many years, but in the end, I was defeated by a young boy. I can't accept this. After leaving the Gamin Hotel, Ye Xuan drove directly back to the manor. Ning Nansher had already arrived and was sitting on the sofa in the living room, typing away on her laptop. Ye Xuan walked over and sat down beside her and asked the servant to bring 2 cups of coffee. Ning Nansher put down her notebook and wanted to stand up. Ye Xuan smiled and patted her shoulder and said, What are you looking at? Why are you so happy? Chairman, your Weibo account has gained more than 200,000 followers, and there are hundreds of celebrities following you. You are now well known. Ye Xuan, who traveled from Earth, certainly knew the importance of Weibo promotion, so he opened a Weibo account a few days ago. However, his status as a billionaire has not yet been widely spread, nor has it been reflected on Weibo. Only some celebrities have helped promote him due to copyright issues, so his number of fans has not increased much, only more than 200,000. 200,000 fans are too few. Ye Xuan's goal is more than that. By the way, when is the interview with me scheduled for the national television's Celebrity Dialogues? The host is that by Yanqing, right? Ye Xuan asked as he crossed his legs and took a sip of coffee. Celebrity Dialogue is the most famous TV lecture program in China in the past 5 years. It is backed by the giant national television station. Every episode interviews top figures from all walks of life. Bai Yanqing is the host of the dialogue column. The interview is scheduled for 8 o'clock tomorrow night, and Mr. Bai will arrive in Jiangdu by plane tonight. I will arrange for him to stay at the German hotel. This interview will be private, right inside the hotel. Ning Nansher asked in a low voice. Ye Xuan frowned slightly, turned his head to look at her, waved his hand gently, and said, "This interview is to build momentum for our YY Entertainment Company. Not only should Bai Yanqing be invited to come, but all major media in Jiangdu should also greet them in advance and promote the name of YY Entertainment Company as much as possible. According to normal people's thinking, it is safer not to show off your wealth. But Ye Xuan did the opposite and prepared to invite all the media in Jiangdu to come." Ning Nansher was stunned for a moment and asked in surprise, "Are you planning to accept a public interview?" "Of course. Tomorrow I will let everyone know the name of YY Entertainment Company." Ye Xuan similite confidently. Chapter 47 Formal Interview. Hot discussion on the internet. 2 days. Everything is ready. Dialogue is the most famous TV talk show in the country in the past 5 years. It adopts a live broadcast format and is broadcast live on the national television channel 1 at 8 o'clock in the evening. The ratings are also very high. The reason is that they interview top figures in various industries who are quite distinctive and worth talking about, and the content covers personal gossip and life experiences. The host Bai Yanqing's questions are sharp and hit the nail on the head. So every episode is the best of the best and is widely loved by the gossip-loving public. The interview was scheduled for 8 o'clock in the evening. The dialogue program team had already made preparations in advance and had set up a video recorder in the hotel room. Before the interview even started, the staff of the program team were already talking about it. "Have you heard? It is said that the boss we are interviewing this time is a super lucky man. He went from being an ordinary person to a billionaire at a young age and inherited a supergroup. It is really enviable. I just got to know this person. His life experience is so damn fantastic that even novels wouldn't dare to write about it like this. I'm so envious. If I had this money, it would be so great. I could have 10 young girls every day. It would be so cool. Hey, how can 10 be enough? We need 100 a day." The interview will start in more than 10 minutes. The protagonist is coming. I really want to see what kind of person he is to be valued by an old chairman worth hundreds of billions and directly inherit his hundreds of billions of inheritance. This experience is a legend. Amid the discussions among the program staff, Bai Yanqing, the host of the dialogue program, walked into the venue. The show is about to start. Everyone, please be alert. All employees stopped talking and started checking the equipment. Live TV broadcast, no room for carelessness. At this time, loyal viewers of Dialogue on the internet have begun discussing the content of this interview. Who is today's interviewee? The program team hasn't even released the news yet. In the past, the interviewees were announced to the audience in advance for each episode. I don't know. This issue is particularly mysterious. Could it be a big boss in some industry? The preview of the Dialogue program said that it was a billionaire, and he vowed to give us a big scare. Humph. I love watching horror movies the most. How can you scare me? Billionaires? The field narrowed down a lot. The Tuma Papas and others, if we screen them one by one, were pretty close. Hush! I got an insider tip that the person being interviewed this time is a billionaire in his early 20s. The guy above is probably an idiot, right? He's only in his early 20s, and he's a billionaire? Ghost money. There are so many idiots, and they even have inside information. There was a chorus of disdain from below. But some people know some inside information. Don't scold me first. As far as I know, there really is a billionaire in his early 20s in Jiangdu. His experience is so legendary that even novels don't dare to write about it. If you don't believe me, you can look up words like Ye Group, Ye Xuan, etc., and you will understand what I mean. This person didn't say much, but it was enough to arouse everyone's curiosity. I checked out of curiosity. This is amazing. Fuck, there really is such a big shot. Kneel down. At the age of 22, he inherited a 100 billion yuan group. I'm going crazy with envy. He used to be an ordinary person. Why am I not the one who inherited hundreds of billions of assets? At this moment, Ye Xuan's name began to spread wildly on the internet. In the past, news was limited to Jiangdu, and few people outside the city cared about it. Just like we don't know who else is in the top 10 of China's rich list besides the two Ma fathers, and we don't care at all. Now, stimulated by the news of inheriting hundreds of billions of assets at the age of 22, he has become famous. Night, 2055. Ye Xuan also arrived at the hotel where the temporary program dialogue was recorded. Open the door. Everyone focused their eyes on the door. Ye Xuan walked in with a smile on his face, wearing a neat suit. Although Ye Xuan did not dress up deliberately today, for the effect of the show, the makeup artist still managed to make him look more mature, but also more calm and shrewd. Ning Nanshe, who came in after Ye Xuan, was also dressed in a professional suit and holding a folder in her hand. The two of them walked straight to the video recording area in front of the venue. Bai Yanqing quickly walked over and shook hands with him, saying, "Welcome Mr. Yi to the interview with Dialogue. I am Bai Yanqing." Ye Xuan smiled. "Hello, Teacher Bai. Hello, everyone." After some pleasantries, both sides were actually sizing each other up. Bai Yanqing said, "Mr. Yi, our dialogue program has always been live broadcast. I wonder if Mr. Yi has any questions." Ye Xuan, "I have no problem. Just follow your rules." Bai Yanqing breathed a sigh of relief and took out a piece of paper. "Mr. Yi, these are the questions for this interview. Please take a look first. If there are any questions that are inconvenient, I can delete them." Ye Xuan took the paper, which had 30 or 40 questions written on it. After taking a look, I found that the question was quite tricky. It was obvious that Bai Yanqing had done a lot of homework. He returned the paper. "No problem, just ask whatever you want. Everything is ready." Bai Yanqing and Ye Xuan sat on two sofas, diagonally facing each other. Program recording. Everyone take your positions. Live camera switching countdown. 10, 9, 8, 1 action. Chapter 48 interview. Set a small goal. Make 1 billion first. Good evening, dear friends watching TV and online live broadcasts. This is Celebrity Dialogue. Today is the first time the program is filmed outside of Beijing. I'm Bai Yanqing. The guest we invited today can be said to be a legend. Yes, I use the word legend to describe him. He is the youngest billionaire in the country. He's only 22. A few months ago, he was just an ordinary young man. And now, he is the chairman and largest shareholder of Ye Group, one of the largest real estate groups in the country. Is this experience legendary or not? Please welcome today's guest, Ye Xuan. Bai Yanqing is a well-known host in China. He is passionate. His voice is rhythmic and very infectious. Ye Xuan waved to the camera. "Hello, everyone. I am Ye Xuan. Handsome and cool, hard to match." At this moment, the audiences across the country who were sitting in front of their TVs watching Celebrity Dialogues dropped their jaws. Fuck. What the fuck? I'm gonna wipe it. 22 years old. A billionaire. There were so many shocks that all they could say could be reduced to one sentence. F-U-C-K. At this moment, the whole country was shocked and excited. "Mr. Yi, I've heard of you for a long time. Thank you for accepting our interview despite your busy schedule. Let's sit down and talk." Bai Yanqing made a gesture of invitation and asked Ye Xuan and Ning Nanshe to sit on the sofa at the back. After everyone sat down, Bai Yanqing first exchanged a few brief greetings with Ye Xuan. "Mr. Ye Xuan, can you tell me in detail how you inherited the Ye Group? Please be as detailed as possible. I'm sure the audiences across the country are quite curious." Actually, I was also very confused at that time. I was on a blind date that day, and just after the blind date, Grandpa Ye's secretary and lawyer came to me and invited me to Grandpa Ye's place. Then I learned that Grandpa Ye felt that his life was coming to an end, and he chose me as his heir among the countless people. Ye Xuan did not hide anything. Apart from helping the old man cross the road, he basically told everything else. Once again, the audience was stunned. The internet is filled with a constant stream of "oh my god." A lot of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Although Bai Yanqing had conducted an investigation, he was still shocked to hear the words of Ye Xuan, the person involved, in person. He quickly calmed down and said, "Mr. Yi, you were just an ordinary person before. Why did Mr. Yi Xiaorong push you to the position of heir against all odds? I always feel that I am a very lucky person in this matter." Ye Xuan said with a smile. "Lucky? Too naive. I'm actually cheating." "Then may I ask, after you became the chairman of the Ye Group, or should I ask, after you suddenly became rich, what changes occurred in your life?" Ning Nanshe, who was sitting on the sofa next to her, couldn't help but frown when she saw that Bai Yanqing did not follow the previous plan at all and suddenly asked such a tricky question in front of so many people. This seemingly simple question is actually difficult to answer. If Ye Xuan answered that there was no change, it would inevitably arouse jealousy and dissatisfaction among many people, and some people would even think that he was so lucky that he didn't know what was good for him. But if Ye Xuan said that the changes were great, he would be treated as a dirtbag, and Bai Yanqing could continue to ask further questions. There have been huge changes. It's busier than before. Ye Xuan cleverly avoided the trap set by Bai Yanqing. Busy? Mr. Yi is only in his 20s, right? After taking over such a large group, do you need to do everything yourself? I heard some news before, saying that after Mr. Yi inherited the company, 2 shareholders of the Yi Group transferred all their shares to you. Is this true? The program Dialogue likes to get to the bottom of things. Before deciding to interview Ye Xuan, Bai Yanqing investigated him and had some understanding of the internal situation of the Yi Group. Ye Xuan smiled slightly, nodded and said, "That's right. Thanks to Mr. Ye's kindness, I took the position of heir. The shareholders in the company might be worried that I am too young and don't believe in my ability. They think that Ye's future will definitely not have any prospects, so they transferred the shares to me at a low price." Seeing Ye Xuan's answers in an orderly manner, Bai Yanqing put away his contempt. Mr. Yi, having inherited so much inheritance and being busy every day, do you feel like you have lost your freedom? Bai Yanqing said. Ye Xuan, lost my freedom? I can't really say, but after inheriting the Yi family, I did lose a lot of things. Bai Yansong, for example. Ye Xuan, maybe I lost a lot of troubles. Lost your worries? You and percent you and at. Bai Yansong did not give up. Besides losing the troubles, Ye Xuan thought about it distressedly. I have become rich, but I can't enjoy the happiness of poverty. It's really a pity. Bai Yansong, suddenly, I don't want to chat anymore. However, as a professional host, I have to hold back and move on even if there is nothing to talk about. Mr. Yi, I heard that you recently established YY Entertainment Group and acquired more than half of the music and film and television copyrights on the market. What are your next goals? Bai Yanqing changed the subject and began to inquire about Ye Xuan's next business plan. This is also the real purpose of the Dialogue program team coming to Jiangdu to interview Ye Xuan. The Yi Group started out in the real estate industry, and now Ye Xuan has suddenly established an entertainment company. Everyone is speculating whether the Yi Group has already begun to transform. Finally got to the point. Ye Xuan's face was calm, and he replied in a serious tone. My goal is simple, to protect the interests of the original creators. The establishment of YY Entertainment Company does also mean that we're going to enter other industries. Of course, I also have my own personal agenda. Ye Xuan smiled slightly and said without any modesty, I have set a small goal, to earn 1 billion first. Chapter 49. Ye Xuan's Classic Quotes. As soon as Ye Xuan finished speaking, more than a dozen members of the Dialogue program team, standing not far away, immediately started to discuss among themselves in low voices. Earn 1 billion in 1 year, for music? This is simply like burning newspapers at graves to fool ghosts. Some viewers started complaining on the internet while watching the live broadcast. This Mr. Yi is a little too arrogant. He earns 1 billion a year. Does he think that the entertainment company is a treasure trove? He is really a young and inexperienced person. Does he really think he can make money from the copyright market? I think he will lose money. YY Entertainment is just starting out and still needs investment from the Yi Group. Ye Xuan actually dared to say such arrogant words. Let's see how he ends up in a year. Young people today are so ambitious. Do they really think they can become the richest man in the world by just starting a company? Bai Yanqing was obviously also stunned by Ye Xuan's shocking words. Ahem, Mr. Yi, your YY Entertainment Company has just started. Although you have signed many original singers and acquired more than half of the copyrights in the market, without a music platform, how can you start to make a profit? The room gradually became quiet, and everyone's eyes were focused on Ye Xuan, wanting to hear his future plans. Our company is already working on developing a music platform, and this is just the first step. Ye Xuan kept the topic in suspense and took the initiative of the conversation into his own hands. Oh, I wonder if Mr. Yi can give us a detailed explanation first. Bai Yanqing became more curious, but Ye Xuan would not tell others about his future business plans casually. This is a trade secret. I'm sorry I can't tell you the truth. Just when everyone thought Ye Xuan was exaggerating, Bai Yanqing smiled gently and changed the subject again. The Ye Group started out in the real estate industry. Mr. Ye has just taken over the position of chairman and is about to make drastic changes. May I ask if you have conducted a comprehensive investigation of the market? Of course, I never fight a battle without preparation. There are many music platforms in China, but their profit models are very simple. The music platform that our YY Entertainment Company is going to build is a comprehensive music audition software. On the premise of ensuring the interests of the original creators, it standardizes the profit model, resolutely resists piracy, and presents a brand new audiovisual feast for everyone. Bai Yanqing then asked a few more questions, including Ye Xuan's current life, past experiences, and prospect for the future. Mr. Ye, next is the interactive session of our dialogue column, which is to select a few questions from the audience in front of the TV and discuss them with you. The first question the audience wants to ask you is, you are now focusing all your energy on YY Entertainment Company. Does this mean that you will pay less attention to the business of the Ye Group in the future? The person who asked this question is probably from Jiangdu and is someone related to real estate. Ye Xuan smiled slightly and said loudly, the Ye Group is developing well now, and I also believe in my employees. Bai Yanqing, Mr. Ye Xuan pushed you to the position of successor. After you took over the company, shouldn't you fulfill Mr. Ye's last wish and expand the group? No. Under the regulation of national control policies, the real estate industry has lost its glory of previous years. I am now entering the entertainment industry to prepare for the future transformation of the group. Hello, Mr. Ye. Here is a more personal question. Do you have a girlfriend now? Ye Xuan still replied with a smile on his face. This is a personal privacy issue. I'm sorry I can't answer it. After you took over the Ye Group, you became the richest man in Jiangdu. Are you still in touch with your old friends? Ye Xuan was slightly stunned and said, I don't think I had many friends before. Then may I ask, with your current status, what kind of person is qualified to be your friend? Ye Xuan was stunned. This question, I couldn't help but think of Brother Tsong. It's easy for me to make friends, as long as we can chat, because it doesn't matter if he has money or not. He's not as rich as me anyway. Ye Xuan casually said the famous saying of Brother Tsong on Earth, trying to show off a little. The interview lasted until the evening, and this dialogue program was broadcast in real time. There were also hundreds of thousands of people watching on the internet. Ye Xuan's Weibo followers increased by hundreds of thousands in just one night. After the interview, Ye Xuan invited the dialogue program crew to dine at the hotel. After having 2 glasses of wine, he took Ning Nanshi to a presidential suite in the hotel. Chairman, your interview today has become a hot topic on Weibo and has been forwarded by millions of people. Your Weibo followers have even exceeded 1 million. You are now a celebrity. After entering the suite, Ning Nanshi quickly opened her notebook and couldn't help but gasp after logging into Weibo. At that time, Weibo had just started, and many popular celebrities only had a few million Weibo fans. Ye Xuan's Weibo account was only registered for a few days, but he didn't expect that the effect of today's dialogue column would be so crazy. There are hundreds of thousands of comments below. Ye Xuan has become completely famous on the internet. Some of the sentences Ye Xuan said also became popular on the entire internet. Although I inherited the Chinny Group, I lost a lot of troubles. Now that I'm rich, I can't enjoy the happiness of being poor. It's a pity. It's easy for me to make friends, as long as we can chat, because it doesn't matter if he has money or not. He's not as rich as me anyway. I set a small goal, to earn 1 billion first. In response to these remarks, netizens complained one after another. Lose your worries? Such a heavy price to pay. Let me bear this pain. Let's set a small goal first, and earn 100 yuan first. I'm in trouble for being your friend. When it comes to showing off, no other rich man can compare to him. Countless idiots complained. Chapter 50 Weibo Lucky Draw Night. The whole network is boiling. After the interview, Ye Xuan checked his Weibo. Although he had not posted a single message, his number of fans had already increased to 1.2 million, which was the fastest growth rate in history. Ye Xuan's lips curled up slightly, and another thought flashed through his mind. Xiao Shi, please post a message on Weibo and give out money for a lucky draw. Ye Xuan planned to give some benefits to his Weibo fans while he was still famous, and also help promote the reputation of YY Entertainment Company and prepare for the launch of the music platform in the future. This is Tsong Ji's secret weapon. When IG was doing great, it exploded on Weibo. Giving out money for a lottery? Chairman, what you mean is, Ning Nansher was a little puzzled. Weibo had been around for many years, and she often visited it, but she had never seen anyone dare to do this. Prepare 10 million in funds and randomly draw 10 winners in front of the fans. 1 million per winner. The number of fans has just exceeded 1 million, but Ye Xuan still feels that it is too few. Weibo lotteries are very common on Earth, and Ye Xuan is also prepared to use this routine to make himself completely famous. Ning Nansher was stunned by Ye Xuan's words. Taking out 10 million and throwing it down the drain could no longer be called a luxury. It was simply a waste. Although Ye Xuan is now worth hundreds of billions, money is just a string of numbers to him, and a mere 10 million is indeed nothing to him. But no matter how rich you are, you can't waste it like this. Seeing Ning Nansher staring at him in surprise, Ye Xuan smiled and asked, "How much do you think YY Entertainment will spend on advertising in the early stages?" Ning Nansher didn't understand what Ye Xuan meant. After a little thought, she replied truthfully, "It should take nearly 30 million yuan for publicity. When a new software is launched into the market, a large amount of advertising is needed in the early stage to promote it. 30 million is already a very conservative number." Ye Xuan smiled and nodded. "I now have 1.2 million fans on Weibo. What effect do you think can be achieved by using the routine of throwing money for a lucky draw?" Ning Nansher's eyes lit up, and she immediately understood. Ye Xuan wanted to use the money to accumulate fans and also advertise for the YY music platform, which was about to be launched. As long as it attracts enough fans, YY Entertainment's popularity will be greatly improved, and it will save a lot of advertising costs in the future. This is a long-term effect, not a short-term one. "I understand what you mean. I'll do it right away." Ning Nansher stood up excitedly, took out her cell phone, and instructed the people below to contact the official Weibo account. When Weibo officials heard about this, they were shocked and took it very seriously. They developed this lottery function, but it was not very eye-catching at the moment, and usually only a few hundred or a few thousand yuan were given out. 10 million right now? Damn it. So awesome. At this time, Weibo chairman Chao Guowei was drinking with a few friends in the club. His secretary hurriedly walked in and leaned over to whisper something in his ear. Chao Guowei's body trembled, and the wine glass he was holding almost fell to the ground. "Take out 10 million for a lottery? That's really fucking awesome." Chao Guowei stood up with shock on his face, stunned. "So what are you waiting for? Give us your full cooperation and promote it on Weibo." He shouted loudly. "Yes, Chairman." The secretary did not dare to delay and made relevant preparations quickly. In order to ensure that everything went well, he also invited a notary from the National Notary Office. Everything is ready. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Ye Xuan posted a message on Weibo, "Weibo Carnival Night. Millions of prizes are waiting for you." Pretty tempting title, pretty tempting bonus. In order to repay everyone's enthusiastic attention to YY Entertainment, I will start a lucky draw on Weibo at 12 o'clock midnight, with a total prize of 10 million. Just follow me on Weibo and reply with the word lucky draw below my Weibo post, and all fans will have a chance to participate. I will then draw 10 lucky winners from among the many fans, and each will win $1 million prize. Everyone is welcome to participate. The lucky draw will be recorded in real time and supervised by notaries. Thank you for your support. A simple Weibo post created a huge wave on the internet. Fuck. Oh my god. On the internet and in real life, after hearing this news, a chorus of exclamations of WTF was heard. But they are uneducated and can only say fuck to everyone. $1 million jackpot. Get rich overnight. One by one, they called their friends to increase their chances of winning. Wake up, follow the CEO of YY Entertainment, Ye Xuan, on Weibo, become a fan, and leave a comment below to enter the lucky draw. There's a 10 million lottery online. Go and enter. We'll have the down payment for our house. Fuck, this Ye Xuan is really rich. He took out 10 million for the lottery. What is the background of YY Entertainment Company? Ah, I recognized him. Isn't he the Ye Xuan interviewed by the dialogue program? I'm multibillionaire. But 10 million is really a big deal. I wonder who will get this big pie. At the same time, Weibo officials fanned the flames and promoted it everywhere, attracting more and more people to participate in the discussion. Chapter 51. The 10 million lucky draw caused a big hit on Weibo. Chairman, great news. Phew. Weibo's chairman Chao Guowei was once again interrupted while drinking by his secretary. Chairman, let's hurry back to the company now. The number of simultaneous visits to Weibo has exceeded 30 million. The secretary said excitedly. Although Weibo has had over 100 million registered users since its founding, the number of active online users is usually only around 10 to 20 million at most. Even at its peak, it never broke through 20 million. However, after Ye Xuan released the news of giving out money for a raffle on Weibo, the number of reposts increased significantly and the number of online users soared. Even if they were not Ye Xuan's fans, everyone was paying attention to the raffle, wanted to see which lucky person would be blessed by God. Yes, let's go back to the company quickly. Chao Guowei no longer had the appetite to drink. He picked up his coat and hurried out of the box without even saying hello. The other CEOs looked at each other and discussed curiously, who is so wasteful as to take out 10 million for a lottery? It's Ye Xuan, the Jiangdu CEO interviewed by the Dialogue program. The boss of YY Entertainment? He's an internet celebrity, but he can't just throw money away like that, right? Throw it away? That guy won't do business at a loss. He has been spending a lot of money to acquire copyrights recently and has already turned the music industry upside down. Yes, this guy has a good business sense. Taking out 10 million for a lottery is much better than advertising. Why didn't I think of it before? At this time, not only these business leaders were paying attention to Ye Xuan's Weibo, but almost all netizens across the country had heard the news. All of a sudden, the number of registered users on Weibo soared, and Ye Xuan's fans also increased significantly. Seeing the number of fans doubling, Ning Nanshi's face turned red with excitement. Chairman, the number of fans has exceeded 5 million. 7 million. There was still half an hour before 12 o'clock, and Ye Xuan's Weibo followers exceeded 10 million. Almost all online media reported extensively on Ye Xuan's Weibo lucky draw, and the number of reposts of the Dialogue program reached millions. There are not too many operating accounts at this time, otherwise the effect will definitely be more explosive. Who the hell is this Ye Xuan? He has more followers on Weibo than I do. A sissy who looks a lot like Kuan muttered in frustration while scrolling through Weibo. The boss of YY Entertainment. This move is not something that ordinary people can do. The old leader in the Chinese business community, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, couldn't help but sigh. Ye Xuan is such a bastard. YY Entertainment doesn't even have a music platform, but it has become completely popular on the internet. This is going to drive me to a dead end. Mr. Ma, who was hugging his wife, also got out of bed after receiving the call. At 11:53, the number of comments under Ye Xuan's lottery post had exceeded 10 million. With such a terrifying number of people, I guess there won't be any Weibo posts with so many comments in a few years. It's all about winning the lottery, hoping to become a millionaire overnight. Some netizens even registered several or even dozens of accounts to increase their chances of winning. Some studios even registered hundreds or thousands of accounts. At that time, Weibo had not yet set a limit on the uniqueness of the mobile phone bound to the account, so unlimited accounts could be bound. Fortunately, Weibo officials discovered the situation in time and quickly limited each mobile phone to a maximum of 5 accounts, and all other unnecessary accounts were banned. All of this is the madness caused by Ye Xuan, the madness of the whole nation. At this moment, most people in the country remembered this wealthy billionaire. As the time gets closer to 2400 hours, the number of comments on the internet is exploding. The lottery results are about to come out. Amitba, God bless you. Oh my God, I have sacrificed all my roommates. Whether I can become a millionaire depends on now. Time quickly arrived at 2400 hours amid everyone's anticipation. Are the results out yet? It's 2400 hours. I swiped it, but it hasn't come out yet. It's coming out. It's coming out. Fuck, look if I'm there. Many netizens kept refreshing Ye Xuan's Weibo lottery page. In Yuzhou City, a mother was nervously sitting in front of a computer, holding a beautiful and cute little girl. Her husband died early, and she raised a daughter, so the family's financial situation was difficult. She wanted to remarry, but she was afraid that the little girl would be unhappy, so she didn't remarry. This time, she registered and replied to sign up for the lottery, and she also wanted to give it a try. When 2400 hours came, she refreshed the page. When she saw one of the names on the list on Ye Xuan's Weibo lottery page, she rubbed her eyes in disbelief. I won. I won. She excitedly jumped up from her chair, holding the little girl. I won, huh? She was extremely surprised. She excitedly ran to Ye Xuan's Weibo and typed with shaking hands. Thank you, Mr. Ye Xuan. I'm a single mother and have been under a lot of pressure in life recently. I just wanted to give it a try, but I didn't expect to win the prize. Thank you, Mr. Ye Xuan. I will never forget your kindness. From now on, I will let my daughter call you Goddaddy. After she posted it, she quickly received a lot of comments. I envy this mother. I'm a little jealous, but being a single mom is really hard. Come on. The 1 million grand prize, I hope that single mothers can have a better life. In general, except for a few jealous and cursing netizens, most netizens congratulated and blessed the single mother. Chapter 52 shocked the nation. Weibo Corporation. On this exciting lottery night, Chao Guowei and a group of technical personnel were sweating profusely in the office. Chairman, the traffic is too heavy. Our server is about to explode. A man with glasses walked up, looked at the laptop in his hand, and said anxiously, "Hold on for a few more minutes. No matter what, you have to make it until the lucky draw is over." Chao Guowei's face flushed red, and he waved his hand without raising his head. The Weibo Lucky Draw, organized by Ye Xuan, is also a good publicity opportunity for Weibo. In just a few hours, the number of people downloading the Weibo app increased by tens of millions. With this favorable trend, Chao Guowei's Weibo also became popular. The number of people online has exceeded 40 million, and Ye Xuan's fans have increased to 12 million. Chao Guowei rubbed his hands excitedly. What he cared about was not the super bonus of 10 million yuan, but the number of downloads on Weibo. Ye Xuan sighed. The lucky draw ended successfully. Ye Xuan glanced at the number of more than 12 million fans on Weibo, and a smile appeared on his lips. In order to prevent these fans from unfollowing him after winning the prize, Ye Xuan wrote on Weibo again. The 10 million grand prize draw has ended, and 10 lucky fish have appeared, including a single mother. Congratulations to you, and I wish the single mother and the little girl happiness. The concept of koi did not exist at that time, so Ye Xuan just took the opportunity to start the trend of koi. At the same time, I hope the winners will not be confused by the $1 million of wealth. They should remember their original aspirations and stick to themselves. It is just a passing person in your life, and should not let it ruin your life. Ye Xuan had seen too many people in his previous life who won big prizes or demolition compensation, but their character did not keep up, leading to gambling, alcoholism, skating, and eventually ruining their entire lives. He didn't want these 10 people to become like this and become a bad person. Click to publish. As soon as the Weibo post was published, hundreds of comments appeared quickly. After refreshing the page, the number increased to thousands. Marshal Yi is so warm. I love you so much. Ye Xuan is so handsome. He started with his looks, he was loyal to his character, and he was also very rich. Oh my God. How could there be such a perfect man in the world? Hubby, I'm dead. Get out of here, you slutty bitches. He's my husband. Ye Xuan glanced at the comments and sweated a little. I didn't expect that female fans are so strong. It seems that I will become a national husband like Song Ge. Then Ye Xuan wrote another Weibo post. Those who didn't win the prize don't need to lose heart. The next time the YY music platform goes online, we will open the lucky draw again, and the grand prize will still be 10 million. Click to publish. Weibo exploded again. Hubby, we will definitely support the YY music platform. Even if it's not to support legitimate products, even if it's to support my husband, I still have to support the YY music platform. Ning Nansher followed Ye Xuan and was completely convinced. This behavior, which seemed to be a waste of money, actually saved YY Entertainment Company a lot of advertising costs in the future. There's so many bigwigs in the business world, but none of them have ever played like this. Ye Xuan is so young, but he has such vision and can use the resources at his disposal to accumulate tens of millions of fans. This alone is enough to make Ning Nansher admire him. The next day, there is no doubt that last night's crazy lottery night completely dominated the hot searches on Weibo. Among the top 10 hot searches, Ye Xuan occupied 5. Celebrity dialogue: the youngest billionaire. 22-year-old billionaire. 10 million yuan lottery, 10 lucky fish. National husband Ye Xuan. Single mother wins $1 million prize. In addition, there are several others ranked in the top 20. I don't care whether I have money or not when making friends. Get wealth, lose worries. Set a small goal, make 1 billion first. In addition to the explosive influence of Weibo, online media and many local TV stations also reported on the incident. On this morning, many people were at work or in class, and as a result, people could be heard talking about the topic everywhere. Ye Xuan? Who? 100 billion? Fuck. A lottery worth tens of millions? Damn. Groove, 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 groove all the way. I was extremely shocked and felt that the world had become strange. At this time, Ye Xuan, the protagonist of national discussion, came to YY Entertainment Company. He came to check the development progress of the YY music platform, which was scheduled to be launched on January 1st, New Year's Day. Now, it was December 3rd, less than a month away from the planned date. Now that he has fans on Weibo, Ye Xuan has acquired nearly 70% of the copyrights on the market. Although other business leaders also had their eyes on this piece of fat meat, they acted too late and could only drink the leftover soup. The development progress of the music platform can be said to be the most important thing at present. Fortunately, Ye Xuan made great efforts to recruit more than 20 senior network technology talents from major music and related platforms across the country with high salaries, so he still has enough technical strength. Ye Xuan also provided a detailed development plan, which included key functions for the development of the music platform. A. Sound effects, celebrity sound effects, pre-adjusted according to the timbre of different singers, car sound effects, style sound effects, pop, dance, rock, panoramic surround, clear vocals. B. Social function, music review. C. User level, the more songs you listen to, the higher your level will be, giving the user a sense of honor. You give them a level system. D. User preference, intelligent and accurate push. E. Playlist, you can create a playlist. These are very important new functions of major music platforms on Earth in the previous life. Of course, to be cautious, each function is completed by the technical team in groups and kept confidential to prevent anyone from leaking commercial secrets. Chapter 53, Corporate Espionage appears. Seeing Ye Xuan coming in, the technical staff in the entire office area stood up one after another. Hello, Chairman. The respectful voices represented the sincere admiration of many technicians for Ye Xuan. They did not admire Ye Xuan's wealth, but admired Ye Xuan's talent and brilliant ideas. Everyone knows that many of YY Music's groundbreaking features were proposed by the young chairman Ye Xuan. However, among the many technicians, only a man wearing glasses sitting in the corner had a hint of disdain in his eyes. A young man in his 20s who doesn't know who he is now that he has a little money. You want to develop a music platform? What can you use to compete with the big guys in the industry? A hint of sarcasm flashed across the bespectacled man's lips. If the HR department of YY Entertainment had not offered him an annual salary that he could not refuse, and his old company had not sent him here to gather intelligence, he would not have come here to work for Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan did not notice the man with glasses sitting at the back. He glanced at everyone and knocked on the table. The whole room instantly became quiet. Everyone, please sit down. I'm here today to check on the progress of the music platform development. Let's start with one group first and report one by one. A team leader stood up and said, reporting to the chairman, the research and development of sound effects in my area is almost complete. It will be completed in another week. The remaining issue is the connection between the various modules. Ye Xuan nodded. Other team leaders also stepped forward and reported one by one, but they were all brief reports without going into specific content. People could only guess the general situation of other teams based on their names. In the corner, the man with glasses silently recorded these reports and was slightly surprised. He found that some functions, such as sound effects and playlists, were very advanced and should be very popular with fans. There are also some functions that he could not see through. However, he thought that the functions of major music platforms across the country were very simple at that time. Apart from audio and video and downloading, other functions were pitifully few. If YY Music really launches these features, do other music platforms still have a way out? After listening to all the team leaders' reports, Ye Xuan nodded and said, I have basically heard everything. Several teams have mentioned a problem. The program is not intelligent enough to filter user preferences and conduct targeted promotion. The team leader nodded. Yes, Chairman, we are currently stuck at this point. Other team leaders offered their opinions one after another. The big data mentioned by the chairman is still being explored even in the United States. If we want to realize it now, I'm afraid. Chairman, we can actually implement some of the functions and then upgrade them slowly when the technology matures. Ye Xuan stretched out his hand and pressed. Okay, I understand all your doubts. Ye Xuan knew that computer technology at that moment had not yet reached the level of big data and user preference analysis. Neither this country nor the United States could do that. because it hasn't developed to that level yet. However, these two technologies, big data and intelligent user preference analysis, happen to be the basic conditions for realizing the many functions proposed by Ye Xuan. Without them, those functions will be nothing but illusions. At this moment, a disdainful sneer suddenly came from the corner. Everyone looked over. He's a man with glasses. Ye Xuan frowned slightly. What are you laughing at? The man with glasses shook his head repeatedly. No, nothing. I just thought of something funny. Ye Xuan subconsciously called up this person's information column in his mind. Name, Yuan Yongfei. Age, 37. Skills, programming, intermediate, design, intermediate, operations, intermediate. Experience, graduated from the Department of Computer Science of Peking University and Tsinghua University. Won the second place in the NMY programming competition. After graduation, he joined Ye Xuan Group and was promoted to department project manager in just 3 years. Later, he switched to Tiantian Group and became a business backbone. He resigned after 5 years because of stealing project data and selling it. He was discovered by a headhunting company and joined Jukum Music Company, where he was highly appreciated. A month ago, he was sent by the chairman of Jukum Music to work as an undercover agent at YY Music to gather intelligence about YY Music. He has leaked internal information of YY Music through emails many times. Personality. He is insidious, petty, greedy, and lustful. Weakness. Love money more than life. Loyalty. 0. At this moment, I was thinking, Ye Xuan is really too naive. Can this kind of technology be developed in a short time? It will take at least another 10 years. Industrial espionage? You like it, right? Ye Xuan curled the corners of his mouth. If it were anyone else, they might have been fooled by corporate espionage, but it was a pity that they met him. Big cheat. Ye Xuan said with a playful smile. Yuan Yongfei, right? You just laughed because you think we can't realize such technology. Yuan Yongfei smiled and didn't give Ye Xuan any face at all. That's right. I think the idea you just mentioned is completely impossible to achieve. Ning Nansher couldn't help but frown. Ever since Ye Xuan took over the Yi Group, no one has ever dared to talk to him like this. Yuan Yongfei pretended to be a technician and said, Boss, you should know that our 20-plus people are all elites from major music companies and have the most advanced development technology in the country. But if we say we can't complete the plan you just mentioned, there should be no other developers in the country who can do it. I have held important positions in 3 music companies, and I'm quite familiar with the domestic market. The idea you just mentioned is indeed very attractive, but in my opinion, is just empty talk. Chapter 54 Shocked. The chairman is actually a programmer. Yuan Yongfei was talking. Everyone can talk big, but whether it can be realized is not certain. According to your plan, it will take us a month to develop such a music platform. Even if you give us a year or several years, as long as the key technology and big data program cannot be implemented, these functions cannot be realized. After saying that, Yuan Yongfei glanced at his colleagues in the conference room, shrugged and said, Everyone should understand that what I just said is the truth. Instead of wasting time in this YY entertainment company, I think we should make some plans for the future. Ye Xuan laughed. Yuan Yongfei, Ye Xuan Group once gave you a chance and made you a manager, but you jumped to Tiantian Group for a higher salary. People always want to move up, and there's nothing wrong with that. But within Tiantian Group, you stole project data and sold it, which is a bit taboo. In full view of everyone, Ye Xuan revealed Yuan Yongfei's past. Everyone was surprised. Yuan Yongfei was also surprised. He didn't expect that Ye Xuan knew his situation so well. Ye Xuan chuckled and continued. After being fired, you switched to Jukum Music Company, and now you obeyed the arrangement of Juku's chairman and came here to be a business spy. What? Corporate espionage? All the technicians present were shocked. They all looked at Yuan Yongfei. Yuan Yongfei's face changed, and he said in a panic, You are talking nonsense. What evidence do you have? Don't wrongly accuse a good person. Ye Xuan sneered, Unjust. What a joke. Do you really think I have no evidence? In the 1 month since you joined the company, you sent 6 emails to Jukum Music. The specific email address is, the password is. Ye Xuan gave an email account and password. Yuan Yongfei looked at Ye Xuan in horror. His face suddenly turned pale. Looking at Ye Xuan is like seeing the devil. How did he know about me? And he even knows his email account and password so clearly? Ye Xuan glanced at Ning Nansher. who understood immediately. She used a computer to open her email, entered her account and password, and logged in. The entire mailbox's email exchanges are presented to everyone. YY Music Information Summary 1. YY Music Information Summary 2. YY Music Information Summary 3. YY Music Information Summary 4. The straightforward title was so eye-catching that it made many technicians furious, and they looked at Yuan Yongfei with angry eyes. Ye Xuan signaled Ning Nansher, called the police, and asked the comrades from the Criminal Investigation Department to come over. Call the police. After hearing this, Yuan Yongfei's legs went weak, and he knelt on the ground. Finished. His life is over. Half an hour later, comrades from the Criminal Investigation Department arrived and left with Yuan Yongfei and the criminal evidence. Chairman, spare my life. I was wrong. Give me a chance. Please spare my life. Yuan Yongfei's voice begging for mercy became increasingly distant. Ye Xuan sneered. You want me to spare you? Eat shit. Ye Xuan's eyes swept over each employee, but in the end he did not find the second corporate spy. Clap your hands to draw everyone's attention back. Okay, Yuan Yongfei's incident is over. What we need to do now is to improve YY Music as soon as possible. A team leader, but, Chairman, we are afraid that the technology... Ye Xuan shook his hand. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Ye Xuan turned on the copy function. Ding, you copied the skill Advanced Programming. Ding, spend 100 million to upgrade your programming skills to God level. Originally, Ye Xuan was not planning to do this, but since his subordinates were unable to perform at such a high level of skill, he had no choice but to do it himself. Ye Xuan looked at all the programmers and said, in the next few days, I will lead the programming of this big data program. Programmers. Confused? Could it be that the boss can also program? With such questions, many programmers feel ridiculous. One day later, all the programmers gathered around Ye Xuan. At this moment, Ye Xuan was sitting beside the computer, his fingers flying, tap, tap, tap. Lines of programs continued to be generated from his fingertips. The programmers looked at the lines of programs with shock on their faces and felt like they were about to kneel down. What a concise procedure. Great process. The logic is so complicated. Damn, it makes me dizzy just looking at it. This long section, is it a branch of genetics programming? Is it programming artificial intelligence? It looks very similar, but I don't know if it is true. It's a pity that our level is too low. Otherwise, we would definitely learn a lot. I didn't expect the chairman to be a programming expert. It's unbelievable. Isn't it rumored that our chairman used to be an ordinary person? Could he have another identity? Kneel down, kneel neatly. Chapter 55, YY Music is coming. For nearly a month, Ye Xuan stayed at YY Music, working with a group of programmers to develop YY Music's big data programs and intelligent optimization modules. Ye Xuan completely conquered the group of programmers through repeated technical demonstrations. The chairman is awesome. 666. Well, this group of people have become very skilled at shouting 666. It sounds so smooth, rhythmic, and full of emotion. December 28th. When Ye Xuan typed the last line of code, it officially announced that the YY Music software was completed. December 29th. The successful passing of the last functional test announced that the YY Music software was completely completed. Done. Fortunately, we have the chairman here, otherwise we wouldn't be able to complete it. The chairman is awesome. 666. There was cheering in the office area. Ye Xuan jumped onto the table and pressed his hands together with a smile. Be quiet. I have something to say. Everyone suddenly fell silent. Ye Xuan looked at the programmers one by one, not ignoring any of them. I'm glad that YY Music was developed by us. This is a crosshair software. I believe that as soon as it appears, it will sweep the entire country. And you are its creators, and its achievements are your achievements. The programmers' eyes were filled with tears, and their blood was boiling as they thought of the days and nights they had racked their brains and put in all their efforts, and they felt a great sense of accomplishment. Ye Xuan, originally I wanted to hold a banquet for you, but I guess everyone hates drinking, and the night after tomorrow is when YY Music will be online, which is very important. So forget about the banquet. I'll help you cash it out. I won't say more. This month's bonus is 200,000 per person. 200,000? Oh shit. After all the programmers were shocked, there was a warm cheer. Long live the chairman. Boss is awesome. Several programmers even hugged Ye Xuan's shoes and kissed them excitedly. without caring about their image at all. Fuck you guys. Ye Xuan quickly ran away. But it was obvious that those programmers were too reverent to Ye Xuan, so they seemed crazy. Ning Nansher looked at the chairman's embarrassed figure being besieged by many programmers from afar, and a smile appeared unconsciously on the corner of her mouth. A mysterious, powerful, yet friendly chairman. The next day, Ning Nansher then delivered the final draft of the YY Music online promotion plan to Ye Xuan's desk. Ye Xuan had read this plan many times and gave a lot of opinions that seemed a bit advanced for this era before finally finalizing it. There are as many as 18 promotion methods listed in the plan, from offline to online, from white-collar workers to students, taking all dimensions into consideration. Of course, the most important plan is the Weibo promotion plan. The first plan, from January 1st to January 10th, a 10 million level lottery will be held every day on the official Weibo account of YY Music, 100 winners, 100,000 each. The first day's lottery entry requirement is a YY Music registered count. The second day's lottery entry requirement is listening to 10 songs, each song for at least 2 minutes to prevent spamming. The third day's lottery entry requirement is 30 songs. The 10th day's lottery entry requirement is 30 songs for 10 consecutive days. The second plan, on January 30th, a grand YY concert will be held, and celebrities corresponding to the top 30 songs on the music charts will be invited to participate in the concert. The previous plan is very straightforward, which is to spend money in exchange for user traffic. The latter plan is a little more in-depth. As the saying goes, there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts. As fans of singers, they naturally hope that their idols can be on the list. Otherwise, wouldn't it be embarrassing to be defeated by other singers? This plan can greatly attract those fans to participate in YY Music. In addition, there is another invisible benefit. That is the fan circle economy. Incorporating the fan circle economy into YY Music can create a lot of money for YY Music. What is the fan economy? I won't talk about the concept, but here's an example. A fan club member spends nearly 100,000 yuan a year chasing after idols. Only fans buy boxes of idol records just to collect small cards. Scalpers obtain information about idols and sell it to fans for profit. A famous incident was the battle between Brother Lewin and a certain basketball ambassador for supremacy on Weibo. It was all about spending money, with fans spending money and the beneficiaries being Weibo, plus the celebrity. One of the new features of YY Music is the new song list, which is one of the uses of fan economy. December 29th, 2000 hours p.m. Ye Xuan's Weibo was updated. On January 1st, New Year's Day, YY Music was officially launched, with a website version and an app version. The app can be downloaded from major software stores. To celebrate the launch of YY Music, we are holding a grand lucky draw of 10 million renminbi for 10 consecutive days, totaling 100 million renminbi. The lottery rules are as follows: 10 million per day, 100 winners, each winning 100,000. The lottery threshold is... After the Weibo update, Weibo's traffic exploded again. My husband finally showed up. I missed you so much. I've waited for so long and finally waited until today. Fortunately, I didn't give up. 1 million, no? How did it become 100,000? I've been burning incense every day for the past month. I'm sure it will work this time. If there are 100 chances in one day, then there are 1,000 chances in 10 days, and the chances of winning are greatly increased. Because there had already been a previous lottery draw for tens of millions of dollars, the news of this lottery spread faster and wider than last time. Weibo was pushing this news desperately, wishing it would appear on all major networks. Major online media across the country would not miss such a hot topic and followed up with reports. YY Music, together with the 100 million lucky draw, is waiting for you to experience. 1 month later, the 10 million lottery will happen again. Who will be the lucky koi? 1,000 chances to win a $100,000 grand prize. Who will take the lead? At this moment, the entire internet was filled with discussions about YY Music and the 100 million lucky draw. Chapter 56: The Enemy is in action. He Wenbin from Yuecheng is an ordinary office worker. After graduation, he worked in a not-so-big company. He doesn't even have a girlfriend. He rents a house and lives a paycheck-to-paycheck life. After going downstairs, I went to the breakfast shop downstairs as usual, ordered some Xylong Bayo, and ate treasure porridge and sat down. At this moment, a voice nearby attracted his attention. I cursed the guy next door. Ye Xuan is so damn rich. He threw out another 100 million for the lottery. I'm so envious. I heard that he used to be an ordinary young man like us, but he suddenly became extremely rich and inherited hundreds of billions of assets. If I were him, I would definitely change to a new girl every day. He Wenbin did not continue listening to the next words, because his attention was focused on the 100 million lottery. He still remembers clearly that in the last 10 million lottery, 10 people won 1 million. He also participated in the lottery at that time, but unfortunately he did not win the prize. Another lottery? He quickly opened Weibo, and when he learned that there were 1,000 people with 100,000 lottery opportunities, he was delighted. He thought that after YY Music went online, he would try to participate and see if he could be selected. Looking at the hot searches on Weibo again, 3 related topics were in the top 10 of Weibo's hot searches, and 1 was in the 18th place. What a great heat! He Wenbin couldn't help but be shocked. After breakfast, He Wenbin got on the bus, and on the bus he heard people talking about the YY Music Lottery again. I opened WeChat and found that my old classmates were also talking about the lucky draw, and there were a lot of people asking for blessings in the circle of friends. After getting off the bus, I walked 300 or 400 meters to the company and found that many colleagues were talking about this matter along the way. He Wenbin was secretly surprised. This time, YY Music's lucky draw was such a big deal that people were talking about it everywhere. What He Wenbin didn't know was that similar things had happened in many places across the country. Ye Xuan's propaganda strategy was too fresh, and Weibo was promoting it vigorously. The public also found it fresh, and the spread was high. If it happened 10 years later, it would probably not even make a splash. Look, my husband has posted a new Weibo post. A 24-year-old female colleague stood up suddenly and screamed in surprise. Other female colleagues followed suit and opened the Weibo post to read it. He Wenbin also opened the Weibo post out of curiosity and was surprised when he saw the content. YY Music is so generous that they actually held a concert and invited singers with top 30 songs to perform. At this moment, He Wenbin's heart was moved. He Wenbin's idol is the pop star Lu Huahua. He grew up listening to Lu Huahua's songs. He has always had a wish, which is to go to the concert to watch his idol sing. But when Lu Huahua held a concert, He Wenbin was still studying and had no money. After he started working and had some financial freedom, Lu Huahua never held a concert again. This has always been He Wenbin's regret. If I could push King Lu to perform on stage this time and buy a ticket to support him live, it would be a perfect moment that I would savor for the rest of my life. One more reason to support YY Music. Just then, He Wenbin came across King Lu's Weibo. King Lu updated his Weibo after not updating it for half a year. Support genuine products, support me. Join the YY Music family and enjoy the good voice. To all my friends who like my songs, please help me to participate in the YY Music event on January 30th. He Wenbin's hands trembled. Definitely support. After Ye Xuan posted the second blog post about the concert, more than 70% of the famous singers in China took to Weibo to invite fans to join the YY Music family, resist piracy, and support genuine products. This time, it became even more lively. There is probably no one in the world who doesn't listen to music. Everyone has his or her favorite singer. Even if he or she is not an idol, he or she will have a good impression of this singer. The participation of so many singers naturally aroused the excitement and agitation of countless netizens. In a mansion somewhere in Magic City, bang! A cup was thrown to the ground and broke into pieces. Very good, very good. I didn't expect this yellow-haired kid named Yi to have such means. Xiao Etian, the chairman of Chantian Music, was listening to his subordinates' reports with an angry look on his face. He was not familiar with Weibo and thought it was just a small topic, but he did not expect that Ye Xuan could use Weibo to generate such a large amount of news attention. It was no exaggeration to say that it was the talk of the whole nation. He was a little panicked. I'm a little scared too. He thought that YY Music would definitely collapse under the pressure from several other music platforms. But now YY Music is so incredibly popular, and YY Music has already obtained more than 70% of the music copyrights. With such a huge advantage, he feels that it is very likely that several of their music platforms will fail. Then he thought again that the spy he had planted in YY Music had also been caught, and a feeling of uneasiness arose in his heart. No, we can't just sit there and wait for death. I, Xiao Etian, have achieved what I have today, all thanks to hard work. The cunning Xiao Etian immediately thought of 3 strategies. Check Ye Xuan's background to see if there is any stain. Find a hacker to attack YY Music. Killer. Of course, the last one should never be used unless it is absolutely necessary. Chapter 57 YY Music is launched, and the epic making function makes a stunning appearance. P.S. I mentioned it before, and I will explain it again here. The shares of YY Music are held by the protagonist alone, and there are no other partners. All the products of YY Technology in the future have nothing to do with Ye Group and are exclusively owned by the protagonist. December 31st, 11 p.m. There is still 1 hour until YY Music goes online. At this time, the office building of YY Music was brightly lit. Ye Xuan and his secretary Ning Nanshi arrived here early to take charge. Every employee is busy preparing, with excitement, anticipation, and nervousness on their faces. Ning Nanshi, the chief secretary who always appears calm and generous in front of outsiders, clenched her fists and was very nervous at this moment. She knew in her heart that this was Chairman Ye Xuan's first project to step out of the Ye Group and start his own business. If it was successful, Chairman Ye Xuan would no longer be a lucky man who had accidentally become rich, but a business elite, a business legend, and a business tycoon, and would completely gain a foothold in the Chinese business world. Therefore, YY Music is of great significance to Chairman Ye Xuan. It must succeed. Let everyone see that you're the most amazing business genius in the country. Ning Nanshi said secretly in her heart. Looking at Ye Xuan's profile, Ning Nanshi's heart beat faster. After spending the past few months together, she had been unknowingly conquered by Ye Xuan's handsomeness, talent, domineering attitude, and self-confidence. But as her secretary, she was smart enough to hide it all. Before I knew it, it was midnight. Let's get started. With Ye Xuan's order, YY Music was officially launched. All the employees fell silent, but their breathing became unstable, and they were obviously very nervous. It must succeed. Ye Xuan looked at everyone's nervous expressions and smiled gently. He felt very relaxed because he could not think of any reason to fail. We have everything. The right time, the right place, and the right people. YY Music will not fail. And YY Music's subsequent big plans and projects will not fail. At this time, he also released the Weibo post about the first day's 10 million prize draw that he had prepared long ago. Celebrating the birth of YY Music, on the first day, 100 prizes of 100,000 are waiting for you. At the same time, the singers who had made the appointment also reposted the Weibo and wrote, "Welcome to join YY Music. I'm waiting for you here." At this moment, many netizens and fans from all over the country who wanted to participate in the lottery downloaded the YY Music app or logged into the official website of YY Music. The traffic of YY Music has increased rapidly. YY Music office building. On one side of the office area, Ye Xuan set up a super large screen, imitating the one that Jack Ma used during Double 11, to display the number of registered users of YY Music in real time. This super large screen is placed next to the office area, and all employees can see it just by looking up. At this time, the number of registrations displayed on the jumbo screen was climbing at an astonishing rate. 005. The number of registered people is 102,755. 010. The number of registered people is 605,364. 020. The number of registered people is 180,2156. In the first 20 minutes, the number of registrations approached 2 million. Ye Xuan looked at the data and knew that his move towards YY Music was successful. Compared with the number of 300 to 400 million netizens, 2 million may not seem like a lot, but don't forget it's early morning and many people won't stay up all night waiting for YY Music to go online. The real outbreak will happen tomorrow morning. We can start the next step of the plan. Ye Xuan thought of live broadcast, Kuaishou, Douyin, and streaming media. Online live broadcast room, it's you. In the office area, the employees did not know that Ye Xuan had already set his sights on the next big project. At this moment, they were extremely excited and hugged each other, crying and laughing. Success. We did it. Null Uhr nachts. Xiao Etian was not asleep at this time because he was restless. Qianqian Music is one of his important foundations and the main source of his wealth of more than 20 billion yuan. As a listed company, the market value of Qianqian Music will fluctuate with market changes. Once YY Music succeeds, the stock price of Qianqian Music is bound to plummet. By then, its market value will probably hit the bottom, and it will be lucky to keep 10 billion. I hope YY Music is not as good as Yuan Yongfei said. As soon as it was 0 o'clock, he downloaded the Ye Music app and installed it. Installation was successful. As soon as he entered, he frowned. This interface is a bit similar to apps like Ye Xuan, and Jiku, but it has a lot more functions. At this time, the app pops up a user guide animation. The animation is not long, only 1 minute, and it directly points out the innovative functions of Ye Music. First of all, there's sound effects. Ye saw at least a dozen kinds of sound effects, including clear vocals, hi-fi live, high-resolution vocals, 3D surround, pure ACG, retro radio, super bass, and shocking panoramic view. He also saw an explanation of one of the types, celebrity sound effects, which were pre-mixed with exclusive sound effects based on the timbre of different singers. When Ye saw this, he was completely shocked. These functions completely exceeded his imagination. As the helmsman of Ye Music, he has a very thorough understanding of the function of music, and he thinks no one can surpass him in this regard. But at this moment, he realized he was wrong. Totally wrong. These sound effects alone were beyond his expectation, beyond his imagination. Amazing. Chapter 58: 6 Functions of Fans' Praise. At this point, the app usage guide animation begins to introduce the next function. Function 2, Comment Function. Every song can be commented on. After seeing this function, Ye Xuan didn't react much, but instead sneered. This function is useless. He thinks that people should just listen to songs, and no one likes to comment on songs while listening to them. What to comment on? Is a song bad? Don't you sing as well as you can? Or are the lyrics just bad? What's the dissonance in pronunciation? It's just like taking off your pants to fart. What a waste of time. If Ye Xuan knew what Ye Xuan was thinking, he would probably laugh at his narrow-mindedness. Ye Xuan would never know how amazing and weird netizen is. On the other side of the earth, song reviews are one of the most popular features among fans. These reviews are not limited to commenting on songs, but also have social and pretentious attributes. However, Ye Xuan at this time did not know the advantages of this comment function. Instead, he felt relieved after seeing this function. He felt that Ye Music was just like that. He was not afraid, even if it had an additional sound effect function, because they could also follow suit. At this point, the user guide animation begins to introduce the next function. Function 3, User Level. Ye Xuan continued to breathe a sigh of relief. User level? It's just listening to music. Why does it require such a high level? Useless. What a waste. Ye Music is not as great as I thought. At this point, use the guide animation to come to the next feature. Function 4, User Preferences. Ye Xuan was shocked at first, but when he thought about how Yuan Yongfei emphasized this function in his email, Yuan Yongfei said that this function must be a trend in the future, but with current computer technology, even the United States cannot realize it. So this function is destined to be just a gimmick and not a concern. Nothing to worry about. Ye Xuan breathed a sigh of relief once again. The smile on his face grew even bigger. Ye Music is nothing but a piece of shit. Continue. Function 5, Playlist. Ye Xuan was surprised because this function was not mentioned in Yuan Yongfei's email. He watched the user guide animation carefully. According to the user guide, every Ye user can create their own playlist, which can be viewed by others. If the playlist is popular, it will be promoted by the Ye Music platform, allowing fans across the platform to see the playlist, including the creator of the playlist. Seeing this, Ye Xuan's heart skipped a beat. This feature, stunning. He thinks that users will definitely like this playlist feature, because every person likes the feeling of being noticed. Just thinking that your playlist will be approved and liked by others is definitely a very fulfilling thing. What Ye Xuan didn't know was that the internet had given extremely high praise to Ye Music's several new features. After using Ye Music, I feel it is awesome. It is much more advanced than the previous music platforms. The music software in the past was too low level. I dare to say that Ye Music's functions are truly beyond all others, crushing those junk music platforms across generations. After using it, I tried to go back to my favorite app, Ye Music, but it was rubbish, so I deleted it directly. Delete +1. When it comes to the sound effects, it goes without saying that it has been widely praised. This sound effect function is awesome. It's amazing. I love that clear voice so much. This sound effect function is amazing. I love it. I like rock music the most. My favorite rock songs are so good after using the rock sound effects. You can uninstall Ye Music. It's too rubbish. Haha. I paid for VIP membership and turned on the celebrity sound effects. My idol is Zhang Guoxin. After turning on his sound effects, listening to his songs made my ears pregnant. The comment function that Xiao Etian disdains is also liked by many fans. Every time I listen to a song, I feel something in my heart. It's a pity that there is no suitable platform to publish it. I didn't expect YY Music to have a comment function. Now, my literary talent can't be suppressed. Haha. This function is exactly what I have been looking forward to. I'm very satisfied with it. YY Music is so cool. I love the comment feature. The other functions are also popular among fans, who give thumbs up and cheer for YY Music's innovation, especially the playlist function, which really hits the spot for them to show off. After seeing this feature, almost all fans couldn't help but want to create their own playlist. Favorite songs of the post-90s. 100 classic love songs. The songs that were popular all over the country in those years. Hong Kong film classic soundtracks. Favorite ancient style. Playlists are constantly being built. Then they frantically share it with their friends and family, asking them to help promote it. These people remember that YY Music will promote the most popular playlists. What if their own playlists are selected? Wouldn't that make them a star? Just thinking about it makes me excited. Even if you're not selected, just having your playlist liked by other people is a very happy achievement. Chapter 59. First experience with YY Music app. This is a revolution in music platforms. YY Music's 6 major functions made a stunning debut, bringing the user experience to the extreme. The decline of the old music platform and the rise of the new king. Analysis of the 6 innovative functions of YY Music. YY Music chairman talks about how big data can help achieve accurate promotion of fans' preferences. 7 hours after YY Music went online, the sun once again shone on the land of China. A new day of work, study, and life has begun. The internet is full of articles praising YY Music. You can see them everywhere by opening the browser app or news app. He Wenbin did not participate in the launch of YY Music in the early hours of the morning. After all, he had to go to work the next day. However, while eating breakfast, he quickly downloaded YY Music, installed it, and watched the 1-minute user guide animation. Hey, this sound effect function is interesting. I can also leave comments. Then wouldn't it be possible for me to chat with other fans of King Lu under his songs? Share the good memories of the past. I like this function. Playlist function. Then I can put all my favorite songs together and recommend them to others. This function is awesome. Looking through the functions one by one, He Wenbin did not find the user guide animation verbose or annoying at all. Instead, he enjoyed watching it with great interest. Register, log in. Screenshot. Then go to Weibo and reply to today's 10 million yuan lottery. At this moment, I could still hear other people having breakfast talking about YY Music, but today, in addition to discussing the 10 million lottery, they were also discussing the new features of YY Music. Almost everyone praised it. After breakfast, He Wenbin got on the bus, took out his mobile phone, and plugged in headphones. He wanted to experience the new features of YY Music. I first clicked on Andy Lau's songs and searched for his favorite song, The Days We Spent Together. How to face the days we have walked together. Now, I am alone. How can I tell you with my heart? No one ever understands me. You're the only one who gives me a good life. With you and me, there's love, life, death, and justice. The familiar song lingers in my ears. The unforgettable and heart-wrenching love of that year once again surfaces in my mind, and before I know it, I'm in tears. He Wenbin wiped away his tears, then clicked on the sound effects and selected the clear vocal. Sure enough, the background noise was reduced a lot, and King Lu's voice became clearer, less irritable, and more powerful in calming people's hearts. This feature is really great. He Wenbin knew that this function was said to be the idea of Ye Xuan, the billionaire boss of YY Music. He Wenbin had to admire Ye Xuan's talent. At this time, he remembered the comment function and clicked the comment button under the song Secretly Obsessed. 213 articles. Does this mean there are 213 comments? He Wenbin quickly clicked it. Comments appeared in front of him. 3 years ago, she and I were together, and I liked this song. 3 years later, she and I broke up, and only then did I feel that I truly understood this song. Just as I loved her so much 3 years ago, I still wet my pillow with tears when I think about it now. I deleted all her photos, threw away the towels and toothbrushes she used, burned the white shirt she wore on me, and tore up all the movie tickets. From then on, this person disappeared from my life. I didn't realize it when we were together, but I realized how foolish I was when we broke up. We have you and me, love, life, death, and loyalty. I just wanted to explain when I was unwise. Now I want to talk to someone, but who knows? All that's left is the old figure in despair. And now there are only millions of sad sentences. Whenever I hear this, I can't help but cry. I don't know how many times I've listened to this song, and I'll keep listening to it. Looking at these comments, Ye Xuan felt like he had found a soulmate. He couldn't help but write his own comment. Just like the lyrics, I just want to explain my stupidity. Now I want to talk to someone, but who knows? All I'm left with is the old figure in despair. Back then, I was so extreme that I hurt her deeply and broke up with her. I've been regretting it ever since then and have tried many ways to win her back, but failed in the end. After writing this comment, he closed his eyes, and the happy scenes of those years kept flashing back in his mind. Tears flowed again. When he returned to reality again, he found that the bus had passed its stop. He quickly got out of the car and ran back. Fortunately, he managed to get back to the company and was not late. At this time, he noticed his colleague around him and found that they were all holding their mobile phones. Xuan, sisterly, I share my playlist with you. How is it? Do you like any of it? Sisterly, I looked at your playlist, and it happens to be the type I like. I didn't expect that our hobbies are so similar. Abin, I found a good playlist on YY Music. It's about classic music from movies and TV series. It's nice. Do you want to share it with you? Brother Kai, I like ancient music, and I found a lot of good songs I haven't heard before through the playlist. Ye Xuan was astonished. He didn't expect that the playlist function of YY Music would be so popular. He didn't care about the playlist, but it was obvious that his colleagues around him liked the playlist function very much. However, he also realized that the function of this playlist is more than just the surface. Not only can it share one's own playlist with like-minded people, which gives one a sense of accomplishment, but it can also help one find songs that one has never heard of but likes from other similar playlists. One amazing design. Ye Xuan is truly talented. In addition to envy, Ye Xuan also felt a lot of admiration for Ye Xuan, who was the same age as him. Chapter 60: The Shock and Fear of Other Music Platforms. Juka Music. Early in the morning, Chairman Peng Yuan came to the company with a gloomy face. He didn't sleep well last night. He tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. The reason for all this was that YY Music was launched in the early morning. He downloaded the YY Music app to experience it immediately, and the more he experienced it, the more frightened he became. He has experienced every function. That Ye Xuan is such a genius. These functions can actually be thought of. After the experience, he called the marketing department and the technical department overnight and asked them to stay up late and work overtime to conduct market analysis and technical analysis on YY Music and required a preliminary result to be produced in the morning. He hurried to his chairman's office, where his secretary, marketing director, and technical director were already waiting. Peng Yuan said sternly, "Have the evaluation results come out?" The head of the marketing department looked ashamed and said, "Chairman, I personally went back to the company last night and directed everyone in the marketing department to analyze the market of YY Music. The result was an A+ rating, and I reanalyzed our Juka Music based on this standard, and the result was AB-. Peng Yuan. Juka used to think of itself as A level, but now that YY Music is out, it has dropped directly to B level. Is Juku so bad? Peng Yuan asked again. What about Qianqianting and Ye Xuan? What are their ratings? The head of the marketing department said, they are all B level as well. Peng Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Bullshit. It's 4 levels away from YY Music's A+. Isn't the gap too big? It's a complete crush. The professionalism of the marketing department is beyond doubt. Apparently, after analysis, the marketing department felt that Juku was really bad. No, there's still a chance. We still have a chance to catch up. Peng Yuan looked at the director of the technical department and said, tell me, can we realize those functions of YY Music? The head of the technical department said seriously, Chairman, the basic functions should be available, but it will take some time. For example, the sound effects will take at least 2 months. In addition, the technical department discovered last night that YY Music's playlist function is not just a playlist function. It and the fan preference function both require a technology called big data. Peng Yuan, is this big data technology difficult? The director of the technical department smiled bitterly. This is not a difficult problem, but an unsolvable problem, because this algorithm was proposed by Silicon Valley in the United States, but has not yet been truly implemented. In other words, this big data technology only exists in theory and involves more advanced artificial intelligence disciplines. Peng Yuan was surprised. Does YY Music have this technology? The director of the technical department nodded. Although I can't believe it, I have formed a 10-person technical team to study the two functions of playlists and preferences. I am sure that this is indeed big data technology. In other words, there is definitely a computer god in YY Music. When saying this, the director of the technical department showed a look of admiration. This is a common problem among technical personnel who always pay homage to great figures. Peng Yuan frowned deeply. In other words, it is very difficult to copy the function of YY Music. The director of the technical department nodded and said, yes, it is very difficult. It can even be said to be a huge pitfall. If we don't understand big data technology, then we will release a function that is imitation and false. Once it is discovered by users or exposed by YY Music, it will be a disaster of trust crisis for Jukum Music. Peng Yuan sighed. This is really bad news. The director of the technical department nodded. It is indeed a despairing fact. Peng Yuan. It hurts. The discussions on Jukum Music also occurred on Ye Xuan and Qianqian Music. The technical staff of these three companies are not fools. Those who can work in such large companies are industry elites. The same analysis was sent to Ye Xuan CEO Ma and Qianqian Xiaoitian. It was like a huge hammer hitting them on the head, making them dizzy and dazed. Impossible technology. The gap makes people despair. Especially Xiaoitian. Qianqian Music is a listed company. Now it's New Year's Day holiday and the stock market is closed. Once the stock market opens tomorrow, the stock price of Qianqian Music will definitely plummet. It's over. I worked hard all my life, but I didn't expect to face such an end. Xiaoitian's face gradually distorted. No, I can't just sit there and wait for death. I must take the initiative to attack. He had ordered his men to investigate Ye Xuan a few days ago, but now he doesn't know if there will be any results. As a wealthy man with assets of over 20 billion, Xiaoitian's power is naturally extraordinary, so it is easy for him to investigate Ye Xuan's background. He made a phone call, and the person who called was his right-hand man, Xiao Qin, an elite bodyguard who was very sharp in his work. Xiao Qin, how is the investigation going on for the matter I asked you to investigate? A firm voice came from the other end of the line. Boss, I have found some information. I will email it to you right away. Soon Xiaoitian received an email from Xiao Qin. The email contained a lot of content, several pages long and nearly 10,000 words. Xiaoitian read it carefully. He discovered that when Ye Xuan was still an ordinary person, he behaved properly, never went to buy tea, in that sense, and never broke the law. He was just an ordinary person. After entering the Yi group, he finally found a suspicious point. Death of Jiang Jinxiu. Chapter 61 Upgrade. God of Fighting. God of Guns. In the email, Xiao Qin found out that the truck driver had received 1 million yuan from Jiang Jinxiu's assistant, and it was obvious that he had hired a killer. He also found out that Jiang Jinxiu's car, truck, and Ye Xuan's car were all on the same road, no more than 700 meters apart. The question is here. Why did the truck driver take the money but not hit Ye Xuan? Instead, he hit Jiang Jinxiu? This is unreasonable. There must be a problem. Humph, Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan, I finally found out your weakness. Xiaoitian sneered 3 times. He knew how to deal with Ye Xuan. In addition to using this to deal with him, the hacker's attack plan cannot be stopped. He called Xiao Qin again. The hacker's plan will be executed at 2200 hours tonight. Xiao Qin on the other end of the phone. Got it, boss. YY Music Headquarters. 8 p.m. Ye Xuan is in charge here again. At this time, the data of YY Music is as follows. Number of registered users, 62.14 million. Number of app downloads, 48.58 million. Some people use the website. Peak number of people listening to songs online, 49.02 million. Number of VIP members, 9.9 yuan per month, 343,552. Number of playlists created, 1.63 million. Number of people using sound effects, 55.32 million. Number of comments, 142.5 million. This data is so gorgeous, and it's only 2000 hours now. There is no doubt that YY Music became an instant hit and became extremely popular. Knock, knock, knock. Ning Nansher knocked on the door and came in, handing over a stack of papers. Mr. Yi, this is the latest status of Juku, Qianqianting, and other platforms that you requested during this period. Ye Xuan took the stack of papers and started flipping through them. Soon his brows furrowed. Our YY music is online, but these platforms have only taken such little action and have not taken any action against YY music at all. This is unreasonable. Ye Xuan threw the stack of papers away. You can get out now. Ning Manshur left and gently closed the study door. Ye Xuan clicked on the three bosses, Qian, Juku, and Ye Xuan, to see what these three people were doing. Because I used them last time, these three people are in the system's address book. Name, Xiao Etian. Recent behavior, investigating Ye Xuan's past. In my heart, although Ye Xuan may not have been responsible for Jiang Jinqiu's car accident, I can use it to smear Ye Xuan. I just need to use public opinion like, can you get away with murder just because you have money? To stir up the hatred of the rich among those online fools. Even if Ye Xuan didn't kill the person, no one will believe it, right? Those online fools only believe what they want to believe. As long as this plan succeeds, I won't have to hire a killer on the dark web. Ye Xuan. Originally, I just wanted to see how Xiao Etian would respond to YY music, but I didn't expect to see something extraordinary. This old guy actually wants to throw dirty water on me? If he knew about Jiang Jinqiu's car accident, he would be in big trouble. The dark web and killers also aroused Ye Qiu's vigilance. It seems that bodyguards are necessary. We must pay attention to safety when traveling. However, there's a saying that you can steal for 1,000 days, but never be on guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Taking the initiative is Ye Xuan's style. He looked through Xiao Etian's personal information, slowly sorting it out by date. As a result, he saw that Xiao Etian actually wanted to find hackers to attack YY music when it went online. Seeing this, Ye Xuan smiled. Now he has God-level programming skills, which means, in a disguised sense, he is a God-level hacker, because a hacker is simply a programmer who uses various software and instructions to attack computers and servers. Hiring hackers to attack YY music is seeking death. In the field of computers, no one can surpass him. Oh, by the way, I can plant Trojans on his phone and computer, and also on his secretary, assistant, and right-hand man. When the time comes, whether they hire a group of trolls to smear me or hire assassins, they will leave evidence that I can use. After looking through Xiao Etian's life experience again, Ye Xuan actually found a lot of useful things, enough to get him put in jail and sentenced. Afterwards, Ye Xuan looked through the personal information of Mr. Ma, the boss of Ye Xuan, and Mr. Peng Yuan, the boss of Juku, and found a lot of good things. Record them one by one. Lu Chong, come in for a moment. Ye Xuan called his bodyguard captain to come in. Name, Lu Chong. Skills, combat, advanced, firearms, advanced. Without thinking, Ye Xuan directly copied the combat technique, advanced, and firearms shooting, advanced. Upgrade, directly promoted to the God level. God of fighting, your body is extremely powerful. You have unparalleled fighting experience, strong physical fighting instincts, and excellent danger intuition. In close combat, you are a god, invincible. Gun god, with a gun in hand, the world is mine. You are the god of guns. At this moment, Ye Xuan felt that his body was rapidly becoming stronger, the fat was burning, the muscles were becoming tighter, and the power was surging out continuously. At this moment, Lu Chong's hair suddenly stood up, as if he had encountered a terrifying predator. Boss, Lu Chong looked at Ye Xuan in disbelief, his heart filled with turmoil. Chapter 62. The hacker knelt before he even started the attack. These things, as usual, get them to me. Ye Xuan handed the paper that recorded the criminal information of Xiao Etian, Peng Yuan, and Ma Zong to Lu Chong. Okay, boss. This was not the first time Lu Chong had done this for Ye Xuan, so he was not surprised. The only thing that shocked him was why his boss knew so many other people's secrets. He can't see through his boss. I feel that the boss is like a bottomless ocean, mysterious and powerful. Also, arrange more bodyguard for me during this period and raise the security level to level 1. Okay, boss. Go ahead. Lu Chong bowed, left, and closed the office door. Ye Xuan began to use the system, opened the second-level page of Xiao Etian's assistant Xiao Qin, and then found the information column of the hacker master on the third-level page. Name, Su Xiaozhou. Age, 25. Occupation, programmer, hacker, ranked 3rd among the top 100 hackers on the dark web. Nicknamed Yuchibaban. Address, 2313 Jinqiu Peninsula, Nanpu, Jiangdu. Phone number. Psychological activity. There are still 2 hours before the attack on YY Music begins. I hope YY Music doesn't really have the legendary master to guard the scene, otherwise I will fail. If I don't need money urgently, I won't take this task. Yeah. Ye Xuan was surprised when he saw the address. It is less than 3 blocks away from YY Music. After thinking about it, he picked up the phone and called Lu Chang again, told him Su Xiaozhou's address, and then gave him instructions. This guy is a hacker. Catch him here. I want to see him. Okay, boss. I'll do it right away. Lu Chang has become numb. The boss is omniscient and omnipotent, right? 700 meters away, a house in Jinxiu Peninsula, Nanpu, Jiangdu. A handsome otaku was sitting in front of a computer, typing away at code with his fingers. His messy, sticky hair showed that he hadn't washed it for several days. Ding-ling-ling. The doorbell rang. Who is it? A courier. Express delivery? I didn't order a courier. It was delivered to the wrong door. Oh, sorry, I'm a delivery man. I didn't order takeout. It was delivered to the wrong person. Really? Oh, then change it. Open the door, check the water meter, or send warmth to the community, or give bracelets. Fuck. Now, Su Xiaozhou understood, and his face changed drastically. Damn, the police are here. Could it be that my identity as a hacker has been exposed? Su Xiaozhou was extremely panicked. He ran to the balcony, wanted to see if he could jump off the building to escape, but he lived on the 23rd floor and would find himself a corpse if he jumped down. I was so anxious that I cried. He ran around like a frightened mouse, but in the end he still couldn't find a way to escape. The voice outside the door was relaxed. Give up, you can't escape. Open the door, let's talk. Su Xiaozhou opened the door with a sad face, and then saw 3 men in sunglasses and black clothes standing at the door, with stern faces and no expression. It was obvious that they were not ordinary policemen. Lu Chang, Su Xiaozhou, come with us. Su Xiaozhou was so panicked that he thought that he would be lenient if he confessed, so he quickly raised his hand and said, Police officer, I will confess. I will confess everything. Lu Chang. The 2 men in black at the back were trying hard to hold back their laughter. Lu Chang, don't worry, we are not police officers, and we dare not pretend to be police officers. When Su Xiaozhou heard that, he was not a dignified policeman. He felt relieved immediately. Lu Chang, but we are the security guards of YY Music. Su Xiaozhou's heart tightened again. YY Music? Damn, you come to me for revenge before I even start attacking? Sure enough, the rumor in the hacker community that YY Music has a great master in charge is true, although it has not been widely spread outside. The hacker community is spreading the word that YY Music uses big data technology, which is still in the theoretical stage. Some people have tried to crack it, but failed. Therefore, the hacker community believes that YY Music must have a technical expert. Su Xiaozhou cried loudly. Damn it, why am I so miserable? 10 minutes later, Su Xiaozhou was brought in front of Ye Xuan with his head drooped. Oh shit, it's a billionaire boss in person. Su Xiaozhou was shocked. Gudong. Su Xiaozhou knelt down in front of Ye Xuan cleanly and neatly. Beg for mercy. Boss, I was wrong. Ye Xuan. Hey, why did you kneel down before I even opened my mouth? You make me feel unsuccessful. I haven't installed it yet. Blonde. Su Xiaozhou said with a drooling face. Boss, do you still need a pendant on your leg? This is a billionaire with a fortune of hundreds of billions. Any benefits he gives away would be enough for him to eat and drink for a lifetime. Ye Xuan looked into his inner thoughts through his profile column, and his heart moved. It just so happened that YY Music didn't have any experts, and Su Xiaozhou could just make up for this shortcoming. Su Xiaozhou, the hacker's nickname is Uchibai Madara, right? Su Xiaozhou looked up at Ye Xuan weakly. Boss, you are the great god who developed the big data technology of YY Music. Is it you? Ye Xuan was surprised. How did you know? Su Xiaozhou quickly said, many people in the hacker community have tried to crack YY Music's big data technology, but they all failed, and then more and more hackers knew about it. Ye Xuan nodded. So that's how it is. Now, Su Xiaozhou was completely sure that this technology was developed by Ye Xuan. Oh my god! Su Xiaozhou knelt down again neatly, his eyes burning with passion. Please accept me as your little brother. Roll. Chapter 63. The shocking data on the first day of online release. 82 million. Finally, Su Xiaozhou was appointed by Ye Xuan as the security director of the network security department. However, Ye Xuan was a vengeful person, so he gave Su Xiaozhou a salary of 3,000 yuan, which was only enough to pay for Social Security and Provident Fund, and was completely inconsistent with his position and skills. However, Su Xiaozhou was very happy because he would have a backer in the future, and he also had a great master around him, so any technical knowledge he learned would benefit him a lot. The time soon came to 24 o'clock. Ye Xuan returned to the work area, and all the employees gathered together. At this time, the data of YY Music is: number of registered users, 82.14 million. Number of app downloads, 62.58 million. Some people use the website. Peak number of people listening to songs online, 59.02 million. Number of VIP members, 9.9 yuan per month, 5.23 million. Number of playlists created, 3.63 million. Number of people using sound effects, 75.32 million. Number of comments, 242.5 million. Number of users who used the app for more than 1 hour, 8.3 million. In other words, the retention rate is very high, and people usually leave after registering for the lottery. This data is simply explosive. Ye Xuan took out his mobile phone and took a picture of the data on the big screen. Post on Weibo. Thanks to all users for their strong support. YY Music has achieved great success. Support genuine products and support music. Upload an image. Click to publish. After the Weibo post was published, many comments soon poured in. YY Music is very useful and has refreshed my understanding of music platforms. I have deleted Qianqian's music. It's rubbish. Same here. Compared to YY Music, the other 3 major music platforms are garbage. This is my favorite playlist. Link, is there anyone who likes the same thing? Can we recommend songs to each other? Say it out loud. I am a distinguished Diamond VIP member. I am proud. I have listened to 300 songs so far and have upgraded to level 2 3%. Who is higher than me? Sorry, I'm already at level 2, 80% for 100 songs. Fuck, is the person upstairs a pervert? 400 songs. Each song is an average of 2.5 minutes. That's 1,000 minutes, nearly 17 hours. Don't you need to take a break? Achievement party, you don't understand. Xiao Tian sighed. His face was full of ferocity and rage. YY registered users, 82.14 million. The data is too terrifying. It is almost close to 80% of Qianqian Music's usual data, and this is the first day of YY Music's data. If the data is allowed to soar for a few more days, won't it soar to the sky? It's really despairing data. His right-hand man, Xiao Qin, was standing in front of him with his head lowered, looking guilty. Tell me, why didn't the hacker attack plan go into effect? Xiao Tian was very angry. If hackers attack YY Music at the last moment, YY Music will inevitably collapse, and its so-called glory will inevitably become a joke. However, the hacker did not attack. Xiao Tian was so angry that he slammed the table. Xiao Qin was ashamed. Boss, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I can't contact the hacker now. Xiao Tian's face was grim. You mean the deposit was paid, but in the end the thing didn't get done? The person also disappeared. Xiao Qin lowered his head. Yes, boss. I think the hacker may have been discovered. After all, hackers are not allowed to be seen in public, so reputation is very important. Generally speaking, they will not breach the contract. Xiao Tian, didn't you say that hacker was ranked 3rd on some hacker list? How come he is so rubbish? Xiao Qin, he is indeed ranked 3rd on the hacker list. His strength is real. So, I suspect that YY Music has a master in charge. Expert. Xiao Tian was discouraged. He lay on the sofa and waved his hands weakly, saying, forget it, this matter is over. The success of YY Music will definitely have a serious impact on Qianqianting. The stock market will open in 9 hours. By then, the stock price of Qianqianting will definitely collapse. Ye Xuan, why are you forcing me? A violent and crazy thought filled Xiao Tian's mind. Xiao Tian's voice was low. Boss. Xiao Qin bowed slightly. Find a killer and kill him. Xiao Tian said viciously, gritting his teeth. Boss. Xiao Qin hesitated for a moment and finally nodded vigorously. Okay, boss. I will definitely not fail this time, but it may take a little more time because we may have to hire killers from abroad, which is safer. Xiao Tian frowned. How long will it take? Xiao Qin, it will take at least a month. And after the killer arrives, he needs to investigate. He can't act all at once. If this passes, maybe 2 months will be gone. Xiao Tian nodded. Okay, as long as it's professional enough. Xiao Qin, don't worry, boss. He must be a professional killer, at least one of the world's killers. But the price may be quite high. After all, Ye Xuan's identity is not ordinary, and his security force must be extraordinary as well. Xiao Etian, how much does it cost? Xiao Qin, the price on the dark web is 20 million US dollars. Xiao Etian slammed the table. Okay, 20 million US dollars, I'll give it to you. Xiao Qin nodded. Then I will contact them now. On Ye Xuan's side, he happened to see the entire conversation about Xiao Etian hiring a killer through the information column. It's a risky thing. I like it. He tapped the computer keyboard and quickly connected to Xiao Etian and Xiao Qin's mobile phones through the Trojan program, and then copied the entire recording. This is good stuff. If this thing is handed over to the country, Xiao Etian will really be finished. This is a Trojan horse that Ye Xuan had planted a long time ago. It would silently activate the recording function, and it just came in handy now. And the killer is coming. I think I could take advantage of this and do something big. Ye Xuan thought a very cool plan. He. Chapter 64. The opponent's stock price directly hits the limit down. Ye Xuan's next big plan. The next day, articles from major online media were freshly published. At a glance, almost all media outlets put the hot headlines on YY Music, which was launched on New Year's Day. YY Music had a great start, with 80 million new users on the first day. YY Music's 6 major functional innovations have won praise from fans. The genius helmsman of YY Music, the newly minted billionaire Ye Xuan. Does the super genius Ye Xuan really have an ordinary background? The new overlord of digital music, YY Music, is now online. From purchasing copyrights with large sums to becoming the industry overlord, Ye Xuan's generosity. The arrival of the copyright era? A carnival for the music industry. A new business giant is born, and everything is in the hands of a 22-year-old young man. Breaking out of the cage of real estate, the talented young man aims to dominate the digital music industry. A new myth of wealth. A new unicorn enterprise on the internet. A market value of 10 billion? No, this is not the end of YY Music. No matter who you are, when you click on the online media, you'll see similar news. All major media outlets are praising Ye Xuan to the extreme. Just look at the tone of praise. Super genius. So talented. New business giant. One after another, high praise fell on Ye Xuan, and the audience wanted to praise him to the sky. And at this moment, when YY Music news exploded, Ting was facing a major crisis. Because 9:30 in the morning is the opening time of the stock market. At this time, there was still 5 minutes before the stock market started, and those investors in the stock group who had bought Ting stocks were already cursing. The time is now 9:25, which is the time to announce the results of the stock call auction. At this moment, on all stock software, the buy orders for Ting Music stock were blank, and the sell orders were dash 9.95%. It hit the limit down directly. The stock group was filled with curses. It hit the limit down, there's no chance to even sell. Alpaca. Xiao Etian is an idiot. Xiao Etian is an idiot plus 10,086. Ting Group Building. The atmosphere in the company was dead silent today. All employees walked carefully and dared not speak loudly. In the chairman's office, Xiao Etian's face was pale, his hands and feet were cold, and his eyes were bloodshot. If you look closely, you can see that he has a lot more white hair around his ears than last month. Sure enough, has it affected the stock market? Xiao Etian ordered his men early in the morning to sell the stocks in their hands quickly, but he was the largest shareholder, holding 56% of the shares, so he couldn't sell much no matter how hard he tried. There is no way to escape. He had already foreseen the tragic end of Qianqian music in the future. It is estimated that his 20 billion assets will be cut in half. It's all Ye Xuan's fault. Xiao Etian gritted his teeth, his face grim, and the pen in his hand creaked and deformed. Kill, kill, kill. Ye Xuan must die. Xiao Etian hated Ye Xuan so much. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have fallen into such a disastrous situation. Qianqian Music Headquarters. Ye Xuan looked at the handsome guy in the mirror. The ancient said, "Examine yourself 3 times a day." At this time, Ye Xuan was reflecting on himself. Am I handsome? Am I handsome? Am I handsome? After reflecting on it, I came to the conclusion, so damn handsome. Ye Xuan sneezed. rubbed his nose, and said unhappily, "Who on earth is saying that I'm handsome behind my back?" At this time, Ning Nansher knocked on the door and came in. "Chairman, all 40 technicians have gathered, and the 80 newly recruited technicians have also gathered. They are all waiting for you in conference room number 1. Ye Xuan, help me put my clothes in order." Ning Nansher came in front of Ye Xuan. With her perfect 170 centimeters tall figure, her head could just touch Ye Xuan's lips. She used her slender fingers to help Ye Xuan adjust the collar of his shirt, and then smoothed the broad shoulders of his suit. She looked up at Ye Xuan with her beautiful eyes. While helping Ye Xuan tidy up his clothes, her heart was beating like a deer and a blush appeared on her face. Handsome, talented, simply the perfect man. Male god. Ning Nansher secretly hid her love for him because she didn't want to lose her position as his personal secretary. "Let's go." Ye Xuan picked up a plan and walked out of the office. The name of the plan is Future Prospects and Development Plans for Live Streaming Platforms. The killer is coming, so the development speed of live broadcast must be accelerated. We should try to launch the live broadcast when the killer comes and have an international killer live show. Chapter 65, YY Music Monopolizes the National Market. YY Music, Conference Room number 1. I heard the boss has a new plan, which is no worse than YY Music. I wonder what big plan it is. So excited, we're going to do something again. The boss is really awesome. He thinks of things that others can't. The creativity of YY Music is really amazing. He's also a programming master, and his big data technology makes me kneel flat on my back. Yeah, I would have thought that he was just an ordinary person at the beginning. This is probably what is called genius. Amidst the adoring discussions, the door to the conference room opened. Ye Xuan walked in, his steps were calm, his expression was as peaceful as a lake, his eyes were bright, and his aura was so powerful that people felt ashamed of themselves. The newly recruited employees came into close contact with Ye Xuan for the first time. They were secretly amazed at the sight of Ye Xuan, the youngest billionaire in the country. What a powerful aura. "Good morning, Chairman." All the employees stood up subconsciously. Ye Xuan scanned all 120 technicians in the venue. In order to avoid commercial spies sneaking in like last time, Ye Xuan swept them all without missing a single one this time. After a quick scan, no commercial espionage was found. "Everyone, please sit down. This time we are calling you together to develop a new product." Ye Xuan went straight to the point, put the plan for the online live streaming platform on the big screen, and started talking directly. Live streaming on the internet. Let me first explain the concept. The live streaming I'm talking about is not the kind of online TV that provides TV signals online, such as live broadcasts of various sports games and cultural activities, and uploads them to websites in real time for people to watch. Instead, it is another method of setting up independent signal acquisition equipment, audio plus video, on site to import the signal into the director terminal, director device, or platform, and then upload it to the server through the internet and publish it to the website for people to watch. The main body of content provision is the anchor. I divide anchors into show anchors, game anchors, and other anchors according to the content. The so-called show hosts are singing hosts, MC hosts, chat hosts, NJ hosts, dance hosts, musical instrument hosts, etc. So-called game anchors are professional game players, game masters, and game celebrities who have transformed themselves into live broadcasters to attract users to watch. In addition to show hosts and game hosts, there are other types of online hosts, such as teaching hosts, food hosts, outdoor hosts, foreign language hosts, financial hosts, fitness hosts, financial hosts, etc. Are main. At the beginning, what Ye Xuan said left the technical staff confused. After all, this was something new that had never appeared in the world, and they couldn't grasp the essence of it all at once. But Ye Xuan has plenty of patience. The meeting lasted for a whole day, and the 120 programmers finally understood Ye Xuan's product design and were extremely excited. They are already very sure that this will be another epic-making and awesome product. Okay, I'll give you 1.5 months. In a month and a half, I will have a mature product. Ye Xuan looked at the entire audience with burning eyes. It is said that if you want a horse to run, you have to feed it with grass. I, Ye Xuan, am a decent man. Let me talk about the bonus first. As long as this product is completed in 1.5 months, each person will be rewarded 200,000. For every day of delay, 30,000 will be deducted, and for every day of advance, 10,000 will be added. All the programmers in the audience were excited. Everyone's face turned red due to the 200,000 yuan bonus, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Long live the boss. Boss 666. Boss, rest assured, we will complete it even if it takes a lot of work. The cheers almost overturned the conference room. Ye Xuan was very satisfied with the enthusiasm of his employees. 1.5 months was very short, but there was no other way. The international killer was about to come. If he was not online by then, wouldn't the performance of the international killer be in vain? In the next few days, YY Music continued to maintain its rapid growth. The next day, the number of registrations reached 123 million. On the third day, the number of registrations reached 164 million. On the fourth day, the number of registrations reached 191 million. On the 10th day, the number of registered users reached 322 million, which is 81.3% of the total number of internet users. The peak number of online users exceeded 90 million. That means 90 million people are listening to the song at the same time. All this is due to the innovative features of YY Music, which greatly increased user stickiness. In addition, using genuine products for free is always more psychologically advantageous than trying pirated products for free. On the other hand, it is also due to the singer's personal promotion, because according to the original copyright agreement, their songs will enjoy a certain proportion of copyright dividends, which greatly stimulated their enthusiasm. In contrast, the traffic of Qianqianting, Ye Xuan, and Juku, the three major platforms that originally occupied 80% of the digital music market share, has dropped significantly, leaving less than 1/10 of the original amount. After using YY Music, the original users turned to use these three softwares and found that they were too backward, with no sound effects, no playlists, no comments, totally boring. Moreover, they were pirated and they felt inferior to YY Music. So they deleted the apps of these three music platforms and turned to YY Music. These 10 days have been a hellish journey for Qianqian, Ye Xuan, and Juku. Shareholders have been selling off their holdings one after another, but at this point no one is willing to take over and no one is willing to buy even at a rock-bottom price. Especially Qianqianting, which is a listed company. Its stock price keeps falling and it hits the limit down every day. No one wants to sell it, so it is just stuck in my hands. At this moment, YY Music completely dominates 95% of the digital music market. Dominance. Monopoly. All this took only 10 days. This is the power of dimensionality reduction attack of epic-making products. At this moment, Ye Xuan became a god with one battle. Chapter 66, International Assassin, 6 Mermaid. Qianqianting Building. Qianqianting, which used to be bustling with thousands of employees, is now empty, with only a few dozen employees working like wandering ghosts. Qianqian listens to the song, it's over. After the stock market crashed, several major banks rushed to Qianqianting building to collect debts. Generally speaking, a company is not healthy if it has no debt. Healthy companies will borrow money from banks and use it to expand their business, which will form a certain debt ratio, the percentage of total liabilities divided by total assets. As long as the asset load ratio is between 30% and 50%, it is within the normal range. In the past, Qianqianting's financial situation was very healthy. The huge traffic brought a huge advertising revenue, and they could also receive a lot of money from singers competing for the charts. Moreover, they did not need to pay for copyright costs. It was simply free money. So the bank is willing to lend money to Qianqianting. Now that YY Music has risen, it has dealt a fatal blow to Qianqianting. Under the combination of copyright and new functions, it doesn't even have a chance to turn around. The bank was now anxious and rushed to collect the debt in a hurry, lest it could not collect the subsequent debts. As a result, there were bank people waiting outside Qianqianting's store every day. Some banks were even forced into a corner and threatened to go to court to apply to freeze Qianqianting's assets. In the chairman's office, Xiao Yiqian gritted his teeth as he watched the bank staff collecting debts at the entrance of the building downstairs. Although he managed to survive by transferring Qianqianting's assets ahead of time, he still lost tens of billions. His current assets are estimated to be less than 8 billion. It is a heavy loss. It's all Ye Xuan's fault. However, there is good news. He just got a message from the cleaner assigned to YY Music that YY Music is developing a new product, which is said to be a groundbreaking product. He has already sent people to send commercial spies into YY Music to steal the product plan. By then, even if we can't be online before YY Music, we will have to follow the trend. No, I've already asked Xiao Qin to hire a top international killer through the dark web, and Ye Xuan will be dead by then. Once Ye Xuan dies, YY Music will lose its backbone, and that will be my chance. The future will belong to me, Xiao Yiqian. The one who laughs last is the winner. The other side, want to send corporate spies to steal my products? Ye Xuan was always paying attention to the old fox, Xiao Yiqian. At this moment, he happened to see Xiao Yiqian's inner thoughts and showed a playful smile. While I am here, if you can arrange a spy into the development department, I lose. Ye Xuan didn't care about commercial espionage at all. Instead, he cared more about the international killer. Click on Xiao Qin's profile column. Name, Qin Li. Recently, a reward of $15 million has been issued through the dark web, waiting for an international killer to accept the reward. Ye Xuan, $15 million? Isn't it $20 million? Aren't you cheating your boss by withholding 25% of the $5 million? At this moment, Qin Li's information column suddenly refreshed. Name, Qin Li. Inner thoughts. Haha, someone has already accepted the mission. The international killer mermaid. The 6th on the killer rankings, female, mysterious identity, powerful, definitely enough to kill Ye Xuan. Moreover, Ye Xuan never brings too many bodyguards when he goes out. If the mermaid takes action, Ye Xuan will definitely die. Ye Xuan narrowed his eyes. Click on the mermaid's profile. Name, Smith Michael Mail. Occupation, killer. Nickname, mermaid. Location, Republic of Kansanpoa. Skills, expert gun shooting, expert map reading, expert wilderness, expert lurking. Past experience, successfully assassinated the Prime Minister of Fenia, successfully assassinated the president of AO Biological Group, successfully assassinated the leader of the X organization. Personality, narcissistic, thinks he is the most handsome man in the world. My inner thoughts, assassinating a billionaire. Such an easy task actually has a reward of $15 million. I accepted this task. However, I have never been to China. I need to learn Chinese to avoid inconvenience in my actions. Ye Xuan had a strange look on his face. This mermaid is actually a male, not a female as the outside world, Xiao Qin believed. This killer is no simple matter. Even his gender is hidden so deeply. At this time, Secretary Ning Nansher knocked on the door and walked in. Chairman, Shengao Group sent an email saying they want to discuss YY Music's financing. Shengao Group. Information about Shengao Group automatically emerged in Ye Xuan's mind. This is a top 10 investment bank in the world, providing a wide range of investment, consulting, and financial services to the world, with a large number of multi-industry clients, including private companies, financial enterprises, government agencies, and individuals. Among the top 10 technology companies in China, 6 companies have received financing from Shengao Consortium, which is a big player in the domestic investment community. How much did they bid? 9 billion renminbi in exchange for 30% of the shares. So the valuation is 30 billion. Ye Xuan smiled. This valuation was not bad, proving that Shengao had a good vision and was sincere enough. However, Ye Xuan still had many plans for the future. YY Music was just one of the branches in the map. YY Music definitely could not have only this little value. Thinking of this, Ye Xuan waved his hand. Reject him. Over the past month, after Ye Xuan completely took control of Ye's real estate, he has gradually split and sold off those bloated assets and optimized resources. Currently, Ye Xuan himself has a cash flow of more than 10 billion, which is very sufficient and does not require any financing at all. By the way, Chairman, the national television station's high-end interview program team wants to do an exclusive interview with you. Ning Nansher said at this time. An exclusive interview with the program, high-end interviews? This seems to be quite high-end, right? If Ye Xuan remembered correctly, the interviewees of this program were all international bigwigs, and ordinary people, like himself, were rarely interviewed. Yes. Then accept it. Day 3. The high-end interview program crew arrived in Jiangdu. Chapter 67, High-End Interview Program, Praise from Big Boss. Mr. Yi, I have long heard of your name. Thank you for the compliment. Welcome Mr. Zhou Huai and the High-End Interviews Program team. Downstairs of the Yi Group headquarters building, Ye Xuan and a group of employees lined up neatly to welcome the arrival of the High-End Interview Program crew. A very grand welcome ceremony. No wonder Ye Xuan is so grand. It's all because this high-end interview program is awesome. Super awesome. So awesome. High-end interviews is somewhat similar to Bai Yanqing's celebrity dialogues in terms of content and form, in that both interviews involve two people sitting face-to-face and conducting question-and-answer sessions. However, the level of high-end interviews is much higher than that of celebrity dialogues, which is equivalent to the huge gap between a first-rank official and a seventh-rank official. Also, a national television program, Celebrity Dialogue, only interviews famous people, such as a famous domestic star, a gold medalist in a certain sport, or a billionaire. What about high-end interviews? They directly interview celebrities from all walks of life at home and abroad, such as presidents, prime ministers, and so on. The worst ones are at least at the ministerial level. They only interview celebrities from all walks of life when there are really no good opportunities. What's even more amazing is that if high-end interviews has selected an interview target, it will contact them directly through the foreign teaching department, and domestic ones will be contacted through departments such as the Ministry of Commerce and the Ministry of Industry. Shui Junyi basically disdains ordinary domestic wealthy people with assets worth tens of billions of dollars. Only those who are at least in the top 10 on the rich list can be included in the high-end interviews' attention. Another point is that it is semi-official in nature. Each interview is not just an interview, but also carries some political significance. In other words, this interview with Ye Xuan is not as simple as it seems. That's why Ye Xuan welcomed him so grandly. The host Zhou Huai is a middle-aged man with a square face, well-read, deep eyes, and a very friendly personality. His identity is that of a super boss. He glanced at Ye Xuan and couldn't help but sigh. Mr. Yi is much younger than I thought. He founded Ye Music at such a young age and is leading the industry trend. He is truly a talented young man. Ye Xuan quickly said, I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. The host Zhou Huai is a decisive person. He arrived in Jiangdu at noon, rested for an afternoon, and started the interview in the evening. The interview took place in Ye Xuan's chairman's office. 2 sofas and a coffee table, facing each other. The staff on the opposite side were holding cameras, reflectors, etc. The whole process was silent, orderly, and very professional. Although Ye Xuan didn't wear any makeup, she was obviously dressed more formally. Because Zhou Huai interviewed most of the influential politicians from various countries, his interview style was more practical, and he would not ramble on. After all, those people were all very busy. Zhou Huai got straight to the point. Mr. Yi, you inherited the real estate group of the former chairman. Why don't you continue to develop in the real estate industry? Instead, you turn to internet technology to start Ye Music. Keywords, real estate. Because he knew the country's future policies, Ye Xuan was sensitive to the key words in Zhou Huai's question. After pondering for a while, Ye Xuan said, I have always believed that the real estate industry is not a long-term solution. I believe that the country should have begun to consider the relationship between real estate and people's livelihood. It is estimated that relevant policies will be introduced in the next 7 or 8 years to regulate housing prices. Therefore, I have been striving to transform the Yi Group, optimize its allocation, and sell off some assets to facilitate a lighter load in the future. Ye Xuan was not afraid that his words would cause panic in the real estate industry, because the real estate industry would still have at least another 4 years of prosperity. During these 5 years, housing prices would rise sharply and the real estate industry would make a fortune. Therefore, there will definitely be a large number of real estate companies willing to take over, and they will take over at high prices while laughing at Ye Xuan for being short-sighted. Zhou Huai's expression changed slightly, and his evaluation of Ye Xuan in his heart rose to a higher level. He often contacts senior leaders, so he knows that the senior leaders have already started the real estate issue, but the people below are still unclear. Unexpectedly, Ye Xuan's vision is so accurate and long-term, far ahead of others, and he can see the intentions of the senior leaders. What an amazing young man! Zhou Huai exclaimed in his heart. Zhou Huai continued to ask, what drove you to create Ye Music? Ye Xuan, I have always believed that the internet is an important direction for the future development of mankind. It has a better future than real estate. It represents the forefront of the development of the times and the interaction between people. So when I was considering the transformation of the Yi Group, the first thing I thought of was the internet. As for why I chose to go into music and create Ye Music, it was also a sudden idea, because I have a friend who is a musician. She talked about the difficulties of being a musician, saying that piracy is rampant in the music market and there is no awareness of copyright. I think this is unreasonable. Only with copyright can you make money, support musicians, and allow musicians to have better conditions to create good songs. If musicians die of poverty, then good songs will naturally not appear. This is also the reason why good songs continued to emerge in the 1980s and 1990s, but there are fewer and fewer good songs after the 20th century. Ye Xuan spoke eloquently and looked bright and cheerful. I believe that as long as copyright is taken seriously, the music industry will see countless good songs reappear, recreating the glory of the 1980s and 1990s. At the same time, I also believe that the country will definitely take major measures in this regard in the next few years. I am just following the country's pace. Ye Xuan always kept in mind the identity of the person who was interviewing him. He was at the national level, not an ordinary entertainment host, so what he said was also from a high-level perspective, rather than talking about gossip and trivial matters. With the relevant memories on Earth, although they're not exactly the same, they will definitely not be too far apart in the general direction. He is confident that the country will not allow copyright to remain in such chaos. Zhou Huai's heart was filled with shock at this time. Whether it is real estate or copyright, he knows that the top leaders have relevant considerations, but the time is not yet ripe, so no action has been taken. These are all confidential. But Ye Xuan in front of him, a 22-year-old young man, has such a far-sighted and far-sighted vision. Amazing! Zhou Huai's level is too high. He often meets elites from all over the world. Naturally, he has come into contact with many young talents from elite families in various countries. Each of them can be called a super genius. However, Ye Xuan's vision, pattern, and talent are superior to those super genius elites. Chapter 68, talking about the international situation. The talent, vision, and pattern displayed by Ye Xuan made Zhou Huai have a very high degree of favorability towards Ye Xuan. At the same time, because of the talent displayed by Ye Xuan, he slightly modified the interview questions. He simply abandoned small questions like why music, and turned to ask big questions like China's economy. I wonder what Mr. Yi thinks of China's economy. Ye Xuan quickly said modestly, I don't dare to take credit for my opinion. I can only say that it is a little immature. I hope Mr. Zhou Huai can help correct it. Changing the topic, Ye Xuan began to talk. In 2008, the global economic crisis broke out. Although more than 2 years have passed, developed economies, such as Japan and Japan, have not yet fully recovered from the 2008 financial crisis. Their people's income growth is slow and unemployment rates are high, so the demand for imports has naturally decreased. Therefore, I think that insufficient external demand will affect my country's economic growth in the next few years and will cause overcapacity in my country, especially in industries related to products with large export volumes. These are the economic experiences on the other side of the earth. The impact of the 2008 economic crisis lasted until 2015, when it gradually eased and the economic growth momentum of countries around the world began to pick up. Applying this to this world, the conclusion is actually the same, because this world also had a global economic crisis in 2008. By the way, the cause of this economic crisis was the subprime mortgage crisis in the United States, which started with real estate loans. Zhou Huai nodded, his eyes full of admiration. Changing the subject, the United States is currently exporting its cultural industry to the whole world, especially movies, and it has almost no rivals in China. What do you think of this? The interview lasted more than an hour and both sides had a very pleasant conversation. The longer Zhou Huai talked with Ye Xuan, the more he felt Ye Xuan's amazing talent, especially his extraordinary understanding of the world situation, economic trends, and industrial vision. With such wisdom, vision, and character, one can't tell at all that he is from an ordinary background. I couldn't help but admire the vision of Ye Xuan, the late chairman of the Ye Group, who actually found such a young man as his successor among the vast crowd. After the show, Ye Xuan hosted a banquet for Zhou Huai, and all the guests enjoyed themselves. The next day, the program crew said goodbye to Ye Xuan and prepared to return to Kyoto. Zhou Huai shook hands. Mr. Yi, time is limited. We will see you next time and chat again. Ye Xuan said quickly, Of course. Zhou Huai has enormous power and comes into contact with bigwigs at the top of the world's power pyramid. Ye Xuan is very happy to be able to make friends with him. After seeing off the high-end interview program crew, Ye Xuan set his sights on the international killer mermaid. This person is quite dangerous, so Ye Xuan would check his information column every day. Name, Smith Michael Male. Occupation, killer. Nickname, mermaid. Location, United States. Current itinerary, attending a Chinese training course. Inner thoughts. Oh my God, Chinese is so hard to learn I want to commit suicide. Future plans. I have booked a flight to Jiangdu on February 3rd. Ye Xuan on February 3rd. That means there are only 20 days left. The killer will be here. Time is a bit tight. I hope the development of the YY Live streaming platform can be completed in time. Chapter 69. Hoarding copyrights, a huge gold mine. 10 days later. Xiaoqin, it's been 10 days. Why hasn't this international killer mermaid come to after accepting the mission? Could something have gone wrong? Xiao Yiqian watched the traffic of YY music climb steadily every day, and Ye Xuan became one of the top domestic entrepreneurs with the help of YY music. It was said that capital giants such as Shengao and Yinshan were very optimistic about YY music and wanted to raise funds to invest in YY music. The valuation should be at the level of 50 billion. When Xiao Yiqian thought about how YY music ascended to the altar by stepping on the corpses of his thousands of fans, he felt a piercing pain in his heart. He could not suppress the anger in his heart and wished that the international killer would appear immediately and kill Ye Xuan. Qinli patted his chest, full of confidence. Don't worry, boss. This killer mermaid is famous for being cautious. He has already arrived at and is making thorough preparations to spy on Ye Xuan's intelligence and look for security loopholes. I believe there will be results soon. Xiao Yiqian breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Qinli showed a loyal and honest smile. Boss, please rest assured. The killer hired with a reward of $20 million is naturally one of the best in the world. This mermaid has successfully assassinated important figures in the world more than 10 times. Her strength is unquestionable. You just need to wait for good news. I hope so. Xiao Yiqian is looking forward to this. On the other side, Ye Xuan came to the newly established YY Live broadcast department. More than 120 programmers are working overtime to develop YY Live. Ye Xuan inspected and found that many programmers were working overtime, and most of them were single, so it was common for them to sleep in the company. Anyway, the company had a gym, bathroom, restaurant, everything you could need. The product development progress is also quite good. Now, only 20 days have passed, and 75% of the progress has been completed, so it can be basically completed in early February. In other words, the original 1.5 months of development period may be completed in 1 month. The international killer mermaid's flight to China is scheduled to arrive on February 3rd, and she also has to collect intelligence on me, so it will take at least another half a month. There's still a lot of time left, but that's fine too. It gives me enough time to prepare. Ye Xuan gave a wicked smile. Mermaid, oh mermaid, whether the live streaming platform will become popular depends on your performance. After inspecting YY Live, Ye Xuan called Ning Nansher. Ye Xuan, as for the film and television copyrights, how is the acquisition going? The acquisition of the film and television copyright was carried out simultaneously with the music copyright. It has been nearly 2 months now, but because a lot of money is involved, the acquisition progress has been slow. Ning Nansher reported in an orderly manner. We have currently acquired the film libraries of 16 film and television companies, spending nearly 9.5 billion, which is equivalent to a little more than 35% of the film and television copyrights on the market, and they are of relatively high quality. But I found that there are already other people who are also acquiring film and television copyrights. 35%. Ye Xuan frowned slightly. Compared with YY Music's current copyright holdings of nearly 80%, this 35% ratio is still too small. So Ye Xuan waved his hand and said, continue to buy. Don't be afraid to spend money. But he knows that the copyright fees will become more expensive as time goes by. On the other side of the earth, in the first 3 quarters of 2019, Tencent spent 55.893 billion on purchasing content, and iQIYI spent 16.5 billion. In this world, piracy is rampant, and the wave of legitimate products has not yet begun. While no one was reacting, I spent 9.5 billion to acquire 35% of the content, which was almost a bargain. With the copyright at such a low price, it will be much easier to lay out streaming media in the future. Think about the market value of Netflix, the largest streaming company in the past, which was $137.9 billion, equivalent to nearly 800 billion yuan. In comparison, the Ye Group's market value of 200 billion is just a little brother. The internet is full of gold mines, and with my experience from my previous life, I even know where the gold mines are hidden. I just need to take a shovel and dig in the ground. This is the advantage of a prophet. Although some parts of the world are different, the general trend is the same. On January 24th, all the singer guests were confirmed, signed performance contracts, and the list was released via Weibo. That evening, Ye Music launched a new patch, added a ticketing function, and declared that it would not sell tickets to scalpers. This ticket-selling function was designed at Ye Xuan's personal request. The root of all this was that the ticket-selling platform in the previous life had too many shady operations, which Ye Xuan had personally experienced and hated. Coincidentally, the ticket-buying platform in this world also had many shady operations, where only 10,000 tickets were sold out of 100,000, and the rest were all sold to scalpers. In his previous life, Ye Xuan hated such ticketing platforms the most. Now that he has the power, he might as well create a ticket purchasing channel on Ye Music and let fans buy the tickets directly on the Ye Music platform. As soon as this feature was released, it triggered enthusiastic praise from a large number of music fans. Fans from all over the country rushed to buy tickets, and the competition was extremely fierce. All 100,000 tickets were sold out in less than 2 minutes after they were put on sale. Ye Music earned 50 million renminbi directly from concert tickets alone. The live broadcast rights were then sold, with several TV stations directly auctioning them off, and finally Kyoto TV bought the production and broadcasting rights for 80 million. In terms of advertising, 8 types of advertising, including naming rights, product placement, billboards, etc., were auctioned for more than 300 million yuan. Excluding the dividends and rewards to the singers, Ye Music can earn at least 300 million yuan overall. Overall, super profitable. January 30th, evening. Kyoto Phoenix Nest. The 2008 Olympic Games were also held in this world's capital, but the largest stadium there is not called the Bird's Nest, but the Phoenix Nest. The Ye concert will be held here, with a total of 100,000 seats, both on the stage and on the ground. That night, the singers were brilliant. Hundreds of thousands of spectators gathered, and millions of fans watched the live broadcast on TV. One after another, the songs that ranked high in terms of play volume on Ye Music echoed over the Phoenix Nest. That night, the Ye concert was a complete success. It also announced that Ye Music's dominant position has been officially established, and no one can shake it. On February 2nd, the Ye online live broadcast platform, hereinafter referred to as Ye Live, was completed. On February 3rd, Ye Live passed the internal test and was officially completed. On the same day, a plane came from the United States and landed at Jiangdu Airport. A handsome guy with a confident smile stepped onto the mysterious land of. Name: Smith Michael. Occupation: killer, ranked 6th in the global killer list. Nickname: Mermaid. He raised his head at a 45-degree angle, with a powerful presence. I came, I saw, I conquered. A sentence full of northeastern accent came out of his mouth. Chapter 70. The killer who tried to show off, but ended up getting fucked. Smith Michael walked out of the airport carrying his suitcase. A tall figure, a handsome face, golden hair, wearing sunglasses, and a wallet. Look into the distance at the entire Jiangdu sky. Is this China? Not far away, there were 3 gangsters. Brother, that handsome guy looks like a big fat sheep. Get him, get him. There was no need to say much to the 3 thugs. They had a clear division of labor and were directly divided into 2 groups. Smith Michael waved, and a taxi drove over. He opened the car door and prepared to get in. At this moment, the gangster Bipe covered Smith Michael's eyes and said, "Guess who I am?" Smith Michael was furious. "Let go." "Bipe, if you guess who I am, I'll let you go. I'll give you 3 chances." At this moment, the other 2 thugs had already carried Smith Michael's suitcase, got into a taxi, and drove away in the taxi. Smith Michael: "Sir, if you don't let go, I will be rude." Bipe: "Okay, I'll let go." Then he let go, quickly slipped into the corner, and disappeared. Smith Michael looked left and right, but didn't see the white man, and he was very angry. I lowered my head and prepared to pick up my suitcase and leave. As a result, I grabbed it with my hand. It's empty. I fished it out twice more, but it was still empty. His face froze for a moment. Smith Michael looked down and saw that the box was gone. "I'm going to push your lungs." The thing in this box is a vital prop to him. Without it, Michael's assassination ability would at least drop several levels. How could Smith Michael not realize that he had been tricked? He quickly looked around to see who had stolen his precious box, but after looking around for several times, he still couldn't find the suspect. Fuck it. Smith Michael cursed in pure northeastern dialect. Phew. In the manner, Ye Xuan was eating while paying attention to the movements of the international killer Smith Michael. As a result, he saw how Smith Michael was tricked by local gangsters. A mouthful of soup sprayed directly onto Ning Nansher's face. Oh my god, isn't this international killer too miserable? Before he even started showing off, he was knocked to the ground by the local thugs. You are an international killer. Ning Nansher wiped the soup and looked confused. Smith Michael took out his cell phone from his trouser pocket and called his team assistant. Hey, Shalina, send all my props to... Michael, didn't you bring props? Asked the person on the other end of the phone. Smith Michael, how do you want me to answer this? You can't answer that as soon as I arrived at. My prop box was stolen by S-Masters, right? If you knew about this, wouldn't I be very embarrassed? Thinking of Smith Michael's wit, he quickly came up with a perfect excuse. During the aircraft security check, the suitcase was found to be suspected of being dangerous goods, so it was detained at the airport. Assistant Shalina did not doubt him and said readily, Okay, I'll send it over in 2 days. After hanging up the phone, Michael hailed a taxi. Because he was in a bad mood, he urged, Yellow Monkey, drive your car quickly. I want to go to the hotel. Yellow Monkey? The taxi driver's face darkened. However, the driver did not show it on the spot and continued driving. Soon, we arrived at the main road outside the German hotel. Parking. The driver smiled and said, Take care, my friend. Smith Michael gave the money unhappily and opened the car door. Take one step forward. My feet are on empty air. A scream. Damn, where's the manhole cover? Smith Michael stepped on empty air and fell heavily into the sewer. With a gurgling sound, splashing countless sewage, the driver sneered. I told you to call yourself a yellow monkey, but I won't kill you if I fall. The taxi sped away. Phew. Ye Xuan sprayed another mouthful of tea on Ning Nansher's face. Shit, who the hell came to Jiangdu to steal manhole covers? Awesome. I feel sorry for Michael for 3 seconds. Chapter 71 YY Live Promotion Plan 123. Michael climbed out of the sewage sewer, smelly and dirty. He went to the hotel, but was stopped by the security guard at the door. Get out of here, you stinky guy. The security guard covered his nose and yelled at Schmidt Michael. He was deeply disgusted to see that Schmidt Michael was covered in dirty water, which kept dripping onto the ground and polluted the hotel floor. I have booked a hotel here. You can't stop me. Smith Michael was furious. He felt that after coming to, nothing went well for him, and everywhere was full of malice towards him. You booked a hotel? How do you prove it? Where's your ID? I don't have an ID, but I have a passport. And your passport? It was then that Smith Michael remembered that his passport was in his suitcase and had been stolen. The security guard saw Smith Michael's embarrassment and sneered. What? Can't you take it out? I think you are a liar. What are you standing there for? Get out of here. The security guards began to urge Smith Michael to leave quickly. After all, the stench affected the business of the German hotel. A security guard simply pushed Smith Michael. Smith Michael was not paying attention, stumbled, and fell to the ground. A surge of anger rose to the sky. I'm a killer, the world's 6th best killer. Since I came to, I have suffered so much injustice. You guys piss me off. You are in big trouble. Smith Michael gritted his teeth. You will regret it, Oh, you sound pretty arrogant. A security guard suddenly pulled out a stun gun and rushed over. Sizzle. Smith Michael was so shocked that his whole body was shaking and he fell to the ground. Take him away. The security captain gave an order, and 2 security guards dragged Smith Michael out of the German hotel and threw him into the alley behind. Ye Xuan didn't know about Smith Michael's tragic experience yet. At this time, he was reading a promotion plan for YY Live. The testing of YY Live has been completed, and the next step is to go online. However, Ye Xuan did not have any good suggestions on how to promote it. So a few days ago, Ye Xuan offered a large reward and asked his employees to brainstorm and plan a promotion plan for YY Live. As long as the plan is adopted, there will be a direct reward of 100,000 renminbi. When the news of the huge bonus spread, the employees of YY Live and even the entire Ye Group were excited and racked their brains to think of promotion plans. After a day of collection and summary, 8 relatively excellent promotion plans were delivered to Ning Nansher and then submitted to Ye Xuan. Ning Nansher. The fastest and most effective solution is the one submitted by YY Music's 3rd group. The specific content of this plan is, Use the gimmick of creating Anchor Star to attract people from all over the country who want to be stars to become anchors. Then we will hold a national star anchor selection competition on YY Live. Let the anchors show their talents. Let the audience vote. And in 1 month, the champion, runner-up, third place, and top 10 will be determined, and they will be rewarded with huge sums of money. The champion will be rewarded 10 million, the runner-up 5 million, and the third place 1 million. As for how to promote this anchor show, that's easy. We can have YY Music do pop-up promotions and combine it with your Weibo fans. The audition itself is broad enough to attract the interest of countless people across the country who aspire to become stars. Ye Xuan read the promotion plan and found it very detailed. It should have been guided by an expert from the marketing department. Okay, let's use this plan and start right away. Compared to this anchor selection contest plan, Ye Xuan actually wanted to broadcast live the entire process of the killer Smith Michael assassinating him. It can definitely save $1 billion in advertising costs. Smith Michael, you had to give it some strength. An alley. Smith Michael sneezed and woke up. After waking up, the first feeling was cold. My whole body was extremely cold, and I kept shivering. A touch of the nose. His mouth was covered with snot. Chapter 72. YY Live broadcast has a strong appeal, and anchors are coming to invest. The promotion of YY Live began on a large scale on the second day. First, Ye Xuan posted on Weibo, informing all fans about the YY Live broadcast. Then came the first pop-up ad of YY Music, which was promoted to every YY user. Then, every time you open the YY Music app, a 4-second advertisement will appear, introducing the YY Live broadcast auditions. The gimmick of the YY Live broadcast selection contest is everyone can become a star. There are also huge rewards, 10 million renminbi for the champion. Things like YY Live are still too advanced. It has never appeared in the United States. It only has a prototype, but has not really taken shape, let alone the mature version that Ye Xuan came up with. Although not many people try to become anchors in the beginning, YY Live has completely made a name for itself in the online world, and almost most netizens know about it. Zhang Daowei is a ladder master of Dota, a popular game in China. He can be regarded as one of the top players in the game. At this time, he was playing Dota on the computer, controlling the Divine Bull to raise his hand and make a ravine, hitting all the opponent's Scourge heroes, and then the amplified normal attack hit the Wandering Swordsman. With a series of smooth operations, beautiful skill lights flashed and kept hitting the Wandering Swordsman's face. The Wandering Swordsman couldn't even use his ultimate move. During this brilliant operation, damage kept appearing above his head, and he went back to his hometown to read the bar. After a few minutes, the game was over. There was a lot of praise in the public chat column. The great god is so awesome. I can't handle it all. Give up, give up. Master, you're so good at gaming. Why don't you participate in the YY Live selection? I heard that the prize money for the champion is 10 million, and even the runner-up in third place will get several million. If you win, you will become rich overnight. Yes, Master, you can try it. Zhang Daowei also knows about YY Live. Many people have been talking about it in the past 2 days, but Zhang Daowei has never thought about it himself because he feels that being a host requires being in the spotlight. Master, you are so famous in Dota, you must have a lot of fans, and it is possible for you to win the prize. Even if you're the runner-up or the third place, it is not bad. You can also become a star, have a lot of fans, make money, and show off at the same time. After hearing what his teammates said, Zhang Daowei was moved. However, playing games is time-consuming enough, and adding live streaming to the mix might affect real work. Just then, the cell phone rang. Hello. Excuse me, is this Mr. Zhang Daowei? I am the official of Dota. My name is Zhang Guofeng. I am one of the directors of Dota, and I am responsible for the marketing of the game. The official director of the game? Zhang Daowei was puzzled. What did the guy want to see him for? What do you want from me? It's like this. I took a look at Mr. Zhang Daowei. You're quite good at playing League of Legends. Are you interested in becoming a streamer? I'm a host. Zhang Daowei was surprised. His teammates had just recommended it to him, and now the game officials also recommended it to him. We have a cooperation with YY Live for Dota, and we just happen to promote the game on the internet through YY Live. Then I looked up the ladder masters and found you, Mr. Zhang, to see if you're interested in being the anchor. If you are willing to be the anchor and guarantee enough broadcasting time every day, we can sign a contract, give you a certain amount of money reward, and help you promote the game. You still pay salaries? Zhang Daowei was really tempted. Haha, It will definitely be issued, but it will be linked to performance. It will only be issued when a number of viewers reaches a certain level. A contract will be signed at that time. Okay, I agree. Zhang Daowei decided to be a host. He quickly downloaded the YY live broadcast software, logged in with his YY music account, opened a live broadcast room, and started his first live broadcast. The name of the live broadcast room was The Master Takes You to Play Dota. When he started the live broadcast, he found a few friends to promote it in major Dota QQ groups, Tieba, and forums. Fortunately, he is famous enough, and after publicity and promotion, many people are interested in him. The Master is going to start a live broadcast. Wouldn't it be possible to see the true face of the great god? See if the Master is handsome. If he is ugly, don't watch it. He's probably a fat otaku. Many players ran to the live broadcast room to watch out of curiosity. Not long after Zhang Daowei opened his live broadcast room, the number of viewers slowly increased to 500 and then slowly increased to 1,000. Hi everyone, I'm Zhang Daowei, and my game ID is Wei Ge. The Master is quite good-looking, not the fat, nerdy guy I imagined. Master, please take me to play games. God, please take me. User, I am your uncle, and I have given you a mobile phone as a reward. User Denga Heichang gave a sports car as a reward. Looking at the large number of barges and the continuous rewards, Zhang Daowei felt a sense of flattery and excitement for the first time. It feels like being a star. This feeling is so great. Song Yi is a Hungarian actress with good looks. She often plays maids, serving girls, and supporting actresses in vertical, harmonious stores, but she has never become popular, let alone a female star. When she saw the advertisement of YY Live on this day, her eyes lit up immediately. She is not short of beauty and has a sense of camera, bold and open, and not afraid to face the audience. How about I be a host too? Soon she began her live broadcast career, focusing on outdoor live broadcasts, specifically broadcasting the minor things of Hangzhou actors and actresses to the audience in the live broadcast room, as well as some footage of the crew. Within a few days, the number of followers in the live broadcast room exceeded more than 2,000, and there were also many rewards. More importantly, her story spread in the vertical harmony store and actually attracted the attention of some film directors, who gave her several good roles. Although she was not a big supporting role, it was still an improvement. This made her more determined to continue being an anchor. Jiang Tianxuan is a girl who loves singing, and she sings very well. Her dream is to be on the stage of The Voice of China, become a singer, and attract attention. Unfortunately, he was eliminated in the semi-finals of The Voice of China. When she learned about the YY Live broadcast room, she immediately had an idea. I can sing for the audience through the YY Live broadcast room and also make money. So she opened a live broadcast room mainly for indoor singing. Because of her good singing and lovely appearance, she attracted more and more viewers, and soon the number of followers exceeded 10,000. There are many people who either want to win prize money, become famous, make money, or enjoy the support of many fans. Want to show off? Want to make money? Come to YY Live and be a live streamer. As time goes by, more and more people slowly join the ranks of anchors. Correspondingly, the number of viewers of YY Live has increased, and it has become lively. Chapter 73 Advertisement Live Streaming YY earns millions a month. Data source. In the manner. Chairman, this is a live broadcast room that has been quite popular recently. Ning Nansher handed a stack of documents to Ye Xuan. Most popular, game anchor Zhang Daowei, a gaming master, plays Dota live with a total daily audience of 48,000, a maximum real-time audience of 42,000, a total daily reward of 45,000 yuan, and a total reward of 58,000 yuan. Second most popular, indoor music host Jiang Tianxuan, who sings and dances, has a total daily audience of 57,000, a maximum real-time audience of 52,000, a total daily reward of 17,000 yuan, and a total reward of 36,000 yuan. 10th most popular, outdoor anchor song Yi, a Hangzhou actor, live broadcast the daily life of Hangzhou actors. The total number of daily viewers is 27,000. The highest real-time audience is 22,000. The total number of daily rewards is 19,000 yuan, and the total rewards are 24,000 yuan. After reading it, Ye Xuan shook his head and said, there are still too few viewers. Compared to the big anchors in the past who had hundreds of thousands or millions of followers, the current number of viewers seems small. However, YY Live has only been online for less than 3 days. It is not like YY Music, where almost everyone listens to music, so it can become popular all over the country in just 1 month. YY Live broadcast has just started, so it naturally has its limitations. It is too unfamiliar and too advanced. Ye Xuan needs to slowly expand the market. Ye Xuan recalled the advertising cases from his previous life and came up with 2 ideas. Instruct Ning Nanshi. You need to do 2 things right away. The first thing is to create some new accounts that have nothing to do with the YY Live broadcast official website. Add a few million to them and directly give large rewards to these 10 popular live broadcast rooms, tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, to increase the popularity. The second thing is to hire a group of internet trolls to write hype articles with gimmicks like live streaming games, earning millions a month, live streaming singing, earning millions a month, live streaming acting, earning 500,000 a month, etc., and post them all over the internet to hype it up, so that everyone knows that being a YY live stream anchor can make a lot of money. Ning Nanshi's eyes lit up. Good idea. As long as this article is published, it will definitely attract a large number of anchors to join in. At the same time, other netizens will also be curious about what kind of profession can make so much money. As long as they are curious, they will go to YY Live to see what is going on. As long as they come, they can retain some users through the live broadcast content. Ning Nanshi. Do it right away. Ye Xuan nodded and instructed, I will not go to the company in the next month. You should work harder and run back and forth between the company and here more often. Ning Nanshi noted. Although she was curious about why Ye Xuan wanted to stay in the manor, she also kept in mind her identity as a secretary and did not ask. Ye Xuan added, by the way, post my schedule in a conspicuous place in the group. Ning Nanshi. I'm confused. Why post the itinerary? Don't worry about the details. Ye Xuan waved his hand, go. Ning Nanshi nodded and drove away from the manor with doubts. Ye Xuan stood on the large balcony on the 3rd floor, looking at the bodyguards busy at work in the manor with an evil smile. The bodyguard are setting up surveillance cameras, tens of thousands. All this is to wait for the arrival of the assassin Michael. In order to lure the killer Michael to the manor, Ye Xuan decided to stay in the manor all the time in the next month. Moreover, Ye Xuan personally took charge of setting up a large camera array in the manor. There are cameras everywhere. There are more than 10,000 cameras set up in a distance of more than 300 meters from outside the manor to inside the manor. It is extremely abnormal. In order to prevent the killer from coming through the sewer, cameras are installed in every section of the sewer, and they are all very hidden. Lovely killer, where are you? Ye Xuan held a glass of red wine, swaying gracefully with a curve at the corner of his mouth, like a shrewd hunter waiting for the arrival of prey. In the following days, with the promotion of a bunch of soft articles such as live broadcast on YY, earn millions a month, the number of anchors on YY Live increased explosively, with tens of thousands more anchors joining. The number of viewers has also skyrocketed as the content has continued to grow. This is a new form of entertainment, which naturally attracts many curious people. 30% of them can never get out once they enter and are completely addicted to YY Live broadcast. Various data of YY Live also began to skyrocket. Ice. International killer Smith Michael was sitting in the alley like a beggar, wolfing down a McDonald's supersized burger. The way he ate was like a starving ghost, which made the urban fashionable girl with big blonde wavy hair next to him feel surprised and suspicious. You stink all over, probably because you haven't showered in a few days. No, you don't stink that bad, even if you haven't showered. Also, why is this $8,000 jacket in tatters? And your watch? How come it's gone? Michael, why are you so embarrassed? Selena, it's okay, I was just careless. Michael said vaguely. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never tell Shaolina what he had experienced after coming to this land of. His suitcase was stolen, he was cheated by a taxi, he fell into the sewer, he was stunned by the hotel security guard and thrown into the alley, his watch was stolen, he caught a cold, he was hungry, he begged, and was beaten by other beggars who thought he was occupying their territory. Michael almost cried. I knew it was dangerous, a forbidden place for killers, but I never thought it would be so dangerous. It's so hard for me. Of course, Michael would never tell his teammate and subordinate about this damn experience. I, Michael, have to save face. Selena tactfully asked no further questions and handed the suitcase to Michael. The suitcase contained not only various assassination tools, but also money, passports, and other things. Okay, you can handle it yourself from now on. 88. Selena waved and left. Michael breathed a sigh of relief, picked up his suitcase, and found a pub, then washed up and ran to the mall to buy a cool wallet, sunglasses, leather shoes, watch, mobile phone. All of them were expensive and good things. An hour later, International Killer Michael is back. Chapter 74, Brother Killer. Ye Xuan is watching you from a distance. Qian is listening to the song. Now Qian Ting has been completely ruined after its stock was delisted, banks demanded its debts, and its assets were auctioned off. Even its website was sold at a low price to its fellow sufferer Ye Xuan. After Xiao Yiqian abandoned Qian Ting, he went into battle lightly and immediately established Qian Live 1 minute after YY Live went online. He keenly saw the potential of YY Live and planned to copy it. The 400 programmers who had been prepared for this have been working day and night to copy every function of YY Live. Now, 4 days have passed, and the research and development progress of Qian Live has exceeded 30%. It's really a matter of spending money to smash the progress. This is my new career. Xiao Yiqian, who is already in his 50s, is like an old horse in the stable. Although he is not young, he is still full of fighting spirit, ambitious, and unwilling to admit defeat. Ye Xuan, you never thought that I would not admit defeat. Just wait for me. Xiao Yiqian stood upstairs, overlooking the large office area below, and felt a burning sensation in his heart. However, one part of the plan is not yet in place. This link is related to the subsequent success or failure. He took out his cell phone and called Xiao Qin. Where's the killer now? Xiao Qin. Boss, the killer just replied on the dark web. He has come to and is currently collecting Ye Xuan's information. I have forwarded Ye Xuan's information to him. Don't worry, the killer is a professional, ranked 6th in the world. There will be no problem. Xiao Yiqian immediately felt relieved. Okay, I'll wait for his good news. Hang up the phone. Xiao Yiqian's heart finally settled down. The last link is in place. As long as Ye Xuan dies, YY Live will inevitably be in turmoil, and Qian Live will surely take advantage of the situation and rise up. Hotel Gammon. Presidential Suite. The handsome Killer Michael was sitting on the sofa, operating the computer. He exchanged secret codes with Xiao Qin, the contact person on the side, through the dark web, and received relevant information about Ye Xuan. Height, weight, strengths, specialties, personality, lifestyle, favorite food. Each one is very detailed. In addition, there is Ye Xuan's bodyguard team, and each bodyguard has detailed information. Obviously, Xiao Qin must have special channel capabilities to know Ye Xuan's bodyguard team so well. I didn't expect the information to be so detailed. Michael was surprised at the professionalism of the contact person, but as a killer, caution was a must, so the information could only be used as a reference, and he needed to collect intelligence on his own. So, the next day, Michael transformed into a super blonde beauty, dressed as a cross-dresser, and came to Ye Group with a micro-hole camera. This time she pretended to be a female elite business representative of a large foreign company and came to discuss cooperation with the chairman. He easily deceived the security guards of Ye Group with the excuse of business negotiations and walked into Ye Group. First, look at the target's recent itinerary. Only by determining the opponent's itinerary can we choose the time and place to attack and formulate an assassination plan. The assassination plan will be very different if the location is different. As a super rich person, every minute and every second will be very precious, so the itinerary will be very detailed and accurate to the minute. This is the experience Michael gained when assassinating other super rich people and super political leaders. Moreover, as a big boss with such huge assets, safety is very important, so the itinerary must be kept very confidential. Based on past experience, his schedule will definitely only be placed in the chairman's office or the secretary's office. Michael curled his lips. I, Michael, am a professional. Next, he played the role of a female elite from a foreign company who was involved in business negotiations very well. He deceived the front desk and many people who came to inquire, and then took the elevator to the office on the top floor. The entire top floor only has the chairman's office, secretary's office, and conference room. Coincidentally, there was no one in the secretary's office at that moment. Michael was delighted because according to the information, Ye Xuan did not come to the company today, but was at home, the manor. In other words, there was no one on the top floor. Goddess of Luck is taking care of you. Ye Xuan in the manor is watching you. Michael entered the secretary's office easily, and then entered the chairman's office through the door inside the secretary's office. Sure enough, there was no one there. Michael then began his schedule. Ye Xuan in the manor is watching you. An hour later, not a single hair was found. Michael had a black question mark face. Then he went to the secretary's office and continued searching. After half an hour, he still found nothing. What the hell? He went downstairs with a confused look on his face and came to the first floor lobby. Suddenly, his eyes swept across and fixed on an extra-large LCD screen. Chairman's schedule? He stared blankly at the large LCD screen in the hall. Ye Xuan's schedule was clearly displayed in front of him. I'm going to give you a lung. A Chinese swear word came out of his mouth. On the manor side, 2333. I feel sorry for him for 3 seconds, haha. Ye Xuan was watching the entire process of the cross-dressing Tycoon, Michael entering the Yi group, through remote monitoring equipment. The last sentence, I'll beat you to death, with a strong northeastern accent, made Ye Xuan laugh completely. Chapter 75 Preparations before the assassination. Ye Xuan's tricks are more sophisticated. Michael successfully got Ye Xuan's schedule, but he has no sense of accomplishment at all. That's right, I didn't feel any sense of accomplishment at all. Logically, I should have worked hard, used various techniques, and finally got the itinerary, so I would have felt a sense of accomplishment. As a result, I tried all kinds of techniques, but didn't get the itinerary. Finally, I found the answer in the lobby on the first floor. Isn't this a naked mockery of my ability? Focus on the itinerary you took. February 5th, manor. February 6th, manor. February 28th, manor. February 29th, manor. There are manors in a row. Michael, his face was twitching. Is this a fake itinerary? Is this an itinerary? An itinerary is a schedule where you have to go to many places every day. You just stayed at home all the time? Can it be called an itinerary? After Michael complained a few times, he began to prepare. It's good to be at the manor. As the location is fixed, he has plenty of time to explore the geography and security conditions of the manor. Michael logged into the dark web and gave the contact a task. I'll give you 1 day. I want the engineering drawings of the manor that is the target of the task. Soon the contact person replied, I will be there tomorrow. Afterwards, Michael found Selena and asked her to get the engineering drawings. As long as the hackers invaded the local municipal and construction bureaus, there would definitely be records of the engineering drawings there. Next, Michael dressed up as a woman and dressed up as a tourist with a camera. He wandered around Ye Xuan's manor, took pictures, and ran to a high-rise building in the distance to observe with a telescope. Very professional. The next day, 2 engineering drawings were delivered to Michael's mailbox. After comparing them, they were 100% consistent, confirming that there was no problem with the drawings. Then he began to formulate a plan of infiltration. He originally wanted to use a sniper rifle, but he couldn't find a suitable sniper point in the buildings around the manor. Moreover, he himself was not a sniper expert. Within 300 meters, he had an 80% chance of hitting the head with 1 shot, but beyond 300 meters, he was blind. This manor is extremely huge. The distance between the manor villa and the outside is 300 meters. Including the distance between buildings, it is at least 350 meters. So rich. Michael snorted, expressing his envy. This also showed his superb ability as the 6th on the international killer list. It only took him 6 days to figure out the security situation of the manor, how many security guards and bodyguards there were, when to change guards and patrol gaps. Then 6 action plans were developed. Michael stood on the roof of a building outside the manor, looking at the manor from afar. He has a deep gaze and is full of wisdom. Everything is ready. At 2400 hours in the evening, that's when I'll go out. Ye Xuan, I want your life. Qian live broadcast. Xiao Yitian was excited as he watched Qian Live's research and development progress continue to break through day by day. His career will surely set sail again and make a comeback. Ring, 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 the cell phone rings. Hello, boss, he's about to take action. When? He didn't say anything specific, but it must be in these 2 days. Okay, I'll wait for his good news. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Yitian's smile gradually became ferocious. Manor. Tonight, Ye Xuan had a playful smile. Open Weibo and edit a post. Tonight, at 2400 hours, I will start a live broadcast to draw prizes. Anyone who comes to watch my live broadcast will have a chance to win prizes. The prizes include, but are not limited to, more than 30 luxury cars in my garage. The most expensive one is a Pagani Fengshen worth 28 million. Upload photo, Pagani Huayra JPG. Click. Send. Ye Xuan is too cunning to go back to the countryside. As soon as the Weibo post came out, the internet exploded. Chapter 76. The routine showed its power. YY live broadcast traffic exploded, with 8 million viewers. Ye Xuan said on Weibo that he would be broadcasting a lucky draw live on YY tonight, and the news quickly spread throughout the entire internet. Especially the Pagani Huayra worth more than 28 million, which made countless netizens scream with excitement. Even if the probability of winning is very low, there is nothing wrong with watching it. Anyway, you can just join in the fun, and you don't need to download the app. You could just watch it on the website and log in directly with your YY Music account, which is convenient and saves trouble. Less than 10 minutes after Ye Xuan sent out his Weibo, the traffic of YY Live increased by 40%. 40% may seem like a lot, but the reality is that YY Live only has 200,000 visits a day, which is far from the millions of daily visits on Earth. 40% is only 80,000 visits. In order to avoid being unable to find Ye Xuan when the show starts at night, these additional 80,000 tourists naturally have to familiarize themselves with the place in advance. This huge influx of new traffic was diverted to other live broadcast rooms because Ye Xuan did not start broadcasting. People were curious to see what YY Live was. Soon, they found something they liked, because last time Ye Xuan asked Ning Nansher to find someone to help him. And then he also looked for internet trolls everywhere to brag about live streaming YY and making $1 million a month, so the number of anchors in the live broadcast room has increased several times, with all kinds of anchors, full of variety, which greatly meets the various strange needs of these new tourists. Some people like to play Dota, so they find a live broadcast room of the Dota game anchor and watch how the game master plays the game. And the large area of Sand Sculpture Barrage looks very interesting and joyful. Some people like beautiful women, so they find some beautiful women's live broadcast rooms, watch them sing and dance, which is pleasing to the eyes and fun at the same time. Some people watch the outdoors and find some outdoor live broadcasts. Although they are at night, there are also live broadcasts of bustling cities at night. Some people think that the barrage is very interesting, the sense of interaction is very strong, and the silly words are very funny. Some people have found that after giving a reward, the barrage will be filled with rich man, and even the anchor will express gratitude, especially when the beautiful anchor expresses gratitude in a coquettish voice. A sense of pretentiousness arises spontaneously, and it feels so cool. It turns out that YY Live broadcast is so fun. As a result, many tourists were attracted by YY Live and officially became fans of YY Live. An hour later, YY Live's traffic increased by 200%, which means an increase of 400,000 visitors. 2 hours later, YY Live's traffic increased by 350%. Many anchors keenly noticed that the traffic tonight was particularly high. There were a lot of viewers, the barrage was more dense, and there were a lot of rewards. At first, they thought that their excellence had been discovered, but when they saw that the popularity of other live broadcast rooms was also soaring, they realized that it was the boss himself who directed the traffic to YY Live on Weibo. I couldn't help shouting in my heart, "Boss Dad awesome!" manner. It was already 23:30 in the evening. Boss, your strategy is really amazing. During this period, the number of visits to YY Live has increased 15 times. Now there are more than 3 million new users logging into YY Live, and the number of app downloads has increased by more than 1 million. Secretary Ning Nansher was on the phone, her tone very excited. Ye Xuan was watching the killer Michael making preparations for the assassination through the data column. After hearing Ning Nansher's words, he laughed. After 24 o'clock, the traffic will explode even more. At this time, due to his successive 10 million level lucky draws, his Weibo fans have increased to more than 13 million, ranking first on Weibo. Most of them are female fans, and there are also many netizens who like to wait for the big pie in a lucky draw, as well as some gossip parties and media parties who just want to watch the fun. These are all loyal users. When I actually start broadcasting on YY Live, at least half of them will come to YY Live to support me. Generally speaking, it is 6 million. Even if half of it is kept, it will be 3 million, more than 10 times the previous 200,000. 2,400 hours, sharp. Michael was ready and came to a sewer manhole cover entrance 500 meters outside the manor. Take a deep breath. Michael, you are the best professional. Ye Xuan must die. After saying that, he crawled into the sewer. This was the inspiration he got from falling into the sewer last time. The manor was too big, and the only way to enter the manor to assassinate him was through the sewers. At the same time, Ye Xuan started the live broadcast on time. The staff of YY Live directly gave the boss a super recommendation, ranking it as the first recommendation on the page. Title: The billionaire boss will give away a 28 million Pagani function luxury car in a live draw. It is red and bold, and has a colorful and dazzling color-changing effect. Hundreds of thousands of viewers suddenly flooded into the live broadcast room, and then the number increased rapidly, rising to 2 million in less than a minute, and then to 4 million after 3 minutes. However, all they saw was a wall. There was a huge portrait hanging on the wall. The person in the portrait is a super handsome guy. To describe him in one sentence, he is so cool and handsome that it is hard to match, and so dazzling that it is hard to stop. The camera in the live broadcast room was facing straight at it. Hey, where's the boss? Why did you only let me see a photo? I can't complain. How pretentious does one have to be to put such a big photo of himself on the wall? Hubby, lick the screen, lick the screen. I'm here to report, but I'm not familiar with the procedures. Should I lick it first, or go through the procedures first? Soon, the anchors from all the major live broadcast rooms came with a large team to check on the room. He was the boss. How could they not curry favor with him? Ye Xuan and his support group have come to meet the billionaire boss. Brother Wei has brought his Dota army to meet the billionaire boss. A series of anchors came to check on the room. The number of people in Ye Xuan's YY Live broadcast room suddenly exploded to more than 7 million. The comments were so dense that they covered the screen. At the YY Live broadcast company, the staff were all dumbfounded. Boss, awesome, awesome. If Ye Xuan hadn't asked them to prepare more servers in advance, the system would probably have crashed. A few minutes later, the number of people in the live broadcast room increased to 8 million. At this time, Ye Xuan, who had not been seen for several minutes, finally appeared in front of the camera of the live broadcast room and said to the live broadcast room, "I'm sorry, I just had something to do, and the lottery may have to be suspended for a while. I just received an urgent message that an international killer named Mermaid is coming to assassinate me and is now crawling through the sewer to kill me." 8 million viewers. Staff. Do you think I'm an idiot? Chapter 77 live broadcast of the assassination shocked the whole country. Killer? To kill you. Am I stupid? Do you want me to lie to you like this, big boss? I'm too tired to complain. This is a movie, not a TV show. Where did the killer come from? A bunch of comments and complaints, so dense that they flow like a waterfall. Ye Xuan looked at the live broadcast room and smiled slightly. He had already anticipated that the audience would not believe it. After all, this was too bizarre, but he was smart and prepared. Camera array. Turn on. Okay, no more nonsense. Seeing is believing. Let me show you where the killer is now. Then, Ye Xuan turned on the monitoring system, called up the surveillance footage of the sewer, and synchronized it to the live broadcast room. The surveillance footage shows a sewer pipe about 1 meter high. Inside the pipe, a person is crouching down, holding a hand-cranked waterproof flashlight, which illuminates the entire sewer under the reflection of the water. This person, wearing a black tights and carrying a simple black backpack, was walking forward with his back bent and his body low. The surveillance camera captured his face through reflected light. A handsome European face with clear edges and corners, a confident smile on the lips, and slightly exposed golden hair. Fuck, fuck, fuck. The comments in the live broadcast room were originally full of complaints, but now they have all been replaced by wow in a very uniform manner. Is there really someone in the sewer? Is it really the killer? The audience went from being unbelieving at first to being half believing and half doubting. Ye Xuan said to the live broadcast room, "I know you may not believe it, but I have used my channels to find this person's information. You may have heard of the dark web. It hides the deepest secrets of the internet world. It is difficult for ordinary people to access. It is mysterious, secretive, and powerful. Today I will show you the dark web." Then the live broadcast screen switched again to a computer, which was opening the dark web and displaying the information about the killer's bounty on the dark web. Mission: Assassinate billionaire Ye Xuan. Reward: $15 million. Task status: accepted. Mission: codename: Mermaid. Hitman Mermaid. Nationality: appearance, gender: unknown. Ranking: number 6 in the world's killer rankings. List of successful assassinations. Successfully assassinated Prime Minister of Fenia. successfully assassinated the president of AO Biological Group, successfully assassinated the leader of the X organization. The barrage went crazy again. It was all oh shit. After so many words, they finally said, oh my god. They were so shocked. There was no other way to express their shock so directly. The horse is furious. Flip the table. Ah. How many times do you want me to fuck you? I have worn my groin out. Originally, I only believed it 30%, but now I believe it's 60%. At this moment, the major online media accounts that had been lurking in the live broadcast room were so excited that they were almost going crazy. Big news. Someone wants to assassinate a billionaire. And he was discovered. And he was broadcasting live. He quickly sent out a press release, typing out a 200 or 300-word piece of news in a few minutes, glanced through it to check it, and then posted it directly on the internet, giving it the largest and most prominent position. Salt. International assassin assassinates billionaire Ye Xuan. YY live broadcast of a major event. An international killer is coming to China to kill people. It quickly spread across the entire network. Cape Forum, have you heard? An international assassin is coming to assassinate boss Ye Xuan. YY Live is broadcasting live now. Deba, fuck, big news. YY Live is showing an international killer crawling down the water pipe to kill my rich brother Xian. QQ Group, hurry up and go to YY Live. It's incredible. They are live streaming an international killer. At first, netizens didn't believe it and sneered, do you think I'm a 3-year-old? How could I be fooled? But when they saw the news everywhere with screenshots, they couldn't help but believe it. What are you waiting for? How can you not watch such an exciting thing? They wanted to see what characters like International Assassin, who only appear in movies, look like in real life. They want to see what it takes for an international killer to kill a billionaire and see whether it's exciting or not. As a result, a large number of people flocked to YY Live again, and the traffic soared again. The number of people in Ye Xuan's live broadcast room was about to exceed 10 million. At this time, Ye Xuan still felt that it was not crazy enough, so he went to Weibo and posted a message. It's an emergency. An international killer is coming to kill me. The lottery is suspended today. Let's live stream the international killer first. As soon as the Weibo post came out, countless people were shocked. Then they forwarded it one after another, with countless people saying, WTF? At this time, more than 10 million viewers in the live broadcast room began to call their friends and make phone calls. Stupid, you're sleeping, get up and have fun. Something big has happened. Get up, don't sleep anymore. Billionaire boss Ye Xuan has been assassinated and is in imminent danger. What? The billionaire boss Ye Xuan was killed. Across the country, that night, countless people were woken up by phone calls. At the late-night barbecue stall, someone held up his phone and said, oh my god. Soon, other people knew what was going on and downloaded YY Live to watch Ye Xuan's live broadcast. In the dormitory, someone shouted, oh shit, waking up the other roommates who were sleeping, and soon the whole dormitory got up to watch the live broadcast. In the bar, someone shouted, oh shit, and soon the DJ and the entire bar stopped dancing. Everyone stopped dancing and all listened to the live broadcast of the referendum. Shocked, the whole country. Chapter 78. 13 million viewers. YY Live broadcast is extremely popular. At this time, the management background of YY Live had quickly changed the name of Ye Xuan's live broadcast room. Official, live broadcast of an international killer assassinating a billionaire boss. Is the boss going to die? Staff, hey, supervisor, isn't this title disrespectful to the boss? The supervisor sighed and finally said quietly, the boss ordered me to do this. Staff ABCD, sweating profusely. I looked at the number of visitors to YY Live, which has increased from 10 million to 20 million. Compared with daytime data, it has skyrocketed 100 times. I added in my heart, boss, you are awesome. I was so impressed that I knelt on the ground and shouted 666. Late night villa. Xiao Yiqian, who was having a sweet dream about making a comeback and becoming a billionaire with Chanqian Live, was suddenly awakened by a sudden ring of a bell. Ring, ring, ring. Xiao Yiqian felt his beautiful dream quickly dissipating, and the shrill ringing sound kept drilling into his head like a spell. Who on earth is it? Xiao Yiqian was in a very bad temper when he woke up. I picked up the phone and saw it was Xiao Qin calling. Xiao Yiqian answered the call. Oh no, boss. Something terrible has happened. Why are you so surprised? Stay calm. You must remain calm when facing any major event. Boss, tell me, what's the matter? The killer we contacted has been exposed. Clang. Xiao Etian fell directly off the bed, and his face hit the ground first. Hey, boss, what's wrong with you? Hey, Xiao Etian, who was in a very embarrassed state, grabbed his phone again and said, Tell me, how did you get exposed? Xiao Qin, I don't know either, but has been exposed. Right now, YY Live is broadcasting the assassin's assassination of Ye Xuan. What? Xiao Etian's eyes widened. Live broadcast? What does that killer do? He didn't even realize that he was being live broadcast. Xiao Qin smiled bitterly. I don't know either. Xiao Etian quickly got up and ran to the computer, turned it on, entered the YY Live broadcast room, and logged in. Then I saw the most eye-catching and prominent recommendation position in the YY Live broadcast room. Live Killer XX. Click in. Then I saw the dense barrage of comments, which had flooded the entire screen, and then I looked at the number of viewers, 21.04 million. Xiao Etian felt a wave of heartache coming over him. Asphyxia. I feel like I hired a killer just to provide traffic to YY Live, and such a large amount of traffic. 20 million viewers. How much advertising would it take to reach this level? After turning off the barrage, the complete scene of the killer in the sewer appeared in his eyes. Xiao Etian thought of a possibility. Xiao Qin, is it possible that this killer is fake? Ye Xuan recruited him to act. Xiao Qin, I had the same idea at first, but then Ye Xuan opened the dark web and dug out the mermaid's information. I suspect that Ye Xuan knew the killer was coming and specially prepared this live broadcast. But this raises another question. Why did Ye Xuan post on Weibo in the evening saying that he would broadcast live on YY? Could he have predicted that the killer would take action tonight, or is it just a coincidence? Yes, it's impossible for him to predict the future. But if he didn't know the killer was coming, why did he open his YY personal live broadcast room at this time? Was it a coincidence? Or was it a careful design? Can't read. So many mysteries. Xiao Etian suddenly felt a sense of panic. Suddenly, I felt a sense of awe towards Ye Xuan. Xiao Etian asked at this time. Xiao Qin, have you cleaned up your hands and feet? Will it implicate you? Xiao Qin, don't worry, boss. We traded on the dark web the whole time. It's impossible for them to track us down. Xiao Etian breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Xiao Qin, boss, are we sure we don't tell the killer that he has been discovered? Xiao Etian, no, we don't want to expose ourselves rashly. Also, how do you contact him? Do you have his phone number? A series of rhetorical questions made Xiao Qin give up the idea of leaking the information. On Selena's side, she was eating skewers on the street. She really enjoyed the safe environment on this side of the country. It was already 0 o'clock in the morning, and the streets were still so crowded and bustling, and the late-night snack stalls were doing extremely hot business. This scene was really incredible in the United States. We ordered more than 30 skewers of barbecue and drank beer. The cold beer rolled down our throats and mixed with the hot skewers to form an extremely delicious dish. Suddenly, a man eating skewers next to her jumped up with his cell phone in his hand and screamed in surprise. Fuck, hurry up and watch YY Live broadcast. There is an international assassin who wants to kill Boss Ye Xuan. Phew. Cough, 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 cough. Selena's breathing became disordered, and the skewer of meat got stuck in her throat, neither going up nor down. She pounded her chest several times before she coughed the piece of meat out. Selena didn't even bother to wipe her lips and quickly took out her cell phone to open YY Live. When I clicked on it and took a look, my face turned black. She saw Michael crawling into the sewer, completely unaware that he was being broadcast live and saying some narcissistic words in Chinese with a northeastern accent. In more than 5 minutes, Michael had advanced more than 40 meters and entered the manor. Because the sewer was too stuffy and quiet, Michael could only entertain himself. As a narcissistic, professional, and handsome killer, Michael talks about his handsomeness and professionalism 8 out of 10 times. We are now 215.24 meters away from exit D of the manor sewer. As long as I get out of exit D of the sewer, I can come to the back of the manor villa. There's a garden there, which is quite lush and suitable for hiding. I just want to say that the security system of the rich in China is too poor. It was so easy for me to break in. So easy. I'm such a professional. I can't help it. I'm the most handsome killer in the world. While mumbling self-praise, he did a cool hair-flipping gesture and grinned, revealing his sparkling white teeth. He had no idea that he was being watched by 13 million viewers. Chapter 79, this killer is worth 1 billion in advertising value. The comments in the live broadcast room were all laughing like crazy at this moment. 23333, this killer is so funny. I'm a fan. So easy, this statement sums it up perfectly. Ah, what a handsome and funny killer. What should I do if I suddenly feel a little sympathetic toward him? Feel sorry for the killer for 3 seconds. He was assassinated for no reason, but Boss Ye Xuan came up with something special. Isn't Master Ye Xuan a devil? Hello everyone, I'm a newcomer, I'm 10 years old, I'm shy, and most importantly, I'm not very good at speaking. If I'm offended in any way, come and hit me. Newcomer reporting in, is there really an international assassin? Selena was completely pissed off at Michael's stupidity. You are so easy. You are so professional. How dare you say that a security force is rubbish? You didn't even know that you were being live-streamed. You idiot. Selena hurriedly called Michael, hoping that she was still in time. However, she called many times and was always prompted. The number you dialed is powered off. Please call again later. The number you dialed is off. Please call again later. Selena called 8 times, but couldn't get through. She almost cried in frustration. This side of the manor. Lu Chong came to Ye Xuan and said in awe, "Boss, a phone call was made to the killer 8 times just now, but we intercepted them all." Ye Xuan, have you sent anyone to catch him? Lu Chong nodded. We have already sent people there and have locked onto the target long ago. In fact, at the moment Michael entered the sewer, Ye Xuan hacked into Michael's mobile phone through hacking technology to prevent the information from being leaked and planted a virus in it, making it impossible for Michael to make or receive calls. As for Selena, Ye Xuan had already asked Lu Chong to send people to capture her. Lu Vianc stood beside Ye Xuan. Although his face was expressionless, his heart was already surging with rage and difficult to calm down. After what happened today, Lu Chong felt that his boss was even more unfathomable. How did you know the killer was coming? Do you know the exact time? Is it so accurate? How did the boss know that woman, Charlena? Everything is a mystery. As a policeman guarding the area, after coming out of the live broadcast room, he quickly received an emergency signal from 110. The phone at 110 is almost blown up. An international assassin has come to Jiangdu to assassinate Ye Xuan, the richest man in Jiangdu and a billionaire. After hearing the news, not only the 110 police department went crazy, but even the police chief went crazy as well. The news later alarmed the leaders, and the entire Jiangdu was in an uproar. If Ye Xuan died, it would definitely be a shame for them. The police officers of the police department rushed out frantically, and those who were not on duty were called back, and they got in the car and rushed to Ye Xuan's manor. The sirens whistled all the way. However, they were soon stopped by the bodyguards sent by Ye Xuan on the road 1 kilometer away from the manor. After the explanation, all the police car sirens were turned off, the night sky became completely quiet, and then all the police officers got out of the cars and surrounded the manor. Several police chiefs and a team of elite soldiers entered the manor and met Ye Xuan. "Mr. Yi, this is too big a fuss." The leader smiled bitterly. Ye Xuan said apologetically, "I am really sorry to bother you, boss. However, this international assassin happened to come across me, so I just started a live broadcast to attract traffic to YY Live. Now, my live broadcast has more than 15 million viewers. This effect is more obvious than the effect of me spending 1 billion on publicity." The leader thought about it, and it seemed to be right. The publicity effect is amazing. The whole country knows about it. Even if 10 billion is spent, it is difficult to get so many people to pay attention to YY Live. Ye Xuan then said, "Leader, the operation of arresting international killers will be completed by you, the police chief." The leader was delighted. "This is giving yourself credit. Leader, don't worry. Leave this international killer to us." At this moment, Ye Xuan looked at the surveillance screen. Hey, he's already reached the swimming pool drain. Ye Xuan came to the live broadcast room and showed a sly smile to the audience, looking naughty. "Everyone, pay attention. The exciting moment has arrived. This international killer has come to the sewer section of the swimming pool, which is connected to the water outlet of the swimming pool. Next, I will fill the swimming pool with water to wash Michael. And the water cannot be too high. Otherwise, it will not be fun if the killer is washed away all at once." 16 million viewers in the live broadcast room, Genghis Khan. Isn't that too cruel? Are you the devil? Why torture such a cute killer? Ye Xuan held the intercom and said, "Open the gate. Release the water, slowly. Swimming pool, the floodgates are open. Soon, all the audience could see that waves of water began to surge up in the sewer, about 60 centimeters high. Crash. Michael screamed, "I'm gonna hit you." He was caught off guard and knocked to the ground. He was then washed away by the water for more than 30 meters. Finally, he grabbed an iron bar in a panic and barely managed to stabilize himself. That look of complete confusion was exposed in front of more than 16 million viewers. I'm drinking water, and I burst out laughing. "Give me back my screen." International Killer meme has been downloaded. Haha, this is so funny. 2,333. Please, Boss Ye Xuan, please let him go. Feel sorry for him for a minute. The live broadcast room was already laughing so hard that it was almost going crazy. Chapter 80 YY live broadcast became extremely popular, with 28 million viewers watching. It is no wonder that Michael was in such a mess. Although the waves were only 60 centimeters high, you have to know that the height of the sewer is only 1 m. His height of 195 centimeters, which he was usually proud of, almost became his most painful part at this moment. So he walks like on. Now, with 60 centimeters high water rushing in, he was naturally in a mess. The waves came again and again for more than 10 minutes, and Michael was also washed for 10 minutes. It was now deep winter, and the weather was cold. The water in the swimming pool was at least 4 or 5 degrees. Michael was soaking wet and shivering from the cold. "Fuck, why are you releasing water in the middle of the night?" Amidst the cursing, the water finally stopped. Michael regrouped and continued to move forward. Oops. Suddenly he froze, fumbled with his backpack, and his face changed. My backpack was washed away. It turned out that the situation was too chaotic, and the backpack was washed away without paying attention. There were important things, such as manor construction drawings and props in it, especially the manor engineering drawings, which were very important. Without them, I would probably dig around underground and get into a dead end. Fortunately, I was well prepared. As a professional, I always have numerous trump cards up my sleeve. Michael shook his wet hair and looked very handsome. "Roll up your sleeves." A delicate tattoo was revealed on his arm. Don't ask what this is. Asking is unprofessional. As a professional killer, even tattoos must have an important role. This tattoo is actually a construction drawing of the manor, and the sewer markings are very detailed. The live broadcast room was filled with 666. Tattoo architectural drawings. The skills of the protagonist in Prison Break. This killer is awesome. Come prepared. As expected of an international killer, he is so professional. At this time, Michael looked at the engineering drawing on his arm, recalculated his position, and after precise calculations, he finally found the fastest sewer to the villa. Go 45 meters ahead, and there will be a passage to the left. Go another 15 meters along this passage, and you will reach the sewer exit in the garden behind the villa. He smiled triumphantly. However, after he walked 25 meters, he was confused. There is no passage on the planning drawing at all. I looked carefully at the arm tattoo drawing, then looked at my own position. I looked back and forth several times. And yes, there should be a passage here, right? I'm going to give you a lung. In his opinion, urban sewer construction is extremely strict and must be built according to the drawings. Otherwise, there will be heavy penalties. So he never thought that there would be problems with the architectural drawings. Ye Xuan burst out laughing when he saw this and explained to the live broadcast room. Let me interject here. This engineering drawing was actually filed with the municipal government. However, for security reasons, the drawing was faked to deceive those with ulterior motives. The correct drawing is only stored at the manor. The live broadcast room was filled with 23333, and everyone was pounding their chests with laughter, almost laughing like crazy. At this time, more than 20 minutes had passed. As more and more people knew about this, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room reached 28 million. Many people were woken up by the phone calls and crawled out of their beds. Advertising worth 1 billion? I'm afraid it's more than that. Even 1.5 billion in advertising expenses may not have this effect. And I don't know who started the trend, but people started giving rewards. As time went on, the rewards increased. There were hundreds of rewards every second, and some even gave tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of RMB. The total amount accumulated was over 10 million renminbi. The whole live broadcast room was simply exploding with heat. At this time, Michael was circling in the sewer looking for a way out, and soon he discovered that the architectural drawing he had painstakingly tattooed on his arm was fake. There were 5 passages in the drawing, but in reality 2 of the passages were too small for people to enter, and the remaining 3 were simply mud walls. Hard work pays off. After walking around the manor villa for most of the way, he finally found a passage with a diameter of 70 centimeters leading to the villa. Finally found it. Haha, Ye Xuan, here I come. Michael, covered in dirty water, screamed in ecstasy. He resolutely entered the 70 centimeters passage. Finally, after a difficult crawl of 25 meters, he arrived under the sewer exit, with a manhole cover right above his head. There was a lot of shouting in the live broadcast room. Shit, I saw the manhole cover, he's coming out. At this time, I suddenly had a bold idea. I also have a bold idea. Boss, how about we put a big stone on the manhole cover? Press the stone. Press the stone. Press the stone. The live broadcast room was filled with everyone pressing stones in unison. It was simply so exciting. Ye Xuan's face twitched as he watched. It was so fucking disgusting for this audience. However, since the audience in the live broadcast room was so excited, Ye Xuan didn't want to disrupt it. So he took the walkie-talkie and gave orders to the security personnel. Soon, the 2 security guards worked together to pick up a large stone weighing dozens of kilograms and placed it on top of the manhole cover. Everyone in the live broadcast room burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, he's already rolling on the ground. Hey, what's hurting? Oh, it turns out that my conscience is hurting. My conscience hurts +1. My conscience hurts plus 10,086. The rewards were even more intense, almost crazy, with tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands coming in. Chapter 81. The killer was caught. Ye Xuan is a devil. The stone is pressed down on the manhole cover. Ye Xuan stopped the gloating in the live broadcast room. Okay, everyone, be quiet and continue watching our killer's performance. Inside the sewer, handsome Michael was covered in dirt at this time, but he was full of joy of victory. He looked at the manhole cover above his head. According to his precise calculations, the location of this manhole cover is right behind the villa. Although it is not as good as the manhole cover exit in the back garden, it is not bad either. Although the process was a bit difficult, I still made it out. He started to climb up. The manhole was quite high, about 3 meters, and Michael, who was 1.95 meters tall, could not reach it at all. So he needed to climb up about 20 centimeters to 40 centimeters to push open the manhole cover. The sewer was wet, covered with moss, and a bit slippery. Then, Michael fell and rolled into the sewer. Fuck! Michael yelled angrily. If his toolkit had not been washed away, this difficulty could have been easily overcome. But now, he could only climb up in embarrassment. The second climb, the third climb, the fourth climb. Michael almost cried with anger. It was such a bully. Since coming to, everything has gone wrong, as if there is always a black hand behind the scenes to pit him. Could it be the mysterious power of? The people in the live broadcast room were already laughing so hard that they fainted. Many people laughed until their faces were stiff and painful, laughed until their stomachs cramped, and some even laughed until their shit popped out. The 5th time, Michael finally found a few bumps on the walls of the sewer and gained a firm foothold. Ye Xuan said to the live broadcast room, "Okay, it's about to begin. Open your eyes wide. It's time to witness a miracle." Michael stood firm under the manhole cover and then put his hands under the manhole cover. I can't use all my strength all at once. After all, my strength is incomparable to that of ordinary people. If I overturn the manhole cover and alert the bodyguards, it will be troublesome. Use a little force. The manhole cover doesn't move. Use 2 points of force. The manhole cover doesn't move. Use 3 points of strength. The manhole cover doesn't move. Michael's smile faded. Michael's face gradually distorted. He had already used all his strength, even using all his strength to eat. Use 2 points of force. The manhole cover doesn't move. Michael was stunned. What's going on? Michael's face kept changing from red to purple, from purple to blue, and then to black. The live broadcast room burst into laughter again. Hey, what's hurting? My conscience hurts, ha. Michael took a few deep breaths. Fortunately, as an international killer, he had a good mental state. Rage would not help and would only make things worse. He turned around and continued to climb back. The background music of The Shawshank Redemption sounded unyielding, stubborn, and strong. After searching for another 30 minutes, Michael finally found another manhole cover exit. The live broadcast room was once again in an uproar. Press the stone. Press the stone. Press the stone. Ye Xuan rolled his eyes wildly. Didn't you feel a pang of conscience just now? Why doesn't it hurt now? What a bunch of rubbish audience. Okay, we can't play anymore. That sewer exit is the last exit. If we don't let him come up, he will escape. Ye Xuan switched the camera, and the scene in the live broadcast room turned to the sewer manhole cover outside. I'm sure our killer will like this great gift very much. Around the manhole cover, more than a dozen elite special police officers, fully armed with live ammunition, formed a circle with their guns pointed at the manhole cover. There was a collective gasp in the live studio. Boss, isn't this a bit too cruel? I suddenly feel sorry for the handsome killer again. Feeling bad for a minute. I feel so sad for 1 minute plus 10,086. Of course, those who should gloat should still gloat over others' misfortune. Soon, the manhole cover moved. Apparently Michael below was pushing hard on the manhole cover. Roar, roar, it's coming, it's really coming. Don't blink. Inside the live broadcast room, the 30 million viewers were already excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. A world-class classic emoticon is about to be born. Take a deep breath. Don't blink. I can't wait to see the killer handsome guy's expression. Soon, the manhole cover was pushed out, 30%, 50%, 70%. Michael quietly poked his head out. Click, click, click. More than a dozen gun muzzles were pointed at his head. Michael. At this moment, hundreds of expressions changed on his face, and every frame could make an emoticon package. Haha. The more than 30 million viewers in the live broadcast room laughed like crazy once again. Haha, who would benefit from me dying of laughter? No, I'm so paralyzed that my shit is jumping out of my mouth from laughing. Ouch, I'm laughing so hard that my belly button is about to move. This is so tragic. The worst killer in history. Soon, Michael was caught, searched, and tied up. At this time, Ye Xuan laughed out loud and snapped his fingers. Fireworks, make it go off. Bang, bang, bang. All around the manor, fireworks began to rise into the sky, exploding into gorgeous flowers in the air. Ye Xuan came to the killer Michael, shook his hand, and thanked him repeatedly. Thank you, Mr. Michael, for your dedication and dedication. You have brought us a night full of joy. Michael. Bodyguard Lu Chong followed behind Ye Xuan, holding a bouquet of flowers. Ye Xuan stuffed the flowers into Michael's hands and continued to thank him. Brother, thank you. You are really great. At least you saved me more than $1 billion in advertising fees. Michael. Then, Ye Xuan and Michael stood together, arms around each other's shoulders. Come, take a photo, take a group photo. Lu Chong had already taken out his mobile phone, adjusted the camera mode, and aimed it at Ye Xuan and Michael. Ye Xuan raised his scissors hand. 3, 2, 1, eggplant. Snap! A photo was frozen, in which Ye Xuan was smiling, while Michael was grief-stricken and angry. The live broadcast room was filled with astonishment. Boss, you are a devil. I can't be more sexy. I can't be more sexy. Michael had come to realize that he had been completely tricked. Thinking back to the time he had been in, it was obvious that there was a mastermind behind everything. And this mastermind was definitely Ye Xuan in front of him. His feelings at this moment, thousands of words, were combined into one word. Fuck. Chapter 82 YY Live broadcast continues to be popular, and 5 major international oligarchs compete for financing. Michael was put into a police car and taken back to the police station for strict guard. Ye Xuan said to the live broadcast room, Okay, today's live broadcast ends here. Let's do it again when we have a chance. It's very late now. Everyone should go to bed quickly. After all, you're not billionaires like me, and you still have to go to work and make money tomorrow. It hurts, big boss. The working party suddenly couldn't laugh anymore at this time. Goodbye, boss. Thank you, big guy, for showing us off and flying with us tonight. Amidst the farewells, Ye Xuan closed the live broadcast room. I stretched, yawned, and felt a little sleepy. I looked at the time, and it was already 1:13. More than an hour had passed. I took a hot bath and went to bed comfortably. However, Ye Xuan could sleep, but the news media could not. If they did not keep up with the hot topics of such a big event, they would definitely be stepped on by their peers. Thousands of media outlets, large and small, across the country began working overtime overnight to fabricate news. Write news from Ye Xuan's perspective, from the perspective of YY Live broadcast, from the perspective of the audience, from the perspective of the killer. Write news from various perspectives. The next day, as soon as the sun rose, discussions in the streets and alleys across the country were dominated by the events of the previous night. In the office. Have you heard? Last night, a foreign assassin tried to assassinate a billionaire in our country. Not only have I heard of it, I even watched the live broadcast last night. The whole process was so hilarious that my stomach still hurts this morning. Huh? There's a live broadcast? Why didn't you wake me up for such an interesting thing? In the vegetable market. Have you heard? A multi-billionaire was killed last night. Hey, wrong. The billionaire is not dead. The assassin has been caught, and the whole process is being broadcast live. Last night, my little bastard laughed all night and woke me up, so I watched it too and laughed too, waking up my old man. And live broadcast. Yes, it was YY Live. Let me tell you, it was so lively at that time. More than 30 million people were watching it. It was amazing. School. Did you watch YY Live broadcast last night? Stop talking about it. I was halfway through watching it when my mom found out and snatched my phone away. Then my parents continued watching it, laughing like idiots, but told me to go to bed. I was watching the live broadcast secretly under the covers, covering my face and laughing so I wasn't discovered. I only watched the first 20 minutes. Tell me what happened afterwards. The rest of the story gets even more exciting. Let me tell you, that killer is super miserable. Blah, blah, ha, blah, blah, ha. That Ye Xuan is so handsome. I will be his fan from now on. Everywhere in society, people are talking about what happened last night. Those who did not get up to watch the live broadcast last night sighed and felt sorry that they did not experience it personally. It was such a pity. On the internet, the front page headlines of major media websites are all about this incident. Shocking. An international killer assassinated a Chinese billionaire. The tragic experience of an international killer in the country. Who hired the international killer? The whole country burst into laughter, the process of an international killer being tricked. 30 million viewers watched the live broadcast at the same time. YY Live became a hit. There are even some relatively fast-moving game companies that immediately launched a game project in which the protagonist is an international killer. The ultimate mission is to assassinate a billionaire, and the levels are various difficult ones, such as sewers, pools, and manhole covers. Although the game is simple, it has been widely popular since its launch and has been very popular, with monthly revenue exceeding tens of millions. A large number of spoof videos have also emerged on major video websites, with all kinds of emoticons, various soundtracks, and various post-production, which are extremely hilarious. The more popular videos have at least tens of millions of hits, which is terrifying. On the Weibo side, it goes without saying that Ye Xuan monopolized the top 5 hot searches on Weibo. Unfortunately, a certain celebrity announced her marriage on that day, thinking she could take the opportunity to make the headlines, but was suppressed by Ye Xuan. In less than a day, she was drowned in the international assassin incident. This can be called the most miserable celebrity marriage in history. And in the dark web, the capture of a mermaid caused a huge storm in this dark area. Especially in the killer world, it scared a lot of killers. You know, every one of the top 100 killers is a top assassination master who has stood the test of time and has countless glorious achievements. This is built up with real, practical achievements and cannot tolerate any falsehood. What does the top 10 mean? Not only has he carried out numerous difficult assassination missions, but he has also escaped from countless pursuits. His strength is definitely extraordinary. And now, the 6th-ranked mermaid was killed instantly and in such a humiliating, ridiculous, and incomprehensible way. Silence. Shocked and confused. Deeply frightened. Could this be the reason why is a killer's forbidden zone, as rumored? Many killers are determined. I will never accept the assassination mission from the government. YY Live broadcast here. The effect of last night's YY Live broadcast is still continuing, and the number of registered users has directly increased to 60 million. The number of online viewers reached 6 million. Although it was much less than last night's 30 million, it was no less popular than the mature live broadcast companies on Earth. After dealing with the killer, Ye Xuan canceled his terrible schedule and started his daily routine of driving back to the Ye Group building to work. At this time, Ning Nansha recalled what Ye Xuan had told her at the beginning. Display the itinerary in a conspicuous place. Could it be? The boss knew that the killer was coming. Thinking of this, Ning Nansha suddenly felt a sense of awe, fear, excitement, and admiration rising in her heart. Boss, so mysterious, so handsome. The master, involuntarily, came out of the water. With her heart pounding like a deer, she came to Ye Xuan's office. Boss, 5 super international financial groups, including Ye Xuan, Shengao, SoftBank, Tiger Fund, and IDG, just sent a letter wanting to raise funds for YY Live. Should we reject them? Ye Xuan raised his head and gave a wicked smile. No, promise them. Chapter 83. 105 points in appearance and high IQ beauty. 2 days later. Please tell me what is the current situation of YY Live. Ye Xuan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the Yi building, overlooking the entire Jiangdu. The land was surrounded by water, with tall buildings standing in the distance. The shopping malls and streets downstairs were bustling with people. He really likes the feeling of standing in the clouds. Very fulfilling. Ning Nansher introduced skillfully. YY Live has counted the data at 12 noon today. The current number of registered users is 67.23 million, including YY Music accounts. The peak number of online users last night was 9.3 million, and the average user duration was 16 minutes. At the same time, the number of newly registered anchors increased by more than 30,000. They were all attracted by our monthly income of 1 million, which greatly enriched the live content of YY Live and solved the viewing needs of the skyrocketing audience. The total reward yesterday was 6.92 million. The anchor with the highest reward was a singer and dancer, who received 2.23 million in rewards. 2 local tyrants competed to give her rewards. She is very popular. Ye Xuan was delighted. Unexpectedly, after 2 days of fermentation, the popularity of YY Live was so exaggerated that it directly entered the mature operation stage from the initial online stage. This killer is really powerful. Worth 2 billion in advertising fees. It also saves so much time. If others want to imitate YY Live and start a live streaming platform, it will probably take several years to catch up if they want to achieve the same results as today. Michael cried in grievance. Wu Ye Xuan is too insidious. By the way, what about YY Music? Ye Xuan hadn't paid attention to YY Music for a long time. Ning Nansher. The number of registered users of YY Music has increased by more than 10 million in the past 2 days because of this incident. Ye Xuan nodded. By the way, how are the arrangements for the 5 consortiums going? According to your instructions, they're all scheduled to meet one by one this afternoon, so that they can have a competitive attitude. And I specially arranged for them to stay at the German hotel. I guess they have already started eating together by now. Aha, you are so bad. Ye Xuan laughed. People from 5 consortiums are staying in the same hotel. I guess the atmosphere is tense, and they still have to keep smiling on the surface. It must be extremely uncomfortable, right? Afternoon. The negotiation teams of 5 international investment banking giants, including Ye Xuan, Shengao, Insoft, Tiger, and IDG, all drove to the bottom of Ye's building. Get off. More than 30 business elites got off the car. As they got off the car, they cursed Ye Xuan for being such a jerk for arranging them all together. And at the same time, they were hostile to the other 4 rubbish and stupid teams. They were silently brewing murderous intent towards each other. But when their eyes met, they immediately smiled, as if they were good friends and brothers for many years. Among these more than 30 people, there is a beautiful woman who stands out from the crowd and attracts a lot of attention. When everyone sees her, they will first see the 2 huge lumps of fat, and then see the owner's face. Because it is so huge, it is hard not to see it first. She is of Asian descent, with European and American ancestry. She has very delicate skin, 3-dimensional facial features, and 2 strings of beautiful diamond earrings dangling from her beautiful hair. Su Boya, the deputy captain of the Tiger Investment Bank team, may not be fooled by her enchanting beauty, but her IQ is far beyond that of ordinary people. She graduated from the University of Pennsylvania, one of the top universities in the United States, and has the youngest PhD in the business school. However, what more people see is not her intelligence or talent, but her greatness. It is sad for a man not to be able to see his feet when he looks down, but it is a pride for a woman who looks down, but not being able to see her feet is a pride. At this time, Ye Xuan walked out, followed by 7 or 8 secretaries from the secretary's office. He couldn't help but take another look at Su Boya. Name, Su Boya. Appearance, 105 points, 5 points bonus in some places. Awesome. Ye Xuan couldn't help but feel eager to try. It seemed like he would gain something this time. Ye Xuan took the lead and was very enthusiastic. Warm welcome, warm welcome. Hey, what a coincidence, isn't it? You came together. It seems like you were really destined to meet. Investment bank elites. What the hell is fate? Isn't this the time you arranged? Are you still pretending to be me now? At the same time, his vigilance increased by 3 levels. It turned out that Ye Xuan was not an easy guy to deal with. No wonder he could fool an international killer. At this time, Ye Xuan said again, "Since we are so predestined, why don't we just have a meeting together?" "Oh, I am really considerate of others. You don't need to thank me." "Grateful? I thank you, Yueg. They're all competitors. How can they hold a meeting together? Wouldn't that lead to a fight? This Ye Xuan is so bad." "Ye Xuan, seeing that you all look like you agree, it's decided. Let's go to the meeting." The elites of the investment bank. Inwardly roaring, "I didn't say anything. I didn't mean that." Half an hour later, meeting room 3. Everyone gathered together and the atmosphere was frozen. Ye Xuan got straight to the point. "I won't waste any more time. My time is precious. I earn several million per minute. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. The next 2 agendas are, the first agenda, introduce our YY Live's current achievements and future prospects. The second agenda is for you to make an offer. It's that simple." Then with a wave of her hand, Ning Nansher stood up and began to introduce the current operation of YY Live using a projector. 1 month after launch, the number of users reached 90 million, falsely reported 20 million. The peak number of online users was 15.3 million, falsely reported at 6 million. The average user duration is 33 minutes, falsely reported 17 minutes. The anchor is 65,000, falsely reported 20,000. Daily reward of 7.92 million, falsely reported as 1 million. Following Ning Nansher's report, all the people from the investment banks present showed expressions of shock and joy. Ning Nansher finished her report quickly. Ye Xuan stood up and said rudely, "I won't say much about the rest. YY Live is currently the only online live broadcast platform in the world. Moreover, it is different from other internet industries. It has the ability to make profits immediately and does not require continuous large investments." He pointed to the data, 7.92 million in daily rewards. Let me give you a simple calculation. The daily reward is 7.92 million, and the platform takes 60%, which is 4.75 million. There are 30 days in a month, which is 120 million. You all should know what this means. It means that it is an internet technology project that can generate huge returns with little investment, which must be very popular with those on Wall Street. Moreover, it is the world's first live streaming platform. Besides, it's just been established. In a few months, the number will be more than this. It's normal for it to double several times. With all these gimmicks, I can imagine what a frenzy of money it will cause once it hits the shelves on Wall Street. My main purpose of calling you here is not to raise funds, but IPO. All the investment banking elites were shocked. IPO. It seems to be possible. At this moment, their breathing became heavier. It's as if I see countless money flowing towards me. Chapter 84, Dating. A beautiful woman blessed by God. The meeting ended quickly because Ye Xuan's idea of listing YY Live IPO on Wall Street completely disrupted their plans. They need to report the matter to the headquarters as soon as possible and let the headquarters make the decision. They feel that this is a project worth at least 10 billion US dollars, and this is a conservative estimate. After the meeting, Ye Xuan returned to the office. Ning Nansher was full of curiosity. "Boss, why do you want to list YY Live now? It seems that YY Live is not yet at the stage of maximizing its value." Ye Xuan smiled slightly. Secret. Ye Xuan knew that at this moment, both Ning Nansher and those investment bank elites would be curious about why he chose this time to launch the IPO plan for YY Live. Logically, YY Live will continue to grow in the next few months, a year, or even years, with a number of users reaching hundreds of millions. The profits should also continue to rise, and when the time comes to plan for an IPO, the value will be maximized, making it difficult to obtain more profits. But Ye Xuan has a longer-term future. Keywords: TikTok, Kuaishou, short video. In Ye Xuan's opinion, short videos, such as Douyin and Kuaishou, are destined to be the biggest enemy of online live streaming. In modern society, people's time is becoming more and more fragmented. So fragmented time is created, and fragmented time is a battleground for the entertainment industry. Live streaming on the internet has its inherent limitations because it takes a long time. Short videos can invade people's fragmented time on a large scale, and their traffic is not on the same order of magnitude as that of live streaming. It's useless to talk about principles, just the facts. Previous life, Earth 2019. Huya Live has a market value of $4 billion, equivalent to more than 20 billion yuan. Kuaishou, with a market valuation of 170 billion yuan, will surely continue to rise after its listing. How much will its value be? 250 billion? 300 billion? 400 billion? The gap between the two sides is 8 times. More than that. Therefore, YY Live can only be regarded as Ye Xuan's short-term goal, and will definitely be gradually crushed by his newly developed YY short video in the future. The users of both sides will overlap to a certain extent, so the value of YY Live will definitely decline significantly in the future. An IPO takes time, preparation before listing, and there is a half-year period after listing when holdings cannot be reduced in this world, which adds up to at least 9 months. So Ye Xuan can launch YY short video after these 9 months, and then reduce his holdings in YY Live, and use the money to promote YY short video to the world. In the first 9 months, Ye Xuan only needed to brag to the whole world about how awesome YY Live is and how much money it makes, much more than other internet technologies, and that it would be a sure thing to buy its stocks. He would brag about it until it was awesome to the sky, and then cash out the YY Live stocks. Then 9 months later, we started to launch YY short videos. This is a huge scam that deceives the whole world. And Ye Xuan is the international liar who carefully designed the scam. Ning Nancher looked at Ye Xuan, the mysterious boss and idol. She would not question any decision made by Ye Xuan, because she felt that everything Ye Xuan did was right. Ring, ring, ring. Just then, Ye Xuan's cell phone rang. Mr. Yi, I'm Su Boya from Tiger Investment Bank. Are you free tonight? I'll treat you to dinner. A voice full of tenderness and charm came from the other end of the phone. Ye Xuan subconsciously thought of a picture. Master of Mount Everest. Mount Everest is breathtaking and makes your blood boil. Click on her profile. Name, Su Boya. Occupation, Senior Investment Manager at Tiger Fund. Age, 28. Bloodline, 1/4 Italian, 1/4 Gallic, 1/4 Latino, 1/4 Ukrainian. Appearance, 100 beginning. Specialty, Mount Everest. IQ, 170. Weakness, longing for the thrill of racing. Inner thoughts, according to the intelligence, Ye Xuan has a very high vision, but he is still a young man with a strong blood. With my level, I can definitely attract him by using the beauty trap and make him turn a Tiger Fund. I got this deal. Beauty trap? Interesting. Ye Xuan smiled evilly. There is time. 339 Revolving Restaurant, the tallest Western restaurant in the West, is 339 meters high and the tallest in the city. Ye Xuan and Su Boya sat at the table next to the floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, there are panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows that offer a 360-degree view of Jiangdu city scenery. The time it takes to rotate the restaurant once is just enough time to enjoy the glass of red wine. In order to ensure quality service to diners, this restaurant controls the number of diners to ensure that customers have enough space to enjoy the night view and share delicious food and romance. Ms. Boya looks beautiful tonight. Ye Xuan looked at Su Boya in front of him and felt that she was simply a gift from God. Today she changed into a new set of clothes from the luxury brand Chanel. Her facial features are very delicate, and she is quite beautiful even without makeup. Without a doubt, she is the most beautiful woman Ye Xuan has ever seen. No doubt about it. Of course, these are not Ye Xuan's focus. Ye Xuan's focus was on the mosaic, the scale of which was truly jaw-dropping. At this time, the male customers around the restaurant couldn't help but lean over and look over here, not even caring about the anger of their female companions. Obviously, she is the most shining woman here tonight. Chapter 85 Weakness. Yearning for the thrill of racing. 339 meters above the revolving restaurant. Many customers recognized Ye Xuan. Isn't this boss Ye Xuan? Really? It's really him. I want to go over and get his autograph. Don't you see the boss is on a date? And there are 2 bodyguards standing there. It would be strange if you could get through. I didn't expect that boss Ye Xuan actually likes such a woman. Yeah, it's really big. Many women tried to compare and felt ashamed because the gap was too big. It's so big and the waist is so thin, it's not scientific. The beautiful girl at the next table muttered. Will she lose balance at such a large size? Excessive physical strain over a long period of time can lead to a series of problems, such as back pain and leg cramps. I guess she must be in a lot of pain, right? I want this pain. So do I. Ye Xuan listened to the whispers around him, his mouth curled up slightly, and asked Suboya, "Is it very serious for you like this?" At this time, a pair of heavy tasks are entrusted to the desktop. Suboya played the role of the beauty trap very well, frowning her beautiful eyebrows and said in distress, "It's really heavy. It's hard for me to walk every day." After she finished speaking, she picked up a portion of potato pasta with a fork and put it into her mouth. Suddenly, my hand shook and a small piece of potato accidentally fell down. When other people drop food while eating, it usually falls on the table or the ground, but it is different for Suboya. The potatoes will fall directly on the mountain. Fortunately, the scarf blocked it, otherwise it would be troublesome. Ye Xuan was stunned. There was sound of people gasping for air all around. Suboya groaned and looked at the piece of potato in distress. There was no affectation at all, but instead it was full of natural and harmonious notes. The meal continues. The two chatted about some economics and politics, cooperating with each other, and having a very happy conversation. However, Suboya obviously had more than just these tricks. She picked up a cup of coffee and turned around while drinking. This action, which a normal person could easily complete, was inevitably spilled due to the sudden shaking of a certain position. And because of the damn Newtonian gravity, the coffee spilled directly on that position. "Be careful, are you okay?" Ye Xuan took the coffee cup very gentlemanly and handed over a tissue. "It's okay," Suboya said with a distressed look. "It's always like this. I have to change clothes every time." Ye Xuan. Many male customers. Many female customers. After finishing his meal and appreciating the night view of Jiangdu, Ye Xuan stood up and said, "Beautiful lady, today I will take you to a more exciting activity." Suboya looked up at Ye Xuan with curiosity and excitement in her beautiful eyes. This kind of look can best arouse a man's sense of accomplishment. "What project?" "You'll know when you get there." Ye Xuan smiled evilly. Weakness, yearning for the thrill of racing. It just so happens that Ye Xuan has one of the best sports cars and also has driving skills. It's a match made in heaven. When the two came downstairs, the bodyguard had already driven Ye Xuan's favorite Pagani Wind God in front of them. "Get in the car." Suboya looked at the Fengshan with fascination and sat in the passenger seat. "Tonight, I'll take you to go racing." Ye Xuan put on sunglasses, put one hand on the steering wheel, looked at Suboya, and said with a smile, "Speeding." Suboya's eyes flashed with excitement. "Yes, Jiangdu Feijia Mountain." Ye Xuan smiled evilly, activated the Wind God, and slowly drove into the avenue. Not long after the two left, a YY Live outdoor anchor excitedly came out from a corner. "Oh my God, what did I see? I saw my boss dating a beautiful woman." The live broadcast room was in an uproar. "Who is that woman? Wasn't the murder weapon a bit too brutal? I didn't expect the boss to like this tune. I feel inferior." Soon the news spread throughout the network through various channels. Ye Xuan's mysterious girlfriend appears, carrying a peerless shield. Ye Xuan's aesthetic taste is the same as ours. The night is hazy. Hairpin Mountain. This place was not originally called Hairpin Mountain, but after the rise of drag racing, it was renamed Hairpin Mountain because the hairpin bend here is very suitable for drag racing. And just tonight, the drag racing gang in Jiangdu is holding an intense and exciting underground car race. There are only 2 cars in the underground race tonight, but their strength is extraordinary. One is Ye Xuan, a famous second-generation rich man in Jiangdu. This guy's family is extremely wealthy, so his modified cars are very luxurious. He has won the Hairpin Hill underwater race for 4 consecutive months, and his nickname is the King of Speed. In addition to him, there is a challenger from the Magic City, the super-rich second-generation Wang Luan, who is also very powerful and invincible in the Magic City. His nickname is the Devil's Steering Wheel. Look, the nicknames of these 2 people sound complicated. Boom, 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 tilde, tilde, tilde. The roar of the engines of top racing cars roared on the mountain road. 2 cars were confronting each other on a mountain road, neither of them giving in. The car Ye Xuan drives is a Mossler Land Shark, which is a maximum horsepower of 2,500, can accelerate from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in 2.5 seconds, and can reach a top speed of 491 kilometers per hour. Wang Luan's car is a Maserati Spider, and the data is also extremely amazing. The 2 cars sped through the mountain road, creating a small whirlwind on the roadside. Whenever they passed a bend where a crowd was waiting, the front of the car turned sharply. The tires made a squeaking sound, followed by a sound of brakes. The crazy drifting speed and the roar of the sports cars racing always caused cheers from the crowd on both sides, making their blood boil. Sudden, a scream came over the public communication channel. Warning, warning, emergency. A car is coming up the mountain suddenly. A car is coming up the mountain suddenly. Fuck, it's so fast. Oh my god, he can drive it with one hand. At this time, Ye Xuan held the steering wheel with one hand, leaning lazily against the back of the chair, with a wicked smile on his face. The speed of the Pagani wind god soared to 200 kilometers per hour. The skills of the god of cars made him feel as if he was one with the car. He could clearly feel every grain of sand on the road, every pothole, the angle and distance of the bend. He is like a god who controls everything. At this time, Su Boya was already lying in the passenger's seat, her whole body convulsing and twitching with excitement, and her watery eyes were looking at Ye Xuan. Chapter 86 is on the hot search again. YY Live is worth 20 billion. Pagani Huayra is a modified version of a racing car. Although it has been modified, it still retains the essence of a racing car. The displacement is 6.0, with an amazing 750 horsepower and a peak torque of 709 Nm. In addition, the carbon fiber high-performance intake system, the competition-specific multi-plate clutch, and the F1 racing exhaust system with ceramic heat dissipation coating are all top equipment. Drive it and you will be the god of wind. Even the wind can't catch up with you. Soon, we arrived at the next bend. Ye Xuan controlled the function smoothly. The front wheels skidded, the rear wheels rubbed the ground, the tires made a rubbing sound, and black smoke came out. After turning, its exhaust pipe spewed out a beam of fire, and the speed soared again. The racing enthusiasts on the sidewalk exclaimed in unison. Fuck, zero distance drift. It almost brushed the railing. No, isn't this boss Ye's Fengshan? Yes, isn't this the Fengshan? Before they could finish their discussion, the car sped away at a rapid speed, leaving behind a gust of wind that blew leaves into everyone's faces. Soon the news spread throughout the hairpin mountain. The god of racing is Boss Ye Xuan. Everyone felt like they were crazy. Boss Ye Xuan is a legend and role model for the people of Jiangdu and an idol for countless young people. Impossible. How could it be Boss Ye Xuan? His strength can't be that high, right? Racing is not like other things. It requires countless practical experience to accumulate. I don't think that's possible either. Look online. It says that Boss Ye Xuan is going on a date with a beautiful lady in his Fengshan car. Could it really be him? At this time, Wang Luan and Zhou Guan, who were racing against each other in the front, also heard the news and were slightly surprised. But they were only slightly surprised. In the eyes of these two racing masters, their opponents were still each other. As for Ye Xuan, they did not think he could pose any threat to them. After all, they are the kings of underground racing. Very powerful, very experienced. But soon their expressions changed drastically. Because there was a car behind, chasing them madly, getting closer and closer, which was extremely oppressive. He seems to be catching up. Isn't he much later than us? How come he caught up so quickly? These thoughts flashed through the two of them quickly, and they couldn't help but step on the accelerator, and the car continued to speed forward madly. There's a hairpin bend ahead. We must not let him surpass us. 30 seconds later, the wind god passed by the tail of a wind horse forkworm, overtook two cars, sped away, and quickly disappeared at the end of the front. Brake! Brake! Wang Luan and Zhou Guan slammed the brakes and stopped on the side of the road. Looked at each other. Silence. The next morning, Su Boya woke up in a large white bed. My head aches and my body feels like it's being torn apart. What's wrong with me? His head was dizzy, and he thought about it for a moment. His face suddenly changed, and he looked at his body again and found that he was not wearing any clothes. Su Boya wanted to slap herself. She just wanted to use her beauty to win someone's heart. She didn't really want to sell her body. She didn't expect that she was just sitting in the car and racing, but she was so miserable without even the basic defense line. Thinking about her initiative last night, she had an urge to die. Although she grew up abroad and was a mixed race, her grandfather was from China, very strong and traditional, so her thinking was actually very traditional. Unexpectedly, he actually became a shikigami in front of Ye Xuan. Knock knock. Su Ning Nanshur knocked on the door and walked in with some clothes with an expressionless face. After looking at Su Boya's eyes and comparing it to himself, he felt a sense of inferiority. Does the boss like women like this? Come on, you still have a chance. Ning Nansi and Kouraket Heir says. At this time, Ye Xuan was eating breakfast while browsing the news. For several hours last night, two huge car lights shook violently in front of Ye Xuan's eyes, making him a little dizzy and his nose bleed. Now Ye Xuan can only eat pork liver porridge to replenish his blood. At this time, Ye Xuan's news made the headlines and became a hot topic on Weibo. Ye Xuan's mysterious girlfriend appears. The huge monster is shocking. The identity of Ye Xuan's girlfriend is revealed. She is actually a genius with high IQ. Ye Xuan's other identity, racing master. What is Ye Xuan's aesthetic? Now it has been revealed. Those media outlets are really awesome. They revealed Su Boya's identity and investigated her family background in just one night. Then some media followed the clues and found out that 5 international investment bank giants, including CITIC Securities, Shengao Capital, Banksoft, Tiger, and IDG, wanted to raise funds for YY Live. Then the new news focused on the financing of YY Live. 5 major investment banks are optimistic about YY Live and are eager for financing. The birth of a new internet giant, YY Live. Insider news. Ye Xuan Capital's valuation of YY Live is $20 billion. It took less than 1 month from launch to $20 billion. The new internet legend, Ye Xuan. This day is going to be lively again. The whole country is talking about Ye Xuan's legendary deeds. Chapter 87, The 5 Furious Financial Groups. Ye Xuan had already learned about the negotiation prices of the 5 major investment banks for YY Live through the information column. Ye Xuan's valuation, $18.8 billion. The price was reduced to $13 billion. If YY Music can be included, the valuation will be $30 billion. Shengao's valuation, $16.6 billion. The price was reduced to $12 billion. If YY Music can be included, the valuation will be $27 billion. Yinsoft's valuation, $17.2 billion. The price is lowered to $12.5 billion. If YY Music is included, the valuation will be $28 billion. Tiger's valuation and IDG's valuation are similar. Both are quite low. This price is far lower than the psychological price Ye Xuan expected. Ye Xuan feels that YY Live must be valued at more than $40 billion. Obviously, Ye Xuan was not satisfied with the valuation of YY Live by these investment banks, or was very dissatisfied. After an in-depth discussion with Su Boya last night, Ye Xuan changed his mind. Financing? Let the 5 major investment banks eat shit. Ipo. Let them eat their ass. At most, I can make YY short video appear later. I will work on other products first. Didi, Tushio, Matewan, Pinuo, Maoyan, League of Legends, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, Xiaomi, DJI. Which one can't make money? Moreover, if it runs out of money, YY Live can be sold to the 2 mob bosses in exchange for equity, so there's no need to go to the United States for an IPO. It's decided. Mr. Yi. Just then, Su Boya came downstairs wearing a newly bought Chanel sweater. Duong, duong, duong. Ye Xuan thought of what happened last night, and his nose started to heat up again. Miss Su, good morning. Come and have breakfast. I have asked the kitchen to prepare it for you. Although Su Boya found it hard to accept what happened last night, and she was the one who took the initiative, but since it could not be changed, she could only grit her teeth and swallow it. As expected of a highly educated beauty, she's extremely elegant even when eating breakfast. The only annoying thing about her is that she is a bit sloppy. There are always things falling on her sweater, and her chest area is extremely dirty. After breakfast, Su Boya went back to her room and changed her clothes. 2 people sat together drinking tea. Ye Xuan glanced at Su Boya's magnificent appearance and thought that if the tea was spilled again, he would have to change clothes again. Su Boya shook her long hair and said with a smile, Mr. Yi, the headquarters just called me about the IPO and asked me to be responsible for negotiating with you. IPO. Ye Xuan raised his head. Sorry, I'm not planning on IPO. Su Boya, what? Not preparing for IPO? Su Boya suddenly had the urge to bite Ye Xuan to death. I gave you my body, and now you tell me you don't want an IPO? Then wouldn't it be a waste of your time? Su Boya gritted her teeth, feeling that she had suffered a great loss. Su Boya directly rode on Ye Xuan and started punching him with her little fists. Ye Xuan felt dizzy from the shaking. 2 hours later, Su Boya hid in the quilt and cried. It was all in vain again. That afternoon, Ye Xuan announced that YY Live Capital Chain was very healthy and it would not seek financing, let alone an IPO in the United States. The 5 consortiums who received the news almost flipped the table on the spot. I'm so angry. If you don't raise funds or IPO, why do you ask us to come here? Are you kidding us? The five major investment banks are very angry, and the consequences are serious. After all, Ye Xuan Live is a project they are very optimistic about. It has a large amount of cash flow and does not require much investment. It is also an internet technology stock, which is simply Wall Street's favorite. This is a big gold mine. Therefore, people from the five major investment banks began to look for agents in China to set up new online live streaming companies to compete with Ye Xuan Live for a big piece of the pie. Since Ye Xuan won't cooperate with us, don't blame us for supporting someone to compete with you. They are very confident. With their capital power, it will be easy for them to destroy a Chinese company. Soon, Xiao Etian's Qianqian live broadcast came into their field of vision. Su Boya called Ye Xuan with hatred. Mr. Yi, we have found someone who can be your opponent. Just wait and see. Ye Xuan pretended to be very panicked. Beauty, they say that a husband and wife who have been together for a day will be grateful to each other for 100 days. Please don't be so picky about me, okay? How about I treat you to a meal and a ride? Su Boya's voice rose 8 octaves, and she became angry and said, No, I would rather die than drive fast. After hanging up the phone, Ye Xuan smiled evilly. Xiao Etian, it just so happens that I have a lot of evidence to put him in jail, especially the recording of hiring a killer to kill me and the evidence of money transfer. I originally wanted to deal with him recently, but now I am not in a hurry. Let these American vampires spend more money on Qianqian Live first, and then I'll close the net. Besides, I own most of the music copyrights on the market. What can your live broadcast room use to compete with me? Ye Xuan stood at the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the entire Jiangdu, feeling as if the world was in his control. Being invincible is so lonely. Qianqian live broadcast. At this time, a lively banquet was taking place. Ha! Thank you all for your love and care for my Qianqian live broadcast. I, Xiao Etian, will definitely give you a generous return on your investment. Xiao Etian laughed heartily. It was really like a pillow being sent when one was sleepy. Qianqian Live was about to be launched, and he was worried about the shortage of funds and the inability to invest large amounts of money in market promotion. As a result, the five major investment banks came to him, waving money to buy his shares. 30% of the shares were divided among 5 investment banks, and Xiao Etian received 1.5 billion in financial assistance. Of course, money is not the point. The capital power of the 5 major investment banks is the point. With the support of these 5 major investment banks, Qianqian Live will be able to go online and promote quickly in the future, become popular, and then ring the bell on Wall Street. The first stock in the online live streaming industry? It's beautiful just thinking about it. Chapter 88 Qianqian's live broadcast is online. Ye Xuan has already dug a trap. Boss! Ning Nanshur walked into Ye Xuan's office wearing a professional outfit and high heels. Ye Xuan looked up and saw that a certain part seemed to be a little higher. Was it padded? Ning Nanshur said with a serious face. Boss, I just received a message from the big anchor Zhang Dawei that someone wants to poach him to another online live broadcast platform called Qianqian Live, which was developed by the boss of Qianqian listening to songs. Then I asked someone to check and found that the top 20 anchors are all in contact with them. Obviously, we have a competitor on Ye Xuan Live. Ye Xuan nodded. Okay, I understand. His tone was very calm, as if he didn't care at all that someone was trying to poach the anchor. Ning Nanshur was full of worry. Boss, now there are competitors who want to poach our people. Should we think of a way to retain these anchors? If I take these anchors with me after they are poached, wouldn't that be aiding the enemy? Ye Xuan smiled relaxedly and nodded. Then you can find someone to contact those anchors and persuade them to stay. You can make the specific arrangements. Of course, if an anchor asks for too much, just let them go. Ye Xuan Live now has enough strength to make a new anchor popular. Ye Xuan has this confidence. Moreover, Qianqian Live is just meat on the chopping board. Ye Xuan will not stop anyone who wants to die there. At the same time, the anchors were also chatting in the QQ group about Qianqian Live coming to poach people. Zhang Dawei. Everyone should have received an invitation to Qianqian's live broadcast, right? Is anyone interested? Jiang Tuanshuan. What's wrong? Brother Wei wants to go. As the top star of Ye Xuan Live, Brother Wei must have offered a super signing fee, right? Zhang Dawei did not hide it. 10 million signing fee, plus liquidated damages. Hiss. Everyone in the QQ group gasped in shock. Fuck, doesn't this mean I'm going to be a multi-millionaire? Brother Wei is awesome. Brother Wei, are you moved? Zhang Dawei. I am tempted. I am indeed tempted, but I think it is difficult for Qianqian Live to succeed. After all, Ye Xuan Live is mature enough, with tens of millions of users. It is impossible for me to just sit back and watch Qianqian Live develop. Moreover, I am now being promoted by YY Live, benefiting from it, and my monthly turnover is over 1 million. How can I just leave like this? Song at Ye Xuan as the top anchor of YY Live streaming. You must be very tall, right? Ye Xuan. Huh, it's quite high. It makes me excited, but the boss is my idol. How can I leave YY Live? At Song E, the big star of the vertical store actor. What about you? Song E, I definitely won't leave. Isn't it good to stay safe and sound on YY Live? We are the direct descendants anyway. YY Live will not treat us unfairly. If we go to Qianqian Live and Qianqian Live is half dead by then, wouldn't that be a big loss? The other anchors nodded. Yes, that's the truth. Although Qianqian Live is valued by the 5 major investment banks, these investment banks are investing together. They definitely want to make money as soon as possible, and it is easy for internal strife to break out in the end. In comparison, the boss can not only make decisions alone, but is also generous and willing to invest money. How can Qianqian Live compare to him? The boss is so wise and powerful, nothing can stump him. How could he allow Qianqian Live to grow so big? That's right. From the beginning of the layout of YY Music to the current YY Live broadcast with a daily traffic of over 60 million in less than a month, it all shows the boss's amazing means. I think Qianqian Live is going to fail. It reminds me of the horror of an international assassin being dominated by his boss. Same fear, the boss is awesome. I don't dare to leave. I'm trembling. Qianqian Live broadcast. Xiao Etien's face was gloomy, and he no longer had the joy he had the night before when the 5 major investment banks invested in Qianqian Live. After he got the investment, he quickly started poaching people. Then, it actually failed. Those shitty rubbish anchors actually looked down on Qianqian Live. And the top male and female host of YY Live broadcast have already offered a signing fee of 10 million, but they are still not tempted. Hateful. Qianqian Live has a brighter future than YY Live, and you are so blind that you can't see it. When Qianqian Live becomes popular and the #1 live streaming stock, and Wall Street rings the bell, even if you beg to come to Qianqian Live, I won't give you a chance. Xiao Etien is full of confidence in Qianqian Live. After all, with the support of 5 major investment banks and international capital, it would be difficult for it to lose. Now that his plan to poach people has failed, Xiao Etien plans to put it aside for now. Next is the launch plan. Step 1. Increase the scale of news promotion and spend money. Step 2. Spend money to invite celebrities to join Qianqian Live and attract fans to join. The third step. Spread negative news about Ye Xuan, Jiang Jinxiu, causing YY Live to fall into chaos, and then poach anchors. As long as these 3 steps are completed, it will be enough to make Qianqian Live rise. In the following days, Qianqian Live began large-scale promotion and publicity, spending money on advertising, which is exactly the same as YY Live's original promotional model. And there are also bundled promotions in the middle, such as On Par with YY Live, a strong competitor of YY Live, a strong rival of YY Live. On March 1st, Qianqian Live was officially launched. On that day, a massive publicity campaign covered the national network, with Qianqian Live's advertisements everywhere. They also bought Baidu's paid rankings and placed the ads at the top of the headlines on mainstream websites. In addition, more than 100 celebrities were invited to Qianqian Live, which made the event a huge success. The effect of spending money was very obvious. The traffic of Qianqian Live exploded on the day, directly reaching 1/10 of YY Live. Then there were a bunch of press releases on the internet praising the product. Online data crushes YY Live. Qianqian Live's dominance is evident. It triggered a live streaming craze as soon as it went online, with 3.23 million viewers on the first day, 100 times that of YY Live. By changing the concepts in various ways, Qianqian Live is hyped up to be the best in the world. Ye Xuan sat alone behind the scenes, watching with a sneer. I have dug the hole. There is enough evidence to put Xiao Etien in jail and freeze Qianqian's live broadcast. YY Live has 5,000 patents, and Qianqian Live has infringed 83% of them, which is enough to make Qianqian Live fall into the mud. You guys perform to your heart's content. I will just look down upon you. As the saying goes, I watched him build a red building, I watched him entertain guests, and I watched his building collapse. The louder you shout, the harder you fall. Chapter 89. The net is closed. Qian Live is going to die. Boss, do you really not have to do anything? The general manager in charge of YY Live found Ye Xuan with a worried look on his face, hoping that Ye Xuan could think of a solution. After all, his boss's various tricks were really awesome. Don't worry, let's wait until they spend more money. Ye Xuan's eyes were deep, and there was a smile on his lips. With Ye Xuan's continuous attention, he has roughly calculated how much money Qian Live has spent. Just to invite more than 100 celebrities, it cost more than 1.3 billion. After all, Qian Live invites popular first and second-tier traffic stars, or more precisely, the kind of traffic superstars who don't have many works but have very high Weibo topics and fan popularity. These stars come with a large number of fans, but are also very expensive. After all, your live broadcast simply lowers my status, and the appearance fee is more expensive than usual, ranging from several million to tens of millions. In addition, the advertising promotion was also very fierce, especially the TV station insert ads, which were extremely expensive. As the saying goes, promotion is fun for a while, but money is a funeral home. This part cost more than 500 million yuan. With this calculation, 1.8 billion is gone. Unfortunately, this is not enough. Ye Xuan has been planning something bad. A loss of only 1.8 billion is too little. He needs to make them lose at least 20 to 30 billion. In the next few days, I will disclose some news. The general manager of YY Live's eyes lit up. Please give me your orders, boss. He knew that the plans that the boss came up with were usually ones that made the opponent despair, and this was a real record. The boss is invincible. The boss is awesome. Ye Xuan ordered, just say that I am very dissatisfied with the current popularity of Qian Live. So I asked the Ministry of Commerce to go to all major TV stations across the country and insert a large number of advertisements into all variety shows. Spread the word, and make a big fuss, the better. The general manager was stunned. Boss, why don't you contact the TV station quietly? Quietly. Ye Xuan rolled his eyes. If it's quiet, how can Qian Live take it seriously? The general manager was even more puzzled. Boss, aren't you afraid that our competitor Qian Live will also learn this trick and compete with us for TV station resources? Ye Xuan laughed. I just wanted to grab it. Listen, my purpose is not to buy advertisements, but to force them to spend more money. I will give you a task, and you will personally check it and force them to spend money. The more they spend, the better. If you complete it well, I will double your salary this month. The general manager left in confusion and doubt. He didn't understand what his boss was trying to do. If Qian Live really took over the advertising space of so many popular variety shows on TV stations, wouldn't Qian Live become even more popular? Would it pose a greater threat to YY Live? I totally don't understand. The boss will definitely not do this without a purpose. There must be some trap waiting for YY Live in this plan. Yes, absolutely. The general manager still had awe and admiration for Ye Xuan, so even though he didn't understand the deep meaning of Ye Xuan's plan, he still carried it out without fail. He believes in the boss's strength. Soon, news spread that day that Ye Xuan was very angry. In less than an hour, the plan was passed from the cleaner's mouth to Xiao Etienne's ears. Haha, it seems Ye Xuan is panicking. Good, very good. Is it an advertisement for a popular variety show? I'm gonna do Qian Live broadcast. Soon Xiao Etienne instructed the Ministry of Commerce to send people to major TV stations across the country to negotiate advertising fees for the popular variety show. At this time, people from the YY Live business department also arrived. Now the atmosphere was tense, and both sides started bidding frantically. It took Xiao Etienne 4 days and 400 million yuan to buy 6 variety show advertisements. Because YY Live was competing nearby, the price had to be at least 20% higher. However, Xiao Etienne was very satisfied because he once again defeated YY Live, once again proving that Qian Live is indeed stronger than YY Live. So he asked someone to buy a bunch of press releases, saying that YY Live was on the decline and boasting that Qian Live was about to rise. Just when Qian was feeling proud of her live broadcast, hacker and security director Su Xiaozhou excitedly ran to Ye Xuan and told him about a discovery. Boss, I found a bug in Qian's live broadcast. Qian Live has been too arrogant these days, and Su Xiaozhou, who was born as a hacker, was upset, so he went to look for bugs in Qian Live. He actually found a bug, and it was a well-known bug. Su Xiaozhou was very surprised and quickly ran to Ye Xuan to take credit. Boss, I found a backdoor that can give me unlimited aircraft carriers. This is the most valuable virtual gift in Tiantian Live, each worth 1,000 yuan. In other words, I can give unlimited aircraft carriers to each live broadcast room. I'm losing money. Boss, how about I go and get it? Ye Xuan naturally would not refuse this. In the previous life on Earth, Douyu, the #1 live broadcast platform, had encountered this incident and suffered heavy losses overnight. In the end, they gritted their teeth and developed a defense array to keep the hackers out. Boss, I'm about to start. Su Xiaozhou shouted excitedly, and with his hungry hands he began to control many chickens to desperately brush aircraft carriers on Tiantian Live. There were 7 or 8 of them in each live broadcast, and they were brushed randomly. When the anchors saw it, they were overjoyed to see so many aircraft carriers. By the time Tiantian Live reacted, Su Xiaozhou had already collected more than 100,000 aircraft carriers. Tiantian Live broadcast. After receiving the news, Xiao Etian rushed to Tiantian Live headquarters from home with a gloomy face. What's going on? Why are there so many aircraft carriers? When Xiao Etian thought about the fact that more than 100,000 aircraft carriers would cost more than 100 million yuan, his heart ached. The security director was giving instructions nervously and replied, "We don't know either. Hackers must have found a bug." Xiao Etian was furious. "Why don't you find this hacker quickly? Didn't you brag that your team is very strong?" The security director is actually also a hacker, and a very powerful one, ranking 10th among domestic hackers, but his strength is a joke in front of Su Xiaozhou. Half an hour later, Tiantian's live broadcast was flooded with 500,000 aircraft carriers, and the hacker left calmly. Xiao Etian's face turned completely black. Although Tiantian Live can take back these 500,000 aircraft carriers on the grounds of hacker attacks, it will still alienate the anchors, and it is still unknown how the outside media will report it. Xiao Etian roared, "Find out who that hacker is." The security director smiled bitterly. "Boss, we can't find it. The other party is too strong. We can't track their location at all." Xiao Etian gnashed his teeth and said, "It must be the Ye Xuan, damn it. Ye Xuan sees it. Hacker attacks to swipe aircraft carriers or something like that are, after all, just minor moves that can only cause a little trouble to the other party." To sum up, Tiantian Live has spent a total of 2.2 billion yuan, and I don't think it will cost more in the future. In that case, let's close the net. Ye Xuan curled the corners of his mouth. I called Ning Nan sure. Let's do it. The enemy is already in the pit, so just fill it up. Chapter 90. Xiao Etian was arrested, and the internet exploded again. Jiangdu Police Superintendent. What? Mr. Ye's secretary came over and provided clues that the international killer Michael was hired by Xiao Etian. The news spread from the mouth of the police chief to the police officers below, and the entire police station was in an uproar. With the arrest of the international killer, Jiangdu police chief can be said to have made a name for himself throughout the country and even internationally and won honor. After all, this international killer Michael had assassinated many international dignitaries. However, the superior ordered that the assassination of a billionaire had too bad an impact and that a thorough investigation must be conducted to determine who hired the assassin. Unfortunately, the Jiangdu police inspector investigated for half a month but found nothing. And now, the evidence is here. Ye Xuan provided 2 pieces of evidence. 1 copy of the transfer record, 3 copies of the phone recordings, and 5 copies of the wiretap recordings. Superintendent Jiangdu Police arranged personnel to follow Tiantian Live to prevent Xiao Etian from escaping, and at the same time use forces to check the transfer records. It took an hour to confirm that the source of the bounty was transferred from Xiao Etian. Although it took more than a dozen transfers, it was finally found out. After all, it was a huge amount of money of more than 200 million yuan, 30 million US dollars, which would always leave clues. By comparing the telephone recording and wiretap recording with Xiao Etian's voice, it was confirmed that it was Xiao Etian himself and his assistant Qinli. The content of the recording was talking about the killer and the assassination of Ye Xuan. The evidence is conclusive. The evidence is irrefutable. Catch him. At the command of the superintendent, elite police officers rushed into Tiantian Live and headed straight for Xiao Etian's location. Who called the police? Xiao Etian was getting angry in the technical security department at this time, scolding the network security officers. It was obvious that they were furious about the reward of more than 500,000 yuan from the aircraft carrier. As he was cursing, he saw a group of policemen walking in. Xiao Etien's face was filled with anger. He thought someone had called the police and hadn't realized they were here to arrest him. "Comrade police, there's nothing wrong here. I guess someone called the police without authorization." The leading police officer said dignifiedly, "Mr. Xiao, we're not here because we heard the police call, but because we are here to find you." Xiao Etien's expression changed. "Looking for me?" The policeman said solemnly, "Yes, we are looking for you. We have evidence that you hired an international assassin to kill Mr. Yi. Please come with us." Xiao Etien was horrified and said in panic, "No, it wasn't me. Don't accuse a good person." "We won't wrongly accuse a good person. Here's an arrest warrant." The policeman showed an arrest warrant expressionlessly, and then the policeman behind him took out a pair of handcuffs, and click they fell into Xiao Etien's hands. "No, you wronged me. I didn't." Xiao Etien kept shouting, but it was no use. "This is something that the superiors of the superiors have urged us to do, and the evidence is irrefutable. How can you get away with it just because you say you are wrong? Even if you're worth billions, it will be useless." Soon Xiao Etien was taken into a police car and disappeared into the night. The entire Qianqian Live headquarters, with thousands of employees, had not yet recovered from their confusion. The boss was arrested? The boss is the one who hired an international assassin to kill Ye Xuan. It's hard to digest for a while. My heart is in a mess. Now that the boss is gone, isn't Qianqian Live going to be finished? For a time, the morale of the people in Qianqian Live was in turmoil and anxiety, and many employees had already begun to consider retreating. Some employees were more active in thinking. Since they felt that Qianqian Live was going to fail, they simply sold the news to the media and made some money. It's not just one employee who thinks this way. So, in less than an hour, many media outlets got the news. Schalt. Excited. Big news. Send news quickly. Schalt. The employer who hired the international killer mermaid is the billionaire Xiao Etien. The identity of billionaire Xiao Etien is revealed. The story of the love and hate between the Qianqian system and the YY system. From the bankruptcy of Qianqian music to the evil intention to kill Ye Xuan. Chronicles of family grudges. Xiao Etien versus Ye Xuan. It was only 10 p.m. at that time, which was the peak time of the internet. With the help of several media outlets, the news quickly spread throughout the entire internet. Like a nuclear bomb, the entire network was turned upside down. All the major websites were going crazy, discussing this matter everywhere. After all, the last assassination was too sensational, and this follow-up was even more sensational, so it was naturally extremely popular on the internet. Oh my god, the murderer turned out to be the boss of Qianqian Live. I remember now. Qianqian Ting's stock price fell below the issue price and was delisted. Its assets of over 20 billion fell to a few billion. It should be that Xiao Etien hated Ye Xuan too much, so he wanted to kill Ye Xuan to vent his hatred. Qianqian Ting is a big pirate and a cancer. I support Ye Xuan's approach. Not only did this guy hire someone to assassinate Ye Xuan, he also shamelessly copied YY Live and founded Qianqian Live. Now, he has been arrested. Qianqian Live has spent over $1 billion in this period of time, right? Now it's all gone to waste. Not only that, but he also gave a large amount of advertising fees to the TV station in the past few days. It is said that it is 400 million, which adds up to more than 2 billion. Such a big thing. Xiao Etien's assets must be frozen and investigated. Qianqian Live is going to be ruined, and more than 2 billion has been wasted. I feel sorry for the 5 major investment banks. They reportedly raised 1.5 billion yuan for Qianqian Live, but now they are all in trouble. In less than a week, 1.5 billion yuan of financing was wasted. This is probably the most failed investment in history. Shame on the big 5 investment banks. It didn't come out earlier or later, but it happened to be revealed when Qianqian Live was spending the most money. I don't know why, but it feels like all of this was planned by Boss Ye Xuan, waiting for Xiao Etien to jump into the trap. I agree, plus 10,086. I always feel that Master Ye Xuan is meticulous and cunning. I agree, plus 10,086. Kneel down to Master Ye Xuan. Chapter 91, the 5 major investment banks cried. Is it okay to surrender and lose half? That evening, the 5 major investment banks received the news. The moment they received the call, they felt like they were going crazy. Overturn the table, huh? We have invested 1.5 billion and are planning to reap the profits after the listing. We must make several billion at least, but You tell me that the boss has been arrested? Fuck you. Etian Xiao. 1.5 billion wasted like this. With such a huge loss, the headquarters will definitely not let them off easily. They were all so angry that they jumped up and down. Su Boya was so angry that she jumped up from the bed and drove straight to Ye Xuan's manor. Mr. Yi, have you already obtained the evidence? Have you calculated everything? The more Su Boya thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. It seemed that Ye Xuan had led his 5 major investment banks to Qianqian Live. It is very likely that Ye Xuan set a trap, not only to deceive Xiao Etian, but also to deceive the 5 major investment banks. Ye Xuan was surprised. Huh, you discovered all this? Su Boya was so angry that she was shaking. Her body could not bear the weight. She quickly held him with both hands and said, "Don't they say that a husband and wife are bound by love for 100 days? You knew I was from Tiger Investment Bank, but you were still so heartless? Why didn't you remind me?" Ye Xuan rolled his eyes. Remind you? The business world is like a battlefield. We're just friends. You covet my handsomeness and weapons, and I covet your body. We are even. What? Am I greedy for you? Su Boya's eyes widened with anger. Aya, riding on Ye Xuan, he waved his fists. 3 hours later, Su Boya hid in the quilt and cried again. It was all in vain again. The next day, Ye Xuan changed his car, the Koenigsegg Adra RS. This was the supercar that Ye Xuan had just received. The black body, matched with some slender red, made it look cooler than the Fengshen, and its strength was also stronger than the Fengshen. The car drove into the Yi building at a high speed, and then with a beautiful drift, it parked in his exclusive parking space. The car wings opened, making a cool and handsome appearance. At this time, hundreds of reporters had been waiting there long ago. When they saw Ye Xuan driving in, they swarmed over. Fortunately, the security guards quickly stopped these crazy people and protected Ye Xuan. Mr. Yi, may I ask how you obtained evidence of Xiao Etian's crime? Did you arrange for commercial espionage? Mr. Yi, there are rumors on the internet that you designed all of this. I wonder if it's true. Mr. Yi, I heard that the bank has frozen Qianqian Live and is preparing to conduct an investigation. I wonder what you think. Will you acquire Qianqian Live? Ye Xuan had a blank expression on his face. Everyone, please stop gathering around. We will hold a press conference shortly. YY Live is going to sue Qianqian Live for infringing on more than 4,000 of YY Live patents. At the same time, we're going to sue some of Qianqian Live's anchors for using certain music for profit without YY Music's permission. The reporter was stunned. Then great joy. Big news again. This is going to be a fatal blow to Qianqian Live. Qianqian Live is definitely finished now. Ye Xuan ignored the reporters and walked into the Yi building under the escort of security guards. The general manager of YY Live, who was greeting Ye Xuan at the door at this time, treated his boss like a god. So awesome. No wonder the boss asked me to stimulate Qianqian Live to invest in variety show advertisements. It turns out he wanted to set a trap for Qianqian Live to jump into. The other employees in the company are also full of awe, admiration, and worship for the boss. I started imagining all kinds of scenes. The boss must have been very foresight and had set up a trap early on. He probably started with the international assassins. The boss is really scheming and terrifying. It's really sad for Xiao Etian to become the boss's opponent. And the anchors of YY Live were trembling like quails. Oh my god, not only did they arrest the boss, they also had to liquidate the patents and copyrights. The boss has so many tricks up his sleeve. Luckily, I didn't go to Qianqian Live, otherwise I would be dead. The boss is horrible. Fortunately, I was smart and didn't betray my boss. Everyone was afraid and proud. The news soon spread to the internet, and countless netizens once again felt Ye Xuan's terrifying intentions. Patent and copyright lawsuits. I guess they've been prepared for this a long time ago. This is to wipe out Qianqian Live. Boss Ye Xuan is like a behind-the-scenes mastermind, designing a series of traps. He did not release the evidence, but slowly laid traps to trap Xiao Etian and the 5 major investment banks. I suddenly feel sorry for Xiao Etian. He is living under Ye Xuan's control. I feel sorry for the 5 major investment banks, which lost 1.5 billion. It's really tragic. The 5 major investment banks that received the news soon felt like they were going crazy again. Is this ever going to end? Can we surrender and lose half? You, Ye Xuan, are such a jerk. Mr. Yi, do you really want to kill us all? Su Boya's voice was very excited across the phone. Ye Xuan lazily leaned on the sofa. Why don't you come over? I've been waiting for you here. Suboya blushed. Tue, what are you thinking about in broad daylight? Chapter 92, Artificial Intelligence Exposed. Layout of 100 billion level gaming industry. Because of the pressure from above, Xiao Etienne's case was closed quickly. Xiao Etienne and Qin Li were both sent to prison, one for 30 years and the other for 9 years. As for Qianqian Live, due to Xiao Etienne's asset problems, it began to freeze and investigate. Although the 5 major investment banks mobilized their own resources, they were still unable to influence Jiangdu's determination. In addition, YY Live has sued Qianqian Live for patent infringement, and the anchor has infringed on music copyright. At this time, YY Live directly extended an olive branch to those anchors with better performances, recruited them all, and made them YY Live's own anchors. As for the employees, we also dug up a lot of old ones. In less than a month, Qianqian Live broadcast became completely unpopular. The 5 major investment banks were furious. After liquidation, they found that Qianqian Live was a negative asset. The 1.5 billion yuan was invested in vain, and none of it could be recovered. March 20th. Qianqian's live broadcast has come to an end. Ye Xuan is preparing to develop a new industry, games. What is the industry with the largest cash flow in the world? Games. Games are different from other technology stocks that brag about how much money they can make in the future. Games can make money right away. Every penny spent by players will become cash flow for the game company. Currently, the largest game company in China is Penguin Group. Relying on its huge game industry, its annual revenue last year, that is 2009, totaled 71.368 billion renminbi, of which game revenue was 43.516 billion renminbi, accounting for 60.7%. Isn't this kind of profitability terrifying? Moreover, in YY Live broadcast, Game Live broadcast accounts for 43%. To sum up, Ye Xuan will definitely not give up the gaming industry. Under Ye Xuan's command, YY Game Company was established rapidly and recruited more than 2,000 game developers, including planners, artists, and programmers. At the first YY Game Company conference, more than 2,000 YY Game Department employees sat together. Ye Xuan stood on the podium. Before developing the game, let me show you something. After saying that, Ye Xuan snapped his fingers. Luo Qianni, come out. Soon, on the computer screen, projected by the projector, a beautiful cartoon Lolita drilled out from the computer desktop. Master, good morning, with a very cute smile and a very adorable voice. Wow. There was an uproar in the conference room. Ye Xuan said, please introduce yourself to everyone. Okay, Master. Luo Qianni made a look gesture and then said in surprise, wow, there are so many people. This is the first time there are so many people. I'm so shy. Hello, everyone. I'm Luo Qianni. I'm not an adult yet. If I learn more knowledge, I will continue to grow and become taller and more beautiful. Ye Xuan, show me some emotion. Okay, Master. Luo Qianni began to change her emotions constantly. Happy, sweet, comfortable like grateful, surprised, angry, painful. The conference room was in complete chaos. A word flashed in everyone's eyes. Artificial intelligence. A programmer stood up excitedly. Boss, is this artificial intelligence? Ye Xuan smiled and nodded. That's right. She is an artificial intelligence. I named her Luo Qianni. Artificial intelligence was already mentioned in science fiction novels decades ago, but the whole world is still in the exploratory stage, and it is unknown how many years of technological accumulation will be needed before it can be realized. However, Ye Xuan, who possesses God-level programmer skills, has developed more mature ideas about artificial intelligence after invading confidential research databases on artificial intelligence from countries around the world. So, he spent 2 months developing this weak artificial intelligence. I won't explain what weak artificial intelligence is, but to put it simply, it is a castrated version of artificial intelligence. As for true artificial intelligence, it would take decades of writing so much code that it might not be completed. But Luo Qianni is not bad. She already possesses basic artificial intelligence functions. She can learn by herself and has basic logical thinking and action abilities. She is already what people call an artificial intelligence. Ye Xuan, don't worry. I will let Luo Qianni separate the subprogram into your office computers. If you want, you can also let her join your mobile phone. You can rename it and change its appearance. You can change it to a cat or dog as a pet, a beautiful woman as a wife, or a handsome man as a husband. The conference room was filled with laughter and excitement. Artificial intelligence. After 10 minutes, many employees finally calmed down. Ye Xuan began to get to the point. Today's meeting is about 5 game projects that you need to develop. Ye Xuan opened the name of the project and displayed it in front of many employees. Honor of Kings, League of Legends, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, The Last of Us, The Invisible Guardian, live action. Ye Xuan took out these 5 game projects for a purpose. The first 3 games alone are worth hundreds of billions. The last 2 are based on word of mouth. Chapter 93 New Goal. Defeat the trillion-level Penguin Empire. Ye Xuan divided more than 2,000 game developers into 5 groups to produce Honor of Kings, League of Legends, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, The Last of Us, and The Invisible Guardian, respectively. Why these 5 projects? First of all, the first 3 games are the most mature games that Ye Xuan knows. In the first quarter of 2017 alone, Honor of Kings made a profit of $12 billion, just relying on a skin of Zhang Yun, which was sold at a sky-high price of $150 million in one day. League of Legends is also very strong, earning $14.346 billion in 2017. As for PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, its annual revenue was $6.2 billion. There are other games that are also very strong, but in China, over on the other side of the world, these 3 games are undoubtedly the most profitable. As for the last 2 games, they are used to brush up the ratings and improve the quality of the YY games. The project meeting lasted for 2 full days before the 5 teams each took the detailed game plans prepared by Ye Xuan and started their new journey. As for the artificial intelligence Luo Tianyi, she has now become the darling of all employees within the Ye Group. No one can resist the care and concern of an artificial intelligence. For example, if an employee has been working at his seat for too long, Luo Tianyi will jump out and ask for a drink of water, get up and walk around, etc. to show his concern, and it also comes with a rich expression function. If an employee wants to search for any information, Luo Tianyi will quickly help the employee search the internet and put the information in front of them. This is a little assistant at work and also a little secretary in life. Chairman's office. Ning Nansher. Boss, why don't you promote Luo Tianyi nationwide? Ye Xuan shook his head and said, at present, Luo Tianyi is just a baby who has just completed the intelligent program. She still needs to learn, and learning also requires a gradual process. Now, let her learn knowledge from my employees. Ye Xuan didn't tell the deeper reasons. He hadn't thought of a suitable product to carry Luo Tianyi. Ning Nansher. By the way, the Ministry of Commerce just received a legal document from the Penguin Group, which wants to terminate the cooperation between Dota and many other Penguin games in YY Live. Ye Xuan was shocked. What's going on? Penguin Group. This is a giant enterprise that owns the largest instant messaging app QQ on the market and the largest gaming empire. It is involved in social networking, games, online media, wireless, e-commerce, and search, and has developed a powerful closed ecological loop. This is a behemoth. The boss is the richest man in the country. Trillion level. In the country, only the largest e-commerce company, Mabao Group, can be on par with it. Ye Xuan frowned. Do you know why Penguin wants to take back the copyright of the game live broadcast? Ning Nansher nodded. I have asked someone to find out. Penguin is going to enter the live broadcast industry. Yesterday, they established Penguin Live. Penguin Live. Ye Xuan understood now that game anchors could be said to be the highlight of YY Live, sharing the world of YY Live equally with show anchors. If Penguin Live wants to take back the live broadcast rights of all Penguin games, especially the popular Dota game, then half of YY Live's game modules will probably be scrapped. Ye Xuan thought of a key point at this time. You mean they just established QQ Live yesterday? Ning Nansher nodded. Yes, it was yesterday. Ye Xuan sat on the chair, tapping the table with his fingers. His brows gradually relaxed, and a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. He found that the problem was not difficult to resolve, because he now holds 80% of the music copyrights. At the same time, YY Live patent defense is not so easy to bypass. Just look at the barrage. Do you want to bypass the patent of barrage? Will there be viewers who want to watch without barrage? Therefore, if Penguin Live wants to grow bigger, it must cooperate with Ye Xuan, otherwise it will have to wait for a lawsuit. I'm afraid Penguin Live wants to use the live broadcast rights of this game to force us to sign a cooperation agreement for music copyright and live broadcast patents, right? What a great trick! But you also reminded me that I still have a rival in you. Ye Xuan smiled, with the kind of excitement of finding an opponent. Congratulations, You're about to face a powerful enemy. I guess you'll regret provoking me in the future. Ye Xuan began to conceive a series of plans in his mind. On the one hand, through games such as League of Legends and Honor of Kings, break into the game sector of Penguin Group. On the other hand, through the new instant messaging, a variant of WeChat, equipped with the popular artificial intelligence Luo Tianyi, we broke into the Penguin Group's QQ social sector. As long as these two blocks are breached, the Penguin's ecological closed loop will collapse directly. As for the other sectors of the Penguin Group, in Ye Xuan's opinion, as long as Penguin Cuckoo is dead, the other sectors will be like buildings without foundations, and they can be knocked down with a slight push. Ye Xuan thought for more than an hour and perfected the plan. Step 1. Stop procrastinating and speed up the development of games and instant messaging. Step 2. Release instant messaging, equipped with artificial intelligence Luo Tianyi, to impact Penguin QQ. Step 3. Chapter 94. 25,000 people developed League of Legends and completed it in 1 month. Ye Xuan's wise eyes were right as always. Penguin Live was indeed negotiating with YY Live to obtain the music copyright and patent rights of YY Live under the pretext of regaining the game live broadcast rights. The next day, Penguin Live came to Jiangdu with a group of people as if they were going to sue YY Live. The leader of the team is named Su Guangzhong, and he is one of Boss Ant's 10 great men. 10 days ago, Boss Ant obtained the financial statements of YY Live with a turnover of more than 100 million yuan in half a month. Boss Ant was moved. Boss Ant used his expertise on the spot and called his capable subordinate Su Guangzhong to come up with a plan for Penguin Live. Su Guangzhong is naturally extremely capable. He and his elite team spent 7 days making a planning plan for Penguin Live based on the YY Live template and handed it over to Boss Ant. When Boss Ant saw it, he decided on the spot to launch Penguin Live. However, there are 2 problems to be solved when Penguin Live is established: YY Music and YY Live Patent. The fate of Qianqian Live is right in front of us, so they need to be resolved through negotiation. So, Su Guangzhong suddenly had an idea and thought of using the game production and broadcasting rights to force Ye Xuan. As long as these 2 problems are solved, Penguin Live will be able to catch up with YY Live by relying on QQ's terrifying promotion ability and Penguin's game empire. 1 + 1 is equal to 10. The monthly turnover is 100 million, 1.2 billion a year. When the market expands, it will be 2 billion, 3 billion. It's exciting to think about it. On the plane, the secretary asked, "Mr. Su, do you think Ye Xuan will see through our plan?" Su Guangzhong smiled slightly. "I have studied Ye Xuan. He is a powerful enemy with extraordinary intelligence. He is very powerful. He can see through our plan." The secretary was curious. Will he agree to the exchange? I feel like it would be more disadvantageous to him. Su Guangzhong laughed. Actually, it doesn't matter whether he agrees or not. Anyway, we at Penguin Group are not afraid of lawsuits. We have plenty of time, energy, and money to waste with him. The secretary was even more puzzled. Then why are we here? Su Guangzhong patted his secretary and said, "Nonsense. Penguin is not afraid of lawsuits, but we will try to reduce the criticism as much as possible. Otherwise, we will be called a copycat empire all the time, which is not a good reputation. Do you understand? Even if the deal fails, at least we have shown our sincerity, and people can't find fault with us, right?" The secretary suddenly realized. It turns out it was just a save face, I understand. The 2 sides met soon. "Mr. Yi, you are really young and promising. Boss Su, I've heard a lot about you." After some meaningless greetings, the 2 sides began negotiations. Ye Xuan would naturally not participate in the negotiations in person. His purpose was to meet Su Guangzhong and record his information in the address book. Name: Su Guangzhong. Age: 45. Skill: Inner thoughts: Humph, I don't really care about the outcome of this negotiation. I'm just pretending to do it. Then I can write a press release after I go back and tell everyone in the country. Penguin Group is going to launch Penguin Live. After a month, when the development of Penguin Live is finished, with the social advantages of Penguin QQ and the many games of Penguin, it will definitely surpass YY Live. Ye Xuan was a little surprised. Penguin Live didn't even want to negotiate. Isn't it too overbearing? No wonder many domestic internet companies called it a hooligan. Moreover, what kind of daydreaming is Su Guangzhong having about surpassing YY Live? Ye Xuan smiled, his eyes full of teasing. How naive. You don't know how many cards I have, do you? I hope you won't cry after I abuse you. After he got Su Guangzhong's information column, he left. Returning to the YY game floor, I inspected the working conditions of more than 2,000 game development employees. Just yesterday, Ye Xuan made a dictatorial decision to reassign the 5 originally assigned project teams. Most of the game developers, 1,500 people, were assigned to the League of Legends project team, and 2,000 more game developers were recruited to join the team. In addition, he outsourced some unimportant parts to 100 external game development studios. The total number of our D personnel exceeds 25,000. He wants to speed up the development of League of Legends. With sufficient game planning plans of their own, and the assistance of artificial intelligence Luo Qiani, it is enough to increase the research and development speed by 10 or 20 times. League of Legends originally took 3 years to develop. I have provided a complete and mature solution for League of Legends, with 25,000 developers and the help of artificial intelligence. Is it not too much to complete League of Legends in 1 month? Not too much. After the inspection, Ye Xuan returned to the chairman's office. Ning Nansher brought a cup of tea at the right time. Click on Su Guangzhong's information column, and then find Ant Boss's information column through the secondary directory. Name Boss Ant. Slogan: create happiness with salary. Skills: God-level deception, God-level imitation. Current activity: standing on the Penguin Building, overlooking Penguin City, feeling infinite emotion. Inner thoughts: I come from an ordinary family, but I can achieve what I have now. Alas, I have no rivals in life, but I am so lonely. Ye Xuan, you are really good at pretending. However, soon you will no longer be lonely as the snow, and I will be the one to be lonely as the snow. Chapter 95: The Cornerstone of the Business Empire. YY Instant Messaging. Penguin Building, top floor. Su Guangzhong was reporting his trip to Jiangdu to Boss Ant. You mean, when you left YY Live, you saw that they were developing a game similar to Dota? Boss Ant smiled jokingly. Dota can be said to be the first trump card of Penguin Games. It is extremely playable, the #1 competitive online game in China, and also the game with the most gamers. Now he heard that someone wanted to challenge Dota. Boss Ant smiled unkindly. Su Guangzhong said, the name of this game is League of Legends. It is a MOBA competitive game that imitates Dota. Currently, Ye Xuan has hired 25,000 game developers from 100 game studios to develop it together. Obviously, Ye Xuan wants to use it to replace Dota. Boss Ant was disdainful. It's not easy to make a game successful. Technology and programming can be invested with money, but creativity, planning, art, these connotations are more important. If he can develop a game that is on par with Dota, in 3 years, I lose. Su Guangzhong agreed with this deeply, so he didn't care much about the League of Legends. Boss Ant, by the way, can you guarantee the development progress of QQ Live in 1 month? Su Guangzhong patted his chest and said, no problem, boss. It will be online on time in 1 month, on May 1st. Boss Ant nodded with satisfaction. Okay, then QQ and Games will work together to make it happen. Su Guangzhong said proudly, boss, don't worry, in half a year, I will definitely be able to surpass YY Live on QQ Live. Boss Ant shook his head. No, I think 3 months is enough. Ye Xuan sighed. At this time, I was observing Boss Ant's information column. Name Boss Ant. Inner thoughts. He thinks League of Legends is a joke, and believes that after QQ Live goes online, it will surpass YY Live in 3 months. After reading it, Ye Xuan couldn't help but laugh. Boss Ant is so arrogant. Although Dota is very strong, it has been played for 7 or 8 years after all, and players must have been tired of it. And League of Legends will definitely replace Dota. After closing the information bar, Ye Xuan began to write the planning proposal for YY, instant messaging. If Ye Xuan simply imitated the popular WeChat in his previous life, he could be sure that it would fail. In his previous life, WeChat's success was due to the user base it brought in. Without Tencent, WeChat would be nothing. As for those online novels, after the protagonist launches WeChat, it becomes a huge success, and everyone rushes to abandon QQ and switch to WeChat. Please, why would those users choose your simple and useless chat tool and abandon the network they have built for a long time? Are you stupid? Ye Xuan doesn't have QQ, so WeChat alone won't work. It must be modified to integrate the functions of Momo and Tantan. Oh, sorry. The latter one may be a bit discordant and cannot be used as a reference. Momo's functional advantages, people nearby. Ye Xuan thought about it. and came up with an even better idea. Alumni circle. People are social animals, and the alumni circle is obviously the most missed circle. Therefore, we can add another function: alumni circle, colleague circle, industry circle. Or another one, hometown circle. After various integrations, YY's functions have become chat plus personal space, diary, photo album, plus circle, nearby people, alumni circle function, plus colleague circle function, plus industry circle function, plus hometown circle function, plus residential circle, plus function entrance, YY live broadcast, YY music, YY game. The rough outline of an instant messaging system was basically born. It seems a bit complicated. However, this YY communication will be equipped with Luo Tianyi, an artificial intelligence, and there will be no need for tedious manual operations. It will be enough to directly call Luo Tianyi to retrieve relevant functions. By the way, it seems that YY Game can make a small game YY Farm to steal vegetables. This game is addictive. Back then, countless netizens set the alarm clock in the middle of the night in cold weather to steal vegetables. That madness was simply amazing. 20 days later, April 10th, with the efforts of more than 30 technicians, YY Communication was born. Ye Xuan loaded it on his mobile phone. Luo Tianyi, log in with my YY account. Ye Xuan said. Luo Tianyi flew out of the phone and, after a few movements, report to the master. Login successful. Then Ye Xuan tried the circle function. I graduated from university in 2008 with a major in computer science and technology. Please find my classmates who have the same major and the same grade. Report to the owner. Currently, none of your classmates are using YY Communication, but it is detected that 10 classmates with YY accounts are using YY Music and 3 classmates are using YY Live Broadcast. Do you want to invite them to join YY Communication? Ye Xuan nodded with satisfaction. This is the linkage effect we want. As long as you have registered the relevant information before, you can associate it and then make an invitation. What? The software is too complicated? It doesn't matter. Luo Tianyi will help you get it done. You don't need to do anything at all. Then, I tried other functions, including chat, group, personal space, people nearby, YY music entrance, and YY live broadcast entrance. On the same day, YY Communications was distributed to all 5,000 plus employees of YY Games, Music, and Live Broadcast for internal testing. On April 11th, some functions were modified based on internal testing results. On April 12th, the development of YY Farm was completed and the application for patent registration was submitted. On April 13th, the YY Communication game interface was built into YY Farm. On April 18th, the 4th round of internal testing ended, announcing the official completion of YY Communication. Ye Xuan knew that its completion meant that his YY business empire had an extremely solid foundation. On April 20th, Ye Xuan held a press conference for the launch of YY Communications and invited more than 300 major media outlets across the country to Jiangdu. At the same time, Penguin Group received this message. Boss Ant smiled jokingly. YY Communication? Hee. Chapter 96 YY Communication plus Artificial Intelligence. Shocking release. April 20th. Yips Building. More than 300 major television and online media outlets across the country came to Jiangdu at Ye Xuan's invitation. Conference room number 1 was packed with people, crowded and talking to each other. The security personnel were also on high alert, trying to prevent anyone from causing trouble. This YY company has never held a press conference. This time it's so formal. Are they very confident in this YY instant messaging? Who can be better than QQ in instant messaging? YY company is really stubborn. Yes, QQ Communication can be said to be the moat of the Penguin Empire. Many companies have tried to break through it, but unfortunately they have all failed. Amid the discussions, the press conference came to an end. The conference door opened and Ye Xuan walked in with a group of secretaries. Today Ye Xuan is still casual yet formal, and his short beard makes him look more mature and charming. Boss Yi, does the withdrawal from YY Instant Messenger at this press conference mean that you have full confidence in it? Mr. Yi, are you going to declare war on the Penguin Empire? When the media reporters saw Ye Xuan, they immediately became excited. They rushed over and held out the microphones to interview him, wanting to get first-hand information. Fortunately, the security guard were prepared and blocked the reporters. Quiet. Please wait until the press conference begins before asking questions in an orderly manner. Ye Xuan Fronet. Other security personnel came over and worked together to invite the media reporters back. Ye Xuan came onto the stage, and under the lights, he attracted a lot of attention. Today, I am announcing the establishment of YY Technology Group, which will include YY Music, YY Live, YY Games, which is in preparation, and YY Communications, which has just been announced. In the future, more YY subsidiaries will be merged. Okay, let's get to the point. Today, YY Group released an instant messaging software. Then Ye Xuan started to open the YY Communication and projected it onto the big screen. First is the personal space, diary, photo album, private social network, which is not visible to non-friends. Then there is the chat window. It has similar functions to QQ, but it has been simplified a lot. Finally, there are circles and function entrances. It took more than 10 minutes for Ye Xuan to finish his introduction. The venue began to become noisy. The functions seem a bit complicated, and the user experience may not be very good. The highlight is the circle function, especially the two functions of alumni and nearby people. It feels great, amazing, and eye-catching. YY can attract a large number of related users through circles. It seems that YY is well prepared. No wonder it is so confident. But if you want to deal with QQ, the circle function may not be enough. It feels a little lacking. Ye Xuan is a man who does things in a flawless manner. It is impossible that he did not consider this point. Well, I guess there are still some cards that haven't been played yet. I'm looking forward to what happens next. Sure enough, under the expectant gazes of many reporters, Ye Xuan took out a bombshell. Artificial intelligence, Luo Tianyi. Hello everyone. My name is Luo Tianyi. I am an artificial intelligence. I am your work assistant and your life manager. I am not an expressionless beauty. I can express hundreds of emotions, such as joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. If you like me, please download YY Communication. On the large projection screen, a cartoon beauty emerged from the screen and appeared in front of everyone. Wow! The whole audience was in an uproar. All the media reporters were stunned. Rich emotional voice, precise emotional expression, and seamless body movements. And it looks like a pretty cool artificial intelligence. All the reporters were excited. Big news. YY actually has such a powerful artificial intelligence. It must be the best in the world. No wonder Ye Xuan is so confident in launching YY Communication. Even if this software is rubbish, after it is equipped with artificial intelligence, many people will use it. QQ is in big trouble this time. YY Communications is definitely QQ's biggest enemy. No wonder Ye Xuan had the confidence to hold this press conference. It turns out he had it all planned out. In a corner, the reporter from Penguin Media who had sneaked and had his face changed drastically and quickly called the CEO of Penguin Media. Boss Lai, something big has happened. YY Communications is equipped with a super artificial intelligence. The press conference will not end until half an hour later, but a large number of press releases have already appeared on the internet. All major media outlets dared not wait until the end of the press conference to issue press releases for fear that other media outlets would get there first. This is big news, and it represents a huge amount of traffic. As a result, an interesting phenomenon emerged. Many reporters were listening and writing press releases at the same time, and even interviews became much more sparse. At this time, Ye Xuan had already asked the marketing department to buy a lot of advertisements on major internet portals, navigation websites, forums, BBS, and Weibo, and also hired a lot of internet users to promote the campaign crazily on the internet. YY Technology releases artificial intelligence, the world's first. Artificial intelligence Luo Tianyi, your work assistant and life butler. Hundreds of emotions. This is an extraordinary artificial intelligence. Want artificial intelligence? Please download YY Instant Messaging. YY Instant Messaging, your new social circle. At the same time, YY Music and YY Live also directly popped up pop-up ads of YY Communication to ensure maximum exposure. Artificial intelligence? You're so bold to brag about it. Is it fake? Zhang Yu, a programmer at the QQ branch of Penguin Company, watched the news with a sneer. As a level 12 engineer, expert level, of Penguin Group, he naturally knew how difficult it was to develop an artificial intelligence. To use an example, even if all the programmers of Penguin Group were combined to do research, it might not be possible to develop artificial intelligence in 10 years. However, as an opponent, he naturally has to study what his opponent is like. Download. Install. Wuling, a two-dimensional beauty, jumped out of the screen. Welcome to install YY communication. I am your housekeeper, Luo Tianyi. Zhang Yu narrowed his eyes, disdainful in his heart. Humph, it's just a superficial intelligence. It must be a preset program. Wait for me to ask her a few questions. Zhang Yu had a blank expression on his face. Luo Tianyi, right? Luo Tianyi smiled cutely. Yes, I am Luo Tianyi. Zhang Yu sneered and asked, let me ask you a question. I like a girl. What should I do? Luo Tianyi said without hesitation. If you like a girl, then confess your feelings to her quickly. Otherwise, how can you become a spare tire? Zhang Yu's original confident smile gradually disappeared. Spare tire? I'm not a spare tire. I am not. As a programmer, what he hates most is the word spare tire. But after the anger, there was shock. It's actually artificial intelligence. Fuck. 1 minute later, Zhang Yu completely rebelled. Tianyi, give me a smile. Laugh at your sister. Tianyi, why have I not saved any money after working for 6 or 7 years? Not having money now is nothing. There will be many days when you will be without money in the future. How can this little cutie be so sharp-tongued? But why is she still so cute, even though she has a sharp tongue? Zhang Yu simply loves it. Chapter 97, the media exclaimed. The Penguin Empire is about to collapse. Luo Tianyi is famous. It's extremely popular. On the most trafficked Haijiao forum, there's a popular post titled, I fell in love with Luo Tianyi, even though she has a sharp tongue. The post said that he was a fan of Ye Xuan, so he downloaded YY communication out of curiosity to experience the circle function, but he actually fell in love with Luo Tianyi. The Luo Tianyi that each person gets is random. Their genital type, sharp tongue type, work type, life type. What he got randomly was the poisonous-tongued Luo Tianyi. Then he posted his daily conversations with Luo Tianyi. Luo Tianyi, do you think I can finish my work today? It's okay. Work will always be done one by one, one by one, one by one, one by one. 100 omitted. Luo Tianyi, can you keep hitting me like this? It's okay. If I don't hit you, you won't know how bad you are. Luo Tianyi, when I'm done with this busy period, I'll take you out for a trip. Don't be naive. Once you're done with this one, you can move on to the next one. This post was extremely popular, reaching over 5,000 views, and it was created in just 2 days. Netizens' comments are also super funny. My Luo Tianyi is also the type with a sharp tongue. I once asked her again, Luo Tianyi, I want to lose weight, and she actually said, don't lose weight. You are ugly not because you are fat. It almost stabbed my heart to death. I'm in the same boat, bro. I'm also a sharp-tongued person. I said, my business has been a bit down in the past few years, and she actually told me directly, life is full of ups and downs. Don't you think it's infuriating? Hundreds of people share their experiences with the poisonous tongue, Luo Tianyi. Although they were very angry, they were still very happy and liked the poisonous tongue, Luo Tianyi very much. Some people also shared the gentle type of Luo Tianyi, who sends lots of daily greetings with a gentle tone, and gives gentle reminders like drink more hot water and exercise more, which is simply amazing. There are also workaholics who are like workaholics, who will schedule things for you every day. Such discussions about Luo Tianyi were not only popular in the Haijiao forum, but also in Tieba, chat groups, and games, where people were constantly talking about Luo Tianyi. In this case, the download volume of YY communication carrying Luo Tianyi is very high. Day 1, 50,000. Day 2, 1.22 million. Day 3, 5.92 million. Day 10, 80.32 million. Day 20, 220 million. The data is simply off the charts. A trend of artificial intelligence has been formed, sweeping the entire internet. The number of users increases by 20 to 30 million every day. Even within the Penguin Group, many employees downloaded the software secretly. At the beginning, these users who downloaded YY communication didn't care much about the chat function of YY communication. After all, QQ is enough. They downloaded YY communication just to chat with Luo Tianyi. But more and more people are surprised after discovering the circle function. There's such an awesome function. So amazing, especially the alumni circle. Some people quickly found their long-lost classmates through this circle. The scenes of the past flashed through their minds, and they couldn't help but miss their classmates. So they used this function to invite their classmates to the class and alumni group, and started chatting enthusiastically reminiscing about the past years and the days of junior high school. Some people feel that it is too lonely to be alone in the city, so they search for people nearby, add them as friends, and start chatting or play games together or go out for late-night snacks and drinks. Then the lonely people in the city are no longer so lonely. Some people are curious about the work and life of their colleagues in the same industry, so they try to invite them as friends and create groups, thus creating a group of strangers with whom they can freely complain about work and life. Although fewer people use the enterprise circle and hometown circle, they still attract some users, especially single people who always hope to find their other half through the hometown circle. Under this social chain, the number of people using YY communication has increased dramatically. Day 10. The number of users who had more than 20 friends in their address book and chatted for more than 5 minutes exceeded 50 million. Day 20. The number exceeds 180 million. The whole country was shocked. The internet is shaking. Countless media outlets exclaimed, "The Penguin Empire's great enemy is here." Some media even shouted, "The Penguin Empire is about to collapse, and the internet landscape is changing dramatically." Some media also called Ye Xuan, "The new richest man in the future is about to be born." Penguin Group. A new office area was cleared and a new project team moved in. This project team brings together 100 of the best and most senior programmers in Penguin Group. Each of them is a senior expert engineer above level 15, a technician at the top of the pyramid. The lonely boss ant, a master, had a heavy face today as he looked at the many backbones in front of him. I won't say more. Everyone knows the harm that the artificial intelligence Luo Tianyi has done to the Penguin Empire. Today, I'm putting my words here. If you can crack this Luo Tianyi, the bonus will be 100 million. After saying this, Boss Ant looked excited and gritted his teeth. He has always looked down on YY technology and Ye Xuan, because penguins have buttons. And now, he felt a fatal crisis coming. He felt Ye Xuan's momentum coming towards him, making him feel a little suffocated. Chapter 98. Social Killer Weapon YY Farm is online. Not only was Mr. Ant from Goose City on high alert, even Mr. Ma, the second richest man in the country from Baocheng, was alarmed by artificial intelligence. At this time, Boss Ma also organized a team to crack Luo Tianyi. However, even though they worked day and night and were sweating profusely, they still couldn't do anything to Luo Tianyi. They found that Luo Tianyi's encryption algorithm was very powerful, and even if they used a supercomputer, it was useless. Luo Tianyi was very angry. "You bad guys, I don't like you anymore." Snort. Luo Tianyi put her hands on her hips, with an angry look on her face like a little girl. So cute. "You perverts, you want to defeat me? You're still a long way off." Luoyalu's sticking out tongue. Boss Ma and a group of technical staff were all blushing. So many of the country's top programmers, including several well-known hackers in the hacker community, were now being called garbage and were powerless to refute. Since it can't be broken, then buy it. Boss Ma knows that artificial intelligence, genetic engineering, and nanotechnology are the 3 cutting-edge technologies of the future and the core technologies of the 4th Industrial Revolution. Ma Bao Group has been committed to the research of artificial intelligence, but there has been no progress. Now that there is an artificial intelligence in front of it, it will naturally not let it go. Book me a plane ticket right now. I want to go to Jiangdu in person to show my sincerity. The secretary quickly said, "Okay, Boss Ma is coming." Ye Xuan was not surprised by the news because he knew the future potential of artificial intelligence. It is no exaggeration to say that Luo Tianyi is the cornerstone of YY technology. He had already anticipated that Boss Ant and Boss Ma would definitely want this artificial intelligence. Ye Xuan even thought that these two must have found someone to crack the artificial intelligence, which was doomed to be a waste of time because his current technology was simply not capable of cracking it. As for wanting to buy Luo Tianyi, wishful thinking. How could Ye Xuan share this core technology with others? By the way, how is the patent application of YY Farm? Ye Xuan asked. Ning Nanshur said, most of the software patents were rejected, but several core technologies have been approved. Ye Xuan nodded. Then don't wait, connect to the YY communication portal. This is a booster function to defeat penguins, and it can even be said to be a powerful weapon. On the surface, this game just allows people to grow all kinds of vegetables and fruits in their own farms. They encounter drought, pests, weeds, and other monster-fighting processes, and then the fruits are stored in the warehouse when they are ripe, and then they are sold for gold coins. In addition to buying seeds, gold coins can also be used to buy props such as fertilizers and farm decorations, as well as for farmland expansion. Simple, right? It's just a stupid game. However, this game has another function: stealing vegetables. You can steal your friend's food, and your friend can steal your food. Imagine that the cabbages you worked so hard to grow were stolen by your nasty friends just when they were about to be picked. Is your mentality going to explode? Think about stealing the cabbages that your friend had carefully taken care of when he wasn't paying attention, and thinking about your friend's explosive mentality. Would you feel good? YY Farm has another function: ranking list. Comparison and showing off are the most typical social attributes, and the ranking list is designed for this, ensuring that people who play Farmville can compare and show off to each other. During the time when Happy Farm was popular in the past, at least half of the netizens were addicted to the game of stealing vegetables. Many people even set alarms in the middle of the night just to wake up and steal vegetables. Some even got fired for playing Farmville during work hours. In his previous life, Ye Xuan was also crazy about this game. He often got up in the middle of the night to collect and steal vegetables. Thinking about it now, he missed it. This is the charm of YY Farm. Now, the game has been in internal testing for 10 days, and the participants are all employees of YY Technology. And the effect, extremely perverted and hot. All employees are obsessed with this game, without exception. Without exception, even though it looks so stupid and simple. Although it is still an internal test, many employees are already talking about when the vegetables will be ripe, when they can steal their friends' vegetables, when they can grow more advanced crops, and when they can buy a guard dog. Even those employees who have families, children, and are busy as dogs every day are poisoned. Unsurprisingly, everyone at YY Technology is extremely optimistic about the game ratings. With the internal test data, Ye Xuan has more confidence in YY Farm and is looking forward to it setting off a vegetable stealing craze in this world. April 30th. YY Music, YY Communication, YY Live Broadcast all had a pop-up ad. After a busy day at work, why not take some time off, grow some vegetables, and cultivate your sentiments? Chapter 99, Stealing Vegetables, popular on the entire internet. Su Chong is a technician at Penguin Group. After get off work, he turned on YY Music on his phone. Although he hated YY, he still had to listen to the songs. At this time, a pop-up window popped up. YY Farm. Humph, is YY also developing games? He Wenbin muttered, preparing to turn it off. At this time, Luo Tianyi jumped out. This game is very interesting. Do you want to play it? If it's not fun, I promise not to be sarcastic for a week. How about it? Okay, that's what you said. Su Chong smiled and asked Luo Tianyi to open the YY Farm. No need to log in. Your YY communication account will be automatically logged in. The game begins. Su Chong planted the seeds according to the game instructions and then watered them. The start of YY Farm is naturally not complicated, and the upgrade is also fast. You can plant a round of crops on 4 plots of land, and after harvesting, you can upgrade to level 2 and then unlock new land, a new crop, and a bag of fertilizer. After playing for 10 minutes, Su Chong put the game aside. This game is so stupid. You said you would not be harsh in your words for a week. Su Chong is sure to win. Luo Tianyi danced. Don't worry. On the other side, Su Chong's college classmate Wu Tong was also playing this game. He had a good impression of YY Technology, so he was not opposed to this game and reached level 3 after playing for a few minutes. At this time, the game reminds you, your friend Su Chong, is also playing this game. You can go to his farm to help weed and kill insects to gain experience. I'll tell you that you can also steal. Wu Tong suddenly perked up. Stealing vegetables? I like. Then I came to Su Chong's vegetable garden and was surprised to see that my friend Su Chong's vegetables were ripe and ready to be picked. Steal quickly. You stole the cabbage one. Cool. This was the first time I stole something in my life, and it was a little exciting. At this time, the game starts prompting. You don't have many friends yet. Do you want to invite other friends to join YY Farm? Invite friends, and you'll get 5 bags of fertilizer for free. You don't have many friends yet. Do you want to import your mobile phone communication friends to see who is playing YY Farm? Importing friends will give you 5 special seeds. 5 bags of fertilizer. 5 special seeds. Looking at the 2 rewards, Wu Tong clicked OK in a daze. An hour later, Su Chong, who was watching TV bored, suddenly heard Luo Tianyi's reminder. Ding ding ding, your YY farm crops have been stolen by 5 friends. If you don't go pick them, they will probably be stolen away, okay? Su Chong was startled. First reaction, what? My food was stolen. Second reaction, just steal it. It's a crappy game. But there's still 5 friends playing such a stupid game? I want to see who these 5 stupid people are. He opened the game and saw that a lot of vegetables in his vegetable garden had indeed been stolen. He felt an inexplicable anger, even if he didn't value these vegetables. After all, he grew them himself, and now that they were stolen, he would be very upset. Then he ran to other people's vegetable gardens. Hey, it's ripe now, so I subconsciously stole it. You stole the cabbage one. Hey, I feel so happy, what's going on? Then Su Chong ran to other friends to steal and stole a few more cabbages. I feel so happy, what should I do? Then I looked at my level. What? My friends' levels were higher than mine? I was so unwilling to admit defeat that I started adding friends like crazy and stealing to catch up quickly. What he didn't know was that he had stepped right into the trap of YY Farm. The more he played, the more he got into it, and the more his emotions were aroused. He got furious when his things were stolen from him, and was overjoyed when he stole from others. At this time, the classmates started arguing. Female squad leader, Su Chong, Wu Tong, you 2 bastards stole my food 3 times, just wait for me. Su Chong, class monitor beauty, who told you not to pay attention to the time, huh? Zhang Xiaojun, are you all playing? Female monitor, there are already 22 people playing in the class, all of whom were invited back by you. Chun Winli, how dare you steal my food? Wait, I'm going to set the alarm. The group started to get lively, as if we had returned to the youthful days of our student days. Su Chong sat on the sofa, holding his phone and grinning like a fool. He had completely forgotten that half an hour ago, he was full of contempt for this game. The launch of YY Farm was very successful. Through the diversion of YY music and YY communication, the number of players soared to more than 800,000 in just 1 hour. In fact, for players, when they first started playing the game, they just felt that the game was a little stupid, but fortunately, the cartoon graphics of this game are pleasing to the eye, and the operation is foolproof and does not require much effort, so they are not so repulsive. Then I was quickly attracted by the stealing vegetables function. Poisoned. Then they started to invite their friends to join them crazily, and the number of users of YY Farm began to increase rapidly. Because of the phone address book import function, we also invited a lot of new users who do not use YY communication. At this moment, the characteristics of the game YY Farm in the social field have begun to truly stand out. 10th hour. The number of players exceeds 30 million. It's so brutal. Even though YY technology was mentally prepared, it was still shocked. Ye Xuan laughed loudly. It really is a farm. It is awesome. At this time, the influence of YY Farm began to spread to other gaming circles. In Dota, a 5 versus 5 battle was going on, and suddenly one of the players said, "Brother, I'm gonna go get some food first. You guys hold on for a while." The other teammates were stunned. What the hell? Brother, this isn't a game. Please don't cheat me, okay? Also, where are we gonna harvest the vegetables so late at night? Isn't it dark in the fields? YY Farm. You didn't play it. What the hell is this YY Farm? Is it as fun as Dota? Oh, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm gonna go harvest the vegetables first. Otherwise, those bastards will steal them all. Then I saw the character stopped moving. Other teammates. I'm so angry that my lungs are about to explode. What a ripoff. This is a confrontation game. I'm still in the upgrade battle. Don't cheat me, brother. Chapter 100. Penguin Group is facing a formidable enemy, and Boss Ant is furious. This situation not only happens in Dota, but also in any online game, even chess and card games. 3 people were playing Landlord. Suddenly, one player was silent for a long time, which made the other 2 players think he was offline. Soon, the player came back and apologized, saying that he was just harvesting or stealing vegetables. When the 2 players heard this, they were confused. What the hell? In a certain online game, a team of 5 was fighting a boss, when suddenly a holy knight said he wanted to steal food, causing the other players to be beaten to death by the boss. Not long after, the holy knight came back online. Sorry, I just want to collect the vegetables. Fortunately, I got them in time, otherwise they would have been stolen. Fuck, you reminded me that my food is ripe too. The other shield warrior also ran away to collect the harvest, and the boss once again tortured the player to death. Those players who have never played stealing vegetables were simply confused. What are you talking about? Is stealing vegetables fun in a game? As word of mouth spread, countless people were deeply addicted to Ye Farm. Although it looks stupid, it is really addictive. 24 hours later, May 1st, the number of Ye Farm players has soared to more than 50 million, and Ye Communication has added 12 million new users. These are people who were invited by friends to play Ye Farm and eventually became addicted to group chats. This speed is so terrifying. In the gaming industry, there has never been such a terrifying number of players on a game just one day after it was launched, and I don't think there will be such a huge number of players in the future. This is also a simple and low-cost flash game. Ning Nansher walked with a breeze today, reporting to Ye Xuan in high spirits. Boss, we succeeded this time. Since the night, many people have invited friends through their social circles in order to obtain fertilizers, seeds, and other props. Then, because of Ye Farm, it is easier for them to get close and chat. Moreover, the chats are all placed in our Ye circle group, and there is no rebate from QQ. So we have successfully snatched a large number of users from QQ. Boss, you are so wise. The way Ning Nansher looked at Ye Xuan was as if she was looking up to a god. Not only her, but even the employees of Ye Technology and Ye Group also regarded Ye Xuan as a god. More than 50 million players in 24 hours. What about 2 days, 3 days, 10 days later? How much should that be? It's simply a god-level game. Ye Xuan smiled slightly. The powerful social gene of Ye Farm is what Ye Xuan really pursues. At this time, Ye Xuan thought of his old rival Penguin Group. By the way, QQ Live seems to have been online this morning. What's the situation now? Ning Nansher. It seems to have been postponed. I don't know why. Ye Xuan nodded, guessing that the Ye Farm plus Ye Communication issue has already made Boss Ant very anxious. Boss Ant is indeed in a state of panic. He was shocked by the data from Ye Farm. Not only him, but the people below were also frightened by the brutality of Ye Farm. On the QQ side, the data was greatly affected. According to the statistics of the technical department, the daily active volume of QQ, standard, chatting for more than 5 minutes, dropped from 210 million to 160 million, a decrease of 50 million. Isn't this the data of Ye Farm? Boss Ant quickly convened an emergency meeting to discuss Ye Farm. As for the QQ Live broadcast that was originally scheduled to go online early this morning, it was directly stopped. At the emergency meeting, the atmosphere was tense, and the senior executives and technicians were even breathing cautiously. Boss Ant looked unhappy. First, there was Ye Communication and Artificial Intelligence Luo Tianyi, and now there is another Ye Farm. Every strike is deadly. Every blow goes straight to the penguin's heart. Boss Ant no longer enjoys eating, and his hair seems to have fallen out a lot. He no longer feels lonely as before. Tell me how to deal with it. Boss Ant glanced around the room, hoping someone would give him some advice. Boss, I have a small suggestion. At this time, a younger technician at the back of the conference room raised his hand cautiously. Boss Ant's eyes lit up. Tell me about it. The young technician was excited and said quickly, Boss, Ye Farm is a very simple game. With our Penguin technology, we can develop an identical game in 5 days. Plus, with our Penguin Group's huge social user base, I believe it won't be worse than Ye Farm. Also, I think this Ye Farm game is too simple and will definitely not last long. Even if the other party has a patent, we can use our legal team to sue them and drag it out for a few months until the game expires. At most, we can just pay some money by then. And during this time, we can use our own QQ farm to deal with the edge of Ye Farm. Boss Ant's heart moved. Isn't this what I'm good at? I'll just copy it first. At this time, another senior director asked, does it have to be QQ Farm? Can QQ Ranch be used? Wouldn't it be bad to imitate separately? The technician shook his head and said, I'm afraid not. Farms have a preconceived notion, and I don't think players will necessarily like ranches. But I think we can develop them together and launch farms and ranches together. Everyone nodded. Boss Ant asked the key question. Then how do you solve the problem of the contempt chain? Imitators are always easily despised. At that time, the players of Ye Farm will definitely despise the players of QQ Farm. How to solve the chain of contempt is a big problem. The young technician did not hesitate. Money. I need to apply for no less than 100 million yuan in funds to stabilize users, give away coins, draw memberships, and give away mobile phones, computers, and other gifts so as to lock in our users and reduce user churn. Boss Ant is not a stingy person. I agree. Ye Xuan was looking at Boss Ant's profile at this time. Want to copy again? I'm really convinced. Ye Xuan thought about it and wrote directly on Weibo. Congratulations on the popularity of YY Farm, which has exceeded 50 million players in 24 hours. Let me make a prediction here. Penguin Group will probably launch QQ Farm or its variant QQ Ranch within 10 days. If my prediction is wrong, I will give out a lottery of 100 million yuan at Ant Boss at Penguin Group. Click to send. Ye Xuan sat lazily on the sofa with a smile on his face. Boss Ant, just wait to be scolded. Haha. Boss Ant was soon informed of Ye Xuan's Weibo news by his secretary. I was furious on the spot. Isn't this just putting the Penguin Group on the fire? Considering the 100 million yuan welfare lottery, it is estimated that the Penguin Group will be severely criticized by netizens on Weibo. I didn't expect that you could use such a small matter to attack the reputation of Penguin Group. Ye Xuan, you are so cruel. Boss Ant gnashed his teeth. Chapter 101. 100 billion to buy the right to use Luo Tianyi? Ye Xuan refuse. Ye Xuan's Weibo has attracted countless fans' comments. A 100 million lottery? Boss Ye Xuan is so generous. I can't wait to draw the prize. I hope Penguin Group can be more effective and not copy YY Farm. Otherwise, it will be really disgusting. YY Farm is so poisonous. I've set the alarm to steal vegetables now. The same alarm clock steals vegetables, but last night I was itching to steal my wife's vegetables, and this morning I was kneeling on a durian. Is YY Farm really that fun? I want to try it too. Ye Xuan looked at the comments on Weibo and grinned. His Weibo post may seem simple, but it is actually well-planned and kills two birds with one stone. On the one hand, it is digging a hole for the Penguin Group and giving others the preconceived idea that YY Farm is the authentic one. When QQ Farm and QQ Ranch come out, they will definitely carry the bad reputation of garbage copycat, and people will be despised for playing this game. Contempt chain. Another benefit, it promoted YY Farm. With more than 20 million Weibo fans, if 1/10 of the players can be converted, there will be 2 million players. Then, if friends invite them, it can radiate 10 million netizens and make a lot of money. Ye Xuan really likes this kind of offensive state that makes the enemy flustered, especially when the opponent is the richest man in the country, the boss of the Penguin Empire. Life is so lonely like snow. On the afternoon of May 2nd, Mr. Ma from Ma Bao Group came. In addition, Mr. Sun, chairman and president of SoftBank Capital, also came with Mr. Ma. SoftBank Capital has invested heavily in the Ma Bao Group, so the two have a good personal relationship. Boss Ma, I've heard a lot about you. Boss Sun, I've heard a lot about you. Boss Yi, you are so incredibly young. The meeting between the three people was actually held in Ye Xuan's office. After a round of greetings, they got down to business. Boss Sun got straight to the point. Boss Yi, are you short of money? Soft Gold Capital, have ample funds to help YY Technology move towards a more glorious future. Ye Xuan was surprised and said with joy, could it be that Boss Sun has taken a fancy to my Yi real estate? He wants to take over? If so, I welcome it. Boss Sun is embarrassed. Boss Ma is also embarrassed. Who wants your crappy real estate? Who doesn't know that real estate industry will not be prosperous for many years? Boss Sun smiled politely. Boss Yi, stop joking. We at SoftBank don't invest in real estate. We only invest in the technology industry, which has infinite possibilities. So I want to invest in YY Technology. Ye Xuan shook his head on the spot. YY Technology is not short of money. YY Music has already begun to turn around its profits and losses through membership and channels, and no more capital injection is needed. YY Live has already begun to make a lot of profits, more than 80 million a month. As for YY Communications, YY Live can support it, so I'm not short of money at all. Boss Sun, there is no way to chat today. How can I invest if you're not short of money? Fortunately, Boss Sun was cunning and changed his angle. Although there is no problem in the near future, Boss Yi, have you ever thought about how a company that does not accept investment can expand into the international market? Our SoftBank Investment Bank is a world-class investment bank with considerable strength in international economics and politics. If you want to go public in the United States at that time, we can help you. Ye Xuan said calmly. I'm sorry, I have no interest in going public overseas. The last time I heard the investment bank's quotation, it made me realize one thing. Foreigners are all vampires. I am narrow-minded and don't want to give foreigners a bargain, nor have I thought about going abroad. He recalled Huawei from his previous life. There is no Huawei in this world, but Ye Xuan was deeply impressed by Huawei in his previous life, with various reasons such as sanctions, lawsuits, insecurity, etc. Ye Xuan figured it out. As long as it is a Chinese harmonious company, the United States will not let you have an easy time and will make all kinds of trouble for you. If that's the case, why should I go to the United States? There's no need. Anyway, our great China has a population of 1.4 billion, 1/4. Boss Sun had a bit of a toothache. Ye Xuan was not willing to listen to him, and he didn't know how to continue the conversation. How about this? I offer $3 billion to buy your artificial intelligence. Boss Sun decided to change his goal. Boss Ma curled his lips. Phew, $5 billion? Ye Xuan couldn't help laughing and said sarcastically, Boss Sun, do you look down on Luo Tianyi? But do you look down on me? You can even say such a thing? If you say this again, I might have to serve tea and send you away. If you're an ordinary person, you might be surprised by the $5 billion, 33 billion renminbi, and you will become a 30 billionaire directly, which is very cool. But who is Ye Xuan? There is the Ye Group and YY Technologies music, live broadcasting, and communications, with assets totaling 200 billion. How could I possibly value your 30 billion renminbi? Who do you look down on? Boss Sun realized that there was something wrong with his offer and quickly made amends. Boss Ye, in business, we should raise the price and pay it back. How about this? $3 billion for 30% of Luo Tianyi's equity. Ye Xuan curled his lips and lost interest in talking to Boss Sunday. He turned his gaze to Boss Ma. Boss Ma, why are you here? Boss Ye, I want to talk to you alone. Okowo. Then, Boss Sun was asked to leave. Ye Xuan and Boss Ma sat down again and had a private conversation face-to-face. Boss Ye, I won't beat around the bush. My target is also the artificial intelligence Luo Tianyi. I will offer Mabao Group's shares worth 100 billion yuan in exchange for the right to use the artificial intelligence Luo Tianyi. I only need the right to use it. Ye Xuan felt much better after hearing this. Look, how generous Boss Ma is. The usage rights alone cost 100 billion. That's 13 billion US dollars. Look at Boss Sun's 3 billion, and he also wants 30% of the shares. TSK. What a gap. It seems that Boss Sun has grown old. He used to be a legend in the investment world, but now he probably can't keep up with the times, and his vision is not as sharp as before. But, Boss Ma, how could I possibly give you the right to use Luo Tianyi? So what if it's 100 billion? Luo Tianyi only belongs to me, Ye Xuan.